Are you saying you have the same dream every day, and you always wake up precisely at 42? The man wearing the cartoon cat mask looked at Lin Xian. Then you're having a blast, bro. In the dream, kill whoever you want to kill. Do whatever you want to do. You can even experience all sorts of life-threatening games. HSS, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Click. The man pushed the magazine into the handgun, chambering around. But tonight, you won't be needing to look for thrills in your dreams. I'll take you to play with something real. He pointed his finger at the bank across the street. Lin Xian nodded, straightened the Ultraman mask on his face, and stood up to keep pace with the man. What should I call you, big brother? On the streets, they all call me Big Face Cat. The man grinned, the flesh on his face squeezing the cartoon cat mask to be even more two-dimensional. You can just call me Brother Lion. Brother Lion, what's my task? Rustle, rustle, rustle. In a quick jog, Lin Xian followed Big Face Cat to the bank entrance. Is it all done? Big Face Cat inquired. The lackey nodded. Big Face Cat pressed the handgun against the lackey's forehead. Bang, blood splattered on a wall. He casually wiped the gun barrel, patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. Now there's one less person to share the money with. We'll get to divide up quite a bit more. Isn't he your lackey? He had sticky fingers, not clean enough for our safety, had to go. Big Face Cat said as he pulled Lin Xian deeper inside. They arrived at a corridor junction. A masked man was fiddling with a fuse box. Not done yet, Big Face Cat urged. Click. The masked man cut off a wire and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his free hand. All set, the alarm system is disabled. Bang, another shot to the back of the head. The fuse box was splattered with blood. Not to go against you, big brother, but this makes me feel very insecure. Lin Xian pointed at the corpse on the ground. Was this little brother also not clean enough? Big Face Cat snorted. This guy had clean hands, but he seduced your big sister-in-law. Could I keep him? Is it really that hard to be the big brother? Oh, never mind these little details. Shouldn't you be happy we have one less person to share the money with? Lin Xian spread his caught hands. You're not planning to pop me two in a bit and hog all the money for yourself, are you? Of course not. Big Face Cat patted his chest, then pulled out a gray lump stuck together with duct tape from behind his waist and handed it to Lin Xian. What's this? C4 explosive. Big Face Cat pointed at the switch to Lin Xian as he explained, I, Brother Lion, am an open book. I never stoop to cowardly acts. If you think I'm about to kill you, just press the switch and blow me up with you. Feeling reassured now? All right, sounds solid. Lin Xian gave a thumbs up and took the C4 explosive. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The two continued to move forward. A masked man ran up from the underground passage. Boss, I've cut the main power supply. Bang, brains scattered everywhere. Brother, this person, he. It's fine, Brother Lion. Lin Xian waved his hand, indicating that he was used to it. Just tell me straight, how many people are left to divide the money? Just the two of us. Heh heh heh, just the two of us. Big Face Cat pushed Lin Xian, hurrying him inside. Look, we're at the warehouse. It's time for you, the code expert, to take action. In front of them stood a thick black wall with a silver password door in the middle. What's the password, Pa? If I knew the password, what would I need you, the code expert, for? Big Face Cat pointed at his watch. Cut the crap, kid, hurry up. We don't have much time left. Once the main power comes back on, the security system will automatically sound the alarm. I know you're anxious, but hold on a second. Lin Xian approached the password door and began to fiddle with it. Big Face Cat paced back and forth, his face screwed up in tension. How long do you think you need? 10 minutes. Big Face Cat exclaimed, that's way too long. 987. Big Face Cat watched, shocked, as Lin Xian dashed out. Then he turned around and saw the C4 explosive stuck to the password door, and the red numbers on the detonator changing constantly. Shit, diving out towards the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosion pierced his eardrums. Countless bricks and metal pieces rained down on him. Cough, 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 cough. Big Face Cat, with a face smeared with blood, yelled, damn it, aren't you a code expert? Is this how you crack the code? Efficiency, right? Lin Xian, covering his ears, came over and pointed at the collapsed wall in front. Look, that's the warehouse right there. Big Face Cat got up, cursing and grumbling. No expert is worth a damn. Lin Xian walked into the large hole blasted in the wall. This was his first time entering a bank warehouse, but it was nothing like what he had imagined. How come there's not a single penny? The warehouse was empty. There were no piles of cash, nor the mountains of gold bars often seen in movies. Around the walls of the warehouse, personal safes were embedded, neatly arrayed one next to the other. Lin Xian moved closer to inspect them. Each safe bore a different person's name: Wang Shu, Liu Liping, Wei Shengjin, Lin Xian, Wang. Lin Xian took a step back, focusing on the name on the previous safe, Lin Xian. Genuine as can be, why was his own name on this safe? Click. Behind him, the hot barrel of a gun pressed against the back of his head. Brother Lion, have mercy. Lin Xian promptly raised his hands in surrender. Brother Lion, let's be reasonable here. I haven't dirtied my hands or feet, and I haven't seduced your wife. You can't pin this household cleanup on me, right? All right, Brother Lion, I admit it, I did deceive you. The truth is, I'm not any code expert. I was just strolling around the square, randomly slapped on an Ultraman mask, and the next thing I know, you popped out of nowhere, pulled me into your car without a second word. But I had no idea that the Ultraman mask was your secret meeting signal. Fair is fair. I only tricked you for fun. I didn't mean any harm. Besides, if you had brought the real code expert today, who knows if you could have cracked the code by dawn. Stumbling upon me was your lucky break. A bell-like giggle came from behind. I'm not that stupid. If I couldn't crack the code by dawn, what kind of code expert would I be? Following that, the burning hot gun barrel also left Lin Xian's scalp. Lin Xian turned around. He saw a slender woman behind him, her hair up in a bun, wearing the same Ultraman mask as him. Where's Brother Lion? The woman pointed her chin towards her feet. Big Face Cat lay in a pool of blood, wearing a cat mask, gun in hand, with a big hole in the back of his head. You killed him. If I hadn't killed him, you would have been the one to die just now. The woman kicked the body away. He was going to kill all of you anyway. Hoard the money for himself. He was no good. This team of yours is really hard to manage. Don't include me. I'm not with them. The woman pushed past Lin Xian and headed toward the safe on the wall. This is the first time he and I met. I don't know him. I only recognize the cartoon cat masks. Could your secret signals be any more old-fashioned? The woman ignored Lin Xian. She brushed past him and her gaze swept over the safes on the wall one by one. Eventually, she stopped in front of the safe labeled Lin Xian. Looking at the 8 code dials on the box, she snorted and threw aside her small computer, mechanical locks. The woman pressed her ear against the safe and began to fiddle with the code dials with a click-clack sound. What's inside this Lin Xian safe? Lin Xian approached from behind. Don't know. Do you know Lin Xian? Don't know him. Then why are you opening his safe? What's with all the questions? Through the Ultraman mask, the woman glared at Lin Xian fiercely. Go stand where it's cool. She continued to work the code lock. Lin Xian stared at the 8 dials on the safe, thinking deeply. Try 19,990,320. What? The woman looked at Lin Xian, annoyed. I said, for that safe's code, try 19,990,320. What's that number? My birthday. Lin Xian confidently replied. Are you crazy? The woman asked sincerely. Listen. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His serious gaze pierced through the Ultraman mask, focusing on the other Ultraman. The alarm could go off at any moment. No one would joke around in this situation. Our goals are the same. I'm even more curious about what's hidden in this safe. Trust me. Lin Xian stepped forward, his face stern. This password can't be wrong. The woman looked at Lin Xian and remained silent, but clearly Lin Xian's confident demeanor had convinced her. Say it again. 19,990,320. Click, click. The woman set the 8 dials, gave Lin Xian a glance, and pressed the clasp. Click, it didn't open. Lin Xian was stunned. The password was actually wrong. The woman's eyebrows twitched, and she took a deep breath. I really should have let your cat brother beat you to death. He insisted on being called Brother Lion. Enough. The woman at the end of her tether drew her gun and pointed it at Lin Xian. Word for word, through clenched teeth, say one more word, and I'll kill you. Lin Xian raised his hands, stepped back obediently. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was more curious about what was really inside the safe. Click, click, clack. The woman kept trying to break the code without any progress. Lin Xian crouched on the floor, chin in hand, thinking, equally clueless. Click. With a snap of electrical connection, a piercing alarm sounded all around. It seemed the main power line was restored, activating the automatic alarm. The woman punched the safe inside. Lin Xian looked at his wristwatch, checking the time, 4,153. He got up, stretched lazily. No time left. We'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow. The woman laughed scornfully like she heard a huge joke. You've blown this place to smithereens. You think you have a chance of getting in here tomorrow? You might not have a chance. Lin Xian said with a slight smile, but I can, every single day. He waved at the woman. Bye-bye. Boom, boom, boom. Sudden white light. The world was filled with brightness. Without time to feel any pain, without time to react. The scorching white light swallowed everything instantaneously, erasing this world, vaporizing it to nothing. Oh. The night breeze fluttered the window sheer, casting dancing shadows. Moonlight streamed through the glass, scattering a frosty glow. The sounds of men playing drinking games at the night market stalls below. Water flushing loudly through the next-door bathroom pipes. Papers on the desk fluttered in the wind. The notebook opened and closed like a clam. In one corner of the bedroom, on the bed, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He sniffled and sat up, looking at the digital clock on the nightstand. December 7th, 2022, 4201. What a mess of a storyline today. Lin Xian rubbed his arms, chilled by the night wind, as he recalled the dream he just had. Big Face Cat, an Ultraman mask, a beautiful female secret agent. It was truly absurd. It's like making a movie with a bunch of idiots. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed twice, feeling a bit under the weather. Only then did he realize that he forgot to close the window before going to bed last night. The early winter night wind was no joke. Whoosh. After closing the old sliding window, the sounds of dice games from the night market stalls downstairs became much quieter. With the night wind gone, the room seemed to warm up. Lin Xian poured himself a cup of hot water, took a couple of sips, and gazed at the full moon outside the window. What exactly is hidden inside that safe with my name on it? Since birth, Lin Xian had been having the same dream every night, day after day, year after year. No matter how old Lin Xian was, no matter where he slept, no matter what he did during the day, as soon as he entered dreamland, he would always find himself in that unfamiliar yet familiar square. Unfamiliar because Lin Xian was certain he had never been to this square in reality. Familiar because, over more than 20 years, Lin Xian had fully explored this square. He knew every child there, every tree, even every blade of grass. As a child, Lin Xian was terrified of this dream. Every day it was the same people, the same city, the same events. The dream world felt to Lin Xian like a prison he could never escape. Yesterday's playmates became strangers again today. People who died right before his eyes yesterday would greet him with a smile today. No matter how much chaos he caused, the next day the dream world would still be as calm as ever. He was like a prisoner trapped in time, serving a life sentence of repeating the same day over and over. He soon discovered that the dream world would always end at 42 on the dot, and he would wake up at the same time, so he learned how to exploit a bug. As long as he stayed up until after 42 in the morning, he would definitely not dream, and indeed it was true. So for a long time in his childhood, Lin Xian would stay up until after 42 before going to sleep, enjoying a night without dreams. But as he grew older, starting in junior high, Lin Xian's attitude began to change. He not only accepted this recurring nightmare, he even learned to enjoy this sweet dream in reality. Everything he did was monitored, but in the dream, he could do whatever he wanted lawlessly. He didn't have to follow any rules or worry about any consequences. He could indulge in the joy of reckless driving, fighting like a god. This daily recurring dream thus became Lin Xian's outlet during his adolescence. Once he accepted this setting, Lin Xian felt that this dream, where he didn't have to take any responsibility and wasn't afraid of dying, was incredibly delightful. While his classmates were still playing childish games like Bubble Hall and Adventure Island, Lin Xian was already enjoying Ultimate Kingdom, Hot-Blooded Rogue, and Tailgating 3 in his dreams. From then on, Lin Xian stopped staying up late. The first thing he did every day after coming home from school was to do his homework. Not a second wasted after finishing homework. He would wash up and go to bed immediately, making his parents exclaim that the prodigal son had returned. It was also around this time that Lin Xian discovered that the dream did not necessarily wake him up at 42. If he died in the dream, he would immediately wake up in reality. Throughout his middle school years, Lin Xian often died from being shot by the police. A sniper's headshot, being shot dead by a SWAT team, caught in random gunfire while fleeing. He experienced it all and even became accustomed to it, even today. This dream world remains Lin Xian's daily playground. Now, at the age of 23, his thoughts and mind have matured a lot. It's been a long time since he last did anything criminal. Nowadays, he prefers to wander aimlessly in his dreams, participating in other people's stories, experiencing a multitude of lives. Even though the dream world keeps repeating the same day, fortunately, it's large enough that despite Lin Xian playing around in it for more than 20 years, there's still something new to discover every day. Just like in the dream he had just now. Robbing a bank is something Lin Xian did many times in his teens, but that warehouse full of safes, it was Lin Xian's first time stepping inside. He wasn't surprised to see his own name on the safe. After all, it was his dream. He was the protagonist, so having his name there was quite normal. He was just puzzled. Why is the password incorrect? Lin Xian finished drinking a cup of hot water. His body felt much warmer now. He set the cup on the desk, thinking left and right but couldn't figure it out. According to his long-standing habit, most of his passwords were his birthday, easy to remember and simple. The passwords for nearly all of his online accounts were 19,990,320. That's why in the dream he was so confident. But why was the password wrong? An 8-digit password. He really couldn't think of a second possibility. Ding dong. The cell phone on the nightstand lit up, signaling a new message. He opened it and saw it was from the WeChat work group. Design team leader Li Huan, everyone, meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow in the third-floor conference room. President Zhao will review everyone's proposals personally. No one is allowed to be late. Confirm receipt. Then there were ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, several beeps, several received. Messages appeared below. This group is too eager, muttered Lin Xian, feeling genuinely amazed. It was already 1 a.m. Were these people all Super Saiyans? Don't they need to sleep? But complaints aside, In his dreams, he could rob banks, blow up buildings, grin cheekily at the barrel of a gun. But in reality, even at 1 a.m., he had to reply meekly, received. Time to sleep, need to get up early tomorrow. Lin Xian slipped back into bed, set the alarm clock, and tossed his cell phone onto the nightstand. Bang! Li Huan, fuming with rage, slammed a folder down on the table. I told you all last night. Today, President Zhao is going to review your proposals personally. And look what you've concocted. What is all this crap? The whole third-floor conference room was dead silent. Everyone was looking down. Li Huan was so furious she could hardly contain herself. She pulled out a drawing and slammed it on the table, saying, "What are our new brand's key appeals? Youth, youthfulness. You were tasked with designing a brand image, and you come up with a fox in black stockings, and wagging its tail too, and you." Li Huan smacked another drawing on the table, glaring at the girl sitting next to Lin Xian, her eyes as fierce as a lion's. "Do you have some misunderstanding about our new brand? You drew a bunny, which is okay, but are you serious with this floral scarf and the big cotton-padded jacket? My grandma dresses trendier than this bunny of yours. President Zhao has said it countless times already. He's been very specific, everyone. Kitty Cat, you've all heard of Hello Kitty, haven't you? Seen it, right? What we're looking for is a brand image just like that of Kitty Cat, HMPH. The chubby guy sitting next to Lin Xian muttered under his breath. They expect Hello Kitty on this kind of salary. What are you mumbling, fatso? No, nothing, elder sister Huan. I was saying Hello Kitty is the best. Perfect. Fatso jerked to attention in fright. Li Huan's harangue filled the entire conference room. Lin Xian, eyes closed, twirling his pen, was still pondering yesterday's dream about the safe, the 8-digit password. What could it be? What was hidden inside the safe? Kitty Cat, cat. Listening to Li Huan's roaring, Lin Xian was reminded of the cat mask on Big Face Cat's face. That was also an image of a cartoon cat. A few simple strokes, yet it perfectly captured the cuteness and vibrancy of a cat, especially how the mask sat on Big Face Cat's large face. It just had a sort of untarnished beauty that stood out from the mud. Undoubtedly, that image of the kitty was indeed very cute in its design. Simple and delicate, fresh and straightforward. Daydreaming, Lin Xian sketched the cartoon cat on the draft paper with a few strokes. The female colleague next to him leaned over. Lin Xian, what are you drawing? Little kitty, wow, so cute. The female colleague beside her couldn't let go of Lin Xian's sketch. Lin Xian, why didn't you submit such a good design to elder sister Huan? Huh, whoosh. Instantly, all eyes in the meeting room shot over this way, especially the colleagues from the design department, casting pleading looks. What? Let me see. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Li Huan walked over swiftly. At that moment, she too was putting on a brave face, using fury to cover her panic. Inside, she was more nervous than anyone. Although President Zhao was sitting in her chair without saying a word, it was clear to everyone that she was very dissatisfied, very angry. Smack. Li Huan snatched up Lin Xian's draft paper in one swift move. Gradually, her breathing softened, her breaths evened out, and the fierce fire on her head seemed to extinguish as well. You this. Li Huan scratched her head, smacking her lips. This, I think it's quite good. Li Huan placed the draft paper in front of President Zhao. President Zhao, take a look. This is the image Lin Xian designed for our new brand. After the draft was placed down, everyone got up from their chairs, craning their necks to have a look. On the stark white A4 paper, there was nothing superfluous, just a few simple strokes outlining a cartoon cat's head. Simple, refreshing, exquisite lines. Yet deftly capturing every inch of expression and demeanor. Although it was just a sketch drawn with a black water pen, the cuteness and vitality of the kitty seemed to leap off the paper as if it were alive. Suddenly, everyone was talking. Well, Lin Xian's cat head drawing is really something. Honestly, there's an indescribable cuteness and delicacy to it. This, I find it even more adorable than Hello Kitty. You know, Kitty is too girly and doesn't even have a mouth. But Lin Xian's cat truly gives off a more youthful, vibrant vibe. Young, girlish, age-reducing, energetic Lin Xian's cat drawing perfectly matches our new brand's keywords. Amazing Lin Xian, why didn't you present such a great design earlier? A good brand image has to be simple enough for it to be recognizable and easier to spread. I think in this respect, Lin Xian's cat shares a unique charm with Kitty, Mickey Mouse, and Doraemon. This cute and simple cat head image received unanimous praise from colleagues in the design department. Li Huan, whose heart had been in her throat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked timorously at President Zhao. Waiting for her to speak, Zhao Yingjun. She was the founder of MX Company and the current chairman. Since returning from studying abroad to establish MX Cosmetic Company, in less than 2 years, she had already made a name for herself among the young crowd. Beautiful, charismatic, resourceful, and talented, she was like the heroine straight out of a metropolitan romance novel. At that moment, she was intently staring at the draft paper in front of her, deep in thought. Everyone was waiting for her to speak up, finally. Zhao Yingjun's eyebrows relaxed, not bad. Right, President Zhao. Haha, you see, our design team does have capable people. Upon seeing her crisis was averted, Li Huan began to praise Lin Xian wildly. Lin Xian is our team's secret weapon, the mountain-suppressing stone, the sea-calming divine needle. Cough, cough, for such artistic talents, I always give them absolute creative freedom, never intervening, never inquiring too much. Lin Xian, quickly tell President Zhao about how you designed this cat image. What was your source of inspiration? Zhao Yingjun also looked up, expectantly at Lin Xian. I dreamed of it in a dream. Lin Xian told the truth. Lin Xian, you, sigh. Li Huan sighed in exasperation. Such a great opportunity to showcase himself, and this silly kid didn't know how to appreciate it. Several colleagues were amused by Lin Xian's remark, daring indeed. As for Zhao Yingjun, she nodded with a smile. Daytime thoughts turn into nighttime dreams. Many great inventions and creations in history were completed in dreams. Chemist Mendeleev composed the periodic table after being exhausted for 3 days and 3 nights, and then dreaming up the combination. Einstein too was inspired by a dream where he saw himself skiing and began pondering the implications of the speed of light, which led to his formulation of the special theory of relativity. But it's undeniable that without prior hard work and accumulation, merely dreaming would certainly not yield any results. Presumably, Lin Xian must have also expended a lot of effort and worry over this project. Clap, 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 clap. No one knew who started it, but the entire conference room burst into applause for Lin Xian. It made Lin Xian a little embarrassed. He felt undeserving, however. After the applause died down, Zhao Yingjun picked up the draft paper again, and looking at the cute cat head drawn on it, said, just a cat head is surely not enough. Whether it's for print packaging, making posters, or orchestrating brand collaborations, we need a full body image, including limbs, clothes, shoes. These can all be changed later on, but we must have an original plan for reference. Zhao Yingjun put down the draft paper and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, could I trouble you to also sketch out the body and attire for this cat? Upon hearing Zhao Yingjun's words, everyone suddenly felt they had celebrated too early. Indeed, you can't have just a head. What does the body of this cartoon cat look like? What proportions? What posture? What clothes? What shoes? Everyone looked forward to what Lin Xian would come up with. At this moment, Lin Xian was tactically drinking water. He sipped his tea. The masked big face cat wore only had a cat head on it. No one knew what the rest of the cat's body looked like. But this wouldn't stump Lin Xian. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. He just needed to visit the dream once more, find Big Face Cat, and ask about the origin of the mask on his face. No problem. Lin Xian put down his teacup. The designs are all at home. I'll bring them over tomorrow. That evening, after washing up, Lin Xian glanced at the bedside clock. It was 2101. Through yesterday's dream, Lin Xian had already figured out the complete sequence of events. The cause was that Big Face Cat and a female code expert had agreed to rob a bank together. Not knowing each other, they arranged an identification password. The one wearing the cat mask would be Big Face Cat. The one wearing the Ultraman mask would be the code expert. The reason Lin Xian got involved yesterday was simply because he casually picked up an Ultraman mask to wear, which led Big Face Cat to mistake him for the code expert and take him along to rob the bank. Therefore, if I do the same as yesterday and wear the Ultraman mask, Big Face Cat will surely appear again. Lin Xian closed the windows. Having braved the cold winter wind yesterday, he made sure to add an extra layer of blankets today. He set his alarm clock, placed his phone on the nightstand, and turned off the light. Time to sleep. Whoosh, the hot summer breeze blew by, and Lin Xian smelled that distinctive fresh scent of tender green leaves and branches. He opened his eyes. In the brightly lit square, children were chasing each other around. He, chase me, take this, Ultraman slide, I want Tanghulu, wah, I'm not going home, I still want to play, mommy, I want to ride the bike. Lin Xian looked up at the electronic billboard in the center of the square. In the top right corner, the time was displayed. August 28, 2624, 213,717. Lin Xian always felt that the most illogical aspect of his dreams was the time setting. August 28, 2624. It's 600 years ahead of the real world Lin Xian lived in, yet the life scenes and level of technological development in his dreams were no different from those of 2022. This was just utter nonsense. How could human technology make no progress at all and be stagnant for 600 years? He tried looking for answers in the dream's libraries and on the internet, but all historical information in his dreams was vague, including lottery numbers, major historical events from centuries ago, big news, etc., with no detailed descriptions to be found. The only history he could look up in the libraries was too recent, and it felt no different from reading fantasy literature sold on street stalls, still not clarifying his doubts. Perhaps it's all due to a lack of imagination. Lin Xian had discussed this issue with a close friend, And this is what his friend had said. Ultimately, the dreams of a person are creations of the brain based on imagination. Therefore, nothing beyond your cognition will ever appear in your dreams. Your brain simply can't figure out what the world will look like in 600 years, so naturally you can't dream of it. Maybe if you watch more sci-fi movies, you'll see some improvement. Lin Xian thought this explanation was pretty solid, unfortunately. Even after watching hundreds of sci-fi movies, his dreams remained day after day, completely unchanged. Later on, after having his share of fun in the dreams, he came to accept this irrational setting. The very nature of dreams is fictional. The more irrational, the more reasonable. He encountered Big Face Cat around 10 o'clock yesterday. Now he must start taking action. Lin Xian approached two little boys who were chasing and play fighting. Ultraman flying kick, Ultraman elbow strike. The boys were getting more excited and moving further away, too engrossed to notice their masks falling to the ground. Key prop, the Ultraman mask is mine. Lin Xian picked up the mask and put it on his face. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, two sharp whistle blows. Lin Xian had just turned around when a thick arm grabbed him and started to run. There you are, little brother. This square is full of kids wearing Ultraman masks. It was so hard to find you. Before him was the familiar cat mask and the familiar chubby-cheeked face. Come with me. The car is over there. My buddy has already gone to the bank. Hang on a second, brother lion. Lin Xian stopped Big Face Cat. I have a question, say. What's the name of the cartoon cat on your mask? This one. Big Face Cat pointed to the deformed mask on his face. It's Keek Cat. Don't you recognize it? It's very popular. You've got quite a range for someone your age. My daughter really likes this cat. I've bought quite a few of these dolls in the past. Fine then. Lin Xian shrugged off Big Face Cat's hand and turned back towards the toy store. I forgot to pick something up. You go wait for me in the car. Slap. A hefty hand suddenly pressed down on Lin Xian's shoulder. Have you seen me before? First time. Then why do you call me Brother Lion? Big Face Cat stared hard at Lin Xian. A hot summer wind blew as if time itself had stopped. Neither of them spoke. Laughing children ran past them, and the vast square seemed worlds apart. Big Face Cat reached for his waist with his left hand. Lin Xian slowly turned his head. Ultraman stared at Keek Cat. Do you want to know why? I do. Because your face is just too big. A Big Face Cat furrowed his brow, and Keek Cat was squished flat. Lin Xian shook off the hand on his shoulder. I really can't overlook that big face of yours. If it bothers you, I can change the name. Ha ha ha. Big Face Cat laughed heartily. You're pretty spot on, kiddo. The guys call me Big Face Cat on the streets, so Brother Lion works too. Go get your stuff quickly. We're on a tight schedule. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked into the toy store. This Big Face Cat. I had thought he was a rough and impulsive man, but it turned out his mind was quite meticulous. Hello. Lin Xian walked up to the toy store counter. I would like to buy a Keek Cat plush toy. All right, sir, they are on the shelf over there. The salesperson led Lin Xian to a toy shelf, which had several layers stacked with Keek Cats. It seemed Big Face Cat was right. These things really were selling like hotcakes. Lin Xian picked up a basic model, starting to look it up and down, carefully studying the cat's structure, proportions, limbs, and clothing. Look closely here, remember the details. When I wake up at 42, I can just draw it from memory. It must be said, this Keek Cat was indeed designed to be extremely cute, on par with Hello Kitty in every way. Lin Xian scanned it with his naked eye from different angles, although this would be considered plagiarism in the design world. But can it be called plagiarism if I'm copying from my own dream? Everything in my dreams, aren't they all conjured up by me? I'm the original author. Lin Xian looked very carefully. Hey, what are you doing over there? A loud shout and Big Face Cat dashed over, huffing with anger. He grabbed Lin Xian and started to leave. How could you have no sense of time? Bro, hurry it up. Snap. As they passed the cash register, Big Face Cat slapped down a golden 1,000 yuan note. Keep the change. Big Face Cat's car was parked at the door, and Lin Xian, holding the Keek Cat plush toy, was shoved straight into the vehicle. Vroom. Big Face Cat floored the gas pedal, cursing and glaring at the plush toy in Lin Xian's arms. You're going to crack the code with this thing. You're damn. Give it to your daughter. Lin Xian placed the plush toy in front of the steering wheel. Well. Big Face Cat suddenly went silent. Ferocity and anger froze on his face. The curse halfway through also hung in the air. Seconds later, the savageness slowly dissipated. The twisted mouth slowly closed. He swallowed a mouthful of spit, looked straight ahead, drove in silence. Not a word was spoken throughout the journey. Lin Xian didn't understand why the always noisy and boisterous Big Face Cat had become so quiet that it felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. In the van, there was only the occasional ticking of the turn signal, and the glances Big Face Cat couldn't help casting at the Keek Cat plush toy every time he looked in the rear view mirror. The mask was starting to hurt his scalp. Lin Xian loosened the elastic with his hand. The traffic light at the intersection began to flash. Big Face Cat said softly, his voice a bit hoarse. He took a cigarette out of the pack, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. It's been many years since I bought a Keek cat toy. Smoke billowed. Your daughter's grown up, right? Lin Xian propped his cheek and said casually. She died. Big Face Cat took a deep drag on the cigarette, and the smoke swirled in the air. She's been dead for many years now, only 6 years old back then. Was it an accident? No. Big Face Cat stepped on the brake. She was murdered. Why would anyone want to kill a 6-year-old? Bro, Big Face Cat cut off Lin Xian, pointing to the bank across the street. We're here, time to get down to business. Click, he inserted the magazine into the handgun, chambered around, then adjusted the mask on his face. Let's go, bro. After we rob this bank, I can get revenge for my daughter. Work first, we can talk more later. Having said that, Big Face Cat smiled, patted Lin Xian on the shoulder, hopped out of the car, and headed for the bank entrance. Lin Xian remained silent. He sat alone in the car, watching Big Face Cat walk away unsteadily. In front of him, the adorable Keek Cat plush toy sat alone. Lin Xian recalled the scene from his dream the night before. Brother Lion, there's nothing but safes in the bank's vault, not a single penny. Are you going to get out or what, brother? Why all the dallying? Big Face Cat saw that Lin Xian hadn't followed. He ran back quickly to open the car door, urging Lin Xian to get out. It's almost midnight, brother. Move it, move it, move it. Alas. Lin Xian sighed. His purpose tonight was just to get a close look at Keek Cat. He never intended to rob a bank again. Who would have thought? Big Face Cat, like a bully forcing his way, dragged and pulled him along. Whatever, now that I'm here. Lin Xian jumped out of the car and followed Big Face Cat. Rustle, rustle, rustle. They arrived at the bank entrance. Is it all set? Asked Big Face Cat. The underling nodded. Bang, there was blood splattered all over the wall. Big Face Cat wiped his gun. Now there's one less person to split the money with. We'll both get a bigger share. Lin Xian nodded. A person who ain't clean-handed like that definitely can't be left alive. What the? Big Face Cat froze, his eyes widening as he looked at Lin Xian. How did you know? Look at his face. It's practically written, unfaithful, on his forehead. For real, brother. Big Face Cat scratched his head, looking at Lin Xian skeptically. Forget it, we've got to get moving. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The two men reached a junction in the corridor. Click. The masked underling cut the wires. It's done. The alarm system is disabled. Bang, the electric box was full of blood. Serves him right. The pure-hearted warrior Lin Xian sneered. Such a scumbag, flirting with Big Brother's wife. Death is too good for him. What the? Big Face Cat was so shocked he jumped. How the hell did you know about that? He spat out, his face going green with anger. Who the hell leaked the information? Now even you know, isn't the whole world going to know that Big Face Cat got cuckolded by his underling? Not the whole world. Lin Xian tried to comfort Big Face Cat. I also read it in his face. It's like having luring Big Brother's wife written all over his visage. Are you messing with me, brother? Writing short essays on his face, right? And besides. Big Face Cat flipped the corpse over. He's got his back to you, his face covered in pitch darkness, and you still can see his face clearly. If I give you an out, just take it gracefully. Do I have to tell the whole world? Cough, cough, let's just go. We're on the clock. Ahead, a chubby man ran up from the underground passageway. Boss. Bang, Big Face Cat turned his head looking at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also looked at him without speaking. Do you know why I killed him? That I really don't know. Lin Xian shook his head. This guy was the worst. He was planning to kill all of us later and take the money for himself. He even had the escape route planned. Tell me, shouldn't I have killed him? You two are just as bad as each other. The two continued to move forward until they reached the bank's vault. Familiar black walls, familiar silver-coated door. It's your turn, brother. Big Face Cat pointed at the coded door in front of him. You've got to be quick cracking that code. As soon as the main power is restored, the security system here will automatically sound the alarm. Don't worry, it'll only take me 10 seconds. That badass, huh? Big Face Cat exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. Lin Xian reached for Big Face Cat's lower back. Ow, what are you doing? Barring the C4. Lin Xian pressed the switch, sticking the C4 explosive onto the silver-coated door. Run, shift. Boom, boom, boom. The ear-shattering explosion tore through the air, countless bricks fell, and the entire passageway was shrouded in smoke and dust, everything a hazy gray. Big Face Cat scrambled up, spitting out a mouthful of lime. Is this how you code experts crack a code? Where the hell is the expert in that? It's all about efficiency, isn't it? Lin Xian came walking from the other end of the passage. How could you run that far? I just saw you flying on the wall. Big Face Cat got up, looking in shock at where Lin Xian had been. That's called parkour. The smoke and dust began to clear. The coded door was nowhere to be seen, and a big hole appeared on the dark wall. Big Face Cat scurried in, and Lin Xian followed suit. Big Face Cat looked around. Looked around. Where's the money? Who are you asking? I'm asking you where the money is. I don't know. You told me there were stacks of money here. Stacks of gold bars. The warehouse was completely empty. Except for the safes on the walls all around, it was utterly barren. Big Face Cat went berserk. He stepped forward, grabbed Lin Xian by the collar, and jammed a gun against Lin Xian's temple, veins bulging. Are you screwing with me? You said there was money here. That's why I came with you. I didn't say that. I did. A clear female voice came from behind. Big Face Cat craned his neck, looking over Lin Xian's shoulder. Thump! Lin Xian felt like a watermelon exploded on his shoulder, its red juice spraying his face, and some bits of bone, exciting. Lin Xian wiped his ear, feeling his adrenaline surge. He pushed away the corpse of Big Face Cat, the air around him thick with the smell of blood. In his previous dreams, he had been sniped in the head countless times, but as the saying goes, bystanders see more than gamesters, and this was his first time experiencing a close-up headshot. Tap, tap, tap. The woman walked over with light footsteps. Why deceive Big Face Cat? Lin Xian looked at the woman. What did I deceive him about? You lied to him about there being money and gold bars, but in reality your goal was just the safes, right? Mind your own business. The woman glanced at Lin Xian. Go where it's cool and stay there. Don't make me regret saving you. After saying that, the woman examined the names on each safe along the wall. Lin Xian wiped his neck with his clothes and remembered. In yesterday's dream, this woman also shot and killed Big Face Cat just when he was about to kill Lin Xian, saving him. Today, just now, it was also when Big Face Cat was holding a gun to his head. The woman deliberately called out to attract Big Face Cat's attention and then shot him dead. Very strange. He and she were neither kin nor acquainted. They hadn't even seen each other's faces. Why would this ruthless woman, who didn't even blink when killing, not only spare his life but also save him? Why did you save me? It's none of your business. This is no fun if you chat like this. At that moment, the woman found her target. A safe with the name Lin Xian on it. She tossed aside the small computer in her hand and began fiddling with the combination lock on the safe, ignoring Lin Xian. Let's make a deal. Lin Xian walked up. You tell me why you saved me and I'll help you open the safe. It's a good deal for you. Haha, the woman laughed. Do you really think that just because you're wearing an Ultraman mask, you're also a code expert? I'm better at cracking codes than a code expert. Lin Xian replied. What a joke. Why should I believe you? Because. Lin Xian pulled up the elastic band from the back of his head. He took off the Ultraman mask, looking straight at the woman. I am Lin Xian. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat awkward. Actually, the woman was the first to break the silence. Ever since I saw you impersonating me in the square and following Big Face Cat into the car, I thought you were crazy. Is the misunderstanding cleared up now? Now I'm even more certain. Lin Xian spread his hands helplessly, so in other words, you still don't believe me, right? But since you came to steal Lin Xian's safe, you must have investigated him, right? Don't you know what he looks like? Lin Xian pointed to his own face. Take a good look at my face and compare it with the photos from your investigations. See if they're the same. The woman shook her head. I've never investigated the owner of this safe, and I don't know what Lin Xian looks like. Lin Xian was speechless. He had never imagined proving himself to be himself would turn out to be such a difficult task. However, it doesn't really matter who you are. The woman spoke again. If you can really help me open the safe, I might as well tell you the answer. She crossed her arms, looking at the combination lock without any clue. If it were an electronic lock, I could crack it in a few minutes. But unfortunately, what we have here are mechanical locks with 8-digit codes. Neither brute force attacks nor sound-based methods can break it in a short time. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian. So I don't care who you are, you could be anyone. But as long as you can open this safe, you're my partner. Deal. Lin Xian extended his right hand in friendly agreement, although he wanted to coax the answer out of her first. But now there was no way to prove that he was Lin Xian having nothing of value to bargain with. He had to compromise. What should I call you? CC. The woman reached out and gave Lin Xian a high five. Just call me CC. Lin Xian found that the characters from his dreams never seemed to have normal names. What's your plan? CC looked at Lin Xian. Let's start with the dates of my adult life. We can try each significant date one by one. Lin Xian racked his brains, coming up with dates after dates related to himself. CC tried each one, but no matter how hard Lin Xian thought, he couldn't figure out the correct password. Was my mom's birthday just now still wrong? CC shook her head. Why not try your grandma's birthday? I really don't know my grandmother's birthday. Can't you hear that I'm being sarcastic? You've just tried the birthdays of all your aunts and even your dogs. Can't you think in a different way? CC looked at Lin Xian, baffled. Why does it have to be a date? With an 8-digit code, isn't there any other possibility? Lin Xian waved his hand. It must be a date, trust me. Just by looking at the structure, I can tell it's a date. It's a habit I've always had for setting passwords. Are you assuming that you're thinking as Lin Xian? I'll reiterate once again, Lin Xian said, exasperated. I'm not assuming I'm Lin Xian, I am Lin Xian. Can't you keep quiet and not interrupt my thinking? Heh, you sure have a strong sense of identity. CC snorted with laughter. Those dates you mentioned just now are all from hundreds of years ago. If I truly had no other choice, I wouldn't be here listening to your nonsense. Are all your relatives hundreds of years old demons? Lin Xian closed his eyes. His hands continuously rubbed his hair. Think harder. What could it be? What dates have I not yet considered? Lin Xian felt his brain was overheating, even running on overdrive. But all the dates he could think of, all related to him, he had tried. And none had opened it. This made Lin Xian doubt himself. Was this really his safe? But this was his dream. In his own dream, could there really be someone else's safe? Lin Xian remembered what his good friend had told him. Nothing that you haven't perceived can appear in your dreams. So, this 8-digit password, it must be in my memory. What haven't I thought of? What have I forgotten? What else is hidden? Click, with a crisp sound of an electrical circuit connecting. Woo-ah, 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 piercing alarm sounds erupted all around. The main circuit's been restored. It's an automatic alarm. Fuck, Lin Xian's heart raced. He kicked the safe furiously. Think faster, CC shouted. The blaring woo-ah woo-ah of the alarm. It was as nerve-wracking and irritating as the countdown of a bomb. I am thinking. Lin Xian scratched his scalp relentlessly. I can't think of anything. His head felt like it was about to split open. Brain overload. Lin Xian felt the whole world spinning. It was like being thrown into a constantly rotating Rubik's Cube, with memories flashing by like the flickering channels of a television set. If you can't figure it out, the police will be here. I really shouldn't have trusted you. Lin Xian squinted to check his watch. 4,127. It wasn't just the police to worry about, now only 33 seconds left in the dream. Are you capable or not? Cece screamed, where are all the fine words you said earlier? Stop yelling. Woo-ah, 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 woo-ah noise, alarm sounds, ringing in the ears. Lin Xian's head was about to explode. The cube of memories spun faster. Countless sealed memories burst forth like flood beasts. The scenes in front of him blurred as if he were looking at a rapidly changing view. Lin Xian felt dizzy and disoriented. The deepest buried secret in his heart was abruptly uncovered. I used to like a girl. Lin Xian held his forehead, gritting his teeth as he spoke. What's wrong with you? I don't have time for your love stories. CC roared amidst the alarms. She was my deskmate. I don't want to listen. I freaking don't want to say it either. Isn't this all for your sake? Lin Xian yelled back, pointing at the safe. 19,990,707, her birthday. Lin Xian felt like a clown. His most secretive secrets, his final layer of privacy, had been ripped away. Hurry up. Click, click, click. CC swiftly dialed the combination. She punched the lock hard. It didn't open. The password is wrong. Woo-ah, 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 woo-ah. 4,147, 20,150,609. Lin Xian shouted, covering his ears. What's that date? Don't tell me it's the day you confessed. CC's voice was hoarse with effort amidst the noisy alarm. Damn it, stop guessing. Just enter the password. Done. 4,156. CC gritted her teeth. She put all her strength into it, striking the lock fiercely. Bang. It didn't open. Lin Xian's body went limp all of a sudden, dizzy and vision blurry. The last thing he saw was CC in front of the safe, through the blurred vision. CC turned her head. Her resentful gaze pierced straight to the soul. Liar 4,200. Boom, boom, boom. A scorching white light suddenly flashed, consuming everything. 12th lunar month, early winter in the wee hours, in the clean and tidy bedroom. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Today's night was exceptionally quiet. Perhaps it was because the weather had turned cooler. The night market downstairs had quieted down early. Lin Xian opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. He didn't get up for a long time. He felt uncomfortable all over. It was a kind of an inexplicable sense of shame, to be of a certain age and still blurt out embarrassing tales from one's teenage years. Lin Xian rubbed his feet, squirming in bed to let the quilt wrap him even more tightly. Thank goodness it was just a dream. It would reset by tomorrow anyway, and no one would remember. But he had never anticipated. After all that effort, the safe's password was still incorrect. It seriously made Lin Xian doubt whether the safe was really his. Forget it, forget it. Lin Xian scratched his head, threw off the blanket, and sat up. Let's focus on the task at hand. Dreams are, after all, fake, and it's more important to move bricks in reality. After putting on his pajamas, Lin Xian turned on the desk lamp and sat at the desk, beginning to draw the Keek Cat design on drafting paper from his dream. The design for Keek Cat was simple and elegant, with not too many details, making it very easy to draw. It took less than 20 minutes. Lin Xian completed the frontal, side, and rear views of Keek Cat on the drafting paper. Whether it was the details of the limbs, clothing, tail, or shoes, Lin Xian reproduced them all from his dream memory on an 11 scale. Perfect. Lin Xian wiped his hands, brushing away the eraser shavings on the table. With such high completion, I can easily hand it over tomorrow, looking at the drawing of Keek Cat in front of him. Lin Xian couldn't help but think of Big Face Cat again. After these past 2 nights of dreaming, he had thoroughly understood the feud between Big Face Cat and the code expert CC. Russell. Lin Xian took out another sheet of white paper and began to organize his thoughts. Story process 1. Big Face Cat's daughter was killed at the age of 6, and he needed a lot of money to avenge her. 2. The code expert CC wanted to get into the bank vault with the intention of opening Lin Xian's safe and acquiring what was inside. 3. CC deceived Big Face Cat by claiming there was a large fortune in the bank. Thus, they agreed on a secret signal and planned to meet and rob the bank together. 4. Big Face Cat always planned to kill the others and keep the money for himself. Meanwhile, CC intended to kill Big Face Cat after entering the vault, since there was no money and he certainly wouldn't spare her, so she had to strike first. 5. In the end, neither Big Face Cat nor CC achieved their goals, both failed. Snap. Lin Xian capped his pen, looking at the analysis he had written. This was the story of Big Face Cat and CC, who, like NPCs in a game world, repeated this same scenario day after day, year after year. Lin Xian was well aware. Even though he had only played with them for 2 nights, the vendetta between Big Face Cat and CC had been cycling countless times over the past 20-plus years, unfolding punctually every night and concluding on time. If he hadn't been involved, their ending would have been the same every day. But Lin Xian tapped the white paper with the barrel of his pen. I am the only variable. All along, Lin Xian had treated his dreams like an RPG game, which was a very interesting experience. Everyone in the dream was an NPC. They each had their own storyline, their own tasks, and Lin Xian could fully immerse himself in them, understanding a story, participating in an event, or changing an outcome. After all, in a dream, one can do whatever they wish, reload infinitely, and try countless times. So Lin Xian seldom encountered a problem he couldn't solve or a task he couldn't complete. But this time, it's pretty tough. There are too many things that I don't understand. Whoosh. Lin Xian took out another sheet of A4 paper and wrote on it, Unsolved Mysteries. 1. What exactly is hidden inside the safe? 2. What exactly is the combination to the safe? 3. Why did CC save me? Her attitude towards me is also quite subtle and strange. These are the issues for now. Lin Xian looked at these 3 pressing questions. He had no clues or breakthroughs for the first 2. As for the third question, why did CC save him, and why was her attitude towards him so subtle? It feels like she didn't meet me for the first time. At least she never thought about killing me. But that's not to say much. She doesn't know me at all. Actually, she seems to trust me quite a bit, willing to listen to me and try so many different codes. This is also hard to say, perhaps a drowning man clutching at straws. His thoughts became confused again, enough to compete for the Maodun Literature Prize. Lin Xian yawned. Let's sleep. You can't take things too seriously in dreams. There are too many irrational elements. The next day, the company conference room. Everyone was staring at the design draft on the table, shocked into silence. This wasn't it just a rough sketch yesterday. How did we get a detailed 3-view drawing today with such a high level of completion? We can start production and printing right away. Are you an idiot? Lin Xian just casually sketched a draft yesterday, and that doesn't mean he started the design just yesterday. With the completeness of this design draft, Lin Xian must have been busy for at least 2 months in private. Too cute. I've never seen such a pretty kitten. I told you yesterday, the cat designed by Lin Xian has huge potential. Just need to refine and color it. It definitely won't be inferior to kitty cat. From a professional standpoint, the design language of this kitten is very avant-garde. I can't even imagine which girl could resist buying such an adorable kitten. Lin Xian has really outdone himself this time. When President Zhao Yingjun was present, everyone always behaved more reservedly, never daring to discuss so loudly. But today, the results Lin Xian presented were so astonishing that their inner shock couldn't be suppressed. One reason was the speed, the other was the high quality. If everyone didn't know the full story, they might have thought that Lin Xian had plagiarized the finished product from another company. Today, Zhao Yingjun was dressed in black, looking particularly cool and commanding, exuding an aura that seemed to warn ordinary people to keep their distance. But now, as she looked down at the design draft, there was also a face full of gratified smiles. This is truly an exceptionally excellent brand image, several times stronger than what I imagined or expected. It's apparent that Lin Xian put a lot of effort into designing this cat. Suddenly, I feel it would be a waste to just use this cat as a mascot or in print ads. Now I have a new idea. But before that, we need to give this adorable cat a name first. Zhao Yingjun looked up at Lin Xian, her eyes filled with affirmation and appreciation. Lin Xian, since you designed this cat, you should be the one to name her. Everyone was looking at Lin Xian. Many colleagues from the design department gave Lin Xian a surreptitious thumbs up. The name of this cat. Lin Xian rested his chin in his hand, looking at the big screen displaying Rhine brand image design's 7th discussion session on the conference logo. Since the new brand name of the company is Rhine, then the name of this cat shall be Rhine Cat. Rhine Cat, is it just that simple, that casual? The colleagues were all abuzz with discussion. Rhine Cat sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Lin Xian explained, since it's a brand image, it's definitely meant to serve the purpose of promoting the brand first and foremost. I think there's no name more suitable than Rhine Cat. Rhine Cat is indeed not bad. Zhao Yingjun nodded. From the company's standpoint, if you're willing to tie this cat to the brand name, that's naturally something we would desire greatly. Of course, if you make such a significant contribution to the company, we naturally won't mistreat talent. Clap, clap. Zhao Yingjun clapped his hands, signaling everyone to quiet down now. I would like to announce a new personnel appointment. Personnel appointment. As soon as they heard there was going to be a change in personnel, everyone immediately quieted down and sat up straight. Zhao Yingjun picked up the design draft of the Rhine Cat and looked at the people and said, I think everyone can see the potential value and development prospects of the Rhine Cat that Lin Xian has designed. So just as I mentioned earlier, using it merely as a mascot for publicity seems a bit wasteful. Therefore, I plan to establish a brand new department dedicated to the IP development of Rhine Cat. From now on, Rhine Cat will not only be the mascot of Rhine Cosmetics, but also an independent IP character. We can produce various authorized products like Rhine Cat merchandise, animations, dolls, clothing, and so on. This could greatly enhance our Rhine brand's influence and in turn reinforce the cosmetics market. This new department will be temporarily named the Rhine Cat IP Development and Operations Team. It will be on the same level as other official departments and report directly to me, and the leader of this team will be taken up by Lin Xian. Boom. Lin Xian, how could Lin Xian, so young and inexperienced, be put in charge of such an important department, directly managed by President Zhao? But after the shock had passed, everyone thought it over seriously. Isn't this exactly what Lin Xian deserves? He managed to design the Rhine Cat and has proven his ability to assume this position with his talent. Thunderous applause erupted in an instant. The colleagues excitedly congratulated Lin Xian. Awesome, Lin Xian. A group leader just like that. How about transferring me to your department? I'll be your soldier. You've got to treat us to dinner tonight, right, Lin Xian? Now your rank and benefits are going to be on par with elder sister Huan, with a salary that's surely more than tripled. At the group leader level, who cares about the salary? Just the performance bonuses alone are going to crush the salary by several times. Not to mention, according to our company's rules, Lin Xian will also have copyright earnings. So let's not say any more, Lin Xian. You have to bleed a nice chunk tonight. Group leader Lin, don't forget us when you come into your fortune. You are now the youngest group leader in our company, with limitless prospects ahead. In their excitement, the colleagues surrounded Lin Xian, almost ready to toss him into the air to celebrate. All right, I'll treat you guys, just stop making noise, to be honest. Even Lin Xian was very surprised by Zhao Yingjun's personnel appointment. After all, he really didn't have much experience, having joined the company less than a year ago. Do a good job, Lin Xian. Zhao Yingjun walked up to Lin Xian, smiling as he looked at him. I really like the cat you designed, and I have high expectations for your talent. I hope you can help MX Company expand our business territory even further. Cosmetics are ultimately replaceable, fast-moving consumer goods, but only culture and art can persist through history. Perhaps centuries from now, people may no longer use MX Company's cosmetics, but they will still remember the Rhine Cat. Having said that, Zhao Yingjun turned and left. I'm looking forward to your work outcomes. Keep it up. By the time he got home that night, it was already past 10. The dinner party was full of joy, and Lin Xian was always popular, so his promotion made everyone genuinely happy for him. During the chat, several company veterans told Lin Xian that President Zhao's hiring and promotion strategies were always bold and aggressive. MX Company's growth has been remarkable, gaining some fame nationwide in just 2 years, and it's inseparable from President Zhao's unconventional approach to recruiting talent. But cough cough, President Zhao is just as decisive when it comes to firing people. You should be more careful from now on. After taking a bath, Lin Xian poured himself a glass of yogurt. It was good for getting rid of hangovers, and it made him feel a lot more comfortable. I never imagined that stuff from my dreams would actually come in handy. For all these years, Lin Xian had only thought about living a carefree and joyful life in his dreams, never trying to fleece the sheep from them. Although everything in the dream is fake, there's no true or false when it comes to art and design. He recalled what Zhao Yingjun had said. Mendeleev had invented the periodic table in his dreams, and Einstein had been inspired by the special theory of relativity in his. So it made sense for him to have created the Rhine Cat in his dream. No, it was called Keek Cat in the dream, he corrected himself. Lin Xian yawned. Actually, Rhine Cat sounds nicer. Brushing teeth, washing face, going to bed to sleep. Few the familiar dry summer breeze, the familiar fresh scent of young leaves. Lin Xian opened his eyes. It was still that familiar square. Everything was as always, unchanging. It was just that today he went to bed too late and there wasn't a single child running and playing in the square. Probably they had all gone home to sleep. Lin Xian turned to look at the road. Big Face Cat's van was not there either. At this time, he must have connected with CC and set off for the bank. What should I do now? Lin Xian looked around and saw that the toy store he had visited before was still open. Let's go have another look at the Keek Cat dolls, check out the other styles. Since Zhao Yingjun thought so highly of him, he couldn't let her down at work. In that toy store, there was an entire shelf of Keek Cat dolls. There were many, both large and small, and there were also some keychains, pendants, stationery, and other merchandise. As the leader of the Rhine Cat IP development and operations team, how could he miss such a good stock-up opportunity? Lin Xian walked straight into the toy store, heading directly for the shelf where the Keek Cat was. But where's the Keek Cat? On the shelf in front of him, there were no signs of any Keek Cat at all. All kinds of unfamiliar dolls were there instead. In an instant, a chill ran down Lin Xian's spine. An indescribable sense of fear spread throughout his body. Something had changed. His dreams had actually altered. For over 20 years, for thousands of nights, all his dreams had been exactly the same. The children would always fall over at the fixed time and place. The radio would always broadcast the same news over and over. Even the leaves blown down by the wind would land in the exact same place each time without fail. But now, the toy store was still that toy store. The shelf was still that shelf. But the Keek Cat dolls that should have been on it were all gone. The sudden unfamiliarity made Lin Xian feel somewhat suffocated. Is this still my dream? Lin Xian turned around abruptly. He discovered that the sales clerk was standing right behind him, smiling. Sir, may I help you with anything? I want to buy a Keek Cat doll. They were right here before. Keek Cat, the sales clerk tilted her head. Looking puzzled, sir, are you sure you haven't mistaken something? We've never sold anything called Keek Cat in our store. Haven't you heard of Keek Cat? I've never heard of it. The salesman scratched his head, looking puzzled. Sir, are you sure you've got the right name? Our store has a very complete selection of stuffed toys. Maybe if you describe what the toy looks like, I can help you find it. Well, Lin Xian thought for a bit. It's just the cat's expression goes something like this. Lin Xian contorted his face, mimicking Keek Cat's expression. Oh wow, the salesman's face lit up with a smile. Ha ha ha, I know what you're talking about, sir. The toy you're looking for is right over here. He led Lin Xian toward the most central, conspicuous, and largest shelf in the store. Look, they're all here. The shelves before them sparkled under the dazzling lights, towering a good dozen layers high. Opulence at its peak. Is this the cat you were talking about, sir? The salesman said with a smile. This is the best-selling product in our store. This cat has been popular for several hundred years, and it's still very much in demand. However, you did indeed remember the name wrong. The cat's name is. Yeah, I see it. At that moment, Lin Xian felt as though a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him. Two huge speakers nearby were playing bewitching music. On the shelf, hundreds of identical cats stared straight at him. In the middle of the billboard, in huge letters, it read, Century's Blockbuster, bestseller of the age. Rhine Cat. The plaza was deserted in the early hours of the morning. All the surrounding shops had turned off their lights and closed up. Only tirelessly buzzing insects hitting the street lights and the mournful cries of cicadas added a touch of tranquility to the sultry summer night. Lin Xian sat on a bench, feeling that this world did not belong to him. It was so unfamiliar, so out of place. He opened his palm. In it, he held a Rhine Cat keychain. The money he had was only enough to buy this. This cat, every single thread, every adornment, every detail, was exactly the same as the Keek Cat in his dreams. The only difference was its name had changed from Keek Cat to Rhine Cat. Why did it change? He couldn't describe the feeling inside him. Fear, dread, that wasn't quite it. But there was a distinct sense of being lost, a feeling of no longer being in control. He had always thought of himself as a god in the world of dreams, able to do whatever he wanted, with the entire dream world revolving around him. But now, he recalled the plot of The Truman Show, feeling like a plaything kept in captivity. Bang, bang, bang. At 42, a white light that swallowed the world arrived punctually, ablaze with everything. Whoa. The night wind picked up. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He saw the semi-transparent curtain dancing wildly in the air, forgot to close the window again. He wrapped the blankets tighter around him but couldn't ward off the chill that rose from his heart. For a dream that never changed, change was the utmost horror. Lin Xian picked up the cell phone from his nightstand. He dialed a number. Hello? Gao Yang, something's happened. What's up? The person on the other end was alert. My dreams, they've changed. That's great. On the other end of the phone, Gao Yang was overjoyed. This means your condition is improving. Didn't I tell you before? I said if you watch more sci-fi movies and read sci-fi novels, the world in your dreams would definitely change. Did you dream of a two-dimensional foil spaceship? Ah, it's not that kind of change. Lin Xian sat up, hearing the noisy chaos from the other end of the phone. Where are you? At the bar watching the game. The Qatar World Cup. Wanna come? It's not far from your place. Lin Xian glanced at the clock. It was past 1 in the morning. but recalling the changes in his dream, he was already devoid of any urge to sleep. All right, wait for me a while. Lin Xian got out of the taxi. Before even entering the bar, he could hear the uproar inside, a chorus of cheers. Looking at the bar's sign, this should be a quiet pub meant for drinking and chatting, but with the Qatar World Cup going on, they probably turned it into a football special. Here, Lin Xian, sit over here. Gao Yang squeezed through the crowd with his belly in front, pulling Lin Xian to a small table in the corner. Let's just watch from here. I'll go grab some more beer. No, I didn't come to watch the game. We can talk while we watch. With that said, Gao Yang's hefty figure twisted back into the crowd. Gao Yang, he had been Lin Xian's good friend since childhood. Both of their parents were co-workers in the same factory, and they were born in the same residential compound. Later on, it might have been fate. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, the two were either in neighboring classes or in the same class as classmates. It's just that Lin Xian did much better in his studies than Gao Yang. After graduation, Gao Yang also came to Donghai City to strive for a living, currently working as a car salesman in a 4S shop. Lin Xian still trusted Gao Yang a lot, even having had the same recurring dream for over 20 years. Lin Xian had only ever discussed it with Gao Yang. Here we go. Gao Yang, cradling beers, sidled over and placed them on the table, popping open a few. Have a beer to calm your nerves. Spill it, brother. What exactly happened? Crack. Their glasses clinked, and with a swig of the ice-cold beer, Lin Xian felt a touch of reality. It's like this, it's a bit of a long story. Lin Xian put down his beer glass and gestured with his hands as he spoke, telling Gao Yang about the random encounter with Big Face Cat, seeing the Keek Cat mask, then all sorts of things at work, copying Keek Cat out of the dream, casually naming it Rhine Cat, and then returning to the dream to find out that overnight, everyone had forgotten the name Keek Cat, as if it never existed, and the name of this cat, just like that, unceremoniously became Rhine Cat. Gao Yang kept nodding, drinking, staring blankly as if deep in thought, with a look of concern on his face. I got it. Gao Yang put down his glass, his gaze hazy. So you're saying you drew a cat in real life and then it appeared in your dream. You didn't get a damn thing. Lin Xian slammed the table repeatedly. I've been seriously telling you this for so long, and that's all you've understood. Ah, ooh, ah, 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 wah, wah, ah. Suddenly, Gao Yang leaped up, screaming, howling like a banshee. He pounded the table like a wild gorilla. Damn, you've just revealed your true colors. Lin Xian recoiled in shock. That's when he noticed. Everyone in the bar was just like Gao Yang, gesticulating wildly. It's in. Brilliant. Messi, you're the man. It's set. Argentina, you rock. King of football. Aha. Lin Xian turned around. The large screen projecting at the bar was replaying the goal that had just been scored. You haven't been listening to a word I said. Oh, I've been listening. Ha ha ha, listening really. Gao Yang sat down again, chuckling as he filled Lin Xian's glass with beer. We've known each other for over 20 years. I've heard you talk about your dreams so many times. It's always the same thing, over and over. The point is, why hasn't the dream changed for over 20 years and then it suddenly changed today? Lin Xian emphasized. Thud. Gao Yang downed his beer in one gulp, setting the empty glass on the table, and pointed at Lin Xian. Actually, it's quite simple, I'll tell you why. You've seen Inception, the movie, right? Gao Yang poured himself a full glass of wine. A person's dreams are actually controlled by the subconscious in their mind. You know what the subconscious is. Normally, you're not even aware of its existence, but it always influences your actions, emotions, and dreams. To put it simply, the subconscious is your underlying cognition. Even though you're not aware of it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Often, people can deceive their hearts, deceive their brains, but you absolutely cannot deceive your subconscious. Gao Yang glanced at the large screen behind him and then leaned back to look at Lin Xian. Do you understand? Is it a bit too profound? I understand the literal meaning. Lin Xian nodded. He had also seen Inception and found it fascinating. In the movie, the protagonist invades others' dreams using a machine to extract information. But what does this have to do with the changes in my dreams? Because your subconscious has changed. Gao Yang downed a glass of beer. I ask you, right now, in your subconscious, what do you think this cat should be named? Lin Xian thought hard for a while. Rhine Cat, that's exactly right. Your subconscious already acknowledges it as Rhine Cat, so naturally, your dream's version has to update as well. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Lin Xian frowned. How reliable is your theory, really? Can the settings in a movie be taken seriously? Gao Yang chuckled slyly, wagging his finger. I didn't just learn from movies, look. He opened his phone, browsed to a person's moments on WeChat, and held the phone up to Lin Xian. This client of mine is a psychologist, very famous in Donghai. I added her on WeChat when she bought a car. She often posts this kind of stuff in her moments, and I read and learn from it when I have nothing better to do. Lin Xian glanced at the moments. Posted there were various psychological insights and seminar content. In truth, there's no need for you to fuss about such a trivial matter. Gao Yang gestured expansively. In the end, what's so strange about things from reality appearing in dreams? When the day comes that things from dreams start appearing in reality, that will truly be a serious matter. With that, Gao Yang, holding his glass, went back to watching the soccer game, shaking his head. The Argentina team scored another goal. The entire bar erupted with deafening excitement. Sitting in his chair, Lin Xian reflected on Gao Yang's words. The ice-cold beer in his glass gradually became tepid. Gao Yang, though not the most scholarly, often spoke persuasively. Upon further thought, it seemed there was nothing remarkable about things from reality appearing in dreams. Wasn't everything dreamt by everyone made up of fragments from reality? In fact, it was just the name of the toy in his dream that had changed. The cat was still the same cat, completely unchanged. Viewing it this way, it seemed he had really been overly sensitive. In the end, Argentina won the match. Amid the cheers of the soccer fans and drinking buddies, the bar began to empty out. That was thrilling. I really hope Argentina makes it to the finals. Best if they win the championship. In the chilly wind, Gao Yang, his face flushed, belly resembling a beer keg, hopped excitedly on the spot. Lin Xian, I heard you got a promotion. I'm just to a team leader, but it's a direct team on par with the department. Not bad, brother. Skyrocketing to success. Gao Yang looped an arm around Lin Xian's neck and laughed heartily. Make money fast. Come buy a car for me when you've made some money. Definitely next time. It must be said, Zhao Yingjun was indeed swift and decisive in her actions. When Lin Xian arrived at the company today, his work group and office were all set up. Lin Xian now had his own private office. Although not large, it was fully equipped. His desk had also been upgraded to the specifications of a department head. A massive single desk, a brand new top-of-the-line Apple all-in-one, and an independent bookcase. With such standards and treatment, could there be any lack of motivation to work? Lin Xian, holding the latest design draft of the Rhine Cat, went to report to Zhao Yingjun. Zhao Yingjun's office was on the 22nd floor with 2 password locks, and aside from Zhao Yingjun, no one else knew the codes. Come in, Zhao Yingjun remotely unlocked the door, and Lin Xian entered the office. This was his first time inside this office, and it was exactly as the rumors described: clean, simple, without a single superfluous item. But the space was indeed large, with 2 partitioned restrooms on the side. Zhao Yingjun was wearing a white trench coat today, her makeup exquisite, and her silver earrings glimmered in the sunlight. She usually tied her hair up, looking spirited and efficient, but today it was gently draped over her neck, lending her an air of much more approachability. Very nice. After reviewing Lin Xian's design draft, Zhao Yingjun nodded in approval, handed over to the production department. Let them find a factory to start manufacturing, and release it alongside our leading products from the Rhine brand as a free gift. When the toy samples are produced, bring one to me first. I quite like this Rhine cat. All right, Lin Xian agreed and left with the design draft. Hey Lin Xian, Zhao Yingjun called out to him. I saw on your resume you graduated from East Sea University. Yes, President Zhao. Zhao Yingjun sized him up. Do you have a suit? I have one bought for job interviews. Go to the Brioni store in the neighboring mall and pick out a suit, Zhao Yingjun said, looking down at her documents. Go now. There's a science fundraising dinner tonight. You'll accompany me. I'll send you the address later. Bang, the heavy office door with a password lock closed, and Lin Xian stood outside, puzzled. What was this? Zhao Yingjun was asking him to accompany her to dinner. What did this entail? However, the other team leaders were often out wining and dining every evening. Perhaps these things were unavoidable as a leader. Lin Xian returned to his office, arranged some work for his 4 subordinates, and then headed to the adjacent shopping mall. The commercial district next to the company's office building was the most upscale shopping area in Donghai City, brimming with luxury brands. Lin Xian had never crossed paths with this place before. This was his first time browsing. Following directions, he quickly located the Brioni store mentioned by Zhao Yingjun, a men's suit store with classic and elegant decor. Welcome, sir. A lovely young lady greeted Lin Xian with a bow and a smile, gesturing for him to come inside. During her explanation, Lin Xian learned that Brioni was an Italian brand with a long history. Lin Xian guessed why the sales associate was explaining so thoroughly to him. They had a keen eye and could immediately discern a customer's purchasing power. This seemingly detailed explanation was actually a polite way to probe. If the customer couldn't afford it, they would gracefully step back, and both sides understood without any awkwardness. This was the essence of a luxury brand. Those scenes of condescending sales assistants from urban novels a decade ago probably only happened in fiction. Hello, Mr. Lin. At that moment, a slightly older woman with the appearance of a manager approached Lin Xian with a bow. You must be Mr. Lin from MX Company. Lin Xian nodded. The manager smiled. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I was tied up with some matters and couldn't greet you in time. The manager excused the sales associate and led Lin Xian into an interior room. Mr. Lin, please come in. After entering the room, Lin Xian noticed that it was brightly lit, with European-style wooden furniture arranged all around the room, giving it a sense of history. And in the center of the room, there were several glass cabinets, each displaying a neatly hanging suit. Mr. Lin, since you have to attend the banquet tonight, it's definitely too late to handcraft a suit from scratch. The suits displayed here are all standard models. Take a look at these suits, choose the one you like, and I'll take it out for you to try. Your figure is quite standard, so a little alteration by the tailor and you can take it directly to wear. Personally, I recommend the set on the left. Its style isn't as formal, and its pairing is a bit more vibrant. Listening to the manager's introduction, Lin Xian turned his head to look at the glass cabinet on the left. It was a dark blue suit, and Lin Xian could tell this suit was a notch higher in quality than those outside. Then let's go with this one, I'll give it a try. Lin Xian had only worn a suit once in his life, and rather than choosing for himself, he trusted the professional's opinion more. After trying on the suit, Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror. Indeed, clothes make the man. The top-notch suit really did make a difference once worn. Let's go with this one then. All right, Mr. Lin, please come this way, and I'll have the tailor take your measurements and make the alterations. By the way, do you need me to recommend you a tie? You do the pairing. After a while, Lin Xian left the store carrying a suit box. It was his first time learning that such top-tier suits were usually kept in boxes. The manager told him that after getting home, he should take the suit out of the box, hang it up to prevent wrinkles. The purpose of the box was to protect the suit during transport. Quite delicate indeed. Carrying this suit box, Lin Xian felt like he was carrying a box of gold. He was quite curious about how much this so-called top-tier suit was worth, but there were no prices listed on the 3 glass cabinets, and the manager had directly charged it to Zhao Yingzhen's account, so in the end, Lin Xian had no idea how much it cost. 7 p.m. Lin Xian took a taxi to the banquet venue. This was the most luxurious mansion in Donghai City. After the car stopped, there was a dedicated greeter to open the door, shielding the top of the door frame with their palm. "Sir, please mind your step getting out." Lin Xian walked towards the hall of the mansion, nodding and smiling back at several guests who were approaching and doing the same. The entire mansion was decorated in a European style, its bricks and tiles exuding elegance and gravity. As he entered the hall, the banquet had not yet officially begun. The guests were all holding wine glasses, scattered around chatting, while melodious violin and piano music played from the second floor. This atmosphere reminded Lin Xian of a scene from Titanic. Lin Xian soon found Zhao Yingzhen. Today she wore a dark red evening dress with her hair piled high in a formal style. Lin Xian noticed that she had switched her earrings from silver in the morning to a crystal red, which matched her evening dress well. Different from the Zhao Yingzhen who usually wore business attire, today's Zhao Yingzhen seemed more feminine and had the beauty of a high-blooming rose. "Lin Xian, you're here." Zhao Yingzhen noticed Lin Xian and gave him an appraising look, nodding her head. "Good eye, that suit suits you well." She walked over, pinched Lin Xian's tie knot and tightened it. "Lin Xian, a suit is a man's armor and the tie is his sword at hand. Remember to tie it tighter next time." "Oh, okay." Lin Xian opened his mouth to respond. After patting Lin Xian's collar, Zhao Yingzhen picked up her glass again and led Lin Xian further inside, saying, "Today's science fundraising dinner is organized by the chairman of the Donghai Chamber of Commerce, Chu Shan." She pointed to the towering man at the bottom of the Great Hall's stairs, chatting merrily with a group of tycoons. "That's Chu Shan, Donghai City's most famous big shot." "I've heard of him," Lin Xian nodded. Chu Shan's name was known to everyone in Donghai City. He was the man no one dared to provoke or even wanted to provoke. As an international metropolis, Donghai City was rife with complex overt and covert operations. How could an ordinary person firmly hold the position of chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, a role so full of verbal authority and actual power? When I was in college, I would often hear legendary stories about Chu Shan. It's hard to tell whether they were true or not. There are also rumors that he is a doting father to his daughter. Zhao Yingzhen chuckled softly. "That's not false. He spoils his daughter a lot, spoils her. He holds her in his hands for fear of her falling and cherishes her in his mouth for fear of her melting." Zhao Yingzhen looked around and shook her head. "Chu Shan used to bring his daughter to every banquet, but today I haven't seen her. She's a very pretty girl." "Oh," Lin Xian responded noncommittally. He wasn't interested in such gossip. It was a world completely disconnected from him. "Lin Xian, look over there," Zhao Yingzhen said, pulling Lin Xian's arm and pointing to another side. There stood a man alone in a corner of the hall, sticking out like a sore thumb from the rest of the dinner. He was dressed in a casual shirt, his face spotted with unshaven stubble, and he wore thick square glasses that were now fogging up. "That's Professor Su from East Sea University, Professor Su Yun. Did you know him when you were studying?" "I don't know him," Lin Xian said frankly. East Sea University was so large, with so many schools, and so many professors that Lin Xian couldn't even recognize all the teachers in his own school, let alone others. Professor Su Yun is the only scientist in the country who is researching the hibernation pod. He's never had much luck with his research, hasn't even nailed down the basic theory, let alone made any substantive progress. Someone in our country studies that. Sounds too sci-fi. Zhao Yingzhen smiled, lowering her head. "Just him alone. Because he's researching such a far-fetched topic, no research institute wants him. His former teachers and students have all left him. Everyone thinks he's gone mad." After all these years, he's only managed to become an associate professor through seniority, without any achievements in scientific research. He can only huddle up in the university, teaching classes and tinkering with his research in the lab. But then, Zhao Yingjun focused on the swirling red wine in her glass and continued. Perhaps that's just how fate works. When it has declined to its extreme, it rebounds the other way. A while ago, he again failed in his research on the hibernation pod filling liquid, but accidentally discovered a new chemical compound. When this substance binds with water molecules, it forms a monomolecular film that allows the passage of gases but completely isolates water molecules, and it's also harmless to the skin. Zhao Yingjun set her wine glass on the table, then took a new glass of red wine from the tray held by a passing waiter. This chemical compound, for Professor Su's hibernation research, is undoubtedly a failure. But Lin Xian, do you know what this substance means to our skincare industry? It breathes and it locks in moisture. This is just a moisturizer. MX Company is a cosmetics company, and although Lin Xian works in the design department, he still has a certain understanding of the basics of makeup and skincare products. The three biggest demands women have for skincare products are whitening, wrinkle reduction, and moisturizing. Nowadays, none of the moisturizing products on the market can provide absolute, long-lasting hydration. During makeup application, to achieve moisturizing effects, it's usually necessary to apply several layers of skincare, a layer of essence, a layer of lotion, and a layer of moisturizer. Not to mention how cumbersome and heavy this feels, it's also uncomfortable for the skin. But looking at Professor Su's chemical substance from another angle, its properties perfectly solve many of the issues with current moisturizer products. Therefore, in the moisturizing skincare domain, a novel moisturizer utilizing this chemical substance would be a disruptive force. Wouldn't they just sell like crazy? I understand now. Lin Xian said slowly, if we can secure the usage rights for this chemical substance and use it as the launch product for our new brand line, we can definitely overturn the entire skincare market. At the least, we would be unrivaled in the moisturizing arena. That's right. Zhao Yingjun nodded and said, nowadays, all the major cosmetics companies around the world have offered Professor Su very high prices, with some companies even proposing licensing fees of several $1,000,000. Hiss. Lin Xian took a sharp breath of cold air. Several $1,000,000, and that's just the licensing fee. It is simply too exaggerated converted. It's at least tens of millions of long yuan. But as someone who works in the cosmetics industry, Lin Xian was very clear that Professor Su's product was worth the price. If they could get an exclusive license, it would essentially be sentencing all other brands' moisturizing products to death. It would be enough to monopolize the entire moisturizing market. Actually, MX Company has offered even higher terms. Zhao Yingjun said with a wry smile, but Professor Su doesn't even give us the time of day. However, the good news is, he isn't giving any other company the time of day either, so we still have a chance. Come on, Lin Xian, let's go and greet Professor Su. Lin Xian also held a wine glass and followed Zhao Yingjun to the corner of the hall. As soon as Professor Su Yun saw Zhao Yingjun approaching, he turned his head to leave. Professor Su, it's been a long time, Zhao Yingjun greeted with a smile as she walked up. Professor Su Yun turned around and gave an awkward smile. Congratulations, Professor Su. Zhao Yingjun raised her wine glass to meet with Professor Su Yun's. Your research results are truly a groundbreaking invention. I believe that if it's applied in the right field, it will definitely realize its full potential. However, Professor Su Yun did not clink glasses with Zhao Yingjun. He looked down, laughed at himself, and said, "Are you talking about that laughable failure? I've already received enough mockery." "No, Professor Su, I don't think it's a failure. You should treasure your research." Miss Zhao, Professor Su Yun interrupted Zhao Yingjun with his hand. He looked up, his face serious, and said, "Miss Zhao, I am very pleased to see you here today. If you're here to donate funds for scientific pursuits, then I'm more than happy to drink as many glasses with you as you like. But if you're here with other intentions, I am sorry, but I must decline." Lin Xian squinted his eyes. It was clear that Professor Su Yun did not welcome Zhao Yingjun and even had a strong aversion to interacting with these cosmetic companies. "You flatter me, Professor Su, but let's keep things separate." Zhao Yingjun maintained her smile. Professor Su Yun extended his glass to clink glasses, and Zhao Yingjun purposely lowered hers a bit. Clack! After the toast, both of them drained their glasses. Putting down his glass, Professor Su Yun looked at Zhao Yingjun. "Miss Zhao, I hope to see you more often at occasions like this one, and not in my laboratory." With that, Professor Su turned and left. Zhao Yingjun pulled out a white handkerchief, pinched a corner of it, and dabbed at the red wine stain on her lips. "You see, Lin Xian, he's always had this attitude towards us. Today was actually not too bad." Lin Xian nodded his head. He had little contact with Zhao Yingjun before and hadn't even exchanged a word with her. He had thought that this woman would be lofty and superior everywhere she went, But now it seemed she too had her difficulties. She too had to put on a smiling face in front of Professor Su Yun and bow to clink glasses with him. However, this was also unavoidable. The company needed to grow. The people below needed to eat. At just 23 years old, Zhao Yingjun had grown the company to this size. Within less than 2 years after returning from studying abroad, her family background and heritage must be impressive, undoubtedly supported by family resources. But Lin Xian couldn't understand why she would choose to strike out on her own instead of taking an easy path, biding her time to take over the family business. These matters were known to few within the company. Zhao Yingjun must have her own distress and her own thoughts. Professor Su Yun must be in desperate need of research funds and equipment. Why doesn't he want to turn that failed product into capital? Lin Xian was puzzled. Clearly, with financial backing, he could set up his own lab and carry out research under much better conditions. Who knows, he might actually come up with something. Zhao Yingjun put down the handkerchief, smiled helplessly, and said, "This is probably the pride and stubbornness of a scientist at play. He has failed for too long, been mocked for too long, so he's even less able to accept selling his failures around the world. That accidental chemical substance might look like a treasure to us, but to Professor Su Yun it might be seen as a shameful scar, a pain that goes right to the heart every time it is mentioned." Zhao Yingjun set down her glass, crossed her arms, and looked at Lin Xian. "You're also a graduate of East Sea University. Could you think of some way to help me?" Me? Lin Xian was stunned. For a moment he thought of the 86 version of Journey to the West, where the character bumper Lan was ordered by the 9-headed beetle, "Go eliminate Master Tang and his disciples." Who was he to measure up? These upper-class nobles, these business tycoons, even they were being snubbed by Professor Su Yun. As a team leader seen as a mere schoolboy in their eyes, how could he possibly manage to broker such a major deal? "I'll ask around." That was all Lin Xian could reply. He was finally beginning to understand why Zhao Yingjun had brought him to this dinner. Perhaps she thought, since he and Professor Su Yun were alumni, that he might be able to establish a connection in the future. But she was greatly overestimating his abilities. Perhaps it was the exceptional performance of the Rhine Cat project that gave Zhao Yingjun a terrible misunderstanding of his real level of ability. But that cat was literally copied from a dream. Could it be that from a dream he could also replicate Professor Su Yun's research results? Before long, the banquet officially began. The sound of the violin and chords ceased, and the entire hall quieted down. Everyone stopped chatting and turned their heads toward the long staircase in the center of the hall. Chu Shan was seen descending the staircase with a smile, lifting his glass and looking around. "Welcome, everyone. Today, luminaries of science and talents of the business world have all gathered here, truly adding splendor to my humble abode." Ha ha ha. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Lin Xian had previously only seen Chu Shan's back, which was very broad, and this was the first opportunity to see Chu Shan's face. His gaze was piercing, and his square face bore sharp and distinct features. Had this face belonged to his youth, it would have been considered the standard of handsomeness. Even though Chu Shan was well into his 50s, he still emanated vitality. His smile, while gentle, couldn't hide an awe-inspiring charisma that made people hold their breath. As the applause died down, Chu Shan slowly made his way to the center of the hall. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing with a robust spirit. "For many years, I have believed that science and technology are the primary productive forces. The lifestyle we enjoy today and the prosperity and strength of our nation are all inseparable from the development of science and technology. They could not have been achieved without the arduous struggle and diligent efforts of scientific researchers. People like me, with limited talent and learning, have simply reaped the dividends of the era and were fortunate enough to establish a foothold in Donghai City. When it comes to contributions to society and to the nation, I can't hold a candle to the scientists. This is also the purpose of today's scientific fundraising banquet. I hope that all the young business talents here will also pay more attention to the development of the scientific field, to contribute to the soaring development of our nation's science and technology. I will not say much more." Chu Shan put down his glass and raised his right index finger high. "Shan Corporation donates 100 million yuan to the Donghai City Science Development Fund." The whole place was astounded. 100 million yuan to start with. The chairman Chu Shan's gesture was truly grand. After the initial shock, thunderous applause followed immediately, with praises resounding all around. However, it wasn't over yet. As the applause subsided, Chu Shan picked up the microphone again and said with a smile, "What I said earlier was just to make a statement on behalf of the corporation, not enough to express my personal admiration for scientific researchers. Now I will make a personal donation, another 100 million yuan. The hall was electrified in an instant. 200 million yuan. Chu Shan started with 200 million yuan. He pushed the atmosphere to its climax immediately. The young entrepreneurs below were all clapping excitedly, their eyes filled with admiration. It was evident that Chu Shan's status and prestige in Donghai were peerless and elicited genuine respect and heartfelt admiration from others. Applause continued without end. It was then that Lin Xian noticed Professor Su Yun, who had earlier been too proud to concern himself with worldly matters, was now clapping excitedly, with a look of reverence in his eyes. This was quite surprising to Lin Xian. That Professor Su Yun seems to admire Chu Shan a lot, Lin Xian whispered. Zhao Yingjun shook her head with a smile. What man wouldn't want to be like Chu Shan? However, Professor Su giving such face to Chu Shan has other reasons. The words Chu Shan just spoke weren't just lip service over the years. He has been very supportive of scientific research in China, investing in research institutes, establishing scholarships, supporting impoverished students, funding more obscure scientific projects, assisting overseas Chinese scientists to return home. He has truly done a lot of tangible things for the scientific enterprise in China. Therefore, Chu Shan enjoys high prestige and a good reputation within the scientific community, and many academicians have praised him publicly. For so many years, Professor Su's research hasn't shown any progress. Who do you think has been funding him all this time? So that was it. Now Lin Xian understood. He had felt earlier that Professor Su Yun seemed out of place at this type of banquet. It appeared he had come to this drastically mismatched event to show face for Chu Shan. However, having heard what Zhao Yingjun said earlier, the deeds Chu Shan had done could indeed be considered acts of great chivalry. He truly deserved respect. Afterwards came the segment for entrepreneurs to make donations. The least anyone donated was several million. Zhao Yingjun donated 10 million. It was apparent that those invited here today were no ordinary entrepreneurs. Chu Shan's circle was truly not something just anyone could enter into. Being wealthy or noble was merely the most basic ticket in. At least up to now, Zhao Yingjun hadn't managed to exchange a single word with Chu Shan. Following the donation segment was the traditional dance event. Various high-end snacks and food were placed on tables around the outskirts of the hall, leaving the center clear as a dance floor. The second-floor symphony orchestra officially started, and the classical and elegant sound of string music filled the entire hall. Chu Shan had disappeared at some point, and Professor Su Yun had left when the dance started. Nowadays, most of the guests were dancing in the center, tangoing with their chosen partners. A few were sitting at the surrounding tables, enjoying the food, chatting, and having fun. Zhao Yingjun sat elegantly by the dining table, savoring pastries and sipping red wine. Lin Xian just stood behind her. He noticed that many people wanted to ask Zhao Yingjun to dance, including quite a few young and old. But as everyone saw Lin Xian's presence, they all seemed to have a sudden realization, then smiled slightly and turned away. Should I stand further away? Lin Xian bent down and said. Zhao Yingjun dabbed her lips with a napkin, eyes closed. If you stand further away, what would be the point of me bringing you here? Sit down and have something to eat. The time that followed was quite boring. Zhao Yingjun sat there, eyes closed, deep in thought. Lin Xian guessed she must be contemplating how to persuade Professor Su Yun. She had taken out 10 million for the donation today, probably to curry favor with Professor Su, but Lin Xian felt that her money was likely wasted. Professor Su Yun was so stubborn, so obstinate, not someone easily persuaded by others. Perhaps Chu Shan could, after all, he was the benefactor funding Su Yun. But Chu Shan was such a figure, he surely wouldn't intercede on Zhao Yingjun's behalf. The two of them were clearly not on the same level. No chance. Lin Xian stopped pondering the matter, unable to help. In front of these tycoons and magnates, he was just an insignificant nobody. In his dreams, he too was that untamed overlord of the city. But in Donghai, he couldn't stir a single ripple, not even attract any attention. He might as well return to his dreams to handle real business. The dinner party ended around 9 p.m. Lin Xian returned home, took off his suit, and finished washing up. He sat at the desk in his bedroom, reflecting on the events of the dinner party. Today's dinner party really broadened his horizons. Even though everyone lives in the same Donghai on the same land, they lead completely different lives. They spend billions as if they were tossing out beans for fun. They live the lives of fairy tales as if everyone is a prince or princess. This is clearly the real world, yet it seems more dreamlike than actual dreams. Speaking of dreams. Lin Xian propped his forehead, his gaze sweeping over two pieces of white paper on the desk. They were from a few days ago when he analyzed the dreams about Big Face Cat and the CC incident. One was story process, detailing the cause and effect of the gratitude and grudges between the two. The other was unsolved mysteries, listing 3 doubts that weighed on Lin Xian's mind. He picked up the paper labeled Unsolved Mysteries, looking at the 3 questions written on it. 1. What exactly is hidden in the safe? 2. What on earth is the combination to the safe? 3. Why did CC save me? Her attitude towards me is also very subtle, very strange. The first question, he was clueless. Even though it was Lin Xian's own dream, he had no idea what he would need to keep so secret to place it in such a secure bank safe. But from CC's reaction, it was clear that whatever was inside was very important to her. hence she took such a great risk to rob the bank. What could it be? Since it was his own dream, surely the content of the safe must be something within his own knowledge, right? Lin Xian just couldn't figure it out. He truly didn't understand what he had that was so unspeakable that it needed to be hidden away in such a deep safe. The second question, what on earth is the combination to the safe? Just as clueless. Passwords are binary, right or wrong, without any gray area. Lin Xian had tried every 8-digit code he could think of, but to no avail. The combination was still incorrect. This left him quite astonished. Now he was even more curious than CC about what the password might be. In his last dream, he had racked his brains, trying every possible date combination he could think of, not just every birthday, anniversary, or significant date he could imagine. He had even attempted numerous dates related to the dream. Trying codes like 26,240,828, 26,240,829, and even incorporating the time 42, both forwards and backwards. Really. He had run out of ideas. Lin Xian couldn't understand if the safe appeared in his dream, then it had to be his own safe, right? His own safe, yet he couldn't open it. It was utterly baffling. However, of the 3 questions, the one Lin Xian cared about most was the third. He looked down at the paper. 3. Why did CC save me? Her attitude towards me is also very subtle, very strange. This was also the only question that had a clue and a possible answer to follow. Because CC herself must know, it's just that she wasn't willing to tell him. CC. Now, to reflect carefully on the sound of CC's voice during her speech. Lin Xian felt a strange sense of familiarity. He should have heard it somewhere in reality, and not so long ago. It must have been in the last few months. The more he thought about it, the more familiar it seemed. Had definitely heard this voice somewhere. It was melodious, spirited, distinctive, yet he couldn't for the life of him remember when or where he had heard it. A hallucination. Actually, there are many girls whose voices sound exactly like lazy goats on Dubsmash. Lin Xian shook his head, not wanting to think about these messy thoughts, and continued to ponder the question at hand. So why did CC save me? Lin Xian, resting his forehead on his hand, couldn't understand. For her, both he and Big Face Cat were criminals of the same nature. There was no reason to kill Big Face Cat and spare him. Besides, he was the main culprit behind the bank explosion and could hardly be considered innocent. Lin Xian picked up a red pen. He circled the third question twice to find out the answer. He could only ask CC herself. But now, here's the problem. Lin Xian's brow furrowed slightly. CC herself knew the answer, but she wasn't willing to tell Lin Xian unless he helped her open the safe. Yet Lin Xian didn't know the combination. It was an unsolvable vicious cycle. Unless. Breakthrough. Lin Xian's eyes were determined. He was clear in his mind that using normal means, he would definitely not be able to get the answer out of CC. So he had to use unconventional means. It was obvious CC was a very clever woman. She wasn't as easy to deceive as Big Face Cat, and she was skilled in combat and armed with a gun, so Lin Xian probably wouldn't be able to subdue her head-on, closing his eyes to think. Got it? Quite quickly, Lin Xian came up with a plan to break the situation. Here's what he planned in his mind. 1. Meet up with Big Face Cat, gain his trust first, then reveal the deception to him. 2. Form an alliance with Big Face Cat, set up an ambush in the bank vault beforehand and wait for CC. 3. When CC appears, use a ruse to subdue her and get the answer. I alone definitely won't do, but if I use Big Face Cat, 2 against 1 should be no problem. Lin Xian's fingers were spinning the pen rapidly. This breakthrough plan should be flawless. Actually, Lin Xian didn't really want to hurt CC, he just wanted to know an answer. After getting the answer, he wouldn't make things difficult for her. They could each go their own way. Glancing at the clock on the nightstand, 2145. He usually met Big Face Cat around 10 o'clock, so if he fell asleep a bit earlier, he would still make it. Lin Xian swiftly turned off the lights, got into bed, and closed his eyes. Whoosh, the overly familiar hot summer wind blew on Lin Xian's face, making it feel somewhat dry. He opened his eyes to see a scene he had seen thousands of times before. The digital display board showed the time as 2154. I need to get the Ultraman mask quickly. Looking to the right ahead, there were still those 2 little boys shouting Ultraman flying kicks and Ultraman elbow strikes as they fought. Actually, those kids were old friends of Lin Xian's. When he was young and dreamed, he would often play with those 2 boys, engaging in the battles of light. Back then, Lin Xian was shorter than those 2 boys and was often bullied by them. In his view, they were 2 unbeatable meat mountains. Later on, Lin Xian slowly grew taller, but the 2 kids remained the same, and he started to act as the big brother. And even later, Lin Xian no longer played child's games like Ultraman battles. Only those 2 kids remained, tirelessly fighting day and night, year after year, until even the streets had worn away. Lin Xian grew up, but they will never grow up. Time is forever frozen on that day for them. Ultraman flying kick, Ultraman elbow strike. The two kids dropped the mask and moved further away as they fought. Lin Xian stepped forward and picked up the Ultraman mask from the ground. Key item, get. Lin Xian pulled back the elastic and put on the mask. From now on, he was the code expert. He had to beat the real code expert, CC, to the punch and snatch Big Face Cat. He looked in the direction where Big Face Cat had parked. Indeed, there was a stout figure looking around, wearing the familiar Rhine Cat mask. He walked up and said, "Big Face Cat." Huh. Big Face Cat turned around in surprise. Seeing the Ultraman mask on Lin Xian's face, he asked in confusion, "How do you know my name?" "I didn't tell." "Listen, Big Face Cat," Lin Xian quickly closed in on him. "I not only know your name, but I also know that you plan to kill everyone in a little while and keep all the money for yourself. I'm not, but in reality, that code expert has deceived you. There isn't a single cent in the bank vault. You've just been used. Who are you?" Seeing Ultraman advancing menacingly, Big Face Cat completely panicked. His right hand reached towards his waist. Snap! A hand pressed on the gun handle at his waist. Ultraman pressed close against Rhine Cat, Lin Xian staring into Big Face Cat's frantic eyes. "If you want to take revenge for your daughter, then listen to me. I know where there's money in this city. You know about my daughter too." Big Face Cat was utterly bewildered. His voice cracked. Whoosh. Lin Xian directly pulled the pistol from Big Face Cat's waist and slipped it into his own pocket. "Get in the car." The van drove down the highway, with Big Face Cat checking the rearview mirror and glancing at the Ultraman beside him. Brother." Big Face Cat swallowed his saliva. "What the hell is going on? Spill it out for me. Are you the code expert or not?" Lin Xian opened his eyes and sat up straight. "I'm not." "Then who the heck?" Big Face Cat was livid. "But I can help you get the money to avenge your daughter." "Speak, brother." Big Face Cat focused on driving. "That code expert who contacted you, did she tell you that there's a lot of money in the bank vault?" "Yes, she said there are gold bars too." "She's lying to you. There isn't a penny inside. The vault is full of safe deposit boxes. She's just using you to break the bank's security. Once you're no longer of use, she'll probably shoot you in the head. Just saying this stuff, I can't just take your word for it." Big Face Cat spread his hands. "I'm here to save you, Big Face Cat. You'll understand everything once you're inside the vault. You'll see for yourself whether there's money or not. Then why are you saving me?" Big Face Cat turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a sigh, rubbing his nose through the mask. "It's not exactly about saving you. I have my own reasons. I hope you'll listen to my commands later and help me deal with CC. Ah, CC, that's the name of the real code expert. But I have 2 questions." Big Face Cat raised his hand. "Say. If there's no real code expert, how are we going to get into the bank vault?" "Don't worry," Lin Xian said with a slight smile. "I'm more of an expert than the experts. It'll only take 10 seconds. "That awesome, huh?" Big Face Cat's voice cracked again. "And I won't worry about how you found out about my daughter, but you said you could help me get the money for my daughter's revenge. Is that true?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, in this city, there are actually many places to get money. Loads of cash, jewelry, gold bars, safer, and more efficient than robbing a bank. I've been knocking about this city for a long time, and I know exactly how to get my hands on those things without any extra risk." Lin Xian glanced at his watch. "But it's definitely too late for today. I can only take you there tomorrow." "Hey, what's one day going to matter?" Big Face Cat laughed heartily as he steered the wheel. "Tomorrow is tomorrow. Today I'll listen to you. You're my big brother. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do." In a short while they reached their destination. The van parked at the curb, right across from the bank, where a young henchman in black was fiddling with the door. Big Face Cat pointed out the window. "My little brother has taken care of the bank door lock. Let's go." "Hold on." Lin Xian pulled on Big Face Cat's arm, stopping him from getting out of the van. "Actually, there's something I've always been quite curious about." "What's that?" "About your daughter." Lin Xian looked up at Big Face Cat, whose pupils flickered for a moment, then he looked away. "I only know that your daughter died when she was 6 years old, killed by someone," Lin Xian said softly. "Could you tell me who killed her? I really can't understand why anyone would want to kill a 6-year-old girl on purpose." Big Face Cat kept staring out the window, silent. He pulled a cigarette from the pack, placed it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. "One advantage of a big face is that you can smoke with a mask on. I know this must be painful for you, Brother Lion, surely a very painful memory, but you might as well tell me." Lin Xian kept on persuading. "You've seen yourself, the various things happening in this city. Actually, I know a lot. I know the code expert lied to you, that there's no money in the bank's vault, and about your daughter's situation, I might really be able to help you, and I mean not just financially." Smoke curled inside the van, transforming it into a surreal haven. "Actually, there's no harm in telling you." Big Face Cat exhaled a cloud of white smoke, flicking ash away. He pointed to the clock on the dashboard. "But it looks like we're running out of time." "No worries, just talk." The answer was on the verge of being coaxed out. How could Lin Xian let the opportunity slip away? He patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Brother Lion. I've robbed this bank several times before. I know the place like the back of my hand. No matter how much time you take now, I'll make it up to you in a flash later. That was many years ago." Big Face Cat sighed, his head bowed. Even the rind cat on his mask seemed to express a touch of melancholy. Back then, my father. You might not believe it despite how I look. My father was a famous mathematician and even won a Fields Medal. I was working out of town at that time, and my daughter usually stayed at my father's house. One night, she suddenly had a fever and started convulsing, so my father picked her up and ran towards the hospital. Big Face Cat's voice trembled a bit, but then there was a car accident. A large truck just rolled over them both, crushing. Big Face Cat struggled to continue, pulling hard on his cigarette, and after a pause, it took me a long time to investigate and find out. It was by no means an accidental crash. It was murder, a premeditated murder. Their target was only my father. My daughter got caught in the middle. I don't know why. My father was just a nerd. He never provoked anyone. Lin Xian patted Big Face Cat on the shoulder. Who wanted to kill your father? You said they, so it must be more than one person. An organization. Big Face Cat exhaled a puff of smoke. A very mysterious organization, so elusive you can't find any trace of it. I've been investigating for so long and have found nothing but a name. The name of the organization is... Big Face Cat stamped out the cigarette butt, grinding his teeth. Genius Club. Genius Club. When he heard the name, Lin Xian was quite surprised. It didn't sound like a criminal gang, it sounded more like an academic organization with an inflated sense of self-importance. What kind of organization is this? What do they do? I don't know. Big Face Cat shook his head. Are there many people in their organization? Are the members really all highly intelligent geniuses? I don't know. Big Face Cat's head shook like a rattled drum. I really don't know anything. Can't find anything out. His expression was one of profound sadness. If it weren't for a chance that let me catch a clue, it would be as if this organization never existed in this world at all. I can hardly imagine how they could hide so secretly that they never left a single trace in history. I've investigated for so many years. But now, I don't know where they are, I don't know who they are, and I don't know what they are planning. The only rumor I've found related to them is... Big Face Cat turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a serious face. Rumors say that only the top wealthiest, the most extreme geniuses, the most powerful big shots can receive an invitation from this club. I see, Lin Xian nodded, now completely understanding. So this is why you robbed the bank. You wanted to get a lot of money, but your actual goal was to get an invitation to the Genius Club. With that invitation, you could find the club's headquarters and then go in guns blazing to avenge your daughter. But no offense, Brother Lion, if the threshold to join the Genius Club is really as high as you say, then I doubt that just robbing a bank will be enough. Big Face Cat sighed, but I have no other options. All I can do is take a gamble. That rumor isn't necessarily reliable either. It's hearsay, ethereal, but what else can I do? I naturally know that just robbing banks wouldn't be enough, but with this startup capital, maybe I can do something bigger. There will always be more hope for revenge than now, right? After speaking, he glanced at his watch. 7. He frowned. Bro, it's getting late. Are you sure we have enough time? It's not that I don't believe you, but I still want to go check the warehouse to see if there really is no money in there. Lin Xian took out the gun from his pocket, pulled out the magazine, and checked the number of bullets. Click. He slid the magazine back in. Don't worry, Brother Lion. I promise to make up for the time wasted. Can you run? Get out of the car. The two jumped out of the car. Lin Xian strode forward, with Big Face Cat quickly following behind. Click-clack. Lin Xian cocked his gun, raising his hand toward the doorkeeper. Bang. Big Face Cat screamed. People who can't keep their hands clean can't be kept around. Big Face Cat was still stunned on the spot, whereas Lin Xian had already marched into the bank. Wait up, bro. Why did you kill my man? Bang. Another headshot. The electrical box was splattered with blood. Big Face Cat screamed, holding his head. Lin Xian turned back to look at the fallen body and snorted. People who seduce one's sister-in-law, they deserve death even more. Mamma mia, how do you know everything? Where did you hear all this from? Big Face Cat was close to collapsing. However, Lin Xian didn't stop, already disappearing down the hallway. Not so fast, bro. Slow down. Big Face Cat, pale as a sheet, ran forward. I suddenly feel like we're not in such a rush. Can you slow down? This is making me feel very insecure. Bang, when Big Face Cat emerged from the corridor. He looked straight at the black-clad henchman lying on the underpass floor. Brother. Big Face Cat slid on his knees, clutching Lin Xian's arm. Don't kill the big brother. You've killed all my underlings. No need to worry about exterminating my family if that's not your job. Lin Xian pulled Big Face Cat to his feet and pointed his chin forward. The warehouse is just ahead. We'll be there soon. Only then did Big Face Cat wipe the sweat from his forehead, following behind Lin Xian. He still felt a bit of lingering fear. Bro, if I may say so, your shooting is really damn accurate, just like a sharpshooter. Those 3 shots I just watched you fire, you didn't even aim, just lifted your hand and shot. Yet you still managed headshots with every shot. How many years have you played with guns? Over a decade, Lin Xian said nonchalantly. I used to play a lot. Pretty much every night involved a shootout with the police. Big Face Cat's face was a picture of shock, a shootout with the police. Sometimes I also took on snipers, but I could never beat them. Sniping is a lot harder than operating a handgun. Taking on snipers. Big Face Cat felt like he was losing his mind. Ha ha ha. He laughed awkwardly. You're talking about a game, right? One of those shooting games, right? Right. They quickly reached the warehouse. Lin Xian reached behind Big Face Cat's waist and pulled out C4, sticking it on the coded door. Run, shift. Boom, boom. When the dust settled, Lin Xian led Big Face Cat to the blasted hole, glanced at his watch. 9. How did I do, Brother Lion? I think this is already the best route. Good job, just don't do it again. With that, Big Face Cat leaped into the warehouse with a healthy stride, looking left and right, looking left and right. Fuck, he cursed aloud, that damn code expert dares to deceive me. There's literally not a single penny. What do we do now? Lin Xian turned around and pointed back the way they came. Let's first go to the underground passage and move the body of your underling over here. His build is very similar to yours. Then, under Lin Xian's direction, the two lifted the chubby underling's corpse into the warehouse. After that, they dressed the corpse in Big Face Cat's clothes and put the Rhine Cat mask on its face. That should do it. Lin Xian clapped his hands, pleased with the seamless disguise. You're so smart, bro. Now with the mask off, Big Face Cat's face had a round red mark in the middle, like a monkey's butt, from being squeezed by the Rhine Cat mask. Bro, what's my next task? Lin Xian bent down, picked up a handgun from the body on the ground, and tossed it to Big Face Cat. Keep the gun ready and hide behind that safe. Wait for my signal before you come out. All was ready, they just waited for the prey to take the bait. Lin Xian paced beside the fake Big Face Cat's body, glancing at his watch from time to time. In the previous 2 dreams, CC appeared around 20. Lin Xian waited until 21. He turned around and shouted into the darkness outside the hole in the wall, "Come out, I know you're there." After a dozen seconds or so, a slender figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Her face was covered with an Ultraman mask, and she tilted her head as she looked at Lin Xian. Who are you this time? I am your friend. I don't recall having a friend like you, CC said indifferently. Thud, Lin Xian kicked the body on the ground over. Blood flowed from beneath the Rhine Cat mask, drip drop onto the floor. Lin Xian stepped aside to give CC a clearer view. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. CC didn't speak, her gaze fixed on the Rhine Cat mask on the body, clearly understanding everything. You lied to Big Face Cat, telling him there were loads of money, loads of gold bricks in the warehouse. Lin Xian moved to the other side of the body, looking at CC as he spoke. Once inside the warehouse, when the truth came out, a fight between the two of you was inevitable. Who would die and who would live was uncertain. Now that I've resolved such a big problem for you, don't I count as your friend? CC's hand gripping the gun did not relax. How am I supposed to trust you? Lin Xian gave a slight smile, slowly raised the gun in his hand, turned it around so the barrel faced downwards. Then, whoosh, he threw it far across to the other end of the warehouse. Is that enough sincerity for you? Now it's your turn to show your sincerity. Our goals are the same, to open Lin Xian's safe. Later, you can take anything you want from the safe. I just need to know what's inside. You better make a decision quickly. The main circuit will restore soon, and once the alarm is tripped, there won't be another chance. CC hesitated for a moment, then also raised the gun in her hand and threw it far away. A beautiful parabola. Thud, the pistol struck the distant safe with a dull sound and rolled to the ground. Click, a gun barrel extended from behind and pressed against the back of CC's head. Big Face Cat slowly emerged from behind the cabinet. Liar, CC glared at Lin Xian through the Ultraman mask, her eyes filled with disappointment. You're the damn liar. Big Face Cat cursed loudly. If it weren't for my good brother seeing through your trickery, I would have been killed here by you today. He gripped the handle of the gun tightly, teeth clenched. If it weren't for my brother stopping me, I would have blasted your brains out a long time ago. Lin Xian gestured for Big Face Cat to be quiet, then looked at CC seriously. Let me restate the situation. First, I have no intention of hurting you, let alone killing you or anything like that. I just want to ask you one question and get one answer. After I get the answer, the two of us will leave this place. You can go wherever you want, tinker with the safe, do whatever, we won't interfere with each other. And I promise you I will take care of the wealth Big Face Cat needs and your grudge will be cleared. Everyone is here for profit, so let's each go our separate ways and not trouble each other. The conditions Lin Xian offered were sincere enough. In such a dominant position, he promised not to harm CC and even to wipe her slate clean of Big Face Cat's feud, a gesture of utmost goodwill. And the bargaining chip he sought in exchange was just an answer that could slip off the tongue, insignificant. CC, being a person who knows the times, naturally understood. What answer do you want to know? She said quietly. Lin Xian pulled the hair tie from the back of his head. He then slowly took off the Ultraman mask. He took a deep breath through his nose and looked at CC with sincerity. Do you recognize me? No, CC shook her head. Or rather, have you ever seen me before or heard anything about me? No, Cece shook her head again. Lin Xian scratched his temple, then let me phrase it differently. After seeing me, after hearing my voice, do you recall anything? Any person, any experience? Is there a feeling that makes you view me differently from others? For instance, you could easily kill Big Face Cat next to you, but you wouldn't kill me. Even Big Face Cat, despite being furious, couldn't help but crack up at this. He had professional training and usually wouldn't laugh out loud at such a critical moment unless he couldn't help it, just like a damn romance drama, too melodramatic, however. Contrary to what both of them expected, Cece listened to Lin Xian's words and surprisingly had no reaction at all. She didn't shake her head cleanly like before, nor did she laugh it off like Big Face Cat, not even the slightest change in expression. Nothing at all. Cece was like a silent piece of wood at the moment, her indifferent eyes behind the mask quietly watching Lin Xian without uttering a word. Bingo. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew this time he had finally hit the mark with his question. This Cece must be reminded of someone by seeing him. That's why she had rescued him in the previous 2 dreams, and no matter how much hassle he caused, she didn't kill him. The answer was on the verge of coming out. Speak up. Big Face Cat bellowed and roared. However, a lengthy silence. Cece still didn't speak. Her lips were tightly sealed, and she remained silent. You son of a... Big Face Cat clenched his teeth. His patience had reached its limit. Lin Xian sighed and frowned as he looked at Cece. Is that answer more important than your life? Heh. Cece snorted coldly and chuckled disdainfully. That depends on whether you've got what it takes to take my life. Fuck, you looking down on me, Big Face Cat. I'll blast you with one shot. Big Face Cat completely lost his temper. He leaped up, right hand exerting force. He pressed the muzzle firmly against Cece's temple. Cece slowly raised her hands in surrender, placing them behind her head. Big Face Cat, she said softly. Gah! Big Face Cat was furiously deformed with anger. Although there is no money in this bank vault, I did not deceive you. Inside that safety deposit box, there's something you need even more. What are you saying? Big Face Cat's pupils shrank suddenly and he panicked. There's something I need more. Cece smiled slightly, looking at Big Face Cat with interest. Think about it. If there wasn't something you wanted in the safety deposit box, why would I seek collaboration with you? I need to open that safety deposit box, both for myself and for you. In an instant, enlightenment struck Big Face Cat. The invitation. He yelled out loud, are you saying? Inside that safety deposit box, there's an invitation to the Genius Club. Cece smiled without saying a word. Don't believe her, Brother Lion. Seeing Big Face Cat lose control and his brain overloaded, Lin Xian hurriedly called out, she's still lying to you. She has no idea what's inside the safety deposit box. She doesn't even know herself. Wanna bet? Cece stared at Big Face Cat. This is your only chance. Big Face Cat's face went through all the colors of the rainbow, sweat streaming down in torrents. He looked left at Cece, right at Lin Xian, then back at the safety deposit box. He had no idea who to trust. Boom, a deafening gunshot. Big Face Cat's head exploded like a watermelon. His body fell down rigidly. Lin Xian couldn't help but lean back. He saw Cece's long hair spill out, floating in the air. The red ribbon that had been tying her hair slowly fell to the ground. She had a gun in her hand. She had actually hidden a gun in her hair. Thud. Big Face Cat's body hit the ground heavily. Cece raised the gun in her hand, stepping toward Lin Xian. Guess whether I'll kill you or not. Click. The searing gun barrel pressed against Lin Xian's forehead. He sighed helplessly. Big Face Cat was truly a hopeless and lousy teammate. The situation was clear just a moment ago. Cece had been driven into a corner. Her last words were nothing more than a bluff, a desperate bet to see if she could scam a breakthrough from Big Face Cat. And to think, Big Face Cat really did her a huge favor. Cece had no idea what was in the safe, nor did she know Big Face Cat's purpose, or what he needed the most. Big Face Cat directly confessed, an invitation. Could it be in the safe, a Genius Club invitation? It was truly like saying there was no silver buried here. The son of a field's medalist mathematician, and that's the level of his intelligence. After that, Big Face Cat was just in an overloaded pig brain state. And Cece, pretending to surrender by placing her hands behind her head, did it to get the gun hidden in her hair, ready to shoot through the head. Go ahead, shoot. Lin Xian felt somewhat weary. Since his own plan to break the game had failed, there was no point in staying here anymore. You really are the least concerned about your life I have ever seen, Cece remarked sincerely from behind her Ultraman mask. First disguising as me, getting into his car, and now causing such a huge commotion here. Do you really not fear death at all? Stop wasting time, hurry it up. Lin Xian closed his eyes, ready to get up early and rest, but I still want to know the answer to that question. He pursed his lips. Since you're going to kill me anyway, why don't you just tell me the answer? It can be counted as a good deed, letting me die with some understanding. What exactly do you want to ask? Cece's gun still pressed tightly. I just want to know if there's anything between us. Lin Xian opened his eyes. I don't know how to describe it. But obviously this isn't the first time you've seen me, right? At least you're not completely unfamiliar with me. There must be some special reason you didn't just shoot me dead. I won't hold any grudge if you kill me, go ahead. So, can you please tell me honestly now? Lin Xian, with the gun still pointed at him, looked directly into CC's eyes. Have we met before? CC raised the gun barrel, her serious gaze meeting Lin Xian's. No, bang. The thunderous sound of the gun, the smell of gunpowder hit him squarely in the face. The intense ringing in his ears buzzed through Lin Xian's head. The bone-piercing pain came from his ear. Hold on. His ear. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had not returned to the familiar bedroom and was still in this warehouse full of safes. The barrel of the gun in front of him was smoking slightly off to the right. The bullet had passed through the bone of Lin Xian's ear and embedded itself into the stone wall behind, blood slowly dripping from the burst eardrum. You're not killing me. Lin Xian was genuinely incredulous. After what he had just done to her, and she had shot Big Face Cat without even blinking, how could she be reluctant to kill him? There had to be something wrong. If this scene were in a martial arts drama, you could be 100% sure that this female demon head must have fallen in love with him. You can go now, don't interfere with my work. CC turned around in silence, put away her pistol, and walked towards the safes at the back. She began the clicking sounds of cracking the password. Lin Xian stood still and did not speak. Time passed second by second, until a clear click, the sound of electricity, indicated the main circuit was restored. Woo-wah, 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 the alarm blared. CC punched the unopened safe inside. Lin Xian stepped forward. I want to ask a question. Where do you get all these questions? CC was already somewhat out of control, turning his head and shouting through clenched teeth, you're the one wasting time here. Just one more. Lin Xian smiled apologetically, pointing at the safe. Inside this Lin Xian's safe, is it really an invitation from the Genius Club? However, there was no answer. Woo-wah, 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 woo-wah. Amidst the alarm, CC stood up and walked toward the big hole in the wall, without turning his head. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce white light once again devoured the world, burning everything to ashes. Sighing. In his bedroom, Lin Xian sighed without opening his eyes. The bedding felt unusually heavy today, almost suffocating him. Sigh. He sighed out of nowhere, for no reason at all. What does that woman want to do? He truly couldn't understand. Lin Xian yawned, covered his eyes, and rubbed them fiercely. Daytime work and socializing were tiring enough. Couldn't his dreams offer some exhilarating sequences? Lin Xian was increasingly impressed by his own imagination. The plot in his dream was tense and thrilling, with each logic closely linked. If he were to write it into a novel and publish it, it would at least earn a lucrative contract. Off to sleep, I still have to labor tomorrow. Lin Xian turned over, a night without dreams. The next day, Lin Xian ran into a colleague from the production department at the reception desk. The colleague waved and came over. Group leader Lin, your Rhine Cat doll sample has been made. Here's one for you first. The colleague handed over a delicately crafted doll. About the size of a soccer ball, it had a good material feel, with all the details and expressions well crafted. The little tail at the back was a small, fluffy ball, very cute. Really nice, Lin Xian praised. He smiled and patted his colleague from the production department on the shoulder. I'll take this one to President Zhao. You can send a few more to my office later. The colleague nodded and left. Hey, group leader Lin, are you going to President Zhao's office? Lin Xian turned his head and the receptionist called out to him. A lady dropped off an invitation card this morning, said it was for our Zhao Yingjun. President Zhao, can you take it to him too? Sure, give it to me. Since he was going to Zhao Yingjun's office anyway, it was not much trouble. Lin Xian took the invitation card. It was a dark red card, looking like a folded greeting card. At the opening of the card, it was sealed with red wax, the contents unknown. Looking closely, the wax seal bore an exquisite emblem, very upscale. Is it a friend of President Zhao getting married? Lin Xian made a casual remark, turned the invitation over, and looked at the back. A chill spread throughout his body. He suddenly recalled Gao Yang's words in the bar. What's so strange about things from reality appearing in dreams? The real big deal is when something from the dreams appears in reality. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Looking at the back of the dark red card, there were 5 embossed golden characters. The moment he saw those 5 words, Lin Xian felt as if he were being pulled away from the entire world. The noisy hall, everything disappeared, leaving only a relentless ringing in his ears. Gasping for air, just like a dolphin weighted down by lead, sinking deeper into the icy waters. Drip, 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 what's wrong? Just standing there. Suddenly, a familiar voice snapped Lin Xian back to reality. He turned around and saw Zhao Yingjun standing behind him. Today she was wearing a black coat and the diamonds on her black earrings sparkled brilliantly. Rhine Cat, have you finished it? Zhao Yingjun saw the Rhine Cat doll in Lin Xian's hands, took it directly, and examined it from all sides. Not bad, even cuter than I thought. Craftsmanship is quite good too. We can work with this factory on a long-term basis. When she turned to the back of the doll, Zhao Yingjun even flicked the Rhine cat's little tail. Noticing that Lin Xian was still standing there motionless, Zhao Yingjun looked at the dark red card in his hand and pointed, "Is this also for me?" "Yes, President Zhao." The receptionist answered when she saw Lin Xian was not reacting. "This invitation is also for you." Zhao Yingjun pinched the invitation from Lin Xian's hand. She looked at the front, then turned it over to the back, and then walked to the elevator with the invitation and the Rhine cat in hand, her high heels clacking. President Zhao is so beautiful today. And she never repeats an outfit. She's so fashion-forward. That poise of President Zhao's is truly innate and impressive. We can't help but envy her. Most importantly, she's capable and strong. She's just too perfect. After Zhao Yingjun got on the elevator, the receptionist girls chatted away, all revealing their envy and admiration for Zhao Yingjun. Lin Xian looked at his empty hands. He was still sensing the touch of the dark red card, as if it was still in his hand. What if it wasn't an invitation? Lin Xian tried to convince himself. I have to find a way to confirm it. After arriving in his office, Lin Xian took the latest design drafts, ready to report to Zhao Yingjun in her office. 22nd floor. He waited in front of the heavy password-protected door for a while. "Come in." As the voice came through the intercom, the password door opened as well. Lin Xian walked in. It was the same lifeless office. Lin Xian even doubted that Zhao Yingjun ever sat on the sofa in the office. The only sign of human activity in the vast space was the office desk piled with documents. "Okay, continue pushing forward like this." Zhao Yingjun had great trust in Lin Xian's work. She quickly flipped through the materials and then closed them, handing them back to Lin Xian. And just as Lin Xian grabbed the folder, Zhao Yingjun looked up at him. "Did you find out anything about Professor Su Yun's situation?" "I did some digging." This morning on his subway ride to work, Lin Xian had made a phone call to his former advisor, asking about Professor Su Yun. "I contacted my advisor and some classmates who are graduate students at the university." Lin Xian took the folder and continued. "I found out the reason Professor Su Yun is so committed to researching the hibernation pod is because of his paralyzed daughter. Professor Su only has this one child. His wife died from amniotic fluid embolism during childbirth, and the daughter has always been raised single-handedly by him. He never remarried. But there was an accident at an amusement park one time. The daughter fell from a height, landing on her head, and it was severe. Not only did she end up with high-level paralysis, but she is also in a coma and has been in a vegetative state ever since. His daughter has been lying in Donghai University-affiliated hospital for almost 10 years now. They say there's no possibility of her waking up, and experts, both domestic and international, have said the same." Lin Xian swallowed hard and paused. Many people have advised Professor Su Yun to give up on his daughter, who has no chance of awakening, and to start over with his own life. But you've seen Professor Su's attitude. He just insists on researching the hibernation pod, studying something that's completely hopeless. Professor Su's thinking is like this. He believes that although current human technology and medicine cannot cure a vegetative person, that does not mean the future can't. So he hopes to use the hibernation pod to send his daughter to the future, to heal her with the medical technology of tomorrow. Zhao Yingjun listened while frowning. After Lin Xian had finished speaking, she let out a sigh and tucked the stray hair behind her ear. "It sounds like a science fiction novel I've read. Have you read The Three-Body Problem?" Lin Xian nodded. The protagonist in The Three-Body Problem did the same, couldn't cure their virus, so they were put into a hibernation pod to wait for future technology to advance and then be defrosted for treatment, saving their life. Zhao Yingjun shook her head. Misfortunes always strike those already suffering. Science fiction is, after all, just people's fantasies, things that can't be achieved in reality. Professor Su must be too devoted as a father and has become muddled. Having said that, she bent down and continued to review the documents. "Lin Xian, when you have time, buy some things and visit Professor Su's daughter at the hospital." "Yeah, okay." Lin Xian turned around, ready to leave. This wasn't actually the purpose of his report today. Those design drafts were just a cover. His real purpose was to figure out what that card with Genius Club written on it was exactly. Was it an invitation? Was it an advertisement? Or just a simple prank? "All right, President Zhao, there's one more thing." Lin Xian acted as if he just remembered, turning back to speak. "You were in a hurry this morning and forgot to mention it to you." "What's up?" Zhao Yingjun stopped writing and looked up. "About that red invitation card, you remember, right? You took it from my hand along with the Rhine cat doll." Lin Xian gestured the size with his hands. "I forgot to tell you who brought it over. It wasn't delivered by courier. The receptionist said a woman personally delivered it." "Oh, that." Zhao Yingjun didn't seem concerned and lowered her head to continue going through the documents. "Was it an invitation?" Lin Xian tentatively asked. "It's an invitation letter," Zhao Yingjun stated indifferently. She put down her pen and looked up at Lin Xian. "Anything else?" "No, nothing else." Bang! The heavy coated door closed once again. Lin Xian stood outside the door. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. An invitation letter. It really was an invitation letter. He had just dreamed about it last night, and today it appeared right before his eyes. What on earth was this? What's going on? Lin Xian's mind was in turmoil. He was absolutely certain that he had never heard of the name Genius Club in reality, not to mention knowing anything about this invitation to the club. In last night's dream, he first heard the name from Big Face Cat's mouth. He had thought that all these things were mere figments of his own imagination, wildly concocted in a dream. But how did it then appear in reality? This feeling made him very uneasy, as if everything was a plot orchestrated by someone else, and he was just a puppet being pulled by strings on a stage. No, I must figure this out, he said. After returning to his office, Lin Xian closed the door and began to organize his thoughts. Everything had started with the dream he had yesterday, where he met Big Face Cat. All information about the Genius Club came from Big Face Cat, who spoke of its deep mystery, its concealment throughout history, its tracelessness. Lin Xian closed his eyes, recalling in his mind the information about the Genius Club that Big Face Cat had mentioned. 1. The Genius Club had killed Big Face Cat's father and daughter, with the primary target being Big Face Cat's father, a renowned mathematician who had won the Fields Medal. 2. The Genius Club was extremely secretive despite many years of investigation by Big Face Cat. Almost nothing was known about its composition, members, purpose, or location. 3. Rumors claimed that only the wealthiest tycoons, the most extreme geniuses, and the most powerful figures were the ones who received invitations to the club. That's all, just that much. All this information came from Big Face Cat and was based on his years of investigation. Its authenticity was unknown. From the currently known information, it seemed the Genius Club should be an extremely high-end, mysterious, and powerful criminal organization. Putting aside whether it was criminal in nature, the premeditated murder indicated that it definitely wasn't any sort of righteous character. And if one were to think deeper, considering Big Face Cat's father was a Fields medalist, could the Genius Club be an organization that specifically hunted geniuses? Although this conclusion was somewhat absurd, but based on the information available, it seemed the only possibility. As everyone knows, the highest award in the scientific field is the Nobel Prize. However, due to historical reasons, Nobels did not include a category for mathematics, hence the Nobel Prize does not have a mathematics category. In contrast, the highest award in mathematics is the Fields Medal, which can be dubbed the Nobel Prize of Mathematics. Mathematics are the foundation of modern science, and those who have won this prize can undoubtedly be called geniuses. But then, a contradiction emerged. Lin Xian pondered, spinning in his chair. Big Face Cat himself said that the Genius Club sends invitations to extremely talented geniuses. So what exactly is this club's attitude towards geniuses? How come they both issue invitations to join and also run people over with trucks? It didn't make sense. And there's another even more contradictory point, he mused. Lin Xian's brow furrowed, his thoughts becoming increasingly muddled. If Big Face Cat's information was correct, that is to say, only the top-tier millionaires, the most extreme geniuses, the most authoritative figures could receive an invitation from the Genius Club, then what was the deal with Zhao Yingzhen's invitation? While it was true that Zhao Yingzhen was a young and promising individual, he was a far cry from a top-tier millionaire, the most extreme genius, the most authoritative figure wasn't he. Even Chu Shan, the #1 man in Donghai, couldn't be considered a top figure on a global scale, let alone Zhao Yingzhen. Therefore, Zhao Yingzhen simply did not qualify to receive an invitation. But in reality, right under his own eyes, Zhao Yingzhen had firmly taken the invitation. This was too contradictory. Lin Xian felt that he had fallen into a vicious cycle of contradictions and logic. Contradiction, contradiction, contradiction. Whether in reality or in dreams, all the information about the Genius Club was rife with contradictions, with too many things that didn't make sense from beginning to end. No, actually these contradictions don't matter at all. Lin Xian opened his eyes. This person, Big Face Cat, his words might not be reliable, and I can't rule out the possibility that he's deceiving me or lying. In fact, there's only one question that is most crucial, central, and urgently needing an answer. Why would things I fabricated in dreams appear in reality? This question was Lin Xian's biggest concern, so much so it could be described as a supernatural event. Lin Xian picked up the phone and dialed Gao Yang's number. Hello, Gao Yang, something has happened. What's happened to you again, big brother? It's not that broken dream of yours again, is it? There was a lot of noise on the other end of the phone, like that of a marketplace, and Gao Yang yelled over the din, "Didn't I tell you last time? Everything in dreams is fake." It's all concocted by the subconscious. As long as it doesn't jump from dreams to reality, it's not a big deal. You don't jinx it. Lin Xian rubbed his temples and sighed, you really jinxed it. The noise at Gao Yang's end was intense, and if listened to carefully, it was the haggling between customers and salespeople. It looked like Gao Yang was at a 4S shop, probably selling cars. "I'm busy now, I'll come over to your place tonight and explain everything." With that, Gao Yang hastily hung up the phone. That day, Lin Xian sat at his desk, spinning his pen all day long. He was very curious. What exactly was the Genius Club? Even though it was all fictitious in his dreams, Lin Xian couldn't help but be curious. Moreover, the invitation to the Genius Club that Zhao Yingzhen had and the Genius Club mentioned by Big Face Cat in the dreams, were they connected? Were they the same thing, if he wanted to verify this? The most efficient way would be to directly look at what was written on the invitation Zhao Yingzhen received, and the truth would naturally become clear. Unfortunately, it seemed. He probably wouldn't have the chance to see that invitation again. When he entered Zhao Yingzhen's office in the morning, Lin Xian just happened to see her put the invitation in a drawer. Zhao Yingzhen's office had 2 password locks, and Lin Xian was not a real code expert, so sneaking in was absolutely impossible. If this were a dream, he had 1,000 ways to enter Zhao Yingzhen's office. He could even use C4 to blast his way in if necessary. But this was the real world, where consequences had to be considered. Is there any way to see that invitation? Lin Xian pondered left and right, without a clue. 9 p.m. Gao Yang, who had just finished working overtime, arrived at Lin Xian's home and lay down on the sofa. "So, Lin Xian, what exactly happened?" Lin Xian sat opposite him at the coffee table and began to elaborate. He started with how he entered the dream to turn Big Face Cat, to learning the true cause of death of Big Face Cat's daughter, to learning about the mysterious organization called the Genius Club that killed Cat Dad, to Big Face Cat robbing a bank to get an invitation to the Genius Club, and then later seeing the Genius Club's invitation letter at the reception desk while he was at work. Gao Yang kept nodding, drinking water, looking thoughtful and tense. "I understand. You understand again." Bang. Gao Yang put down the water glass and looked seriously at Lin Xian. "In plain terms, it's still about the subconscious. The subconscious is the scapegoat, huh?" Lin Xian couldn't help but retort, "When in doubt, quantum mechanics. Can't explain something, parallel universes. I've explained this seriously for so long, and you're fobbing me off with the subconscious. It's not the same thing." Gao Yang interrupted Lin Xian, explaining, "Last time at the bar, I was in a hurry to watch the World Cup and didn't explain clearly. But actually, the subconscious is much more complicated than you think. Just simplify it, please. Many times you see things, hear things, and then you immediately forget. But did you really forget? No, your subconscious remembers them for you. That's the feeling of déjà vu you often get in life, the sense of familiarity." Lin Xian stood up and waved his hand. "That's far-fetched. Go write a novel. I don't want to listen anymore. This isn't metaphysics." Gao Yang pulled Lin Xian back to the sofa and raised his index finger. "Let me give you an example and you'll understand. Let's hear it. Have you ever heard a song or a melody that feels very familiar? You're sure you've heard it before, but you just can't remember when. That has happened indeed. Have you ever seen a stranger and felt like you've seen them somewhere before? Seen a place that's unfamiliar yet strikes you as known? That sometimes happens. You encounter many people when you take the subway to work every day, and you've had many classmates since you were little. You've seen their faces, but can you recall each one of them clearly now? Forget long ago, can you remember the faces of this morning's subway passengers? Of course not. Who remembers that?" Smack. Gao Yang smacked his thigh and pointed at Lin Xian's forehead with his index finger. "That's right. Human memory is a very unreliable thing. The farther back the memory, the less real it becomes. But the subconscious is different. Many things you forget, your subconscious won't, including people you've met, music you've heard, places you've been. That's why you often get this inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if you've seen, heard, or been there before." So to summarize, you must have heard the name Genius Club somewhere before, perhaps a whisper in an elevator, a fleeting ad on the subway. You've definitely heard it, so that's why you dreamt about it. Lin Xian looked at Gao Yang, confused. "Where do you learn all this stuff? This subconscious déjà vu, and you seem to know what you're talking about." "Ha ha ha, well." Gao Yang stroked his chin stubble. "I learned it from that psychologist's friend's circle. You remember, right? I showed you her posts last time." Lin Xian didn't dwell on that point, "But your explanation doesn't solve my core issue. I'm not troubled by the fact that I can dream about the Genius Club, but by why the things in my dreams appear in reality. I dreamt about the Genius Club just last night, heard about the invitation from Big Face Cat, and then it literally appeared before my eyes this morning. Do you think that's reasonable?" "Perfectly reasonable." Gao Yang took out a pack of cigarettes and put one in his mouth. "Many people have prophetic dreams, but they are mostly coincidences." Lin Xian smirked. "Where do coincidences happen like this? In my dream, I even created the whole backstory for the Genius Club, and I've seen the advanced math textbooks in the dream. The formulas inside are exactly the same as the real ones. You know, I never studied advanced math in college, so you can't say I'm better than Gauss in a dream, can you? So what?" Gao Yang was nonchalant. You can't think your dream can accurately predict the future, can you? Or that your dream is real, a world 600 years in the future. Don't say that, I really did suspect it. The two looked at each other, neither speaking. Fine. Gao Yang lit a cigarette with his lighter and then reached into his pocket. You said your dream could predict the future, right? I only said it's possible. Snap. A small red and white paper ticket was slapped onto the coffee table by Gao Yang. What's this? A soccer lottery ticket. Gao Yang exhaled a plume of smoke. At 3:00 a.m. tonight, the Qatar World Cup semi-final. Argentina is playing Croatia. You go to sleep now and dream. Find out the result of the match in your dream. After you wake up at 42, tell me who won. Gao Yang flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled at Lin Xian. Didn't you say your dreams are the real world 600 years in the future? Let's give it a try. Lin Xian picked up the lottery ticket. It read 3:00 a.m., Argentina vs Croatia. This ticket was a 100 yuan bet on Argentina winning, with odds of 2.3. If Argentina really won, the ticket could be cashed for 230 yuan. Indeed, to verify whether one's dreams could accurately predict the future, the outcome of a soccer match would be quite convincing. All right, I'll give it a try. Lin Xian turned and walked into the bathroom to perform a quick wash. Keep it down in the living room. Don't disturb my sleep. You better look carefully, huh? Gao Yang shouted from the living room. Better remember the score and everything. If we bet on the exact score, the odds are higher and we earn more. Whether I can even find it in a dream is another matter. Don't get your hopes up too high. You can use a computer to search online. That kind of info pops up in a second on the internet. I've tried that before. What do you think I've been doing for the past 20+ years? Lin Xian rinsed his mouth, spitting out the toothpaste foam. After I first found out about the lottery in middle school, I searched for that year's lotto numbers in a dream using a computer. And I couldn't find anything. Lin Xian said as he applied the face wash. Not just the lotto. I couldn't find any current political news, stocks, or anything relevant from our time. The internet in my dreams is trash. It can't search for anything useful. I see. Gao Yang tore open a bag of snacks and turned on the TV, lowering the volume. Logically speaking, it's impossible that there would be no trace of online information. But when I think about how your dreams are ultimately fictional, it makes sense. Lin Xian dried his face. I, for one, do not think my dreams are that simple. There's too much in there beyond my understanding. Action speaks louder than words. Just go and dream already. After finishing his wash, he walked into the bedroom. Lin Xian turned off the light, got into bed, and tucked himself in. Off we go. Whoosh! Familiar summer wind brushed by as Lin Xian opened his eyes. It was still the familiar square, the familiar bustle, the familiar cicada chirps. Lin Xian looked at the familiar crowds in the square, and the electronic notice board showing the time, August 28, 26:24, 2154. Lin Xian scratched his head. 2022 Qatar World Cup match results. Where should I go to find that? Lin Xian looked left and right, finding a middle-aged man playing soccer with a child. The man wearing soccer shoes and a team jersey must be a fan, so Lin Xian decided to try his luck. Hi. Lin Xian approached and greeted him. Brother, excuse me, do you know much about soccer events, especially the World Cup? The man grinned crookedly and pointed to the jersey he was wearing. Then you really found the right person. I've been watching soccer since I was a kid. I haven't missed any game of any World Cup since I became sensible. Ask away, little brother, anything you want. Whether it's about players, matches, or even gossip stories, I can tell you all about it. Not bad, reliable, a passionate fan. Lin Xian nodded and asked. The middle-aged brother suddenly froze, glaring at Lin Xian unfriendly. Are you trying to cause trouble, little brother? That was centuries ago. How could I know? It's so long ago you can't even find it on the internet. All right, brother, don't get excited. Lin Xian calmly appeased. I'm writing a paper on this topic, so I need to understand some of the matches from that time. Where should I go if I want to find relevant records? The middle-aged brother shook his head. That's going to be hard to find. A match from over 600 years ago. If you really want to look, try the library. Having said that, the middle-aged brother left with the child. Library. Lin Xian looked up at the bright moon in the sky. At this hour, the library would definitely be closed, and today he needed to do some serious research. He couldn't just barge in and risk attracting the police or security guards. That would waste the entire evening. But he should be able to try his luck at a bookstore, right? Since the setting in the dream is 2624, to find the result of a soccer game from 600 years ago, he would have to flip through history books. Bookstore. Lin Xian closed his eyes to recall. In these 20-some years, he had visited almost every part of the city. Naturally, he knew where the bookstores were. Seems like there's one on Tian Street. I remember it was still open late when I passed by it before. Once he had a target, Lin Xian ran towards the bus stop. Bang! Ouch! Lin Xian, jogging, collided with a heavyset man. Watch where you're going. The man wore a Rhine cat mask and glared at Lin Xian fiercely. Got it, Lin Xian responded offhandedly. Turning his head, he realized it was someone he knew. He laughed and patted Big Face Cat's shoulder. You should also watch your back more. Don't get headshot every time. What? Big Face Cat exclaimed in shock, hastily looking behind him, his right hand reaching for his waist. However, there was nothing behind him. Who the heck are you? Big Face Cat turned around only to find that Lin Xian had run off far away. He rubbed the sore spot where he had been hit, his face scrunched up in annoyance, looking around. Where is that code expert hiding? Can't find him. Lin Xian rarely took the bus in his dreams. Previously, when going to distant places, he would just commandeer a vehicle and play wild racing. But that would basically start escape mode, and soon police cars would be chasing him, ending with him either getting arrested or shot dead for hitting too many people. Today he had real business to attend to and didn't want any trouble. The bookstore was indeed far away. It took an hour and a half on the bus to reach the destination. Lin Xian walked into the bookstore. The clerk gave him a cold look and continued playing on her phone. It didn't take Lin Xian much effort to find several books on sports and soccer. However, most were news and information types, with complete absence of any data on the 2022 Qatar World Cup. Can't find it at all. After a long search, even history books were scrutinized. However, finding records of a soccer match from several hundred years ago was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, the title of a book on the shelf caught Lin Xian's attention. Interesting Football Knowledge 7, The History of the World Cup. Lin Xian pulled out the book. It was a children's book, which introduced the sport of the World Cup using simple language and illustrations. At the end, there was an appendix titled List of Past World Cup Champions. It really is, as despairing as an exhausted mountain and a depleted river, yet the road presents itself with no effort at all. The list of champions was arranged in reverse order. Lin Xian quickly flipped to the back, stopping at the last page, and soon found the information about the 2022 Qatar World Cup. There was just a brief sentence. Argentina team won the championship by defeating France in a penalty shootout. Penalty shootout. What does that mean? Lin Xian didn't understand football and had no idea what the term penalty shootout meant, but it was clear that Argentina team had secured the championship. Since the final champion is Argentina team, then it goes without saying, in the semi-finals against Croatia, Argentina certainly triumphed. Closing the book, Lin Xian reinserted the children's book back into the shelf. He looked up at the clock on the wall, which just showed 42. Boom, boom, boom. The familiar white light arrived on time, incinerating everything in the world. Buzz! Lin Xian opened his eyes. Faint sounds from the television were coming from outside the bedroom, and flickering lights shone through the crack of the door, indicating that Gao Yang was still watching TV in the living room. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes and sat up in bed. Then he put on a thick pajama and pushed open the bedroom door. How did it go? Did you find it? Gao Yang lifted his head from the coffee table. It was covered with beer, duck snacks, fried chicken, and other takeouts. It should be an Argentina win, Lin Xian yawned and said. Shouldn't be. What's the final score? I don't know. I only know that the final was between Argentina and France, and Argentina won the World Cup. Gao Yang thought for a while with his eyes closed. All right. He got up, picking up a coat from the sofa and put it on. I'm going downstairs to buy some more lottery tickets. Didn't you already bet on Argentina winning? I only bet 100. You've dreamed that Argentina won. Shouldn't I buy more? What about betting small for fun? Take a gamble. From a bicycle to a motorcycle. Gao Yang zipped up, unlocked the door, and walked outside. Hey. Where can you buy them so late? Don't the lottery shops close? Lin Xian called out to Gao Yang. The lottery shops definitely stop selling early, but some owners will print extra tickets in advance and sell them during the match. Others do this kind of business, printing a lot of tickets beforehand and then selling them at a higher price when the match is about to start. Just don't buy too many. It's not necessarily reliable. Be careful. I know. Slam. The door shut forcefully. Soon afterward, Gao Yang returned panting, pushing open the door with a handful of lottery tickets. 5,000 bucks. I've gone all in with a month's salary. If we win, it's the club and models. If we lose, it's back to the salt mines. Lin Xian chuckled helplessly. You escalated from betting for fun to taking a gamble to all in rather quickly, didn't you? Gao Yang sat down and switched on the TV with the remote. Come on, models. It's all on you, Messi. It wasn't long before the Argentina versus Croatia match started. Argentina clearly had a stronger team. They effortlessly won 30 and advanced to the finals. Messi slid to his knees on the pitch. Gao Yang was rolling on the living room floor. We won, damn it. Lin Xian, we're going to be rich. Gao Yang somersaulted up and grabbed Lin Xian's hand tightly. Comrade Lin Xian, our bright future is in your hands now. Lin Xian shook off Gao Yang's hand. Didn't you just say that my dream was unreliable and not a vision of the real future? Gao Yang scratched his head, looking at the pile of lottery tickets on the coffee table. I think I need more experimental data before I can conclude. So about tomorrow's semifinal, France versus Morikawa will win, tell me. Lin Xian recalled the phrase he had seen in his dream. The Argentina team beats the France team in a penalty shootout and wins the championship. Since France is going to the finals against Argentina, it's definitely France who's going to win tomorrow. You're still planning to bet, quit while you're ahead. Gao Yang, with a sly smile, collected the scattered lottery tickets on the table. Don't worry, I know my limits. I'll come over again tomorrow to watch the game. You better not come over, I need to sleep. Come on, you're going to wake up at 42 anyway, so when you do, don't go back to sleep. Let's verify whether your dream is accurate or not together. The next evening, Gao Yang arrived as expected. He was holding a thick stack of lottery tickets, boasting, HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. I cashed in the tickets from yesterday for more than 10,000, and today I added some savings and bought 30,000 worth on France winning. Lin Xian, if France really wins this time, we could make 70 to 80,000. And what if they lose? Go away. Don't jinx it with your nonsense. It was still 3 in the morning when, amidst Lin Xian's succession of yawns, the match started. As expected, the France team aggressively attacked and won the match 20, advancing to the finals. Gao Yang transformed into a frenzy mop, furiously scrubbed Lin Xian's living room floor. You're awesome, Lin Xian. We're going to be rich. We've just earned a year's salary just like that. Aren't we missing the point here? Lin Xian suddenly came to his senses, looking at Gao Yang, who was frantically mopping the floor. I wanted to discuss the dream stuff with you. How did it suddenly turn into accompany you to watch the World Cup? Ahaha. Gao Yang stood up from the floor and strolled around with his hands behind his back. Actually, I still don't quite believe your dreams can predict the future. That's just too outrageous. But if the final ends up with the Argentina team winning the championship just like in your dream, it might really be something incredible. I'll come over for the final in a few days. Lin Xian was speechless. I don't think there's a need to keep verifying this. You really shouldn't come over again. Even as a complete soccer novice, I would still bet on these two teams to win. The gap in strength is just too big. Gao Yang disagreed. You know, Lin Xian, next time you should also buy some lottery tickets. You can't just watch me driving a Range Rover while you continue to struggle, right? I think next time we really could go all in on Argentina winning. I'm off. See you in a few days. After sending Gao Yang off, Lin Xian slept through till lunchtime. Today was a weekend, so no work. He had a satisfying sleep. But there were indeed plans for the afternoon. Lin Xian intended to visit the hospital to see Professor Su Yun's daughter. A few days ago, Zhao Yingzhen had instructed Lin Xian to buy some things and make a visit. Lin Xian had inquired with the counselor and learned that Professor Su Yun was at the school laboratory conducting research on workdays and only went to the hospital to accompany his daughter on weekends. Thus, to see him, visiting the hospital on the weekend was the best option. After eating lunch, Lin Xian purchased several boxes of gifts and then hailed a cab to Donghai University-affiliated hospital. Donghai University-affiliated hospital can be said to be one of the best hospitals in Donghai City. It is filled with countless experts and holds immense authority, and it often becomes the final referral destination for cases that cannot be treated elsewhere in the country. Therefore, since the experts here claimed that Professor Su Yun's daughter had no chance of awakening, it likely really meant there was no hope left. To think of a girl turning into a vegetative state from the age of 4 or 5 and having to spend her life unaware on a sickbed truly tugged at the heartstrings. However, this also deepened the mystery weighing on Lin Xian's mind. Why was Professor Su Yun reluctant to exchange his failed research for money and then focus on accompanying his daughter or allowing her to receive better treatment? Could it be that the so-called dignity of a scientist was really that important? The inpatient department building was over 20 stories tall, and Professor Su Yun's daughter was staying in a ward on the 17th floor. Guided by the information on the doorplate, Lin Xian quickly found his destination. It was a single patient room, with the name Su Yi written on the doorplate, presumably Professor Su Yun's daughter's name. The door to the ward was ajar. Lin Xian gently knocked on the door, and the smoothly sliding wooden door opened at once. The scene inside took Lin Xian by surprise. The room was piled high with various high-end gifts, each of significant value. Among these gifts and flowers, there were also blessing cards from major cosmetics companies, not a few of which were from renowned global beauty conglomerates. It seemed what Zhao Yingzhen said was accurate. Nowadays, Professor Su Yun was regarded as a prized possession in the eyes of beauty companies worldwide. The chemical compound he saw as a disgrace, and failure was seen as a huge gold mine by these cosmetics companies. By the window in the ward, there was a multifunctional hospital bed. On the blue sheets, a slim girl lay quietly. The arm she had draped over the side of the bed truly defined what was meant by skin and bones. And the slender leg that Professor Su Yun was carefully bending and stretching for exercise was also so atrophied that not a single muscle could be discerned. She was like a fragile porcelain doll that would shatter at the slightest touch. Lin Xian stood at the door, silent. For someone who had been bedridden for over a decade as a vegetative patient, her muscles would likely have completely atrophied. Even if one insisted on performing stretching exercises every day, it would surely bring only psychological comfort. Lin Xian quietly watched as Professor Su Yun completed a set of rehabilitation exercises, then turned his daughter over before turning around. Take the things away, there is already enough piled up here. Lin Xian placed the gifts he was carrying behind the door and said softly, Teacher Su, you should also take care of your health. These supplements are for you too. Professor Su Yun pushed his glasses up and scrutinized Lin Xian. Are you a student from East Sea University? Lin Xian was puzzled. How did he figure that out? He nodded. Yes, Teacher Su, my name is Lin Xian and I graduated from East Sea University. Were you the host for the anniversary celebration and the freshman welcome party? Lin Xian nodded again, silently marveling at Professor Su Yun's remarkable memory. That's right, Teacher Su. Do you remember me? I often hosted campus activities in college and was the presenter for the welcome party for 3 consecutive years. Professor Su Yun rarely smiled. No wonder you look familiar. I had a sense of déjà vu when I saw you at Mr. Chu's dinner. Perhaps it was a natural affinity an instructor has for his own students, but Lin Xian felt that Professor Su Yun was much gentler today than before. Professor Su Yun gestured for Lin Xian to come closer to the bed. Lin Xian was genuinely taken aback. He had been prepared to be asked to leave by Professor Su Yun, but unexpectedly, he was willing to chat some more. Lin Xian approached the hospital bed and looked at the girl with the pale face on it. Young man. Professor Su Yun turned to look at Lin Xian. Do you know why I am reluctant to sell that failed product to you guys? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not clear, Teacher Su. You said earlier at the dinner you said that as a scientist, your dignity wouldn't allow you to sell such a failed product. But I wondered if there might be a deeper reason. Su Yun, after listening, did not speak. He took off his glasses and wiped them back and forth with the corner of his clothing. My daughter, when she was 4, fell from a slide and became a quadriplegic in a vegetative state. All the experts around the world said there was no chance of her waking up. So, why did I study the hibernation pod? As a scientist, I am more aware than anyone how absurd and impractical researching this thing is. But still. Su Yun put his glasses back on and looked at Lin Xian. There always has to be a first person to do something. If I don't research the hibernation pod, it might be decades or centuries before someone else starts to work on this project. But my daughter can't wait. She has already been lying in a hospital bed for 10 years. How many more can she lie there? At this point, Su Yun laughed at himself. Before I created that failed product, in these 10 years, no one has ever paid attention to the progress of the hibernation pod research, nor has anyone visited my daughter in the hospital. But now look, there's an endless stream of people visiting my daughter every day. These cosmetics companies are fighting over each other to give me money for research. But do they care about the research on the hibernation pod? No, they don't care about the hibernation pod at all. They only care about how much money that chemical can make for them. But Teacher Su, I don't think this is a bad thing for you. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable closeness to Professor Su Yun, like that between a teacher and a student, so he also expressed his doubts straightforwardly. If you sell that chemical, that failure you speak of, you would have enough funding for your research, as well as more advanced equipment and a better laboratory. Wouldn't this be more beneficial for your research topic, however? Su Yun shook his head solemnly. You're thinking too simply. I'm a person with a clear understanding of myself. Something like the hibernation pod, which has the potential to change the world's landscape, is not a massive project that one person, one institute, or even one country can handle. I never aspired to successfully create the hibernation pod that would be utterly fantastical. My hope was only to ignite this spark, to show everyone the possibility of conquering the challenges of hibernation. For instance, the first step, if I could solve the problem of the hibernation pod filling liquid, it would inevitably lead to more and more scientists and research institutions joining the study of the hibernation pod. Only in this way can we hope to develop the hibernation pod in a few years or a decade. And all I could do was light that spark. Su Yun bent over. He adjusted his sleeping daughter's blanket and carefully tucked the corners in. But do you know what consequences would arise if I sold that failed product? Lin Xian shook his head. He honestly couldn't quite understand the logic. Could it be that by selling the patent for this failed product, Professor Su Yun might extinguish the spark of the hibernation field? Actually, I used to have several students working on the research with me. Reflecting on the past, Professor Su Yun felt a sense of loss. They were very talented and intelligent kids, and although they hadn't come up with any significant outcomes throughout, having them around was actually quite comforting to me. At least I wasn't alone in forging a path in the hibernation field. But later, just like with this situation in the process of research, it's inevitable that some valuable byproducts will be discovered. At the time, I didn't think much of it, But once businesses and companies started showing interest, the unity of the lab began to waver. Each of those students had their own opinion, but their ultimate goal was essentially the same. They wanted to change the research direction to something that could bring short-term results and profits, such as pharmaceutical patents or cosmetic products. Back then, many beauty and pharmaceutical companies were offering them high salaries. The result goes without saying, they all left, not a single one stayed. Professor Su-yun shook his head with a wry smile. Of course, everyone has their own aspirations, and I can't accuse them of being mercenary. After all, everyone is pursuing a better life, and the idea of conducting research for profit, although distasteful to hear, reflects the reality that more and more young people choosing research are leaning towards profiteering. Lin Xian was starting to understand. In plain terms, it was the disappointment caused by those students that had wounded Professor Su-yun. Turning around, Professor Su-yun continued, as I mentioned earlier, something like the hibernation pod can't be developed by just one person or even one country. It requires the efforts of all humanity. If more and more young scientists are lured by lucrative opportunities, who will be willing to research the currently hopeless hibernation technology? The core reason no one wants to research the hibernation pod is precisely because it's a field where the end is not in sight, where there's no hope, no visible profit. Lin Xian naively thought that this profit-chasing trend in academia could not be changed by Su-yun alone. Regardless of whether he sold this chemical substance or not, it likely wouldn't draw young people to invest in hibernation pod research. After all, Su-yun's dedication stemmed from wanting to save his comatose daughter. Others did not have such a strong driving force, so choosing a short-term profitable project for research seemed reasonable and justified. Perhaps I'm being somewhat improper towards teacher Su. Lin Xian still intended to try to persuade, but I think that keeping to yourself will not change the prevailing social ethos of impatience and valuing fame and profit. I think you might as well sell the chemical substance, show everyone that there's profitability in the process of researching hibernation pod filling liquid, that profit can be made. Who knows, many young people might be attracted by such benefits to join hibernation pod research. However, Professor Su-yun was not swayed. He patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. Whether you think I'm stubborn or obstinate, I need to save my daughter, and I can't take the risk with the situation you've described. Some things, once commercialized, their subsequent development is uncontrollable, and I can't take that risk. One day, you too will become a father, and then you'll understand. So go back, young man, take what was said today back to President Zhao, and tell her not to bother me again. I think she will understand. I hope this is the last time we meet. After finishing his remarks, Professor Su-yun courteously asked Lin Xian to leave. Lin Xian didn't say much else. After urging Professor Su-yun to take care of his health, he pushed the door open and left. Through the crack of the door just before it closed, he caught a final glimpse inside. Professor Su-yun sat beside the hospital bed, holding Su-yi's dry and thin arm, telling her the amusing events of the week. Early the next day, Lin Xian reported to Zhao Yingjun's office, recounting his meeting with Professor Su-yun the day before and what the professor had said. Professor Su-yun is truly a bit more stubborn than we thought. Zhao Yingjun, supporting her chin, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. I think Professor Su-yun's concerns are somewhat overwrought. His points indeed have some merit, but not much. Lin Xian nodded. I tried to persuade Professor Su-yun as well, but to no avail. I think Professor Su-yun has been under a lot of mental pressure these years. He probably finds it very difficult to trust others now, which might explain why his ideas are sometimes so inflexible. Zhao Yingjun closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Without experiencing another's hardships, one should not urge them to be benevolent. Perhaps Professor Su-yun has gone through a lot these years, things we couldn't imagine, and has been hurt a lot, which is why he made such a decision. But no matter what, his intention is to save his daughter. If we look at it from a long-term perspective, maybe Professor Su-yun's choice isn't wrong. She looked up at Lin Xian as if she had made a great decision in that case. Let's abandon the idea of working with Professor Su-yun's plan and not bother them anymore in the future. Lin Xian nodded. He thought the same. If they couldn't help Professor Su-yun save his daughter, then they might as well not add any more trouble for him. We'll likely have to reconsider the flagship product for Rhine brand. Zhao Yingjun furrowed her brow in thought. You can go back now, Lin Xian. Let's put a period on Professor Su-yun's matter. You've worked hard during this time. The production of the Rhine cat dolls has already started on all fronts. The next step is to quickly create a 3D model of the Rhine cat's image, preparing for the subsequent launch of animations and commercials. Then work on the voice, catchphrases, and personality traits as soon as possible. Lin Xian jotted down Zhao Yingjun's instructions in his notebook, then left the office. Bang! The heavy, coated door closed, separating two worlds on either side. Lin Xian stared at the coated door in front of him. He had always been curious about what exactly was written on that invitation to the Genius Club. but he had no opportunity nor a proper reason to inquire about it. It was Zhao Yingzhen's personal matter, unrelated to their work, and asking too much would appear impolite and inappropriate. Moreover, the death of Big Face Cat's father made Lin Xian feel it was better to be cautious. This heavy-coated door seemed like an insurmountable chasm between them. In the past few days, Lin Xian had focused on the in-depth development of the Rhine Cat IP. His team had two main tasks. One, create a 3D model of the Rhine Cat image, preparing for the subsequent launch of three-dimensional merchandise, animations, and advertisements. Two, design more expressions, movements, outfits, and even catchphrases and lines for the Rhine Cat. That toy store in the dream had countless Rhine Cat-related toys, an endless source of material to draw from. Moreover, that all-night convenience bookstore also harbored many treasures. In the children's section of the bookstore, there were many Rhine Cat albums, comics, collections of settings, picture books. All these materials provided Lin Xian with plenty of inspiration. Unfortunately, after going through so much Rhine Cat material, Lin Xian found no mention of the creator. Instead, there were many different versions of stories about the origins and creative tales of Rhine Cat. With all kinds of narratives, it's probably because the time span of 6 centuries is simply too long, and many details have already turned into the dust of history, buried under the sands of time. During this period, Lin Xian's enthusiasm was high. He also liked this adorable little cat, and creating and designing it was indeed a very fulfilling job. Besides, with copyright earnings from the Rhine Cat on his side, if the toys were to sell well and the merchandise becomes a hit, then Lin Xian's income would naturally soar. So these past few nights, Lin Xian spent almost the entire time in toy shops and bookstores in his dreams. He did not partake in Big Face Cat and CC's story anymore. Only when he entered the dream early could he see through the toy shop window Big Face Cat with CC getting into the van. The slender Ultraman and the corpulent Rhine Cat walking together, it was hysterically funny. No one would have thought that these two seemingly harmless cosplayers would be engaged in a life-or-death struggle in a bank warehouse shortly after. The world is truly wonderful. This was Lin Xian's daily life these days, using busy work to cover up all sorts of wild thoughts. He did not consider CC's issues. He did not investigate any clues about the Genius Club. Nor did he think too much about whether his dreams were real or not. Although Lin Xian was reluctant to admit it, he seemed to be deliberately avoiding something. Avoid what? Avoiding the truth, or avoiding reality. He himself couldn't explain it clearly. Early this morning was the much-anticipated World Cup final, Argentina versus France. After having supper together, Lin Xian and Gao Yang headed to the betting shop to buy some football bets before going back to watch the match. After the last two matches, Gao Yang directly pocketed 70 to 80,000 yuan, arrogantly unstoppable. He walked with swagger. He carried the air of a princeling. He could hardly recognize himself anymore. All in, bet it all on Argentina to win. Gao Yang took out his phone and directly transferred 60,000 yuan to the betting shop owner. All in again. Lin Xian looked at Gao Yang, who proclaimed himself the gambling sage. Take it easy, brother. Who plays like this, always going all in on a single bet? Gao Yang, thumping his chest, laughed heartily. What's there to fear? Sometimes you just have to believe in metaphysics. Didn't you clearly see in your dream that Argentina won the World Cup in the end? Lin Xian nodded, recalling the words written in the book in his dream. Yes, it said Argentina defeated France in the shootout. Bang! Gao Yang slapped the betting machine, startling the ticket printing owner into squealing like a pig. Gao Yang's voice trembled as he pointed to the owner. Hold up, don't rush to print the tickets. Then he quickly pulled Lin Xian outside the betting shop. What did you just say? I said Argentina beats France in the penalty shootout to win the championship. Is there a problem? Are you sure you said penalty shootout? Gao Yang's face was ashen. I'm sure. Lin Xian looked at Gao Yang, puzzled. I want to ask too, what exactly does penalty shootout mean? I don't understand football either. Gao Yang took a few deep breaths before finally calming his heart rate. Then, gasping for air, he clutched Lin Xian's shoulder. Thank goodness I was scared to death. I was so close. My 60,000 yuan was about to go down the drain. Gao Yang lit a cigarette and explained to Lin Xian, if Argentina really did beat France during the penalty shootout phase, then we can't bet on Argentina to win for our lottery tickets. We should bet on a draw. Why? Lin Xian was clueless, his eyes a clear well of ignorance. It's like this. Gao Yang gesticulated wildly as he spoke. Soccer matches are divided into regular time, extra time, and the penalty shootout. If a winner is decided during regular time, then the match ends right there. If the regular match ends in a draw, meaning the scores are even, then it goes into extra time to continue deciding a winner. And if extra time still ends in a draw, it moves on to the penalty shootout phase, taking turns kicking penalties until a winner is determined. Standard for determining win, loss, or draw in soccer lottery tickets only takes into account the result from regular time. At this point in the explanation, Lin Xian understood. I get it. Since they've gone as far as a penalty shootout, the previous scores must all be draws, so naturally we should bet on a draw for the lottery tickets. Gao Yang gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. You learned so quickly. You're a natural at soccer betting. Come on, join in on the action. The odds for a draw are really high. Gao Yang forcefully dragged Lin Xian into the shop. Eventually, under Gao Yang's incessant nagging and coercion, Lin Xian bought 30,000 yuan worth of soccer lottery tickets, betting on a draw between Argentina and France. Lin Xian wasn't fond of gambling and didn't want to buy so much, but Gao Yang was on a roll, forcefully taking the bow, snatching Lin Xian's phone, and using facial recognition to pay. Gao Yang went all in and bought 60,000 yuan's worth, and Lin Xian was forced to pay for 30,000 yuan's worth. The odds for a draw were 3.7. Which meant if Argentina and France really ended in a draw during regular time, then Gao Yang could claim 220,000 yuan, and Lin Xian could claim 110,000 yuan. 3 a.m. the match kicked off again amidst Lin Xian's frequent yawns. The Argentina team played fiercely. They scored a penalty not long after the start and then scored another goal afterwards. By the 80th minute, Argentina was leading 20. Gao Yang was soaked in sweat, panicking. What's going on, Lin Xian? This isn't what we agreed on. Unless France's team is graced by a god, how could they possibly score 2 goals in just a few minutes? However, no sooner had Gao Yang spoken than France's key player, Mbappe, kicked a goal directly in. Gao Yang hadn't even had time to let out a scream before Mbappe scored another goal. In the space of a few seconds, 2 goals were scored. Even a soccer fiction wouldn't dare to write it like this. Oh, Gao Yang once again turned into a human mop, wriggling on the floor like a maggot, muttering some incantation as if summoning some great evil god, completely incapable of coherent speech. Finally, the Argentina team won the match in the penalty shootout. Messi lifted the long-awaited Hercules Cup. Gao Yang also raised his lottery ticket for the 220,000 yuan prize high, throwing himself at Lin Xian. Foster father, buzz off. A struggle ensued. Gao Yang finally calmed down and began to analyze. Looking at it now, your dream seems truly abnormal. If it were just a simple prediction of Argentina winning, that wouldn't be anything special. But you accurately predicted a draw in regular time, a draw in extra time, and that the winner would only be decided in the penalty shootout. Let me think about this, Gao Yang pondered, and Lin Xian also propped his chin, contemplating. At present, if we make a rough judgment, we can now practically confirm that my dream is indeed the real future world 600 years from now. But he still felt there was a lack of decisive evidence. Just predicting the results of a soccer match correctly and therefore concluding that the dream world is the real future world is actually not very rigorous logically. When buying lottery tickets just now, many friends at the lottery shop who were joking and laughing said they had made a fortune betting on soccer this year, having correctly predicted several matches in a row. An old man had even hit 7 in a row and was planning to pay in full for a havel. With soccer betting, there are only 3 outcomes: win, lose, or draw. Even by pure guesswork, there's a chance of correctly predicting several matches in a row, which is not strong enough evidence to determine that the dream world is the real future world. Actually, Lin Xian, I still can't believe that your dream is real. In the end, Gao Yang looked up, his face serious as he spoke. Even if you've made 3 accurate predictions in a row, the unreasonable phenomena in your dreams are just too numerous. Honestly, I find it hard to imagine that it is a real world. I remember you said that time in your dreams never moves forward. It always stays on the same day. Lin Xian nodded. Every time I dream, it's the same loop. People who died yesterday are standing in the same place today. Friends who played well with me yesterday have forgot everything today. The leaves always fall in the same place, never off by even a hair. It's like I'm watching the same movie over and over every day. Actually, there are many unexplainable aspects of this dream, like the level of technological development in the dream, which is nearly identical to the present year 2022. How do you explain that? Do you believe that life 600 years in the future will be the same as it is now? Gao Yang was also scratching his head in confusion at this time. Stop, stop. Gao Yang signaled Lin Xian to be quiet. Then he ran into Lin Xian's bedroom and took out a sheet of white paper and a black marker. This is too chaotic. Let's sort out our thoughts. Then we can figure out what's really going on with this dream of yours. How do we sort it? Lin Xian reached out to ask. Gao Yang handed Lin Xian a piece of paper and a pen, gesturing for him to sit down. Like you said, dreams and reality are different. Dreams don't need to be logical or orderly, but the real world is different. The real world must be logical, orderly, and provable. So now let's together summarize the unreasonable aspects in your dream world. Let's list them all out. If these unreasonable aspects really cannot stand scrutiny, are self-contradictory, and the logic isn't consistent, then we can definitely say that your dream is just a dream. Everything is a coincidence. Lin Xian took the pen, nodded in agreement. thinking it was a good approach. This was also a type of reverse reasoning. All right, let's each write our own points, and then we'll pool them together and discuss. Lin Xian bowed his head and wrote the title on the white paper. Unreasonable Phenomena in the Dream World. After writing the title, Lin Xian's pen moved as if divinely guided. He had long felt that there were too many bugs in the dream world, but previously thought that since it was a dream, the irrationality was perfectly rational. But now with a change of perspective, if he were to link the dream world with the real world, these irrational aspects would seem even more unreasonable. After Lin Xian and Gao Yang finished writing, they summarized the questions they had listed. Then they deleted some irrelevant questions that could be logically explained, and the remaining results were as follows. Illogical phenomena in the dream world. 1. The dream world is forever frozen on August 28, 2624, and it goes through destruction at precisely 42 a.m., repeating this same day over and over again. 2. Why can't we find news, lottery information, or data from several hundred years ago on the computer network? 3. The level of technological development in the dream world is no different from that of 2022, and people's standards of living and lifestyle are not much different from 2022 either. What have scientists been doing for the past 600 years? 4. No matter how much you destroy or act recklessly in the dream, even if you blow the city to the ground, the city is as good as new the next day when you enter the dream, and everything is as before. 5. Why are humans completely unaware of the impending doom at 42? Everything comes so suddenly, without any preparation. The two looked at the irrational points on the paper, finding them more and more unreasonable the more they looked. There are way too many bugs in this dream of yours. Gao Yang pointed to the first point. This first point alone is a huge issue. How can time in the real world not flow and keep repeating the same day over and over? From this perspective, it basically negates the possibility that your dream world could be the real world. He then pointed to the second point. The second point is even more outrageous. Data on the internet can't be completely erased. Anything that has ever appeared on the internet, rest assured, will leave a trace. Otherwise, how would the dark histories of those celebrities get dug up? Gao Yang's finger moved to the third point. I take back what I said earlier. This point is clearly the most outrageous. 600 years of time, yet there's not a single bit of development in human technology. Do you really think that's possible? Forget about 600 years. Even life 60 years from now will absolutely be a world of difference compared to today. Then, pointing to the fourth point, the setting in your dream, it outright violates the laws of conservation of energy and matter. If there was really such a city in reality that could restore itself no matter the destruction, I guess only Hogwarts might be possible. Gao Yang tapped on the last point. Astronomy is very advanced now. The trajectories of meteorites, the aging of the sun, cosmic radiation, all of these can be accurately calculated. With space telescopes above and gravitational wave detectors below, how could we possibly be unaware of a disaster that would destroy Earth? Are all the astronomers dead? Gao Yang spread his hands, looking at Lin Xian. I think there's no need to be so conflicted anymore. There are just too many illogical things in your dream world. They simply don't make sense in the context of real-world logic. So, such an absurd world could not possibly be the real world, let alone the future world 600 years from now. Listening to Gao Yang's conclusion, Lin Xian didn't speak. Actually, his thoughts were somewhat different from Gao Yang's. He certainly agreed with Gao Yang that these illogical phenomena could not possibly occur in a real world, but many details indicated that his dream world was far from a fictional world. It contained things beyond his cognition, knowledge he had never learned, things he had never seen in reality, but that genuinely existed. This could not simply be a fabricated dream world. You Lin Xian are just too serious about everything, always trying to figure things out thoroughly. Why live so exhaustingly? Some things, being a little confused and just letting them pass, isn't so bad. Gao Yang hummed a tune, beginning to clean up the trash on the desk, putting bottles, cans, and packaging bags into the garbage bin. It's like being able to predict the results of the World Cup. Isn't that a great thing? Remember to help me check who the champion of the 2026 World Cup is tomorrow. We'll continue to make money in 4 years. Lin Xian waved his hand, motioning Gao Yang to hurry up and leave. You can ask me about that in 4 years. Who knows if things in the dream will change? Keek Cat turned into Rhine Cat. Maybe someday the results of the competition will change too. True. Gao Yang finished cleaning up the remainder of the trash, then picked up 2 bags of garbage and waved to Lin Xian at the door. I'm off then. Yeah, go ahead, off you go. The next day, Gao Yang came looking for Lin Xian, carrying a bag full of money. Thud, the black bag landed heavily on the coffee table. Its weight was not light. Lin Xian opened it to take a look. Inside were neatly stacked bundles of 100 yuan bills, totaling 160,000 yuan. Why are you giving me so much? Lin Xian looked at Gao Yang. He had only bought 30,000 yuan's worth of lottery tickets, and the winnings were 110,000 yuan. We split it half and half. Gao Yang, chewing gum, rubbed the gold chain around his neck, adjusted his Ray-Ban sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and placed his brand new AJ sneakers on the coffee table. Those lottery tickets are considered a joint purchase by us both. The total prize was more than 300,000 after cashing in, so let's just split it evenly, no need to be so precise. Lin Xian remained unconvinced. He took 5 bundles of money out of the black bag and threw them to Gao Yang. Even real brothers settle their accounts clearly, each thing on its own. Besides, my salary is now much higher than yours. I don't need this little amount of money. Yo, so tough. Gao Yang rolled up the sleeves of his Givenchy sweater, flashed the Longines watch on his wrist, placed the latest Apple phone on the coffee table, and adjusted his Montblanc belt. Stop, 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 stop. Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore and directly reached out to stop Gao Yang. What are you doing? Are you doing a fashion show for me here? Can you please tone down this nouveau rich attitude? Heh, you don't understand, Lin Xian. We're rich now. First, we must improve our aura. Look at my getup. What's your first impression? You look like a Christmas tree. Gao Yang shook his hands. Forget it. I won't argue with a sick person like you. Your taste probably still stuck 10 years in the past. So who exactly looks like they've time traveled here from 10 years ago? Gao Yang took off his sunglasses, looking seriously at Lin Xian. Stop joking around. I came to see you today to talk about serious matters. Serious matters. About my dreams? Exactly. Snap. Gao Yang snapped his fingers, smirked proudly, and pointed at Lin Xian. Trust me. This time I will completely expose the truth behind your dreams. I've thought of an absolutely reliable method. What brilliant insight do you have this time again? Seeing Gao Yang so confident, Lin Xian truly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Honestly speaking, in regards to uncovering the truth behind his dreams, Lin Xian had already lost all hope in Gao Yang. Forget it, Gao Yang. Lin Xian waved his hand, unwilling to hassle over this issue with him anymore. You don't need to worry about this. I have my own plans. Just leave me be. No, don't. Trust me one more time, just one last time. Gao Yang was persistent, clinging to Lin Xian, raising the index finger of his right hand. I swear, this time it's absolutely reliable. It will definitely prove that your dreams are false. I see it this way, Lin Xian. Gao Yang firmly insisted to Lin Xian. Actually, in the field of psychology, I'm just a hack. All those things I told you before, I saw in that psychologist's WeChat moments. You remember that psychologist, right? She was a customer who bought a car from me, and I showed you her WeChat moments before. As he spoke, Gao Yang took out his phone, opened the contact information on WeChat, and showed it to Lin Xian. The photo on the screen was one Lin Xian had seen before, a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat. Her gentle smile, graying hair, and clean, crisp attire made her appear very approachable and comfortable to look at. You mean? Lin Xian blinked his eyes. Are you planning to take me to see the psychologist? Exactly. That's really not necessary. I'm truly not ill, so you don't need to worry about me. Lin Xian waved his hand in refusal. Perhaps from Gao Yang's point of view, Lin Xian might appear seriously ill, but Lin Xian knew his own situation well. Oh, come on, what's the harm in listening? Dr. Liu is a professional. Gao Yang opened up a webpage directly, searched for Dr. Liu's name, and then showed the resume to Lin Xian. Look. Dr. Liu's specialty is the study of the subconscious, dreams, and cognition. Instead of us blindly guessing every day, it's better to let the expert take charge and clarify everything for you in just a few words. You have to believe in science and authority. Dr. Liu's consultation fee of 3,000 yuan an hour is a symbol of expertise and authority. 3,000 yuan an hour. Lin Xian stood up directly. Why not just rob me? Ah, is it really the time to be worried about money? Gao Yang pulled Lin Xian back down with a sweep of his big hand. I'll take care of this expense for you, brother. I only made so much money on the World Cup because of you. For the sake of your psychological health, we absolutely cannot skimp on this. I've already made the appointment for you, so let's get going now. An hour later, Gao Yang insisted on taking Lin Xian to Dr. Liu's psychology clinic. To call it a clinic was something of an understatement. It was actually a very tranquil lakeside villa, situated not far from the university town amidst a natural scenic area. I've heard that each standalone villa here costs 100 million, Gao Yang whispered to Lin Xian. Psychologists really do make a killing. No kidding, with people like you rushing to throw money at them. Lin Xian was somewhat resigned. Although he knew that Gao Yang meant well and was worried about him, such fanfare really wasn't necessary. Now that we're here, Lin Xian, let's just go in and listen since we've already paid, Gao Yang said. Gao Yang knocked on the door. The door wasn't locked, so they walked right in. The villa's decor was of a European style. The furniture was all made of natural wood, and there was even a fireplace stacked with firewood up north that added a touch of ambience. Is this Mr. Gao Yang? Please come to this room. A gentle and graceful voice came from the adjoining room, sounding very comforting, like a gentle stream soothing the heart. The two pushed open the door to the next room. It was similarly a large room with a wooden recliner in the center and several neatly arranged wooden chairs in the corner. The sunlight streamed through the large windows, warming the room's color palette and making one's breathing slow down. In front of the window sat a rosewood desk with Dr. Liu smiling in her chair, looking at Lin Xian and Gao Yang. Lin Xian studied Dr. Liu. She appeared even kinder than in her photo, like a benevolent grandmother, her gaze filled with care and gentleness. Mr. Lin, please lie down on the couch, relax your body and mood. Let's start with a simple chat. Lin Xian lay down on the couch according to Dr. Liu's instructions. He closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and relaxed his body. Then they began with simple questions and answers, mostly chatting about basic information: age, work, family status, romantic relationships, and such. Lin Xian answered all these truthfully. After all, there was no need for him to hide anything. But when it came to questioning about the confusion in his dreams, Lin Xian didn't disclose everything, because he felt some things were really not necessary to talk about, and he didn't believe the psychologist could solve his problem. Dr. Liu chatted with Lin Xian while taking notes in his notebook. Eventually, their conversation ended, and Dr. Liu looked at Lin Xian and asked, Mr. Lin, are you certain that you can clearly distinguish between reality and dreams? Lin Xian nodded. There's absolutely no problem, Dr. Liu. I never confuse dreams with reality. How do you determine and differentiate between the two? Lin Xian was really stumped by this question. Who can't distinguish between dreams and reality? Being asleep means dreaming, waking up means reality. Does this need any criteria for judgment? He opened his eyes and slowly said, to be honest, Dr. Liu, I've never seriously thought about this question. Instinctively, I believe that the time after waking up is definitely the real world. This is common sense, right? Dr. Liu smiled. Never underestimate this question. Even today, there is no complete theoretical method that can accurately distinguish between reality and dreams, and much of our cognition and judgment actually come from human intuition. Especially in dreams, almost everyone is unaware that they are dreaming. Only a very few people, in very few cases, might become aware that they are dreaming. In psychology, we call this a lucid dream. Unaware that they are dreaming, Lin Xian had never felt this. He was very clear about when he was dreaming, because his dreams were too distinctive, endlessly repeating that one day. The moment he stood in that square, he understood he was dreaming. Lin Xian looked at Gao Yang. Do you never realize when you're dreaming? Of course not. Gao Yang answered without hesitation. I'm not like you, I'm normal. Normal people don't realize they're dreaming unless they wake up. Honestly, sometimes the content of my dreams is absurd, like I go back to high school, or sometimes I'm even chased by dinosaurs, but no matter how ludicrous, I still can't tell that I'm in a dream. Only when I wake up in the middle of the night do I realize I was dreaming. Dr. Liu nodded, taking notes while speaking. Gao Yang is right. Most people's dreams are absurd, like a chaotic montage. Yet despite this, most people still don't realize they're dreaming. However, Mr. Lin, your case is that very special one. You not only realize you're dreaming every time, but you also clearly remember how the dream started each day, and the content of the dream is not exactly absurd, basically indistinguishable from reality. Dr. Liu put down his pen and looked up at Lin Xian. That is a very dangerous sign. Because both worlds are sufficiently real, if one day you lose the reference points that distinguish reality from dreams, you know very well what will happen, right? At that time, you will completely be unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. Dr. Liu's words felt a bit alarmist to Lin Xian, but he couldn't blame him. After all, he hadn't told the whole truth, and from Dr. Liu's perspective, he indeed seemed more like a patient in critical condition. Lin Xian thought that continuing the conversation would be a waste of time, so he decided to ask a professional question instead. Dr. Liu, I would like to inquire, is there a way to make me accurately understand that my dreams are false, unreal, completely fictitious? Dr. Liu smiled naturally. Of course there is a way. This is a very simple question. Normal people might not be able to distinguish reality in their dreams, but in reality, they seldom fail to distinguish dreams. The reason is in dreams, people we know from reality generally appear. All you need to do is wake up and compare their actions, and you will immediately understand who is real and who is false. This is also the simplest and most effective way to differentiate. Let me give you an example, Mr. Lin. Dr. Liu picked up the pen in his hand and pointed at Gao Yang. If one day you dream that Gao Yang has turned into a woman and is clamoring to marry you, would you still doubt whether that dream is reality? Of course not. Lin Xian frowned. That would be a nightmare. Dr. Liu chuckled. Then I'll give you another example. Suppose you discover that your company is no longer producing cosmetics, but is secretly making rockets, spacecraft. Would you believe that is reality? Of course not. I'm not a fool. At this point, Lin Xian finally understood. So that's how it is. Normal people don't need to consider complex things like waking up, feeling pain, or experiencing weightlessness in order to distinguish between dreams and reality. They only need to wake up, open their eyes, compare the things, events, and characters in the dreams with the actual situation in reality, and then determine in 1 second that they are dreaming. But he couldn't do that, because when he dreamt, he never dreamt about people he knew in reality. He was aware of this issue before, but he didn't think it was important at the time, so he didn't take it to heart. But thinking about it now, why can others dream about people they know in reality? But he can't. In more than 20 years of dreaming, he had never once dreamt about anyone he knew in real life, including Gao Yang, his best friend with whom he had played since childhood, who had never appeared in a dream. Isn't this the greatest irregularity in his dreams? Dr. Liu looked at Lin Xian and asked softly, "Mr. Lin, in so many years of dreaming, have you really never dreamt about any acquaintances, anyone familiar?" Lin Xian shook his head. "No, not a single one, all strangers." Dr. Liu narrowed her eyes at Lin Xian, her gaze profound. "You really need to think about it, my child." Her voice was low, enunciating every word. "Really? Not even one?" Lin Xian pondered intensely. "No, really no, not even one. In more than 20 years of dreams, from childhood to adulthood, it was an exceptionless sea of strangers, not to mention classmates, friends, colleagues. Even his closest parents, grandparents, had never appeared in his dreams. Lin Xian, haven't you ever dreamt about me?" Gao Yang pointed to himself. "That can't be possible, right? We have been playing together since we wore split-crotch trousers. You can't say you've never dreamt of me, can you?" Lin Xian shook his head. "Not even once." Gao Yang scratched his head, unable to understand. "I've never asked you about this before, but now that I think about it, it's really abnormal. They say that our daytime thoughts become our nighttime dreams, yet you can dream of the Rhine cat from reality. Why can't you dream about me? Am I less impressive to you than a cat? That's not the case. I dream about you quite often." Gao Yang counted on his fingers. "Ever since we were kids, you've been a regular in my dreams, and we would often get into mischief together. Just the other day, I dreamed that we struck it rich, and then I took you to play on a yacht." Dr. Liu also put down her pen, looking at Lin Xian with a hint of confusion. "Generally speaking, although one doesn't dream about acquaintances every day, the fact that you haven't encountered a single familiar person in your dreams for over 20 years is rather unbelievable. It doesn't have to be someone you're very familiar with, even people you've met once, friends you've made briefly, colleagues you interact with at work. Have you ever dreamed about them?" Lin Xian shook his head. "No." "Then let's think about it. Have you ever dreamed about characters from cartoons, movies, or movie stars you've seen in dreams?" A long silence enveloped the room. Lin Xian, Gao Yang, and Dr. Liu said nothing. Ahem. Gao Yang coughed awkwardly and hastened to smooth things over. Dr. Liu, please don't take offense. It's not that Lin Xian is purposely not cooperating with the therapy. I've known him for a long time, and he's not the type to be confused about what's going on. It's just that Lin Xian's condition might really be somewhat different, a proper mystery. I can vouch for him with my reputation." Lin Xian is definitely not lying. Dr. Liu offered a faint smile. She took off her glasses, wiped them with a cloth, and looked tenderly at Lin Xian and Gao Yang. "Don't worry, kids. I believe every word you've said. I've dealt with a number of patients like Lin Xian in the past, based on my previous experience in treatment, to help patients distinguish clearly between dreams and reality, and to eliminate such concerns. A breakthrough is definitely needed. And this breakthrough is usually a person who leaves a deep impression, who often appears in dreams, and whom one can't stop thinking about and can't forget." Dr. Liu put her glasses back on and regarded Lin Xian with an encouraging look. "So Lin Xian, you'll need to think hard, concentrate, and recall carefully. Even the slightest hint, a clue, a shred of suspicion would be good. In your dreams, is there a person who feels familiar, someone you feel you've met before?" Gao Yang also stepped forward. He patted Lin Xian on the back. "Don't rush, take your time to think it through." Lin Xian bowed his head and closed his eyes. Resting his arms on his knees, he covered his face with his hands, clearing his mind. The first person he thought of, was the strange girl wearing an Ultraman mask. Lin Xian didn't know what she looked like, however, her voice. It really gave him a sense of deja vu. Her tone was very familiar. Lin Xian must have heard CC's voice in reality, but he couldn't remember when or where. There are simply too many sounds one hears every day. Lin Xian really couldn't recall. Moreover, Lin Xian had also considered that there are many people with similar voices in reality, which is hardly worth mentioning. But if, according to Dr. Liu, one insisted on finding a similarity between the dreams and reality, CC's voice might be the only possible clue. "I understand now." Lin Xian opened his eyes. "If I have to say, there seems to be a person who feels familiar. At least I think I've heard her voice before." He had already figured out what to do. Tonight, when he enters the dream, he will try to remove CC's mask and see who she really is. Smack! Gao Yang snapped his fingers. "I get it. You get it again." Lin Xian, all you have to do is go back into the dream to revalidate. See if the girl looks like anyone you know in reality. Are you a repeating machine that traveled here from 5 minutes ago? Lin Xian said, exasperated. Dr. Liu nodded at Gao Yang with a smile. You understand perfectly. If we dream about a person, A, in a dream, and this actually exists in reality, all we need to do is compare the behaviors, analyze the rationality of the character's actions, and we can immediately determine that the dream is false. It's not a difficult task. Gao Yang, when you go back, you can help Lin Xian validate this matter. I believe Lin Xian's heart demon will be cured very soon. Gao Yang patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and chuckled. Bro, even though I kind of hope your dream is real, if this can completely rid you of your inner demons and stop you from being crazed all the time, that'll be a good thing. I hope so. After a brief chat, Lin Xian and Gao Yang left Dr. Liu's place. How about it, Lin Xian? Was that 3,000 yuan well spent? After they left, Gao Yang smiled smugly. I told you he was an expert. We fumbled around without finding a convincing method of validation. Dr. Liu nailed your problem in no time. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Hard to say. I can only remark that it's so easy to make money off of rich people. Gao Yang glanced at his newly purchased Longines watch. Come on, let's go grab some food and chat while we eat. The two left the villa. Took a cab to a barbecue restaurant they frequented. They casually ordered some skewers and beer and sat down to eat. A few drinks in, they started to feel the warmth spreading in their bodies. Gao Yang prattled on about the bizarre customer he encountered while selling his car today, while Lin Xian picked at the dishes, pondering how to unmask CC. He actually had many ways to deal with CC. He was confident about that, of course. The prerequisite was not to bring along Big Face Cat, that liability of a teammate. With this guy, who was good for nothing and prone to spoiling things, any perfect plan could be ruined. I need to find a way to ditch Big Face Cat. Lin Xian took a bite of lamb skewer but couldn't think of any way to ditch Big Face Cat. Hey. Gao Yang's shout pulled Lin Xian back to reality. Why are you yelling so loudly? Gao Yang, dissatisfied, pointed at Lin Xian with a piece of tofu fish. Are you even listening to me when I speak? What did you say? I said. It's just 2 months until the Lunar New Year, and next year marks our 5th high school reunion. Shouldn't we organize a class reunion? After all, everyone has graduated from college, and it's been years since we last met. Oh, that thing. Lin Xian picked up his chopsticks and fiddled with some peanuts. He had indeed been preoccupied with considering how to take off CC's mask and hadn't listened to Gao Yang. As the class leader, you decide, they said. Although Gao Yang's academic performance was not great, he had a knack for social interaction, was enthusiastic, and loved to help people. This made him popular in the class and highly respected. He was almost unanimously elected class leader for all 3 years of high school. I wonder if everyone is willing to come. Gao Yang said, rubbing his belly. In the novels, they always say class reunions are where those who haven't done well feel embarrassed to come, and those who have done well come to show off. Then someone like Dragon King Usura Chen Baekshun arrives to smack them down, ending in an unhappy departure. These past 5 years, I haven't seen our old classmates, so I'm not sure how well they're doing. Regardless, they must be doing better than me, haha. Here I am, just a lousy car salesman at a 4S shop, daring to organize a reunion. Surely no one will feel too embarrassed to come, right? Lin Xian chewed on his lamb skewer. Who knows? It's unpredictable. If we're going by how we were in high school, we probably wouldn't see any Dragon King Usura Chen Baekshun-like drama, but it's been 5 years since we last met. Who knows what changes society might have wrought upon us? Lin Xian took a sip of beer, looking at Gao Yang. Actually, the trickiest part is, do you have everyone's WeChat? How are you going to notify everyone? QQ group, you old fossil. Gao Yang said with a disdainful look. How long have you been working that you've already ditched QQ? Our high school class has a group chat, though it's been years since anyone talked in it. Oh, I really haven't logged in for quite a while. Lin Xian went back to snacking on the skewers. In university, he still used QQ from time to time, but after graduation and starting work, he truly hadn't logged in once and didn't even have the QQ app downloaded on his phone. Haha, speaking of QQ, Lin Xian, it reminds me of your show-off past, Gao Yang said, putting down his beer glass and wiping the foam from his mouth, laughing. Wasn't it back in elementary school? Everyone had just started getting into QQ, and everyone had 9-digit QQ numbers, all thinking about getting a sun icon early so they could use a custom avatar. But not you. You somehow got an 8-digit QQ number with a sun icon already. You changed your avatar daily, showing off like nobody's business. Back then, I kept chasing you to find out where you got that 8-digit QQ number, and you wouldn't tell me for the life of you. Reminded of the past, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh as well. That did happen. Gao Yang wouldn't remember if he hadn't mentioned it. That was from my cousin back in my hometown. Lin Xian said as he took a bite of fish tofu. When he came to visit, he gave me one of his spare QQ mini accounts. That generation started using QQ much earlier. Back then, you could apply and get 7 or 8-digit QQ numbers easily, and there were even some with 6 digits. Lin Xian had a deep impression of that cousin from his hometown. Seemed like he was some sort of noble family head in the emo subculture. His QQ space was damn cool, full of emo special effects. Although Lin Xian hadn't caught the last bus of the emo trend, back then, this 8-digit QQ number had indeed made him the talk of the town among his Pearson, unmatched status symbol, truly. Bang! Lin Xian slammed his glass onto the table, foam flying everywhere. Lin Xian, are you out of your mind? Gao Yang teleported to the side, shaking the foam off his clothes, glaring at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian wasn't paying him any attention. As he watched the foam dissipating in his glass, a realization dawned on him. 8 digits number. 8-digit number. He thought of the 8 number dials on the safe. So that's it. Lin Xian felt like he was parting the clouds and seeing the clear sky again. In the dream in the bank vault, the safe CC was about to open had 8 password dials. Lin Xian had always believed that this 8-digit password must be some date. It was either a birthday, an anniversary, a significant day in short. It had to be a date. He never thought there was any other possibility, but he was too overconfident. He had completely forgotten about the matter of the QQ number. People of Lin Xian's generation only started to use QQ en masse in elementary and middle school. Back then, newly registered QQ accounts were all 9 or 10 digits long, and only netizens born in the 80s and 90s would possibly have a QQ number that was 8 digits long. It was very likely. This was the correct password for the safe in the dream. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that it was exactly 8 digits long? Gao Yang quietly leaned over and waved his hand in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Hey, 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 are you spaced out or frozen? What are you mumbling about? No, it's nothing. Lin Xian came back to his senses, picked up his glass again and took a sip. It's nothing, sit down and let's keep eating. After dinner, the two decided to head home separately. Gao Yang pulled open the taxi door, allowing Lin Xian to get in. We're not heading in the same direction, so I won't see you off. Go on by yourself. Lin Xian nodded, bent down, and sat in the taxi. He rolled down the window and waved goodbye to Gao Yang. I'm off. Gao Yang dropped his cigarette butt, took Lin Xian's hand. When you get home and finish that dream, give me a sign. Once you're sure that your dream is just a dream, I'll also feel relieved and won't have to worry about you. Yeah, I'm off now. It was just past 8 when he got home, still early enough to check in the dream if what Dr. Liu said was true. Lin Xian took a shower, which made his groggy mind slightly clearer. He recalled everything that had happened from the time he met Big Face Cat CC up until today. He had definitely heard CC's voice somewhere before, and he might have also seen CC's face somewhere. Though his memory had forgotten, to use Gao Yang's words, the subconscious still remembered, which is why he dreamed about it. Just now, while showering, he had thought of a plan to remove CC's mask. First, find a way to get rid of Big Face Cat. He absolutely couldn't let this pig teammate ruin his plan. He was enough to handle CC, and having more people could backfire. 2. CC was very vigilant. If he couldn't get the C4, he would still need her to crack the bank vault's password. Therefore, he couldn't reveal his identity before entering the vault. 3. Combining the above points, there was only one way to achieve his goal. That was to wear the Big Face Cat's mask and disguise himself as Big Face Cat. Then, as Big Face Cat, take CC to rob the bank. 4. Both Big Face Cat and CC recognized the mask, not the person. As long as he took out Big Face Cat's underlings quickly enough, he wouldn't be exposed. 5. Once CC cracked the bank vault's password door and entered the vault, he would find a way to take off CC's mask and try opening the safe. There were no issues with this plan procedurally, despite there being a straightforward method to rip off CC's mask directly in the plaza. First, CC had a gun and he might not be able to beat CC. If he got killed before he could remove the mask, it would have been a wasted night. Second, he really wanted to try out the safe password. Since he was dreaming anyway, he might as well accomplish 2 things at once instead of waiting until the next day. Thinking about how he once wore an Ultraman mask pretending to be CC, and now was about to wear the Rhine Cat mask to disguise as Big Face Cat, Lin Xian found it quite amusing. Without realizing it, he had mastered the art of role play, mission, impossible, and infernal affairs. Life is unpredictable, like intestines within intestines. Actually, the key to being able to implement this plan was that Big Face Cat and CC were not familiar with each other or even knew each other's names. They were just temporarily cobbled together, using each other, even thinking of scamming one another, like grouped-up customers at a flash sale. And it was this lack of knowledge about each other's identities that allowed Lin Xian to deceive them with just a mask. As long as Big Face Cat didn't mess things up, the plan was relatively easy to execute. Lin Xian stretched, settled into bed tonight. Let's bring all the stories to an end. Lin Xian closed his eyes and slowly drifted into dreamland. Whoosh, the dry summer wind slapped against his face. Having shivered from the cold after the bath just now, he was now basking under the scorching sun. Lin Xian truly experienced the thrill of going from icy cold to blazing heat. Lin Xian looked at the time displayed on the electronic billboard nearby, 2111. At this time, neither Big Face Cat nor CC would have arrived at the square. Based on his experience, Lin Xian guessed their agreed meeting time would be 10 o'clock in the evening. I need to act fast. Lin Xian looked around and found a community police booth, with 2 patrolling officers outside. Generally, these booths would contain police equipment such as grappling batons, electric shock wands, explosion-proof shields, and so on. Although Lin Xian didn't know the official names for this equipment, he was all too familiar with their effectiveness had been, educated plenty in his dreams over the years. The method to make Big Face Cat log off will rely on these police uncles. Lin Xian strolled around the east side of the square, looking toward the spot where Big Face Cat's van usually arrived. In the past few times, Big Face Cat's van had always approached from this direction, and today was no exception. Sure enough. 30 minutes later, Big Face Cat drove that rickety van over, still parking in the familiar spot. Then 2 minutes later, a very familiar corpulent figure jumped down from the van, his face squeezed between layers of fat and wearing a Rhine cat mask, looking around. Lin Xian noticed. The van hadn't been turned off, even the driver's door was only ajar. This was probably the cunning of a professional criminal ready to escape at a moment's notice. After confirming the target had appeared, Lin Xian ran straight into the police booth. Comrade officer, there's been a big incident. Lin Xian looked panic-stricken. My newly bought Rhine cat mask was stolen by that fat guy over there. The officer chuckled. Seems like it's not such a big deal. I'll go get it back for you. But he has a gun at his waist. Damn, the officer sprang into action, grabbing the radio and barking orders. The 2 patrolling officers outside immediately looked in the direction of Big Face Cat and slowly approached. Freeze, get your hands behind your back. Stay put. Big Face Cat was pinned down in a second. With a chokehold and hands behind his back, he was swiftly subdued. The officer in the booth, taking Lin Xian with him, ran over to where Big Face Cat was held, reaching for his waist. He really does have a gun. His face turned ashen as he continued to search, and there's even C4 explosives. Keep him under control. I need to call for backup immediately. He directed orders into the radio. Finding firearms in such a densely populated square was no minor matter. Who knew if he had accomplices? And even worse, he was carrying something as terrifying as C4. Lin Xian quietly stepped forward. Can I get my mask back? The officer tore off Big Face Cat's mask and tossed it to Lin Xian. Just as Big Face Cat was about to protest, his voice was muffled by a hood pulled over his head, and he quieted down. Lin Xian walked away slowly holding the mask. He looked at the cute Rhine cat mask in his hand and smiled slightly. Key prop, Rhine cat mask, gotcha. He stretched the elastic band and put the mask on his face. The mask was small. It just managed to cover Lin Xian's face. Next up, I am Big Face Cat. Lin Xian walked towards the west side of the square, where CC's refresh point was located. It wasn't long before Lin Xian found his target. A woman wearing a black bodysuit underneath, draped in a plaid trench coat, with dark brown hair tied up high and an Ultraman mask covering her face. It was CC. When Lin Xian had seen CC at the bank vault before, she had only been wearing a black bodysuit, just like a spy. Presumably, she had also felt that her spy outfit was too conspicuous, so she had worn a long trench coat over it to blend in with the crowd in the square. CC's long hair, twisted up at the back of her head, was bound with a red ribbon. Round and full, it looked like she had an enviable amount of hair. But the reality was there was a gun hidden inside. CC had a total of 2 guns on her, one around her waist and another hidden in her pinned-up hair. Truly a dangerous woman. As Lin Xian walked towards CC, he scrutinized the details of her figure. Slim, very thin, with a height of around 165 centimeters. Very strange. Not a trace of familiarity, not a single impression. Had he truly seen this person before? The feeling was paradoxical. He was certain that he had heard CC's voice in reality before, but it was hard to imagine that a girl with a figure as exquisite as a model's, if he had truly seen her, wouldn't have left any impression on him at all. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Lin Xian walked straight towards CC. Be it human or ghost, goblin or demon, her mask would soon come off and reveal all. Hey, Lin Xian greeted CC from behind her, watching her as she turned around, code expert. CC looked Lin Xian up and down, not saying a word. After a long while, she finally nodded slightly. How should I address you? Lin Xian smiled faintly. In the underworld, they all call me Big Face Cat, so you can just call me Brother Lion. Having said that, he pointed to the van by the side of the road. Then he turned and walked back. Smack, a delicate hand firmly pressed on Lin Xian's shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. You're called Big Face Cat. Yes, Lin Xian didn't turn around. Everyone in the underworld calls you Big Face Cat. That's right. CC stared intently at Lin Xian, but your face isn't big at all, so why would others call you Big Face Cat? A hot summer breeze blew past, lifting the red ribbon on Cece's head and a corner of her trench coat. Neither of them spoke, but the atmosphere grew even more tense. Lin Xian suddenly realized he had oversimplified the matter of impersonating Big Face Cat. This wasn't something that could be solved with just a mask. Being able to fool Big Face Cat with an Ultraman mask was because Big Face Cat was foolish, and it really didn't have much to do with the mask itself. Cece, being such an intelligent person, was at least 800 times more cautious than Big Face Cat. Even though she didn't know Big Face Cat's appearance, name, or voice, she intuitively felt that Lin Xian was not like a desperado, nor did he seem like someone who would rob a bank. But fortunately, Cece was only suspicious of him now. She hadn't completely exposed him. It was still possible to salvage the situation. Lin Xian straightened up and slowly turned around. Cece's right hand was on his shoulder, her left hand reaching towards the gun at her waist. Does being called Big Face Cat necessarily mean one must have a big face? Lin Xian stared at Cece. What else would it mean? Cece fixed her gaze on Lin Xian. What's your name then? Cece. If we were to follow your logic, you should be called AA, not Cece. Smack. Lin Xian shook off the hand on his shoulder without giving her a chance to argue, pocketed his hands, and walked towards the van. Take it or leave it. Even without you, the code expert, I can still rob with C4. Lin Xian got into the driver's seat, closed the door, engaged the gear, floored the accelerator, and the van took off with screeching tires. Hum. Wait a minute, Cece quickly ran over. Then she opened the passenger door and sat down. Crossing her arms, she remained silent, obviously quite displeased. Lin Xian spread his right hand. Give me the gun. What will I use if I give it to you? Cece sneered disdainfully. You use the one hidden in your hair. Cece's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Xian. She slapped the handgun from her waist into Lin Xian's palm. Then she pulled open the red ribbon that tied up her bun. Whoosh, her smooth, long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, revealing a black gun in Cece's hand. She bit the red ribbon with her lips, clasped her hair with the heels of her hands, and then retied it with the ribbon. Lin Xian watched all this quietly. This was probably the reason to use a ribbon instead of a rubber band for tying hair, wasn't it? It comes undone with just a tug. No wonder Big Face Cat got shot in the head so quickly last time. Lin Xian picked up the gun in his hand. He skillfully ejected the magazine, checked the number of bullets, pushed it back in, chambered around, flipped the gun, and inserted it at his waist, completing the entire process in less than 1 second. He then drove the car, looking straight ahead, without uttering a word. On the surface, he remained silent. Inside, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it seemed he had bluffed his way through. So far, everything was going as planned. Lin Xian's biggest advantage was that he could try countless times in his dreams, come back countless times, and fail countless times. Such repeated attempts and trials accumulated almost an overview of the entire situation's intelligence. Recalling the first time he encountered Big Face Cat and Cece, he was practically toyed with by them, and anyone could have taken him down with a single shot. But after 3 or 4 cycles of exploration, he had mastered every detail of the incident. With such a vast information gap, he could outmaneuver anyone. The situation that had just occurred was indeed a bit different from what Lin Xian had planned. He hadn't expected Cece to suspect right away that he wasn't Big Face Cat. But this was of no great significance. After his manipulations, not only had he bluffed his way through, but he had also obtained the critical tool he needed most. A gun. Without a gun, he really had no idea how to get past the 3 underlings. Along the way, the 2 of them did not exchange a single word. Ultraman and Rhine Cat maintained a steady gaze straight ahead. It was anyone's guess what the passers-by thought of the odd-looking van. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Lin Xian pulled out the pistol at his waist and signaled Cece to get out after getting out of the car. Lin Xian and Cece hurried towards the bank entrance. A young man in black was fiddling with something at the entrance. He looked up at Lin Xian, his face confused. You. Bang! A bullet hit him right between the eyes. Blood splattered against the wall. Nice shooting, Cece said admiringly. She had watched closely. Drawing and firing the gun was completed in just a flash without any aiming motion. It was something many people could do if it was just about hitting a target. But this was a headshot, right between the eyes, without any superfluous aiming. Only a sharpshooter could be described that way. But why did you kill your underling? Cece asked. Lin Xian pushed the door and entered the bank. His hands weren't clean. Such people can't be kept around. As they reached a corner, a masked man stood up in shock, pointing at Lin Xian. You. Bang! Another instantaneous headshot on the mark. And why kill this one? He hit on the boss's wife. What do you think? Cece looked at Lin Xian in shock. He cuckolded you. We have a mutual boss above us. I was talking about that boss's wife. They continued forward, and a shadow rushed up from the underground passage. Bang! Cece couldn't help but step back. He was able to headshot someone who was running so fast, in such dark conditions, and without even aiming. She touched the pistol and followed Lin Xian. How did you train to shoot like this? Nothing special, just practice. Lin Xian pointed to the all-black wall ahead, with a silver vault door in the middle. It's your turn now, code expert. CC hesitated for a moment. Then she put away the pistol and walked over to the code-locked door with the laptop. First, she pried open the lock casing with a small tool, revealing the circuit board inside. After a series of maneuvers connecting the circuits, she began operating on the laptop. About 15 minutes passed. Beep beep, a soft sound rang out as the code indicator light turned from red to green, and the heavy steel door opened in response. CC stood up, pointing to the half-open coded door. The door is open, you go in first. You go first, Lin Xian courteously replied. He was all too familiar with this script, now playing the role of Big Face Cat. If he entered first, he would 100% be shot in the head. You go first, you've earned it. CC made a welcoming gesture. No, Lin Xian waved his hand. Clearly your role was more crucial. Please, after you. Don't you need a lot of money? You take it first. Ladies first, ladies first. I'm afraid I won't be able to move the gold bricks inside. You could take some of the lighter gold bars first. Then I should go find a sack first, that way I can carry more. Now that you mention it, I seem to have forgotten my sack in the car as well. Oh, how careless of me. Since you're in urgent need of the money, there's no need for modesty. Actually, it's not that urgent. After a long stalemate, the two stood face to face, neither daring to enter first. Lin Xian was afraid CC would shoot him. CC too was shocked by Lin Xian's marksmanship, afraid he would shoot her. But in reality, both of them knew perfectly well there wasn't a penny in this warehouse. Forget it, let's stop pretending. How about we have a truthful conversation? Lin Xian thought there was no point in the standoff anymore, and took the initiative to clarify, actually, I'm not Big Face Cat. CC let out a light laugh. Is that even something that needs to be admitted? Did you think you were convincing? You don't have a gun or C4, and you're not very familiar with that van. It's clearly not your vehicle. Although I don't know Big Face Cat and have never seen him, we have chatted online, and I know you're not him. So, who exactly are you? CC crossed her arms, looking at Ryan Cat through the Ultraman mask. You strike me as extremely unprofessional, as if you're just a college student who decided to rob a bank on a whim. But your marksmanship is sublime, far from ordinary. I've only seen one other person whose skills could be compared to yours. Your shooting posture is identical to his. Oh, there's such a master. Lin Xian spun the gun in his hand. Might be good to have a match sometime. The air fell into a silence as enigmatic as a puzzle. In the vast space, the only sound was that of Lin Xian spinning the gun. How about we partner up? Lin Xian spoke up. Partner up for what? Lin Xian pointed to the half-open coded door. I know what you're after, to open a safe in here labeled with the name Lin Xian. You seem to know quite a lot, then why don't you just tell me what's inside? CC looked at the safe inside the coded door, then I could just go home. I don't know what's inside the safe, but I do know the safe's code, Lin Xian replied truthfully. Since both sides had laid their cards on the table at this point, there was no need to keep deceiving and hiding things from each other. Besides, Lin Xian knew that CC wasn't difficult to communicate with. She had been quite reasonable the few previous times they spoke. What's your condition? You won't just tell me the password for nothing, right? CC asked. I have only one condition. Lin Xian, through the Rhine Cat mask, looked at the Ultraman before him. We both take off our masks and meet face to face. CC touched the mask on her face. Are you saying, take off the mask and you'll give me the safe's password? Correct. CC chuckled softly. That sounds like a bad deal. We both take off our masks, I get the password, and what do you get? I'm just looking for an attitude of mutual trust. Lin Xian lied casually. He couldn't possibly tell the truth, right? Fine, it's a deal. CC turned and kicked open the password door, walking inside. She checked the names on each safe and finally stopped beside the one labeled Lin Xian. Seeing the 8 password dials on the safe, CC put down the handheld computer and shook her head. It's a mechanical lock. Are you sure you know the code to this safe? Judging by how oxidized the paint is, this safe must be at least a few hundred years old. Lin Xian nodded confidently, so let's save some time. He pulled off the rubber band from his head and removed the small Rhine Cat mask from his face. Then he looked at CC still wearing the Ultraman mask. Do I look familiar to you? CC shook her head blankly. The way you ask, should I know you? Forget it. Lin Xian didn't want to waste time on this question. On this matter, CC was truly stubborn. She obviously had met him before, otherwise her attitude in every aspect was too strange. But last time she was adamant, even with a gun to her head. There was definitely no hope this time. So he went straight to the point. Your turn. CC looked around. There were no cameras in this warehouse. She then tucked her handgun into her waistband. She reached behind her head with both hands and pulled on the elastic. The mask slowly came off, and her face gradually came into view. Deep brown bangs, flattened by the mask but falling in a comfortable and natural curve, conveyed a sense of youthful beauty. Her eyebrows delicate as willow leaves, her spirited eyes crystal clear. Though her gaze was cold and wary, it still gave the illusion of harboring a constant, gentle smile. There was a tiny tear mole at the corner of her left eye. The mask continued to descend. A straight nose, lightly tinted lips closed tight, and pale skin flushed with a healthy glow. It was a face without any makeup, but the ineffable sense of purity surpassed all heavily applied cosmetics. When the mask finally slid completely off her face, a sharp and clean jawline made her already petite face appear even more sculpted and delicate. She was much younger than Lin Xian had imagined, like a high school girl of 17 or 18. At last, all the mysteries were revealed, and the answer stood right before Lin Xian. "Who is this?" Lin Xian stared at Cici as she played with her bangs, momentarily stunned. He had thought that once Cici removed her mask, he would see a familiar face, one he vaguely remembered, and he'd be able to directly confirm that his dreams were false. But the Cici before him, he really had no recollection of her at all, didn't recognize this person. Yet Cici's voice, he was sure he had heard it before. How could he explain this? Was it really just a delusion or coincidence? "Hey, what are you zoning out for?" Cici frowned, staring at Lin Xian. "Now it's your turn to tell me the password to the safe, right?" Cici pointed at the watch. "Will you stop spacing out? It's already 12:30. We've wasted enough time as it is. You're not fooling me, are you?" Lin Xian came to his senses. "Don't worry, I'm a very trustworthy person." He stepped forward and began to turn the gears of the safe. "Actually, I should have thought of this earlier. You're right. I really shouldn't limit my thinking to dates. There aren't many commonly used 8-digit numbers, but that doesn't mean there aren't any." CC was all question marks, looking at Lin Xian confusedly. "Are you talking to me?" Click, click. Lin Xian turned the dials one by one. "In my life, besides my phone number and ID card number, I guess I can only remember one more long number, which is my QQ number. Too, I also remember MC Stone's QQ number. Who exactly are you talking to?" CC looked around, feeling the situation in front of her was somehow terrifying. "Ever since you saw me take off the mask, you've been babbling on and on. Your mind has gotten a bit abnormal." Click. Lin Xian set the last number, looking at CC. "Actually, I've guessed what's in the safe." "What is it?" "It should be some embarrassments from adolescence." Lin Xian thought of the ostentatiously cool QQ signatures from his, too cool for school, years, and those embarrassing silly things he did during that clunky first romantic fling. If the password really was a QQ number, then the contents here would make the most sense. "Are you crazy?" CC felt like she was communicating with a lunatic, yet completely unable to communicate. "If my looks scared you to this state, I apologize. Can 120 handle your kind of symptoms? I can call one for you when I get out." Lin Xian chuckled softly and shook his head. "Wait until we open the safe, you'll see." With that said, he raised his right fist and smashed it down hard on the lock. Bang! Cici held her breath and bit her lip. "Didn't open, huh?" Lin Xian was completely stunned. He checked the 8 digits of the password again. There was no mistake. It was his QQ number. He pounded the lock with another 2 punches. It didn't open. After triple-checking the password was correct, Lin Xian tried pressing on the lock from a different angle. Still didn't open. Lin Xian was baffled. No, this couldn't be right. An 8-digit password that's neither a date nor a QQ number, then what else could it be, by now? CC was behind him, her veins bulging, shaking with anger. Her hand holding the gun was squeezed red. You could tell she was doing her best to suppress the impulse to blast Lin Xian with one shot. CC looked up, fuming. "Can't you stop overdramatizing for once? Will it kill you? Stop yelling at me." Lin Xian held his forehead with one hand, while signaling for CC to shut up with the other. "Just stop, there's something not right here. The only thing not right here is you." "I can't believe I fell for your crap." CC clenched the gun tightly, taking several deep breaths to quell her raging fury. "Get out of the way." She roared in anger and shoved Lin Xian aside. Then she pressed her ear against the safe and began to turn the password dials, listening for the faint clicking sounds of the internal pins and levers. Lin Xian stepped back twice and leaned against the safe. He cupped his chin in thought. What on earth was going on? He had thought that this time the password would certainly be a sure thing. After all, he had already tried all the possibilities before. Various types of dates, even the time of the dream, the time when Rhine Cat got its name changed, and so on. All the times he could think of had been tested. The QQ number was truly a last-ditch effort, if this was incorrect as well. Then it was very likely that this wasn't his safe at all, nor was this his dream. Then where is this? Booms, boom, boom. In the midst of the alarm, a scorching white light engulfed the world, burning everything to ashes. Lin Xian opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He drew the curtains and opened the window, allowing the early winter's chill to enter the room, waking up his complex thoughts. Dr. Liu was wrong. He opened his eyes and gazed at the starless dark sky outside the window. Gao Yang was also wrong. Lin Xian was certain. Everyone thought his dreams were just simple dreams, mental issues, but only he knew his dreams were far from simple. He was increasingly convinced. Perhaps his dreams really were the actual future world 600 years later. He just lacked one crucial piece of evidence. Successfully predicting the results of 3 football lottery matches was strong evidence, but it wasn't decisive. If only he could verify it with a few lottery draws of the double chromosphere, but unfortunately the network in the dream could not access any useful information from this era, so he couldn't find any lottery-winning numbers or current news. This was also a very puzzling matter, which meant that, from the current situation, there was no way to judge the reality of the dream from the angle of verifying known facts. I need to change my approach. Lin Xian closed his eyes and thought. The bone-chilling wind made his thinking clearer and clearer. For now, all mysteries could be set aside. What about CC, Big Face Cat, Genius Club, The Safe, and the like? All of them could be set aside for the time being. The most urgent task at the moment was to quickly find a decisive piece of evidence that proved whether the dream world was indeed the real future world or not. He had to get an absolutely accurate answer. He opened his eyes. His glance swept over the manuscript papers lifted by the night wind on the desk. On them were various designs of Rhine Cat, all copied from the toy store in his dreams. Rhine Cat. Keek Cat had become Rhine Cat. This was the only change in the unending dreams of more than 20 years. Lin Xian felt this was an extremely important clue. He had to reevaluate its significance. He picked up a design sketch at random, looking at the cute and lifelike Rhine Cat on it. If this was a successful space-time butterfly effect, then that meant he could use the information from his dreams to change reality and rewrite the future, causing the dream world to change. If this proposition could be verified again, then it would be enough to prove. His dreams were undoubtedly the real, 600 years later, future world. Don't rely on heaven or earth, it's better to rely on oneself. Instead of waiting to validate known future facts, it's better to personally initiate the space-time butterfly effect and change the dream because of oneself. That was the truly decisive evidence. Lin Xian looked up at the lonely full moon in the sky. It's time for me to take the initiative. He wanted to try to initiate the space-time butterfly effect. Once more to rewrite the future. Although the dream validation operation failed, it unexpectedly opened up a new path, which is not a loss at all. Lin Xian felt that from this moment on, he had transformed from a leaf drifting with the flow into a butterfly flapping its wings. With a single flutter of his wings in the year 2022, he could stir up a world-changing tornado 600 years later. The power to cross time and rewrite the future was, unexpectedly, in his own hands. Is it really possible? Lin Xian looked down at his empty right hand, clenched his fist. Let's try and see. After closing the window, the temperature in the room gradually warmed up. Lin Xian yawned. Drowsiness returned with a vengeance. Better sleep now, think tomorrow. It's Monday tomorrow, and there's a morning meeting to attend. Lin Xian turned off the light and crawled back under the covers. A dreamless night. The next day morning, on the 10th floor of MX Company, the senior meeting room was filled with over 20 of the company's mid- and senior-level executives. At MX Company, every Monday morning, a routine morning meeting was held. Zhao Yingjun mandated that all group leaders and senior leaders must attend the morning meeting to report on the previous week's work and discuss plans for the new week. In the past, Lin Xian was just an ordinary employee and definitely had no place in such high-level meetings. But now things were different. As the leader of the Rhine Cat IP development team, ranking equally with the heads of formal departments and directly managed by Zhao Yingjun, he naturally had to attend the meeting. At the end of the long conference table sat Zhao Yingjun. The 3 vice presidents were seated on both sides, and then came the department heads and group leaders in order. As the youngest and least experienced group leader, Lin Xian's seat was naturally at the very end. Bang! Group leader Wang from the marketing group slammed the table and stood up. I disagree. President Zhao, we've almost put all our bets on the launch of the new Rhine brand relying on Professor Su Yun. How can we just give up like this? Nowadays, every cosmetics company in the world is vying for Professor Su Yun's endorsement. Since nobody has secured a deal with Professor Su yet, we still have a chance. How can we give up so early? The remarks of the marketing group leader silenced the entire meeting room, everyone timidly looking at Zhao Yingjun, who had just announced the news. Lin Xian, resting his chin on his hand and twirling his pen, remained silent. Just a moment ago, after all the group leaders had reported on the previous week's work, Zhao Yingjun announced an important decision. The flagship product for the Rhine brand would abandon the previously planned Professor Su Yun's moisturizing cream plan and instead develop a new product line. This announcement sent shockwaves through the room. Even the high-ranking vice presidents exchanged glances in disbelief. Professor Su Yun's moisturizing cream plan was the plan that the whole company had been preparing and strategizing for months. The plan involved convincing Professor Su Yun to authorize the use of a miraculous chemical substance, and then using it to manufacture a groundbreaking moisturizing cream product to launch the Rhine brand and revolutionize the cosmetics market. For months, everyone had been busy with it, and many preparatory works were based on this plan. Everyone believed that once they secured Professor Su Yun's authorization, the innovative moisturizing cream would definitely become a global bestseller, and dominating the moisturizing market would just be a matter of time. But with Zhao Yingjun casually mentioning giving up without providing any concrete reason, it was truly hard for everyone to accept. However, as MX Company was founded by Zhao Yingjun, it was her privately owned company, and she had the right to have the final say, leaving others with anger they dared not express. Only the marketing group leader, who was always outspoken and also one of MX Company's founding elders, dared to stand up and oppose Zhao Yingjun. Without Professor Su Yun's miraculous chemical substance, what can the Rhine brand compete with? Rely on that cute Rhine cat. We might as well pivot to a toy company instead. The marketing group leader banged on the table, filled with righteous indignation. But it was clear that he was thinking of the company's interest and meant no harm. Everyone nodded slightly, agreeing that he made a lot of sense. The three vice presidents also followed with smiles and consensus. President Zhao, maybe reconsider the matter. If Professor Su Yun feels the offer is too low, we could increase the stakes. It's bound to pay off. Exactly. Securing Professor Su Yun's authorization would mean monopolizing the global moisturizing skincare market. With such profitable returns, we should definitely take the chance. For a moment, Zhao Yingjun seemed to become the target of everyone's arrows. Everyone stood opposite her, except for Lin Xian. At the moment, Lin Xian was looking down at his notebook. The reason for giving up on Professor Su Yun was only known to him and Zhao Yingjun. Professor Su Yun had made it clear that he would never sell that chemical substance. However, hearing Professor Su Yun's name again indeed provided Lin Xian with a new perspective for his rewriting the future plan. Lin Xian twisted the pen in his hand, recalling that slightly unkempt, meticulous, and serious man. Professor Su Yun, whose parents had passed away and whose wife died of amniotic fluid embolism, was left with only his daughter, who had become a vegetative patient lying in the hospital with no hope of recovery. To send his daughter to the future for treatment, he threw himself into the research of the hibernation pod, never giving up despite being deserted by everyone and becoming the laughingstock of all scholars. Over the years, only Chu Shan backed Professor Su's research silently. Perhaps I can help Professor Su Yun, Lin Xian thought. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He might be the only person in the world who could help Professor Su Yun. In the world 600 years in the future, perhaps the hibernation pod had still not been successfully developed, but had there been breakthroughs in some basic theories. If he could help Professor Su Yun make some significant progress, becoming the first renowned figure in hibernation research and kicking off hibernation technology centuries ahead of time, then not only would Professor Su's daughter have a chance to wake up, it would also mean a qualitative leap in the technology level of the dream world, a major change in the world, and confirming the previous two hypotheses. 1. The dream world is the real future 600 years from now. 2. The space-time butterfly effect exists. One can change the future 600 years later by altering the present, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Bang. Zhao Yingjun slammed a folder onto the table, and the room fell silent. This matter doesn't need further discussion, she said. She stood up. If the Rhine brand only has one moisturizer to offer, then it's not worth pursuing that kind of brand. What we aim for in the future is to become a comprehensive cosmetics mega brand, not just a moisturizing product. Professor Su Yun can help us once. Can he help us a second time? To succeed, we must strengthen ourselves. I hope our RD colleagues will make an effort to develop our own core competencies. All right, meeting adjourned. Zhao Yingjun turned sharply and strode towards the conference room door in her high heels with a clack, clack, clack. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped. Everyone held their breath once again. It was apparent that Zhao Yingjun was very angry. No one knew who would be the next unlucky one to bear the brunt of her irritation. Zhao Yingjun turned her head, looking across the conference room to the farthest seat from her. Lin Xian, come to my office. Tab. Zhao Yingjun finished speaking and turned to leave. The tapping of her high heels on the floor exerted a suffocating pressure, as if stepping directly on one's ribcage. It was only after Zhao Yingjun entered the elevator and the doors had closed that everyone in the conference room finally exhaled. Phew, President Zhao's look just now scared me to death. Brother Wang, you are the only person in the entire company who dares to talk to President Zhao like that. You're awesome. Yeah, Brother Wang, you really spoke our minds. I don't understand either. Why would we just give up on a perfectly good plan? Professor Su Yun hasn't finalized a deal with any other company. We still have a chance. Ah, such a pity for the adorable Rhine cat. The atmosphere in the conference room was gloomy and heavy. It was evident that everyone was disappointed, bewildered, and felt helpless. Morale plummeted. They sighed and left. After all the meeting attendees had left, Lin Xian collected the Rhine cat dolls one by one from the table and stored them in his office. Then he stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 22nd floor. The elevator slowly ascended. Lin Xian did not know what Zhao Yingjun wanted with him. Most likely it was work-related. 22nd floor, standing in front of the familiar double password door. Come in. Zhao Yingjun's weary voice came through the video intercom. With a click, the heavy password door opened. Lin Xian walked into the office and shut the door behind him. The vast office was almost identical to his previous visits. Lin Xian even had a feeling of being trapped in an endless loop in a dream world. Passing by the sofa and coffee table, Lin Xian noticed a thin layer of dust on the glass surface. It was clear that Zhao Yingjun was a workaholic, treating everything in the office except her desk like a painting mere decoration. Zhao Yingjun was busy signing documents. Lin Xian approached the desk. President Zhao, did you call me here for something? Zhao Yingjun finished signing the document she was working on. Then she looked up at Lin Xian, gesturing for him to sit down. Lin Xian, I've looked at the 3D image of the Rhine cat you designed earlier. There were no problems with it. But as for the character setting, voice setting, catchphrases, and dialogue, I'm not very satisfied. I feel it's too childish, like something out of a children's picture book. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian smiled wryly to himself. It was originally copied from a children's picture book. How could it not be childish? In the dream world, the Rhine cat was indeed designed and developed as a children's toy. All the books about Rhine cat in that bookstore were either children's literature or picture books. As for the Rhine brand and MX company, they were long buried in the sands of history, not a trace of information to be found. Even the fact that Lin Xian was the creator of the Rhine cat was untraceable in various Rhine cat settings collections, and online to this, Lin Xian had considerable objections. I'm not saying that a sense of childishness is bad. Zhao Yingjun explained while flipping through documents, but after all, we're not selling Rhine cat dolls. Our main focus should be on having Rhine cat endorse Rhine Cosmetics and act as a mascot. Therefore, in terms of Rhine cat's target audience, we should make her character and dialogue more youthful, lively, and beautiful. You definitely have to distinguish it from kitty cat. The customer base for the Rhine brand is women between 18 to 28 years old, so in terms of character and dialogue, we can be youthful but definitely not childish. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Xian nodded. I understand. Zhao Yingjun couldn't find the document she was looking for and turned to another stack. I remember I put your previous design draft here. I have it marked. Flurry, flurry, flurry. Countless sheets of paper fluttered down. The documents on Zhao Yingjun's desk were too many and too messy. As she searched, she accidentally knocked over another pile of documents next to her, causing an instantaneous collapse and scattering papers across the floor. Lin Xian bent down to pick up the papers from the floor, stacking them neatly on his arm. Suddenly, he saw a little thing that made his heart race. He paused for about 0.5 seconds. Lin Xian skillfully gripped it in his left hand, then carried on as if nothing had happened, continuing to tidy up the documents that had fallen to the floor. After neatly stacking them on the floor, he placed them back on the desk. Then, quite naturally, he slipped his left hand into his pocket, tucking the stolen trinket away. Zhao Yingjun pushed the papers inward. I'm sorry, my desk is such a mess. I haven't had time to tidy up. Lin Xian shook his head. President Zhao, actually, you could hire a secretary to do these trivial tasks for you. Zhao Yingjun threw her hair back from her neck and gave a meaningful smile. Never mind, I can manage it myself. Ah, found it for you, Lin Xian. Here you go. Zhao Yingjun handed Lin Xian the draft, annotated with various comments, corrections, and suggestions. It was the same one Lin Xian had previously given to her. The document was covered with meticulous and earnest instructions and advice. Lin Xian nodded and accepted it. Okay, I'll make some more changes when I get back. Bang! The heavy, coated door behind him shut. Standing outside the door, Lin Xian felt as though he and Zhao Yingjun were in two different worlds. But now, through his trousers, Lin Xian felt the round object in his left pocket. What a big catch. He glanced back at the heavy dual-coated door, then turned towards the elevator. Stepping into the elevator, he pressed the floor for his own office. The elevator creaked as it descended. Lin Xian, touching the object he had stolen in his pocket, felt his heartbeat gradually speed up. Although he pilfered things in his dreams almost daily, this was his first time in reality, so it was unavoidable to feel a bit nervous. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and Lin Xian quickly walked back to his office. Click. He locked the door from the inside. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Stealing something in reality for the first time is truly thrilling, and what I stole is something quite significant. He plunged his left hand into his left pocket and pulled out a red, flat, and round wax seal. With his index finger, he twirled the red seal around his fingertip. This wax seal was a bit bigger and thicker than a 1 yuan coin, and its shape wasn't a perfect circle. Lin Xian had seen it before. It was the seal on the folded page of the Genius Club invitation that he had held only for a few seconds before Zhao Yingjun took it. But he had clearly seen the details on both sides. I can't be wrong, the folded page of that invitation was sealed with this wax. Known academically as a lacquer seal, such seals are usually made by mixing rosin and paraffin with pigment. They melt upon slight heating, becoming sticky, and are used to seal letters and invitations. To use it, one would melt it first, then drip a large blob onto the envelope's flap and press down a stamp. The side of the wax seal Lin Xian was staring at was the one fixed to the cardstock, smooth as ever, and on the other side of the seal, needless to say, it was the stamp of the Genius Club. Lin Xian's heartbeat accelerated. Perhaps flipping it over might reveal another mysterious and dark world, that vast, shadowy hand hidden in the mists of history. This glance might be the irreversible abyss, the entry into the impenetrable dark forest. Lin Xian held his breath. He recalled the words of Big Face Cat, recalled the gruesome scene of a truck running over an elderly person and a child. Recalled the black hand that blotted out the sun and cast a shadow over the city. Recalled the 5 heavy, hot, stamped golden letters on the back of the invitation. With a grimace, he flipped the whole seal over. On the front of the wax seal was a stamp of a standard circle. Inside the circle, a right hand reaching out its index finger, pointing straight to the sky, and below the circle, evenly inscribed, were 2 words in English. Lin Xian's English was very good. Genius Club. He pinched the wax seal with 2 fingers and walked to the glass, holding it under the sunlight and looking at the deep red light it cast. Inside the red light, a solitary right hand was pointing straight at the sun in the sky. The back of the hand was broad and powerful, and the stretched-out index finger seemed as if it wanted to puncture the blazing sun. Indescribably eerie, indescribably arrogant. This is probably their logo, their emblem. Lin Xian clutched the wax seal in his palm. Since touching the invitation for the first time, this was Lin Xian's first encounter with a physical artifact related to Genius Club, and it was the closest he had been to Genius Club. What did this pattern really mean? Lin Xian extended his own right hand, palm facing himself, then clenched it into a fist, straightened the index finger, and pointed towards the sky. It was a bit like the gesture a teacher makes during class to emphasize a point, but there was an indescribable oppressiveness to it. It was as though it conveyed an invincible, commanding presence that made the whole world submit. Lin Xian tucked the wax seal into the inner pocket of his jacket. Keeping this object at the company was very unsafe. It would be better to take it home and hide it. But at the same time, a terrifying thought occurred to him. Since the sealed wax has already fallen off the invitation, that means Zhao Yingzhen must have opened and read this invitation. Lin Xian stared out at the skyscrapers piercing the clouds, standing still in thought. Zhao Yingzhen had read the invitation. What was her attitude toward it? Dismissive, contemplative, or maybe? She had already agreed and officially joined Genius Club. Lin Xian felt the room temperature drop. If what Big Face Cat said was true, Genius Club was likely an evil organization. What was Zhao Yingzhen's purpose for joining it? What were her motives? And what was she going to do in the future? Lin Xian's thoughts were a mess. But then he thought this wasn't what he should be focusing on right now. Every negative impression he had about Genius Club stemmed from Big Face Cat's verbal account, considering Big Face Cat's profession and temperament. One couldn't be certain that he was telling the truth. Let's set this matter aside until after the reality of the dream has been verified, then consider it. At this point, the nature of the dream was unknown, and it was uncertain whether Big Face Cat's words were true or false. Rushing to conclusions now was premature. It was wiser to progress methodically, step by step. Let's not dwell on other possibilities right now. The most important task at hand is to find a way to help Professor Su Yun tackle the scientific research challenge and rewrite the future. Lin Xian sat back in his chair, twirled his pen, and began to consider his next plan of action. Based on last night's contemplations, the objective was very clear. Find some materials or theories about hibernation technology in the dream world, and then hand these over to Su Yun. This was his rationale. Although the scientific development level of the dream world is about the same as in 2022 after all, it's the future world 600 years later. There has to be some breakthrough in the hibernation field, right? Even if hibernation pods are still far out of reach. But in terms of theory and some small components, fittings, and precursor technologies, could there have been some breakthroughs? Lin Xian didn't understand the nuances of the scientific research. However, he speculated that if he could find some useful literature or documents, it might inspire and enlighten Professor Su Yun. And such inspiration and enlightenment might just cause Professor Su Yun to have an epiphany, leading to some significant developments in the field of hibernation technology, igniting the spark for hibernation warehouse research, and drawing the attention of the entire world to it. If everything goes well, I might also be able to verify the authenticity of the dream world and see if it creates a space-time butterfly effect. Lin Xian lowered his head and closed his eyes, pondering. If I truly succeed in rewriting the future, What kind of temporal flux would the space-time butterfly effect cause? Firstly, the historical changes to Su Yun himself. He would certainly become a pioneer and a leader in the field of hibernation research, his status in the scientific community comparable to Prometheus, who stole the fire of life. Such a person would inevitably make a name for himself in history books. If all goes well, he should soon be able to find Su Yun's name in the history books 600 years later. Secondly, the earth-shaking changes in the dream world. The stagnant technological level in the dream world for 600 years has always been Lin Xian's biggest unsolved mystery. But if I really have the power to rewrite and change the future world, then the early initiation of hibernation technology by 600 years will definitely trigger a powerful space-time butterfly effect, transforming the future world beyond recognition. As to how exactly it will evolve the technological level of the future world, Lin Xian is unsure. But one thing is certain, it will definitely no longer be in this stunted, stagnant state. If these two temporal fluxes occur as expected, it would explain a lot of things. Lin Xian twirled his pen and continued his musings. Finding documents or papers on hibernation technology isn't difficult if such things truly exist in the dream world, then they can definitely be found in the library. The library, a nonprofit social science institution, doesn't operate for profit, so it contains many rare professional books and can be considered the most concentrated place of knowledge. In the dream world, Lin Xian naturally knew the location of the library. He had passed by that grand building many times. Shaped like a circle with a twin-tower structure, it has a very large floor area and is surrounded by a spacious and quiet environment, making it a landmark building in the dream city. The library closes very early each day, usually around 5 or 6 in the evening. So going to the library to find books at night is definitely unrealistic. The library is only open to the public during the day. It looks like I'll have to dream during the day, entering the dream world in daytime. When he was very young, Lin Xian had verified the earliest time he could enter the dream world. Noon 1242. Before this time, regardless of how early he slept, it was always a dreamless state with exceptionally good quality sleep. But the moment it hits this point, he would immediately enter the dream world, standing on that familiar square. Noon 1242 midnight 42. These 12 hours are the time Lin Xian has each day to stay in the dream world. At other times, he cannot enter into dreams at all. Lin Xian went to the office where his team members were and made some work arrangements, then took leave and went home. On the way home, Lin Xian grabbed a quick lunch. After getting home and freshening up, he lay straight on the bed, ready for a nap. He glanced at the clock on the bedside table, which showed 1320. The library in the dream probably closes around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. If I fall asleep now, I can easily spend 4 hours there, so there's plenty of time. He pulled the curtains, darkening the room. Lin Xian got under the covers and closed his eyes. Sleep, let's go. Phew, an unprecedented heatwave hit me in the face. Lin Xian felt the temperature on his face rapidly rise as tiny beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. So hot, Lin Xian strained to open his eyes. Loud cicada noises assaulted his eardrums. The scorching sun hung directly above, and shadows shrank timidly at his feet, forming small clusters. He looked up at the sky. A sun that took up half the sky blazed overhead, so bright that it was impossible to look at directly, leaving fleeting dark spots on his retina. Lin Xian lowered his head and rubbed his eyes. It's been a long time since I've dreamed during the day, and I'm still not quite used to this temperature. He estimated that the current temperature might have already exceeded 40 degrees, compared to the cold winter in the real world, truly a contrast of fire and ice. He quickly ran to the shade of a tree, and that's when he felt cooler. Squinting, he looked at the electronic sign next to him. The display showed August 28, 2624, 1333. It's 1:30, still early. Lin Xian wiped the sweat beads on his forehead with his sleeve, already unable to resist the desire to go to the library and enjoy the air conditioning. Perhaps it was because of the intense heat at noon. In the usually bustling square, there was not a soul in sight. He walked along the tree shade to the bus stop and got on the bus to the library. In this 23 years of dream world, Lin Xian rarely came here. He only had 3 or 4 hours to play in the dream world each day, and with such precious time, why not do something interesting or undertake some major event? How could he waste valuable time in a library? The few times he did come, his goal was to figure out why there was no development in the level of technology in the dream world. Lin Xian realized this very unreasonable phenomenon in middle school. During that period, he thought of many ways and put in a lot of effort trying to find out the truth in the dream world. As a result, after consulting a lot of materials, nearly all reports, history books, critics, news all pointed to societal issues. They said the distorted education system is doomed to fail to select true geniuses. Students can't learn useful knowledge in school, which leads to the waste of talent. There's a disconnection in the science community, as youths are heavily profit-driven and reluctant to engage in lower-paying scientific research. The academic world itself has issues. Academic clans are rampant, academic circles are complacent, and truly talented scholars get ostracized. Lin also asked many passersby, and everyone repeated the same complaints about various injustices, believing that technological stagnation, or even regression over hundreds of years, was due to systemic flaws. As for this explanation, Lin Xian didn't really believe it back then. He didn't think that the development of technology had to depend on these things. True geniuses wouldn't be constrained by the education system. It couldn't be that in 600 years, not a single genius scientist had appeared, could it? But as much as he disagreed, the dream world was set up this way, and since he couldn't find any other corroborating evidence, Lin Xian just had to silently accept it. After all, back then, considering the dream world was false, it wasn't necessary to be so pedantic about such details. But looking at it now, things are definitely not that simple. Lin Xian shook his head. After the matter with Professor Su Yun and the verification of the dream world is over, he would make a comeback to thoroughly understand the truth behind this issue. Upon arriving on the first floor of the library, there was an electronic reading room available for readers to look up materials and find the locations of books. Lin Xian launched the browser and entered in the search bar. Has the hibernation warehouse been successfully developed now? Tap. He pressed the enter key. Word. The computer gave out tired sounds as the screen on the monitor slowly refreshed. The computer was somewhat laggy, a common issue with public computers. Lin Xian glanced at it and saw no fewer than 7 antivirus programs in the bottom right corner, engaged in a fierce and alarming battle. After a dozen seconds, the search completed and many results came up. The first result highlighted a line of bold black text. To this day, the hibernation pod has still not been successfully developed. As expected, the dream world had not successfully developed it either. This result wasn't surprising at all. Given the technology development level in the dream, identical to that of 2022, it would have been strange if they had invented the hibernation pod. Lin Xian clicked on the first result. This was a lengthy article that, although appearing to be pieced together by a marketing account, still contained some useful information. Since the 21st century, the slow development of human technology, and even setbacks, caused the research into hibernation technology to start quite late among countries around the world. When speaking about the true beginning of hibernation technology entering the public view, transforming from a scientific fantasy to a real-life subject, it had to be attributed to the year 2477, when a scientist from Mi country, Dr. Michelson, successfully developed a high-oxygen-soluble fluid that could maintain human body activity for a long period and prevent the formation of ice crystals in cells. This fluid was later confirmed to be suitable for use as a hibernation pod filling liquid. After this, humanity saw hope in conquering the hibernation pod for the first time, and countries around the world invested a massive amount of human and material resources to establish specialized research institutes and fully dedicated themselves to the research of technology related to hibernation pods. However, contrary to their wishes, for the following 100 years or more, there were no further breakthroughs in the field of hibernation technology, and humans were still a long way from the fantasy of cross-temporal hibernation. Thus, Dr. Michelson's research kindled the spark of hibernation technology, but also became the swan song of the field. To commemorate this great pioneer, scholars in later generations gave Dr. Michelson the honorary title, Father of Hibernation. So there really is a father of hibernation. Lin Xian felt that his jinx actually had some substance to it, but sure enough, it was as he had thought. In the year 2624, although the hibernation pod was still far off, the hibernation pod filling liquid had indeed been developed. Lin Xian bowed to the computer screen, considering it as obtaining authorization from Dr. Michelson. Next, all I have to do is find papers and academic reports related to Dr. Michelson. Lin Xian closed the webpage and opened the library's book management system. He searched for the word hibernation. Many different book results popped up, each with detailed placement information like floor, area, and shelf number. The books covered a variety of themes. There were science fiction novels, comics, academic journals, and news reports. Lin Xian checked each one and quickly located his target. Hibernation Technology Analysis and Prospects by Bill Michelson. This is it. Lin Xian looked at the note behind. Book display location, 3rd floor, Science Works, Section C, Shelf 67, Level 7. Lin Xian got up and headed to the 3rd floor. Sure enough, he found Mickerson's work on the designated bookshelf, Hibernation Technology Analysis and Prospects. Lin Xian read the book's title on the cover, Analysis. I hope it really is written simply, at least let me understand the main points. The book looked a bit old, but the inside was still as good as new. It must have never been read before. Lin Xian sat down by a window and began to read. His memory was limited, and he couldn't bring much out from the dream world, so he had to focus on what was important and avoid the trivial to take back key information for Professor Su Yun. Flipping through the first few pages, he could sense the dedication behind Mickerson's efforts. It was clear that Mickerson genuinely wanted everyone to understand the principles and application process of hibernation technology. He used many straightforward words to explain the jargon and chemical phenomena, which made the content not so difficult for Lin Xian to comprehend. The book said, the principle of human hibernation was to bring all physiological activities and cellular activities to the lowest efficiency, as close to a halt as possible, but they could never actually stop completely. The best scenario was to use low-temperature freezing. To achieve a good freezing hibernation effect, the human body must be frozen to below -120 degrees Celsius, but the contradiction arose here. Human cells contain a large amount of water, which will freeze below 0 degrees Celsius, and the ice crystals note 1 that form during the freezing will have a devastating effect on the cellular structure. They will pierce the cell membrane and kill the cells, causing them to lose their activity. Note 1, ice crystals refer to the needle-like snowflake structures formed by water as it freezes, which can easily pierce cells. Although instant freezing technology can prevent ice crystals from forming, directly solidifying into ice and protecting the cell structure from damage, a second problem arises. It's true that the body can be quickly frozen when initially frozen, but what about when it is thawed? Without a doubt, upon thawing, one must go through a process where the temperature gradually increases, approaching 0 degrees Celsius. During this process, ice crystals will inevitably form, and the destruction of the cellular structure will still be unavoidable. A body with damaged cells throughout, brain cells, nerve cells, somatic cells, hemoglobin cells all bursting, and losing activity, there would be no difference between this and complete death, with no possibility of awakening. Lin Xian was completely engrossed in the book. At least so far, he could fully understand this part of the principle. So, how to solve the problem of ice crystals? Flip. Lin Xian turned to the next page. Next page, Dr. Mickerson described how the problem of ice crystal formation within cellular fluids at low temperatures was solved. The solution was the previously mentioned high oxygen-soluble liquid that earned him the title of Father of Hibernation. The molecular composition of this liquid, when entering the bloodstream through the human respiratory system, permeates the interior of cells and deeply binds with water molecules. Once bound, the water molecules, even at temperatures as low as -200 degrees Celsius, can maintain a liquid state, drastically reducing cellular activity at low temperatures. It was these chemical molecules that perfectly solved the ice crystal problem, representing a key breakthrough in the hibernation field. Not bad, quite impressive. Up to here, it was still possible to understand. Continue flipping through the pages. At the beginning of the next page, Dr. Mickerson wrote, having solved the ice crystal problem, the development of the hibernation pod filling liquid is not far off, but the successful research and development of the entire hibernation pod still has a long way to go. No wonder Professor Su Yun said that the hibernation pod, a technological product that could change the world's power structure, is definitely not something that one country or one research institute could accomplish alone. Only with the concerted effort and substantial investment of manpower and resources from the whole world is it possible to achieve a breakthrough in a decade or even several decades. Lin Xian propped his chin and looked out the window. Scientific development is not accomplished overnight. It is a process that requires lengthy accumulation and prolonged settling. And there's also the possibility of heading down the wrong path or cultivating the wrong technological tree. The dream world, with no technological advancement for 600 years, could it be a case of cultivating the wrong technological tree? Lin Xian had no way of knowing. It took Lin Xian roughly over 2 hours to finally pinpoint the key aspects of the preparation process for the hibernation pod filling liquid. In fact, Lin Xian could no longer understand the content here at all. Too profound, too inscrutable. While recognizing every single word and letter when they were combined, they looked like a book from heaven. However, Lin Xian didn't intend to understand from the beginning. He just needed to scan and copy the information with his eyes, and then paste it to emulate it upon waking up in reality. As for how much Professor Su Yun could understand or comprehend, that would be up to his fate. Forgive Lin Xian's inability, a poor student could only do so much. Lin Xian stayed in the library copying books until 6 o'clock when the library staff began to shoo people out. signaling the closing time. While the manager wasn't paying attention, Lin Xian stuffed the book into his clothes and sneakily took it out. He then found a milk tea shop where he could sit idly and continued to study hard into the night. The last time he worked this hard was on the eve of the art entrance exams, practicing sketching in this milk tea shop, relentlessly, even in his dreams. 42. The familiar white light arrived on time, and Lin Xian opened his eyes in the bedroom. While the memory was still fresh, he hurriedly copied down the theories, formulas, chemical equations, and the like from his mind onto draft paper. For the next 4 days, Lin Xian repeated the same task every day, moving the key content from the book Hibernation Technology Analysis and Prospects from the Dream World into reality bit by bit. This was not an easy task for Lin Xian. Being a student of the liberal arts, Lin Xian had a weak foundation in physics and chemistry. Therefore, he couldn't understand many of the chemical equations, reaction formulas, and compounds in the book Hibernation Technology Analysis and Prospects. He could only mimic them, trying to draw them out as accurately as possible. Compared with that, transcribing textual descriptions was much simpler. 4 days later in the morning, all right, that should be enough for now. Lin Xian sorted everything out, a total of more than 20 manuscripts, all personally memorized in his dreams and then transcribed by hand, his painstaking effort. He was not certain that everything was copied correctly after all. With such a large volume of work, it was inevitable to make some minor mistakes in the details. But he believed that Professor Su Yun, being so professional, should be able to gain quite a bit of inspiration from them. There's no time like the present, let's deliver them to Professor Su Yun now, he said. Lin Xian bound the 20-some manuscripts together, then went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the university town. In the half-year since graduation, Lin Xian had only been back to his alma mater once, and this was the second time. The last visit was in September. When he came to ask his counselor to transfer his archives, he remembered that the freshmen were having their military training opening ceremony, and he had gone over to watch the excitement for a while. "Young man, we're here," said the taxi driver, as he pulled up opposite the gate of East Sea University. Lin Xian scanned a QR code to pay the fare. After getting out of the cab, Lin Xian looked towards the entrance of the university. Surprisingly, there were 3 very high-end black cars parked there, and by each car stood 2 bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses. What's this about? Filming a movie, he wondered. Lin Xian didn't approach, standing on the sidewalk across the street. The 3 cars, with a sleek black Lexus SUV at the front and back, clearly looked very high-end. The luxury sedan in the middle, a pure black Maybach, was even more prestigious. Although Lin Xian didn't know the specific model and features, the Maybach is such a mystical car that one must not judge it by its appearance. The more understated and unassuming you think it is, the more noble and luxurious it really is. These car's limits are beyond imagination. Was this the arrival of some rich young master to the university? What was with this grandiose display? Just as Lin Xian was pondering, the rear left door of the Maybach opened. A burly, robust, middle-aged man with piercing eyes stepped out of the car, adjusting his clothes. Lin Xian recognized him. It was none other than Chu Shan, who he had seen at the dinner before, the man who generously donated 200 million yuan to the Science Development Foundation and the esteemed chairman of the Donghai City Chamber of Commerce. What was he doing at East Sea University? Recalling the science fundraising dinner, Zhao Yingzhen had mentioned that over the years, all had deserted Professor Su Yun except for Chu Shan, who alone supported his research. And thinking back to the dinner, Professor Su Yun looked at Chu Shan with eyes full of admiration and respect. Lin Xian sensed an unusual atmosphere. Could it be that Chu Shan was also here to see Professor Su Yun? In an instant, Lin Xian thought of the wax seal bearing the emblem of the Genius Club. He thought of that right hand pointing straight to the sky. He thought of the science fundraising dinner, when Chu Shan took the lead with a donation of 100 million yuan, raising his index finger high into the air. Suddenly, it dawned on him if Zhao Yingzhen had received an invitation to the Genius Club, then Chu Shan, who far surpassed her, must have received his invitation long ago. Lin Xian held tightly to the stack of manuscripts in his hand, watching from afar the imposing figure emerging from the Maybach. Why? Had he only now realized how significant this matter was? If anyone in all of Donghai City is most deserving of joining the Genius Club, it must be Chu Shan, he realized. Chu Shan is looking for Professor Su Yun at this time. Lin Xian caught a whiff of danger. What exactly is his purpose? Nowadays, intelligence regarding the Genius Club was utterly bewildering. The only tangible thing he had seen was the invitation Zhao Yingzhen had received, seeing Chu Shan in such an unexpected place. Lin Xian felt like an ant caught in a dark vortex, tumbling around in dizzy spells. Let's just watch and see what Chu Shan is actually here to do, he thought. He stood behind a tree, pretending to be just another onlooker. There were also many East Sea University students standing around. Lin Xian, who had graduated just half a year ago, could naturally blend in like a tree in the forest, disappearing among them. But unlike Lin Xian's onlooker state, the students nearby did not show any surprise at the appearance of the three luxury cars or Chu Shan. It seemed quite normal to them. Chu Shan is personally dropping off his daughter at school again. He really spoils this little princess. By the way, why doesn't he drive his car directly into the campus? With his status and position, which security guard would dare stop him? It must be his daughter who strongly opposes it. Otherwise, given how much Chu Shan dotes on his daughter, he'd probably wish he could deliver her right to the dormitory door. Having such a clingy dad can sometimes be a hassle, even if he is a powerful CEO. The energy and status of Chu Shan are hardly as simple as just a powerful CEO. It can only be said every Jack has his Jill. In the whole of Donghai City, the only person who can keep this big shot in check is this little princess. Lin Xian pricked up his ears to listen in. It appeared he had misunderstood Chu Shan. He wasn't here to look for Professor Su Yun, but to take his daughter to school. Lin Xian had heard about Chu Shan being his daughter's slave many years ago, and Zhao Yingjun had also complained about it at a banquet. But beyond that, Lin Xian knew very little about Chu Shan's daughter. Of course, he didn't have much interest either. From the conversations of the surrounding students, especially the female students, Lin Xian learned that this little princess had enrolled in September and was currently a freshman at university. Listening to their discussions, the little princess seemed to have a good reputation at school, being easy to get along with and very low profile. Had it not been for Chu Shan's conspicuous pickups and drop-offs later on, nobody would have known that she was Chu Shan's daughter until the end of the military training period. They say that curiosity is human nature. Lin Xian couldn't help but moved aside to get a better angle, curious to see what Chu Shan's daughter looked like, across the street. A scene completely inconsistent with Chu Shan's public image was unfolding. The normally imposing and arrogant Chu Shan was now smiling as he slowly walked around half of the Maybach car to the passenger side, pulling the door open himself. Then he impatiently urged someone inside the car, his face clearly showing nothing but doting affection, not a hint of complaint. Seeing this scene of stark contrast, Lin Xian couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Even the rumors had been understated. This man, the most untouchable in Donghai City with clout both overt and covert, arguably the most influential figure in Donghai City, always arrogant and proud, never bowing to anyone. Yet in front of his precious daughter, to describe him as extremely attentive and fawning was no exaggeration. Finally, the little princess inside the car seemed to be ready. Chu Shan bent over to take the backpack from the car, slinging it over his arm, then stepped back with a chuckle. A fluffy high ponytail was the first to burst through the car door. The hair was soft and shiny, the natural curls lightly permed and tightly tied with a hairband at a high point, making it look even more fluffy and elastic. As the girl tiptoed out of the car, her ponytail bounced and swung with youthful vitality. She was wrapped in a red cashmere scarf, wearing a long white coat which, due to the angle, was obscured by the Maybach, leaving her lower outfit invisible. High ponytail, red scarf, white coat. These three items did not bring Lin Xian any anticipated shock or excitement. They were quite common attire at the university. Even a few years ago, when Lin Xian started college, girls preferred dressing like this. Overall, this little princess gave Lin Xian the impression of being rather ordinary, just a very typical female freshman. Indeed, quite low-key, without any ostentation or pomp, like a good girl, Lin Xian had been imagining what Chu Shan's daughter might look like. Looking at the result, it could be said to be unexpectedly within expectations. Unfortunately, the little princess had been facing away the whole time, and without seeing her face, her looks remained a mystery. She seems well raised by Chu Shan. Pampered, yes, but not turned into one of those spoiled and capricious young ladies from TV dramas. Across the street, Lin Xian watched the little princess take the backpack from Chu Shan's hand and put it over her shoulder. Then she waved to her father and trotted towards the campus entrance. That bouncing, fluffy ponytail captivated Lin Xian until she entered through the gate. It was truly enchanting. After the little princess disappeared from sight, the amiable smile on Chu Shan's face also vanished instantly, reverting to his stern and imposing expression. He gestured to his bodyguards, and the group got into the cars. The three luxury vehicles drove off in a 2+1 formation. At this point, the voices of the surrounding students discussing loudly increased. Many boys joked that whoever could win over this little princess would surely rise high in life, egging on their peers with such words. But it was clear from the tone, though they joked, they carefully measured their words, with no one daring to speak out of turn. This might be the unparalleled authority of Chu Shan in Donghai City. You could joke about Chu Shan, and he might just laugh it off, but if you made an inappropriate joke about his daughter, that would be a different story. All right, enough with the gossip time to get back to serious business. Lin Xian, clutching the stapled papers in his hand, followed the crowd into the gates of East Sea University. Having clarified that Chu Shan's visit was not due to Professor Su Yun, Lin Xian felt much more at ease. As for the mysteries surrounding the Genius Club, he would slowly investigate them later. The immediate priority was to quickly hand over the copied hibernation materials to Professor Su Yun to rewrite the future and change the dreams. Lin Xian pedaled a small yellow bike around the campus, quickly locating the laboratory building, and after inquiring with the security guard, he went straight to the second floor and found Professor Su Yun's laboratory. Through the window, Lin Xian saw the unkempt man tinkering in front of a microscope. He was still wearing a white lab coat and thick glasses, no different from when they met in the hospital that day. Professor Su Yun was deep in his research and hadn't noticed his arrival. Lin Xian took a deep breath and approached the half-open door of the laboratory. Knock, knock, the back of his hand rapped on the wooden door. The wooden door was light. Lin Xian merely rapped the back of his hand against it a couple of times and the door slid open inward, accompanied by a heart-wrenching, grating creak. Professor Su Yun, absorbed in his research, was startled by the noise and looked up with a frown at Lin Xian. Lin Xian apologetically bowed and offered a small smile. Unfriendly eyes bore into him from across the room. "Young man, I think I made myself very clear that day at the hospital. Why can't you understand?" Lin Xian shook his head, walking in. "Teacher Su, you misunderstand. I'm not here about that chemical substance, nor am I representing MX Company. President Zhao said during the meeting that our new product launch would consider other products and wouldn't bother you with this matter anymore." After listening to Lin Xian, Professor Su Yun's expression eased slightly. He lowered his head, his glasses touching the eyepiece of the microscope. Lin Xian stepped forward and placed the carefully compiled documents on the lab table, looking at Professor Su Yun. "Teacher Su, the reason I'm here is to bring these documents about the hibernation pod filling liquid to you. When you have time, please have a look. The information recorded here might inspire and help your research." Professor Su Yun was taken aback. He raised his head, adjusting his glasses, looking at Lin Xian in disbelief. "You." Professor Su Yun faltered, then after a pause continued. "I remember you said that you graduated from the College of Art and Design. Yes, do you have any relatives who are researching hibernation? No. Then where did these documents come from?" Lin Xian fell silent for a while before slowly replying that I cannot say. Professor Su Yun sighed and chuckled. "Young man, I appreciate your kindness and good intentions. But each field has its own complexities, especially in scientific research. It's not something that can be clearly explained or broken through in just a sentence or two. I suppose you obtained these materials from the internet or a layman scientist. These things are not credible. Child, if the theories of such layman scientists were correct, they would have been published in various journals already. But Teacher Su, you really should take a look at the manuscript." Lin Xian continued to explain. "It contains a solution to the ice crystal problem, which must also be a tough challenge for you, right? So you even know about ice crystals. It seems you have indeed done some research, but this has been a popular topic on the internet as well," said Professor Su Yun indifferently. Professor Su Yun still didn't believe what Lin Xian was saying. Lin Xian felt somewhat helpless. But he knew that with his limited knowledge, it was very difficult to convince Professor Su Yun, especially since he didn't even understand the content he had copied. Sigh, that's the trouble with scientists. Too stubborn, too obstinate. After some persuasion, Professor Su Yun finally nodded and pointed to the lab table beside him. "Put it there, I'll look at it when I have time. I'm too busy to spare a moment right now." With the conversation having reached that point, Lin Xian had to leave the manuscript, making one last plea. "Teacher Su, this manuscript truly was not easy to come by. Please remember to take a look." Professor Su Yun, focused on his microscope, nodded noncommittally and gestured for Lin Xian to leave with a wave of his hand. Stepping out of the laboratory building, the warm sun shining down, Lin Xian stretched lazily. He felt that once Professor Su Yun had some free time, or when he hit a dead end in his research, he would probably look at the manuscript. "I hope Professor Su Yun looks at it soon. I am still waiting for the verification of the results." Lin Xian took a deep breath and for a moment savored the refreshing air of East Sea University before heading back to work at the company. Since Zhao Yingjin had decided to abandon Professor Su Yun's moisturizing cream plan, not only would product development have to start from scratch, but the script and copy design for Rhine Cat would also need rethinking. Without the moisturizing cream leading, can this new Rhine brand really succeed? Lin Xian grimaced. He himself had no confidence. In the following days, Lin Xian spent his days at MX Company working on the design adjustments for Rhine Cat, and at night he went into his dreams, searching for more works on Rhine Cat in other bookstores and video shops, looking for inspiration. As the date for Ryan's new product launch approached, every department was burdened with heavy tasks, and Lin Xian was no exception. Nighttime, East Sea University Laboratory. Professor Su Yun, his head covered in sweat, stared excitedly at the microscope. This was yet another brain-racking experiment. It could be said to be his last resort, the final method he could think of to overcome the ice crystal problem. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, took off his white coat, and flung it to a chair in the distance. He opened and closed his arms a few times, clenched his fists, and cautiously placed his eyes to the microscope. Next to him, the computer screen displayed a temperature that continued to fall 13 degrees Celsius, 3 degrees Celsius, 0 degrees Celsius, 1 degree Celsius, 3 degrees Celsius. As the temperature kept dropping, ice nuclei began to congeal on the edges of the microscope's view, and from these nuclei, sharp and beautiful ice crystals started to form. Professor Su Yun's heartbeat quickened. He clutched his chest, his gaze fixed on the living cells at the center of the microscope's view. They were still moving slowly. The cell membrane was still intact. The cytoplasm inside was flowing slowly. Don't freeze, don't freeze. Professor Su Yun whispered a prayer. The monitor beside him showed the temperature continuing to drop, reaching 16 degrees Celsius. But then, an anomaly occurred. Inside the cell, several extremely small ice nuclei suddenly appeared. Then, centered on these ice nuclei, 6 sharp and symmetrical snowflake-shaped ice crystals rapidly spread out, so fast that in an instant, countless sharp ice crystals pierced through the fragile cell membrane. The once plump and wriggling living cell suddenly deflated like a punctured ball. The leaking cell fluid quickly turned into ice crystals, freezing solid. Everything was frozen in stasis. The living cell that had just been moving was now completely turned into a frozen specimen, sealed within a field of snowflake ice crystals. Thud, like a deflated ball, Professor Su Yun collapsed into the chair. He looked up at the ceiling with vacant eyes, his voice hoarse. Another failure. He took off his glasses and set them aside, propping himself on the table with his hands, rubbing his dry eyes. He reached out absent-mindedly to grab something to wipe his eyes with. When he turned his head, he saw a stack of manuscript pages fastened on the table. They were filled with many handwritten words and symbols, sprawling with a chaotic orderliness, and at the beginning of the first page, the big bold characters for ice crystal pierced Professor Su Yun's soul like the tip of a needle. Professor Su Yun stared intently at those 2 characters. As if possessed, he reached out and picked up the manuscript. The moment he picked up the manuscript, Professor Su Yun couldn't help but mock his own foolishness. Really, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Believing that an art student could solve the ice crystal problem was no less absurd than believing Van Gogh had figured out a photolithography machine. But Professor Su Yun still put on his glasses and began to study the manuscript. At first, he merely felt that the young man had put in some effort and done quite a bit of research. But the further he read, the more Professor Su Yun's brows furrowed. He understands this too. How did he come up with this? Whoosh. Professor Su Yun swung his arm and swept the clutter off the lab table. Then he placed the manuscript neatly on the table and sat up straight, taking it seriously. It feels like something is missing here. And how did he arrive at this? The process is a bit of a leap, but it generally connects. Professor Su Yun was a bit bewildered, feeling this manuscript was somewhat disjointed. He leafed through the entire manuscript to see if it was misbound or missing pages. Finding no errors, he scratched his head and continued reading. Gradually, sweat began to form on Professor Su Yun's forehead. This manuscript, it really has something. He was a professional. Thus, having read only the first few pages, he could be 100% certain, even though the manuscript wasn't complete, had some leaps, and some minor symbol errors here and there. It was undeniable. This was a true piece of scientific research, not made up, not written by a pseudo-scientist, but backed by real experimental data. He understood the first half of the manuscript, which was more basic, but some of the brilliant inspirations in the latter half were things he had never considered. Professor Su Yun turned another page. What followed were many chemical equations, formulas, molecular structures, experimental data parameters, and so on. These were the real treasures. Without delay, Professor Su Yun got to work. He emptied his mind and began the operations strictly following the experimental data and steps recorded in the manuscript. The detailed parameters and reaction formulas on the manuscript made it not too difficult to follow suit. Although some of the equations didn't quite connect and there were obvious gaps in the steps, Professor Su Yun had researched this field for many years. With the manuscript prompting him to this point, he could fill in those small gaps himself. It didn't take long. The substance reportedly capable of deeply bonding with water molecules to prevent ice crystals was prepared. Professor Su Yun set up the microscope and the freezing box to start retrialing the living cell experiment. He took a deep breath. Whew. After a few deep breaths, he pressed the button to start lowering the temperature of the freezing box. 3 degrees Celsius, 8 degrees Celsius, 17 degrees Celsius, 27 degrees Celsius. As the experiment's temperature kept dropping, Professor Su Yun's heartbeat accelerated, almost jumping out of his chest. Ice crystals began to form on the walls of the freezing box, but the living cells in the center of the microscope's eyepiece were still slowly moving. The cell liquid was still flowing slowly. There was no freezing, no ice crystals. Professor Su Yun was shocked. Bring in the liquid nitrogen, the liquid nitrogen. Without an assistant by his side, he had to run to the storage room himself, take out a bottle of liquid nitrogen, and slowly pour it into the instrument, trickling it into the freezing box. The temperature of liquid nitrogen is around 200 degrees Celsius, an absolute low temperature. As the liquid nitrogen was slowly added, the temperature displayed on the computer screen plummeted like a bungee jump. 87 degrees Celsius, 156 degrees Celsius, 187 degrees Celsius. Finally, the temperature was maintained at 191 degrees Celsius, and under the microscope, it showed. Living cells seemed to have stopped moving, but they hadn't completely stopped. They still twitched slightly a few times within a minute. Furthermore, the liquid inside the cells showed no sign of freezing at all, still flowing very slowly, very slowly. No ice crystals, no ice crystals. Professor Su Yun spoke excitedly and incoherently. At minus 200 degrees, cells can still maintain absolute viability at minus 200 degrees without any ice crystals. Professor Su Yun momentarily relaxed and sat down directly on the ground. At this moment, he could no longer control his emotions. Long suppressed, countless failures, a decade of alienation from everyone. Su Yun thought of the grievances he had suffered over the years and his emaciated darling daughter lying on the sickbed, forever asleep, and his vision blurred with tears. Yi Daddy has finally succeeded. It took a while for Professor Su Yun's emotions to calm down. He stood up. He held the manuscript sent by Lin Xian as if it were a sacred decree. The experiment just now had proven, without a doubt, that this manuscript was correct. As long as the ice crystal problem is solved, we are just a step away from perfecting the hibernation pod filling liquid. This manuscript only took 2 pages to solve the ice crystal problem, so the following pages must record the correct formula and preparation method for the hibernation pod filling liquid. Thinking of this, Su Yun was thrilled, but at the same time, a greater confusion instantly filled his mind. Where on earth did this manuscript come from? To a professional, the subtleties are clear. To a layman, it is all entertainment. With one glance, Su Yun, being a professional scientist, could tell that the young man who brought the manuscript, Lin Xian, was merely a copyist, not a real researcher. This was too obvious and could not deceive him. I remember the young man's name seemed to be Lin Xian. Su Yun recalled his conversation with Lin Xian. Do you have a senior relative doing research in the field of hibernation? No. Then where did these materials come from? That would be inconvenient to disclose. Inconvenient to disclose. Su Yun paced in the laboratory, pondering. This young man, Lin Xian, had never said the manuscript was his own research, and he openly admitted that he had no considerable research into the hibernation field, so the source of the manuscript. It must have been obtained by Lin Xian from elsewhere. Su Yun speculated that there were 2 most likely possibilities. 1. Lin Xian was entrusted by someone to deliver this material to him. 2. Lin Xian used illegal means and special channels to secretly copy confidential data from some research institute abroad. No matter the possibility, both are far-fetched. Su Yun furrowed his brow and continued reasoning. He was very clear that no one inside the country was doing research in the hibernation field, except for himself. Moreover, if there really were a distinguished scientist who wanted to help him, why wouldn't they come forward themselves? Why use Lin Xian to go through such a big roundabout? As for stealing secrets from a foreign research institute, that was even less likely. Lin Xian wasn't a special forces soldier. He couldn't possibly have done a covert infiltration, however. All these doubts could be set aside for the moment. Su Yun flipped through the manuscript, looking at the pages of chemical and molecular formulas written on the following pages. He wanted to try it immediately, if he strictly followed the steps described in this manuscript. Could it really be possible to create the hibernation pod filling liquid in one go? Professor Su Yun was single-mindedly devoted to saving his daughter. He had no inclination to act as some kind of arbiter of justice. Even if Lin Xian's manuscript was indeed stolen, Professor Su couldn't care less. He stopped thinking about extraneous matters and once again prepared the experimental apparatus, beginning the preparation of the hibernation pod filling liquid. He forced himself to calm down. He started to follow the steps outlined in the manuscript, conducting the experiment, but then problem quickly arose. Something's not right. This chemical reaction formula is incorrect. Outside, dawn was breaking and the sun was beginning to rise. Professor Su scratched his head and tried for a long time but couldn't produce the chemical molecular formula. He tried many methods, none of which were successful. He attempted to skip this step and continue with the subsequent reactions, to no avail. This is a chain reaction that cannot be bypassed, but it seems to be wrong. Professor Su's glasses were completely fogged up. He was baffled. The manuscript was undoubtedly correct, as the previous ice crystal experiment had already proven. But this chain reaction formula just couldn't succeed in the laboratory. What exactly was going on? Based on his past research experience, Professor Su believed there could only be two reasons. One, the chain reaction is incomplete, missing preliminary steps and environmental descriptions, possibly something Lin Xian overlooked when copying it. Two, the reaction formula itself is wrong, and the possibility of Lin Xian copying it incorrectly cannot be dismissed. What am I to do? Professor Su hesitated. Should he continue to work on the research by himself, or should he go find Lin Xian in person and clarify things? Tap, 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 tap. Even without having slept all night, Professor Su was still wide awake, pacing back and forth in the laboratory, deep in thought. After much consideration, he decided to go see Lin Xian in person. His daughter had been in a vegetative state for too long now, at risk of respiratory failure at any time. Every second was precious and not to be wasted. I have no choice but to seek help from Lin Xian. Professor Su wiped his glasses and made up his mind, but I must keep the details of this information a secret. No matter his reasons for helping me, his intentions are good, and I can't let my situation jeopardize him. Professor Su didn't have Lin Xian's contact information. Although he knew that Lin Xian worked for MX Company, he didn't have contact information for MX Company or Zhao Yingzhen. I'll have to go to MX Company to find Lin Xian. Professor Su checked his phone. The time was 8:30 in the morning. He put on his coat and drove directly to the city center. An hour later, MX Company's reception desk. Hello. A middle-aged man with the look of an academic, his face marked with exhaustion and wearing thick glasses, approached the reception desk, gasping for breath. Hello, I'm looking for Lin Xian. The receptionist greeted him with a polite smile. Sir, do you have an appointment? Ah, no I don't. Professor Su was taken aback. Just tell Lin Xian that. Professor Su Yun. In the lobby, a sharp male falsetto pierced through the air. Everyone turned to look. The source of the voice was Group Leader Wang, also known as Brother Wang, who had just come out of the elevator. At that moment, Group Leader Wang was staring in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He sprinted over with rapid steps, almost appearing out of thin air in front of Professor Su. Clap. He firmly grasped both of Professor Su's hands, his face flushed with excitement. Professor Su Yun, what brings you here? Look at you, you should have let us know in advance so we could have come to meet you. I'm not here to see you. Professor Su pulled his hands away, cutting to the chase. I understand, you're here to see President Zhao, right? Please wait in the VIP room with a cup of tea, and I'll go call President Zhao right away. Group Leader Wang had previously visited Professor Su with Zhao Yingzhen, and was of course aware of the esteemed scholar's significance. All the major global cosmetics companies were breaking their heads trying to get a word with Professor Su Yun, but he was completely unapproachable. Even Zhao Yingzhen mentioned giving up on Professor Su's project at the morning meeting this week, but now he had come to them directly. How could they not take good care of this deity who decided the life and death of MX Company? Professor Su, this way, please. I'll call President Zhao to come down right now. Professor Su Yun tried to say something else, but Group Leader Wang was like a machine gun, not giving him any chance to speak, and forcefully dragged him to the VIP room. Professor Su Yun sighed. Right now, he wished he could fly straight to Lin Xian's side and ask for clarity on everything. Desperate. But he truly didn't know where Lin Xian's room was, on which floor. It seemed better to meet Zhao Yingzhen first and explain his intentions. It would also serve as a greeting, so as not to be an uninvited guest who showed up unannounced. Group Leader Wang bowed and asked Professor Su to sit down, then commanded the service staff nearby, hurry and prepare some tea, snacks, and fruit, and then stay here to brew a pot of tea for Professor Su and see if he needs anything. With that, he managed a polite smile and vanished from the VIP room. Reaching the lobby, Group Leader Wang frantically took out his phone and dialed Zhao Yingzhen's number. President Zhao, come downstairs quick. Something's happened. What's happened? On the phone, Zhao Yingzhen's tone was calm. Professor Su Yun is here at the company. Professor Su Yun, on the 22nd floor inside the office. Zhao Yingzhen stood up immediately. Are you sure you're not seeing things? Absolutely sure. President Zhao, please come down. This is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our company to bounce back from the brink. Ding. 3 minutes later, the elevator doors on the first floor opened with a sound. Zhao Yingzhen, followed by 3 vice presidents, strode out of the elevator. Without glancing around, they headed straight for the VIP room. The 3 vice presidents were on high alert, their faces tense. they all understood very well. To other cosmetics companies, Professor Su-yun might just be a money tree, but for MX Company and for the Rhine brand that was about to hold a launch event, he was a savior-like figure. The importance was beyond question. Why has Professor Su-yun come? Seeing Group Leader Wang approach, Zhao Yingjun asked directly. Group Leader Wang shook his head. I don't know, President Zhao. Nobody expected Professor Su to act out of turn. We couldn't even invite him before, and now he's shown up without any notice. Zhao Yingjun nodded, then turned to look at the three vice presidents. When we talk later, don't say anything out of place. Especially do not mention buying authorization for the chemical substance. Not a single word. We must first hear what Professor Su-yun has to say. The three vice presidents also nodded in agreement. It was clear to everyone that Professor Su-yun had hurried over with a purpose, but as for what that purpose was, it was truly beyond even a sage to guess. Anyway, we'll have to play it by ear, one of the vice presidents muttered timidly. Zhao Yingjun entered the VIP room and smiled at Professor Su-yun. Professor Su-yun, forgive our poor reception. Professor Su-yun shook his head, speaking softly. Miss Zhao, I apologize for the sudden visit, but I'm not here to see you today. I have an urgent matter with Lin Xian. Could you take me to him? Zhao Yingjun looked puzzled. Lin Xian. She never expected that Professor Su-yun, in such a hurry and looking so exhausted, would actually be rushing to see Lin Xian. It was somewhat surprising, but she nonetheless nodded nonchalantly, took out her phone. That's all right, have a cup of tea while I call Lin Xian down. No, no. Professor Su-yun quickly stood up, pressing down on Zhao Yingjun's phone, shaking his head seriously. Please take me to his office instead. I think I would like to have a private chat with him. The three vice presidents looked at each other in bewilderment. What was this all about? Lin Xian got this much clout. Zhao Yingjun was also somewhat surprised. She remembered that a few days ago, when Lin Xian visited Su Yi in the hospital, Professor Su-yun had told Lin Xian not to come looking for him anymore. She had thought that was the end of it. But now, Professor Su-yun's manner, he was treating Lin Xian with such respect and politeness, it was truly baffling. Zhao Yingjun had wanted to advise Professor Su-yun, but seeing him like this, she guessed he couldn't wait even a second, so she gave up. Zhao Yingjun stepped aside, indicating for Professor Su-yun to leave the VIP room. Lin Xian's office is on the 17th floor. I'll take you there now. Professor Su-yun nodded his head. Without any pause, he strode out and joined Zhao Yingjun in the elevator. The elevator doors closed and began ascending. The three vice presidents and group leader Wang were dumbstruck at the door of the VIP room, still not recovered from the shock they had just experienced. The four of them exchanged looks, their expressions uncertain. What exactly is happening? One of the vice presidents spoke up. Professor Su-yun is highly respected and always composed and calm. This is the first time I've seen him so flustered, as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed. The other two vice presidents and group leader Wang chimed in. Previously, we would have to go to great lengths to get a meeting with Professor Su-yun, but him coming directly like this today is just unbelievable. And he's even going upstairs himself to find Lin Xian. What sort of circumstance is this? He couldn't possibly be here for the Rhine cat, could he? That would be truly ridiculous. Deng. The elevator reached the 17th floor and opened with a sound. The door to Lin Xian's office was open, and Zhao Yingjun led Professor Su-yun straight in. Lin Xian, Professor Su-yun is looking for you. Lin Xian was adjusting the Rhine cat model on his computer. He turned his head and saw that Professor Su-yun was looking at him with a complex expression. He naturally guessed the reason for Professor Su-yun's visit and smiled slightly. Teacher Su, long time no see. Is your research going smoothly? Yes, very smoothly. Not knowing quite what to say, Professor Su-yun hesitated, then turned to look at Zhao Yingjun. Zhao Yingjun got the hint and pointed at Lin Xian while introducing him to Professor Su-yun. Professor Su-yun, this is Lin Xian, whom you've met before. Then we won't disturb you any longer, we'll be outside. If you need anything, just call me, I'll be waiting outside for you. After saying that, she turned and left, closing the office door behind her. Professor Su-yun walked over and immediately locked the office door from the inside. He then turned to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I'm flattered you call me teacher. I hope you don't take my previous attitude to heart. Lin Xian shook his head, indicating it didn't bother him. Teacher Su, since you've come to see me today, you must have read the manuscript I sent you, right? What do you think of the information recorded on it? Was it helpful to you? Professor Su-yun nodded and recounted last night's events to Lin Xian in detail. It's just that. Professor Su-yun's expression turned troubled and he hesitated. Unsure why Professor Su-yun had suddenly fallen silent, Lin Xian inquired, What's wrong, Teacher Su? There are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak your mind. Professor Su-yun nodded, his expression serious. Lin Xian, I have a request. He paused for a moment, then asked earnestly, Could you tell me where did you get this manuscript from? Faced with Professor Su-yun's question, Lin Xian remained silent. He definitely wouldn't tell Professor Su-yun about the dreams, but how could he skirt around this difficult-to-explain issue? After thinking for a while, Lin Xian shook his head. Teacher Su, if you want to get more information, it's best not to ask too much. Professor Su Yun heard this. His mind flashed with countless dangerous assumptions. I understand. Professor Su Yun swallowed, deciding to let go of his curiosity. After all, his primary goal was to obtain the correct information, and for the moment, Lin Xian still seemed willing to help him, so the source of the manuscript was irrelevant. Rest assured, no matter what happens in the future, I will take responsibility for my own actions and will never betray you. Lin Xian nodded and smiled. This was good. It spared him the trouble of explaining. Teacher Su, you just mentioned that you are only one step away from completing the final hibernation pod filling liquid. Have you encountered any difficulties? Indeed, Professor Su Yun promptly replied. In the last stage of perfecting the hibernation pod filling liquid, I came across some difficulties. I suspect that there are errors in the chemical reaction formulas mentioned in the manuscript. Ah, that is quite possible. Lin Xian said casually, why don't you mark where the mistakes are? I'll find a chance to help you confirm them later. Professor Su Yun was indeed surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Xian to agree so readily. He hadn't even made the request yet, and Lin Xian had already offered to help him confirm it. Thinking back on the years of abandonment by his peers, Professor Su Yun felt deeply moved. Teacher Su, you're too kind. It's just a small effort on my part. Professor Su Yun sighed. Don't worry, Lin Xian. You're a benefactor to me and Yi. I will surely find a way to repay you. He suddenly realized, ah, right, your MX company. Don't you also want the authorization for that moisturizing chemical substance? I can assure you once the hibernation pod filling liquid is successfully developed, I'll have no concerns left, and I can easily give you that failed product. Afterwards, Professor Su Yun took out the manuscript from his briefcase. He had circled several obvious mistakes in red. Lin Xian accepted the manuscript and hid it temporarily in his drawer. Then he promised to bring a new manuscript to Professor Su Yun in a few days. It could now be confirmed his dreams were indeed the real future world, 600 years later. This also explained how Keek Cat became Rhine Cat. The space-time butterfly effect does indeed exist. After chatting for a few more sentences, Lin Xian opened the door to his office. Zhao Yingjun was waiting outside, having waited for quite some time. Professor Su, how did your talk go? Is the matter resolved? Professor Su Yun came out with a chuckle. I was a bit out of sorts today. I apologize for the disturbance. Zhao Yingjun shook her head and looked into the room at Lin Xian. You're too polite, Professor Su. Our MX company always welcomes your presence. I'll arrange for someone to take you back to the university later, and I'll leave you my business card and Lin Xian's card, so you can contact us directly whenever you need to. Professor Su Yun nodded, grabbed his briefcase, and hurried off, but on second thought. He had barged in recklessly, and now was leaving in a fluster, which felt quite discourteous. Considering he had already promised Lin Xian, mentioning it here with his boss wouldn't hurt, and it would also repay Lin Xian a favor. Professor Su Yun turned around and looked at Zhao Yingjun. Miss Zhao, I've already mentioned this to Lin Xian. Actually, during this period, Lin Xian really took great care of me, and luckily, I've made some significant breakthroughs in my research, so I'm considering. If one day my research really achieves a qualitative breakthrough, then the concerns I told you about before will vanish, and it wouldn't matter if I sold that failed chemical substance. For the sake of Lin Xian, I will give priority to your company, and I will finalize the details with Lin Xian when the time comes. Zhao Yingjun was slightly surprised. This was an unexpected twist. She glanced at Lin Xian, her eyes full of confusion. But she quickly recovered and returned Professor Su Yun's smile. That's wonderful, Professor Su Yun. Gaining your authorization would be an honor for our MX company. I sincerely hope your research will achieve a breakthrough soon. Lin Xian and Zhao Yingjun saw Professor Su Yun to the parking lot and watched him leave. As the car turned the corner, Zhao Yingjun chuckled softly. She turned her head, her eyes filled with amusement, and looked at Lin Xian. How did you persuade him? Didn't say much. Lin Xian replied indifferently, just gave him a few words of advice. A few words of advice. Zhao Yingjun chuckled again. Does Professor Su Yun seem like someone who takes advice easily? Lin Xian scratched the back of his head. Looking up at the warm winter sun in the sky, people change, don't they? What in this world doesn't change? Hearts, society, the present, history, the future, everything changes, nothing is constant. Zhao Yingjun was silent. She nodded in undeniable agreement. You make a good point, but you got one thing wrong. A gust of wind stirred up the fallen leaves on the ground. History does not change. Zhao Yingjun said, looking down, the outcome of the victors and the vanquished is already determined. Her black coat fluttered in the wind as she turned and walked towards the company building. History will never change. Whoosh. The dry and biting winter wind whipped up swirling vortexes of leaves and trash on the ground. Zhao Yingjun's high heels clicked away, disappearing around the corner of the parking area. Lin Xian watched her departure silently. History can change, he murmured, looking at the swirling leaves on the ground. Lin Xian knew that the history Zhao Yingjun spoke of and the history he referred to were not the same. Zhao Yingzhen's history referred to everything before the year 2022, whereas the history in Lin Xian's eyes was the history between 2022 and 2624. Now that the space-time butterfly effect had been confirmed to exist, for that future world in his dreams 600 years later. I am history. The leaves spinning on the ground were scattered by the wind and gradually drifted away. Lin Xian turned around and left the parking lot. Returning to the company, Lin Xian went straight to his office and pulled out Professor Su Yun's marked manuscript from the drawer. About 4 or 5 red circles were drawn on it, marking the suspected errors and omissions. Lin Xian planned to not come to the company in the afternoon, but to enter the dream world during the day and correct these chemistry formulas in the library there. Moreover, there are more important things that need to be confirmed, he said. He paced the office, slapping the manuscript against his thigh, calculating in his mind. Since Professor Su Yun had already solved the ice crystal problem, it was only a matter of time before this news was released. From this point on, space-time and history underwent changes, the former development trajectory deviated, and the future should be rewritten in sync. If my previous conjecture is correct, then the future world in the dream world must also undergo some changes in detail. Just like the Keek cat in the previous dreams became the Rhine cat after I intervened in the real world and renamed it, he mused. Lin Xian stopped walking and looked at the busy traffic outside the window. In the original history, the ice crystal problem was solved by Dr. Michelson in the year 2477. But in the current history, the ice crystal problem had already been solved by Professor Su Yun in the year 2022. Under such circumstances, could Dr. Michelson still firmly hold the title of Father of Hibernation? Wasn't it time to yield half a seat to Professor Su Yun? Lin Xian had a strong premonition. The historical records in the dream world are bound to change. This is also my most powerful evidence in changing history and rewriting the future. The biting cold wind picked up outside the window, rattling against the steel frame. Facing the halo, Lin Xian seemed to see a butterfly flutter unassumingly in the corner of his eye. With just a gentle flap of its wings, it could raise a storm capable of destroying everything in the 600-year-long river of time. After returning home, Lin Xian ordered some takeout, quickly filled his stomach, and prepared for another journey to the library in the dream world during the day. This time, he would finally be able to completely verify the truth of the dream world. Had there been a space-time butterfly effect as he had thought, had history and the future been successfully rewritten, all would be revealed after this foray into the dream world. Lin Xian flipped through Professor Su Yun's annotated manuscript again, reinforcing his memory of the mistakes. Then he lay down on his bed. "Let's go," he whispered. He tossed and turned before closing his eyes. Whoosh, the hot summer wind was unbearable, as was the extreme heat. The moment Lin Xian opened his eyes and saw the blazing sunlight, beads of sweat already formed on his forehead. He jogged to the bus station, took the bus to the library, and headed straight for the third-floor section on scientific works. Having been there several times before, he knew his way around well. Lin Xian looked at where Dr. Micherson's book Hibernation Technology Analysis and Prospects had once been on the shelf. "It's not there," he said with a smile of expectation. If Professor Su Yun had resolved the ice crystal issue back in 2022, then Dr. Michelson might not be the one to hold the title of Father of Hibernation 400 years later. Lin Xian carefully searched again from left to right. Indeed, it's not there. In that instant, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a burden lifted off his shoulders. Now it could be confirmed. My previous guess turned out to be correct. Since Professor Su Yun confirmed that those pieces of knowledge and equations are completely correct, and now Dr. Micherson's writings have also disappeared, that proves. The dreams here are indeed the real future world 600 years later. My actions in reality can indeed rewrite the future, change the dream world. This is truly good news. It means that I have delved one layer deeper into the exploration of the dream world, and I have finally completely grasped the truth of the dream world, but at the same time. It also confirmed some bad news. The Genius Club truly exists. It has been hidden in the mists of history since 2022, stirring the river of history from the shadows, spanning a time frame of 600 years. Just the thought of this name makes Lin Xian feel as if an enormous black hand is striking at him from behind, blotting out the sky. He had thought it was an entity far removed from himself, but Zhao Yingzhen's invitation to the Genius Club was right before his eyes, within arm's reach. According to Big Face Cat's account, this is an evil criminal organization. What is their goal? What form do their gatherings take? What will be the consequences of joining them? And what are the consequences of refusing to join? Will Zhao Yingzhen really join the Genius Club? Zhao Yingzhen is hardly a genius or an influential figure, so why did he receive an invitation? The Genius Club, it's just too mysterious. So mysterious that it leaves one completely in the dark, like a black hole. where merely a glance could pull you into an unfathomable abyss by the historical Black Hand. As of now, without Dr. Mickerson's writings, I need to look for a new breakthrough. I believe someone will eventually replace Dr. Mickerson as the father of hibernation and sort out the hibernation pod filling liquid. After all, technology doesn't go in reverse. Lin Xian took the elevator back down to the first floor of the library. He found an unused computer. He typed "How far has hibernation technology developed?" into the search engine, then hit the enter key. Squeak. 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 The computer was still slow, and the antivirus software in the lower right corner was still fighting each other ruthlessly. It's unclear which would emerge to rule supreme. Shortly after, the web page refreshed. Lin Xian looked at the first result. To this day, the hibernation pod has still not been successfully developed. Technological breakthroughs in the field of hibernation only briefly appeared around the year 2200, when academician Gao Wen from China successfully developed the hibernation pod filling liquid. In the hundreds of years that followed, there have been no further breakthroughs in the field of hibernation technology. As expected, the hibernation pod has still not been developed. Lin Xian was not at all surprised by this result. After all, the data I gave Professor Su Yun was all incorrect, so the impact on reality in the future was minimal. It only advanced the invention of the hibernation pod filling liquid by more than 200 years. Academician Gao Wen. Lin Xian stared at this unfamiliar name. Chances are the title of Father of Hibernation has likely transferred from Dr. Mickerson to Academician Gao Wen. What goes around comes around. If I take Academician Gao Wen's paper back this time, perhaps the next time I come back to this dream, the Father of Hibernation will be named after Su Yun. Lin Xian couldn't help but speculate. If Professor Su Yun managed to develop the hibernation pod filling liquid in 2022, what kind of science fiction scenario would the future 600 years later present? Starship battles, galactic wandering, interstellar voyages. By then, my world in the dream will definitely become even more interesting, won't it? Lin Xian was already eager to welcome the new dream expansion. He had been playing this dream repeatedly for over 20 years, although he was far from having fully explored it. In terms of excitement and novelty, he had grown somewhat tired of it. Now that he had confirmed the dream was the real future world 600 years later, there was no need to ponder so much about CC and the safe anymore. To him, CC was a complete stranger, living in an era 600 years apart from his own. As for the familiar-sounding voice, it might just be a coincidence. And about the bank vault safe, no wonder I could never guess the password. Lin Xian scratched his head. It's very likely that it wasn't my safe at all. I'd be shocked if I could guess the password. The name Lin Xian wasn't rare, it wasn't uncommon for people to share the same name. Who knows which era's Lin Xian was the owner of that. He closed the web page. He opened the library's book management system. He searched for academician Gao Wen's publications. Hibernation Technology Overview, Prospect and Technical Challenges of Hibernation Pods, Detailed Explanation of Hibernation Pod Filling Liquid, Outlook on Hibernation Technology by Products. There were 4 books in total. Clearly, the third book was Lin Xian's target. The note included the location of the book, also on the 3rd floor in Section C, but on different shelves. After Lin Xian wrote down the specific location, he once again took the elevator to the 3rd floor and quickly found academician Gao Wen's publication, Detailed Explanation of Hibernation Pod Filling Liquid. He found an empty table and sat down to read. The research approach of academician Gao Wen and Dr. Mickerson was largely similar. Perhaps it was the only solution to the hibernation pod filling liquid, and Lin Xian quickly locked onto the position of that key chain reaction chemical formula. Indeed, I copied it down wrong, mixed it up with other chemical formulas. Once the focus was found, it became easy to find and fix the omissions. Lin Xian took 2 days to ensure all the copying mistakes were corrected, and also filled in some important chemical formulas that he had previously missed. Phew. Lin Xian wrote down the last character at his bedroom desk. He let out a long breath and leaned back in his chair, all done. He picked up the 3 pages of new manuscript on the desk, sure that there would be no mistakes this time. He lit up the screen of his phone to check the time. It was already past 4 a.m. Today is Monday, and there's a morning meeting to attend. Is there any point in sleeping now? Lin Xian hesitated. Being late to the morning meeting at MX Company was absolutely not allowed, and he was concerned about failing to wake up on time. He opened WeChat. These past few days, Professor Su Yun had been initiating conversations with him daily, mostly polite inquiries and indirect questions about Lin Xian's progress. Lin Xian could feel it. Professor Su Yun was truly in a hurry, extremely so. Every day he would remind Lin Xian, as soon as you have the latest manuscript, contact me directly. Anytime, anywhere. Lin Xian glanced at the time again. He felt contacting Su Yun at 4 a.m. might not be appropriate, right? but he guessed the other party might not feel the same. Let's just try. Lin Xian sent a message to Su Yun. Teacher Su, are you asleep? The next second. Ring-a-ling, 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 ring-a-ling. The phone immediately started ringing. Okay then. It was indeed what I had expected. On the other end of the phone, Su Yun was extremely excited, asking immediately if there was a new manuscript. Su Yun said he was in the laboratory conducting research, and these past few days, his mind had been so preoccupied with the chemical formulas in the manuscript that he couldn't sleep well. He mentioned if Lin Xian was available, he would like to come and collect the manuscript right away. I should bring it to you, Teacher Su. You haven't rested well these days, and driving isn't safe, Lin Xian offered. Besides, after I deliver the manuscript to you and have breakfast, I can go straight to the company's morning meeting without any delay. Having said that, Lin Xian got dressed, picked up the manuscript, and took a taxi to East Sea University. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Many laborers had already started their work. The road to the university town had few cars, and the taxi promptly arrived at the entrance of East Sea University. Lin Xian got out and went straight to Professor Su Yun's laboratory to hand over the manuscript. Professor Su Yun picked up the manuscript and sat down to study it, expressing his admiration as he went through it. It can't be wrong. This time it is definitely correct. His hands rubbed together in excitement. Lin Xian, I have been studying the manuscript you previously gave me these few days. Although the experimental steps are definitely stuck, the theoretical part is perfect. Just now I checked the manuscript you brought, and based on my experience, the chemical reaction formulas on it should also be absolutely correct. I believe I can soon get the hibernation pod filling liquid figured out. Lin Xian smiled faintly, genuinely happy for Professor Su Yun. Congratulations, Teacher Su, your many years of wish is finally being realized. According to your vision, the emergence and disclosure of the hibernation pod filling liquid will definitely spark the world's research on hibernation technology, and I believe it won't be long before the hibernation pod can be successfully developed. By then Su Yi will be able to take the hibernation pod to the future for treatment. I believe that in a few decades or centuries, human medical technology will definitely be able to cure comatose patients. When it came to his daughter, hope ignited in Su Yun's eyes as well. Then I won't disturb you anymore, Teacher Su. Lin Xian put on his coat, turned and prepared to leave. I'm going to have some breakfast and then head back to the company for the morning meeting. If there are any issues with the manuscript, you can contact me. Lin Xian, wait a moment, Su Yun called out to him. Then from the cluttered desk, he took out a thick file folder and handed it to Lin Xian. This is for you. Consider it a modest token of gratitude. Lin Xian accepted it. It felt heavy, as if filled with various materials. What is this? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Su Yun smiled mysteriously and kindly. Open it and see. I think you will find it useful. Useful for me. What could it be? Lin Xian, curious, unwound the string around the file folder and began to pull out the materials inside. At the top was a handwritten exclusive authorization document. It read, hereby grants Mr. Lin Xian exclusive gratuitous, and at the end was Professor Su Yun's personal signature. Is this? Lin Xian realized, this is the exclusive authorization document for that miraculous chemical substance that countless beauty companies around the world dream of. Although it wasn't an official authorization document, a handwritten one still carried legal validity. What surprised Lin Xian even more was the exclusive authorization document wasn't addressed to MX Company or Zhao Yingjun, but to himself. Professor Su Yun had actually given him the exclusive rights to this chemical. Teacher Su, what is this? Lin Xian was somewhat puzzled. He removed the first page of the authorization document, and as he expected, below it were various experimental data and reports, likely providing precautions for preparing this chemical substance. Didn't you say that we should consider selling this chemical substance only after the hibernation pod filling liquid is completely finished? Professor Su Yun chuckled and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. I've been working in this area for a long time, and just by looking at that manuscript you sent earlier, I knew its authenticity. Not to mention that now you've helped me find and correct the missing pieces and erroneous formulas. With these standard answers in front of me, I can very soon finalize the hibernation pod filling liquid. Maybe tonight perhaps you'll receive good news from me. So making the hibernation pod filling liquid is just a matter of time, hence selling this by product now or in a few days later. What difference does it make? Lin Xian turned back and glanced at the exclusive authorization document. But Teacher Su, there's no mention of the price or the profit share in your authorization document, and the section for the authorizer here. Professor Su Yun simply folded the authorization document, put it back with the other materials into the document bag, and stuffed it into Lin Xian's arms. Since I've already given you the exclusive rights, it now fully belongs to you. Naturally, the right to profits is yours as well. You can decide how much you want to sell it for. As for the price, I sold it to you. Professor Su Yun patted the manuscript Lin Xian had brought. Haven't you already paid for it? More than enough. Then, without giving Lin Xian a chance to respond, Professor Su Yun pushed him out of the laboratory and closed the door. Just make up the formal authorization document later. Give those materials to your company's R&D department. They will understand them. With that, he shut the laboratory door and resumed his research. Lin Xian looked at the thick document bag in his hands. The surprise came too unexpectedly. According to what Zhao Yingjun had said earlier, just one authorization was worth $1 million, not to mention the subsequent sales profit share. Suddenly, he had become a multimillionaire. However, this was also an act of kindness from Professor Su Yun, or even gratitude. It would be impolite to refuse outright. Moreover, once Professor Su Yun really succeeds in researching the hibernation pod filling liquid, what with Nobel Prizes and national subsidies pouring in, the whole world will treasure him. I guess he won't be short of money. After thinking it through without any concerns, Lin Xian decided to accept this kindness. This was truly an unexpected gain. It just goes to show that good things come to those who wait. Lin Xian took a taxi back to the company to attend the morning meeting. I should have taken the subway. Lin Xian had underestimated the traffic on a Monday morning around the university town. He thought taking a taxi would be faster to the company, but it turned out to be counterproductive, as he was stuck in traffic for over an hour. By the time he finally arrived at the company, the morning meeting hosted by Zhao Yingjun had already begun. As expected, I'm late. Lin Xian knocked on the conference room door cautiously. The finance team leader, who was reporting, halted abruptly. Lin Xian opened the door, meeting the gaze of Zhao Yingjun. I'm sorry, President Zhao, I'm late. He pointed to the document bag in his arms. This morning I went to. Sit down first. You can explain when it's your turn to report. Zhao Yingjun cut him off and then looked at the finance team leader, signaling her to continue her report on the previous week's work. The finance team leader resumed her report where she had left off. With no other choice, Lin Xian quietly closed the conference room door, walked around to the back to his seat at the very end, and sat down quietly. Daring to be late for the morning meeting. Quite bold, brother. The logistics team leader leaned over and whispered a sentence, not daring to turn his head, still pretending to be intently listening to the presentation. Lin Xian could only smile helplessly. He didn't want to be late either. Who would have expected the university town to be so congested? Soon, the finance team leader finished his report, and it was the R&D team leader's turn. The R&D team leader was there to complain, saying that it was simply impossible to develop a competitive new product within such limited time if they were to make do with those immature products. It would instead affect the Rhine brand image and even the image of MX company. If it really didn't work out, they should postpone the product launch. Following him, the marketing team leader, the publicity team leader, and the advertising team leader all poured out their grievances. Over and over, they expressed that without Professor Su Yun's authorization, the Rhine brand had no competitive edge at all, and it was very likely to be lost in the crowd. Between the lines, they still hoped that Zhao Yingjun would take back his previous statement, hoping to make a further effort with Professor Su Yun. The morale in the entire conference room had plummeted to an all-time low. There were sighs all around, but even as the target of everyone's complaints, Zhao Yingjun still withstood the pressure without any rebuttal. He simply listened patiently to the team leaders one by one and took notes in silence. Lin Xian twirled his pen, watching Zhao Yingjun. From a personal standpoint, Lin Xian greatly admired her. Zhao Yingjun usually treated him well, and Lin Xian also liked the atmosphere at MX Company, so this time he decided to give Zhao Yingjun a helping hand. On one hand, he had to monetize his own authorization eventually, so it was better to sell it to Zhao Yingjun than to another company. On the other hand, Lin Xian was still very curious about what was written on the Genius Club invitation that Zhao Yingjun received. This was an opportunity to gain Zhao Yingjun's favor and trust. If one day Zhao Yingjun trusted him enough, maybe he would have the chance to know the password for the office door, or even have the opportunity to be alone in that office. At that time, he might be able to sneak a look at that invitation. That's right. Lin Xian only planned to look secretly and must never reveal his purpose in front of Zhao Yingjun, because by the worst calculation, if Zhao Yingjun had already joined the Genius Club, and the Genius Club was an evil organization intent on hiding all traces, then revealing his interest in the Genius Club so obviously might it lead to a fatal disaster. Safety first. Only by staying alive can one continue to contribute. The logistics team leader finished reporting. Zhao Yingjun lifted his head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, it's your turn to report. Do you have anything to say? Lin Xian nodded his head. He pushed the thick file bag on the table to the center. Everyone has misunderstood President Zhao. In fact, we have been quietly pushing this matter forward, and everyone must have heard about Professor Su Yun's visit to our company a few days ago. This morning, I went back to East Sea University to find Professor Su Yun and have secured the exclusive authorization for this chemical substance. Dozens of gazes shot over like lasers, their eyes as wide as walnuts. So that means. Lin Xian smiled slightly. We can restart Professor Su Yun's moisturizing cream plan now. Lin Xian's words, they were like a crowbar flipping a table, making everyone in the room unable to sit still. A vice president hurriedly stood up. Lin Xian, is what you're saying true? Lin Xian nodded. The vice president quickly trotted over, cradling the document bag in both hands, then carefully opened it and took out the exclusive authorization document. This is indeed Professor Su Yun's own signature, it's real. The vice president excitedly examined the content of the authorization document. Indeed, Su Yun had granted all rights and interests of the chemical compound to Lin Xian, unconditionally. Lin Xian was to make all decisions concerning the compound, with Su Yun's own signature concluding the document. The smile on the vice president's face froze instantly. He stared at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian, this exclusive authorization document is granted to you personally, with all rights and benefits in your hands. Yeah, after all, this is just a draft authorization document. Lin Xian had already thought about how to explain. He didn't want to go into too much detail with everyone. Professor Su Yun has been very busy recently and hasn't had the time to deal with these matters, so he entrusted everything to me. Lin Xian's words sent the morale in the meeting room soaring. Everyone praised Lin Xian for his abilities, for his capability. He managed to secure Professor Su Yun on his own. He saved MX Company in a time of crisis. That's too much, everyone exaggerates. Lin Xian smiled as he dealt with the enthusiasm of the section heads and vice presidents, claiming he really hadn't done much. But to everyone else, that was just Lin Xian being modest and courteous, and the shouts and applause in the meeting room lasted a long time. Meanwhile, the head of the RD department was focused on the thick pile of research materials and experimental data. He studied them for a long time until a layer of mist formed on his glasses. Yes, President Zhao, this material details the preparation process of the chemical compound and its precautions it can perfectly integrate with our preliminary work. The previous approvals, permits, and filings can all continue to be used, and we will definitely make it in time for the scheduled press conference. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere in the meeting room completed a 180-degree turn. The pent-up energy in everyone's hearts finally burst forth, with all longing to return to work immediately to make up for the time lost. The morale was higher than ever, with MX Company returning to its initial unified spirit, unstoppable. 22nd floor, Zhao Yingzhen's office. She sat in her office chair looking at Lin Xian. Not only did you help the company solve a big problem with Professor Su Yun, but you also helped me out of a big trouble. Lin Xian shook his head. I really didn't do much. I can only say that Professor Su Yun values the teacher-student relationship more and trusts me a bit more. Zhao Yingzhen smiled. I just confirmed with Professor Su Yun over the phone. What he said is completely different from what you conveyed on his behalf during the morning meeting. Just as Lin Xian was about to explain something, Zhao Yingzhen interrupted him with a gesture. Professor Su Yun specifically instructed me not to inquire too much into the matter between you two. You don't need to explain anything to me, Lin Xian. I'm not one for gossip or curiosity. I called you here, also in line with Professor Su Yun's wishes, to sign a formal business authorization contract with you. Of course, whether you want to grant the authorization to MX Company or even grant it to other companies in the future, those rights are all in your hands. You have absolute ownership of this chemical compound. But in return, MX Company will pay the authorization fee in full and will also pay you a monthly sales commission. Zhao Yingzhen took out a contract, turned it around, and pointed to the place for the signature. If you're sure there's no problem, just sign here. Once you've signed, this contract will be officially effective. Lin Xian looked over the contract. There were no problems. He signed at the designated spot. Zhao Yingzhen watched Lin Xian. What are your plans for the future? Are you going to establish a specialized authorization company, or are you planning to retire and enjoy life? Actually, I haven't really planned anything. Lin Xian answered truthfully. I quite like my current job designing the Rhine cat. I've grown attached to this cat. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue working in this team leader position. Zhao Yingzhen smiled. That's certainly no problem, but there might be some slight adjustments later on. You've contributed so much to the company, and you've helped me so much personally and professionally. I can't possibly show no appreciation. Click. After Lin Xian signed both copies of the contract, he put the cap back on the pen. Zhao Yingzhen stamped both copies of the contract and handed one of them back to Lin Xian. Do you have a safe in your office? No, Lin Xian shook his head. He had only seen safes in the finance team leader's office and the vice president's office. I'll have the logistics department set one up for you. Zhao Yingjun began to dial an internal phone number, Lin Xian. Make sure to lock these documents, contracts, and the exclusive authorization document in the safe. It would be quite troublesome if they were lost. There's nothing else, you can go back to your work now. Bang! Lin Xian walked out of Zhao Yingjun's office, and the heavy password-protected door behind him slammed shut. He let out a breath. He had no idea when he would get another chance to see that invitation. This was also a reason he wanted to stay at the company. If he really resigned and left, he might never find a clue to access the Genius Club for the rest of his life. 2 days later in the afternoon, the employees from the safe company knocked on the door and greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin." Then they carried a steel safe over a meter tall into Lin Xian's office. One of the employees handed over a set of keys, "Mr. Lin. This safe has a dual security structure with both a key and a combination lock. You must first turn the mechanical dial to enter the combination, and then use the key to open it. It has a very high security coefficient." Lin Xian crouched down and looked at the 2 overlapping dials on the safe, thinking of the one in the Dream Bank warehouse, the one marked with his name. "What if I lose my key or forget the password?" Lin Xian asked curiously. The employee chuckled, "Mr. Lin, if you lose the key, you might still be able to call a very professional locksmith to open the lock. But if you forget the password, then I'm afraid the safe won't open at all. This safe is different from the usual safes. Its design is extremely intricate. There's practically no chance of cracking the password." Lin Xian stood up and patted the body of the safe. There was a dull thud. It seemed to be made of solid stamped steel, very robust, but what if? Lin Xian stared at the employee. "What if I accidentally forget the password, but the contents of the safe are extremely important? How would I get them out? Is there any way to open a safe if the password is forgotten?" The employee scratched his head in frustration. "If I have to say, there is indeed one last method." "What method?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "Forceful destruction." An employee of the safe company explained to Lin Xian, "One of our previous clients was in a similar situation where their finance manager had a car accident, and the company urgently needed the official seal inside the safe, so they took the whole safe to a scrapyard and cut it open with an oxyacetylene cutting torch. This safe is made of solid steel formed by stamping, and ordinary cutting machines or crowbars can't open it, even explosives won't work. The only way to cut through it is with an oxyacetylene cutting torch. It's the last resort." An idea flashed through Lin Xian's mind. "What kind of gun did you just mention?" "An oxyacetylene cutting torch. It's a type of sprayer that burns high-pressure acetylene. It can produce a flame with temperatures over 3,000 degrees Celsius to melt steel for cutting. It's commonly used in industrial settings." Having said that, the 2 employees picked up the paperwork, had Lin Xian sign it, left him a manual of precautions and a contact number, and then departed. Oxyacetylene cutting torch. Lin Xian noted the name. The steel safe in his dream that had his name on it, much of its paint had peeled off and it was rusting, without a doubt made of steel, in front of a 3,000-degree cutting torch. It would surely be as vulnerable as tofu. Lin Xian had thought he would quickly enter the dream and cut open that safe with his name on it, but things did not go as he wished. He had been too busy these past few days. As the product launch was nearing, every day's tasks were very heavy. Lin Xian and his team members stayed late into the night at work before going home. He hadn't even had the chance to dream, not having dreamt for several days now. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the company was working furiously. All departments were working overtime to meet deadlines. Staying up late or even pulling all-nighters was the norm. Even the usually meticulous Zhao Yingjun inevitably began showing faint dark circles under her eyes. That afternoon, Lin Xian had just finished a task he was working on. Ding-a-ling-ling, 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 ding-a-ling. His phone rang. Lin Xian looked at the caller ID. "Professor Su Yun, they hadn't been in touch for several days. Could there be some news?" Lin Xian picked up the phone. He answered the call. "Lin Xian, do you have time right now?" On the other end, Professor Su Yun's voice was unusually excited and agitated. "I'd like to invite you to witness a historic moment." Witness a historic moment, could it be? Had Professor Su Yun completely mastered the hibernation pod filling liquid? Lin Xian checked the time. It was almost 2 in the afternoon. Truth be told, while he was happy for Professor Su Yun, he wasn't too interested in witnessing scientific achievements. However, it would be rude to turn down such an enthusiastic invitation, and he didn't want to dampen Professor Su Yun's spirits. "Sure, Teacher Su, please wait for me. I'll head to East Sea University to find you right away." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian delegated his remaining work to a few subordinates and then left to take a taxi to East Sea University. Upon arriving at Professor Su Yun's lab, the professor excitedly pulled Lin Xian over to a sealed chamber. "Look quickly, see this white mouse here? The entire system has been stabilized at 60 degrees Celsius for 40 hours now. For these 40 hours, this white mouse has been in a deep sleep state. Don't be fooled by its stillness, the absence of eating and excretion. Its vital signs have no problems at all. It's incredibly stable. Lin Xian approached the sealed chamber. The chamber wall was extremely cold, emitting a gentle chill. Lin Xian deliberately stood back a bit and leaned his head forward. He saw that the sealed chamber was filled with a pale blue liquid, and in the middle of the liquid, a white mouse was curled up, covered with various monitoring electrodes and tubes. This white mouse was extraordinarily quiet. It looked no different from being dead. But after carefully observing for about 15 seconds, he noticed the abdomen sometimes exhibited very faint movements. This meant it wasn't dead. Professor Su Yun pointed to the monitor next to him, explaining the numbers on it to Lin Xian. A normal mouse's heartbeat is generally around 500,700 times per minute. This is also why their lifespans are short, only 3 to 4 years. In the natural animal kingdom, the slower the heartbeat, the longer the lifespan. And correspondingly, the normal respiratory rate of a mouse is about 150 times per minute. But look at it now. Professor Su Yun pointed at the two numbers on the monitor. Monitored heart rate, 21 beats per minute. Respiration rate, 7 times per minute. Do you see, Lin Xian? Whether it's the heartbeat or breathing, both have slowed down by 20 to 30 times. Its life activities have decreased in efficiency by 20 to 30 times. You can simply think of it as inside this cryogenic sealed pod, the mouse's aging process has been delayed by 20 to 30 times. Lin Xian nodded. He could understand this concept. Science fiction movies describe hibernation as sleeping in a hibernation pod, and after hundreds or thousands of years have passed, you wake up as if nothing happened. But science fiction is, after all, fiction. Real scientific research has to be conducted step by step. Perhaps Professor Su Yun's sealed pod could be considered a rudimentary first-generation, youth version of a hibernation pod, far from reaching the true concept of hibernation, only capable of reducing life activity efficiency by 20 to 30 times. If this set of equipment could operate stably, then the passing of 20 to 30 years in the outside world might only increase the actual lifespan of the mouse by 1 year. This would allow a mouse that would normally live only 3 to 4 years to successfully travel to the future world of decades later. Of course, this was just a mouse experiment. Actually applying it to humans, whether it could maintain for a long time or how many times it could reduce life activities, was still an unknown. The real challenge of hibernation technology lies not in the freezing but in the thawing and resuscitation, Professor Su Yun patiently explained to Lin Xian. Next is the real historic moment that I invited you to witness. We're going to awaken this mouse that has been in hibernation for 40 hours at minus 60 degrees Celsius. Lin Xian didn't quite understand, so he just stood there watching Professor Su Yun operate. Gradually, the temperature of the sealed pod slowly rose, taking about half an hour to slowly reach around 10 degrees. Then Professor Su Yun performed another series of complex operations. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mouse inside the sealed pod started to become restless, frantically rolling around in the pale blue liquid, its nails constantly scraping against the walls of the pod. Don't worry, this liquid has a very high oxygen solubility. When it enters the lungs, it can carry out normal oxygen exchange, although of course there will be a lot of discomfort. Professor Su Yun, holding his chest, looked at Lin Xian. It must be very uncomfortable, but it can indeed ensure breathing without the danger of suffocation. However, I haven't tried it myself, and for now it's just a guess. Afterward, Professor Su Yun drained the liquid from the sealed pod, took the scrabbling mouse out, and removed all the electrode patches from its body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mouse shook violently, flinging off the liquid from its fur, and then leaped from Professor Su Yun's hands. It went crazy, jumping up and down in the lab. Such exuberance. Lin Xian remarked, it's hard to imagine it was in suspended animation for 40 hours, especially at a temperature of minus 60 degrees. Technology is truly miraculous. To put a person into a low temperature of minus 60 degrees would probably mean death in no time, frozen stiff. Professor Su Yun smiled slightly. Even though there are still many problems to be solved, this mouse's successful hibernation and resuscitation signify that the liquid, this hibernation pod-filling liquid, is perfect. The hibernation theories involved are absolutely correct. You could tell Su Yun was genuinely happy there was finally hope for his daughter, trapped in a vegetative state. Watching the mouse bounce around, Lin Xian asked curiously, Teacher Su, how many years do you estimate it will take for the true hibernation pod to be developed? Lin Xian was very concerned about this issue. After all, Su Yi was still lying in the hospital. With her perennially comatose constitution, Lin Xian worried whether she could survive until the day the hibernation pod became a reality. However, Professor Suyun had no worries about this at all, and with a chuckle he said, "That might take a very, very long time. Perhaps humanity will never come up with the kind of hibernation pod seen in sci-fi movies that can last for hundreds or thousands of years. But that doesn't matter much. For us normal people, we don't need to sleep through hundreds or thousands of years in a hibernation pod. It's not like we're going on a long interstellar trip, so why sleep for so long?" Take comatose patients like Yi or many patients with late-stage cancer. For example, they only need something that can sustain them for another 10 or even several decades, waiting for medical advancements, based on my estimates. Professor Su Yun, propping up his chin, looked at the scurrying mice and thought, "I anticipate. If the country invests enough, we might be able to develop a rudimentary form of a hibernation pod that can reduce human metabolic activity by tenfold within 2 to 3 years. In fact, a tenfold reduction is already quite sufficient. Take Yi, for example. If she sleeps in the hibernation pod for 10 years, she will only age 1 year. And during these 10 years, medicine will advance, and so will science. Maybe even more advanced hibernation pods will appear." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Professor Su Yun had considered things more thoroughly. "Then, Teacher Su, when do you plan to publish your research findings?" "At least a week's time, I guess," said Professor Su Yun offhandedly. "I still need to organize the papers, experimental data, and such. But the news and the reports, I guess they'll be released in the next few days." He seemed to suddenly remember something, picked up some material from next to him, and handed it to Lin Xian. "Speaking of which, during my research, I stumbled upon a byproduct, which I have already sent to my friends at the Aerospace Research Institute in China, and they have confirmed the same results." He presented several pages of documents to Lin Xian. They contained complex molecular formulas and various chemical structures, all of which Lin Xian could not understand. "What is this?" "This is a hafnium compound, a brand new substance. This compound can be used to create a hafnium alloy, which is durable, corrosion-resistant, and can withstand high temperatures. It might be useful in the field of aerospace. Lin Xian, if you don't mind, I would like to publish the experimental data on this hafnium alloy as well, even though I don't know exactly what it will be used for, but it will certainly contribute to certain technological developments." Lin Xian nodded. Of course, that was acceptable. The influence and progress of various disciplines on each other are mutual, and they all help to propel technology forward. "Then I'll leave you to your research, Teacher Su, and not keep you any longer. I'm looking forward to the day your paper is published." After a few more days of burning the midnight oil at work, 3 pieces of good news arrived in succession. First was the news titled "Professor Su Yun of East Sea University Solves Key Hibernation Challenges," which topped trending searches and shocked the world. No one expected that even in science fiction, a technology as advanced as hibernation technology would so quickly achieve a breakthrough in reality. In this period, wherever one looked, the headlines were all about Su Yun. Aerospace Research Institute in China confirms that Professor Su Yun will soon publish a new type of aerospace material, and the institute has already received samples. Mi Country announces the establishment of a top-level laboratory dedicated to hibernation technology research, aiming to lead the era of hibernation. The Nobel Prize Committee pays close attention to Professor Su Yun's research achievements, stating that if the published paper is authentic, they will nominate him for the relevant Nobel Prize. A Father's 10 Years, the story behind Su Yun. Professor Su Yun, who had been toiling away quietly for more than a decade, had finally come into the limelight. From a scapegoat in the scientific community, he had become a shining pearl that the whole world now watched. Another piece of good news was that the new product launched by MX Company, along with the introduction of the Rhine brand, was a resounding success. It wasn't just that the pre-sale amount for the inaugural moisturizing cream product exceeded expectations. The Rhine cat dolls given away with the first launch gift box also became a hot trending topic, igniting a new craze for cuteness. This category-defining moisturizing cream had pre-sale orders lined up until the following year, creating a situation where supply simply could not meet the demand. Rhine brand had experienced a meteoric rise to become the hottest cosmetic brand of the moment. And as for the third piece of good fortune, it was Lin Xian himself enjoying an elevation in his treatment. 22nd floor, Zhao Yingjun's office. Lin Xian, I think you've also seen the discussions about Rhine Cat online. Unanimously positive reviews and affection. Your design truly dazzled the fashion world. We've received many joint authorization requests. Not just domestically, even many famous companies abroad want to work on co-branded designs. Therefore, in order to handle the immense business demands, your Rhine Cat IP development team will definitely need to expand in both personnel and functions. And Lin Xian. Zhao Yingjun leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. You have full control over personnel and assessment authority. The entire department's hiring and firing are entirely up to you, and you also completely control the department members' wages and annual evaluations. To this news, Lin Xian felt somewhat surprised. Zhao Yingjun had given him all these powers authority over recruitment, personnel management, and salary assessments. Such a situation was absolutely unprecedented in the company. As if reading Lin Xian's thoughts, Zhao Yingjun smiled and continued, "This is also a testament to the management's trust and recognition of you. As for your position, since you enjoy working on Rhine Cat-related projects so much, it's best if you continue as the team's lead. However, your salary will be set according to the standards of a vice president, and every year you'll enjoy stock option incentives." Having not yet received his first paycheck as team leader, he was about to earn a vice president-level salary. Lin Xian felt like a character in a web game ad, one hit, 999, bathed in golden light, constantly leveling up, with his stats skyrocketing at the speed of light. Lin Xian was also clear in his mind. The main reason Zhao Yingjun granted him so much power was to keep him from leaving. Actually, even if she hadn't done this, Lin Xian would not have left. He genuinely liked MX Company and appreciated Zhao Yingjun's style. Furthermore, there was another point. If he left MX Company, he would only drift further away from that invitation to the Genius Club and the mysterious organization shrouded in historical mists. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't leave MX Company lightly before seeing the contents of that invitation. Also, there's one more thing, Zhao Yingjun said, looking at Lin Xian. Your new office should be set up by the logistics department by now. It's on the 20th floor, much larger than your previous one. You can take a look. Nothing else for now, you can go back to work. Thud. After leaving Zhao Yingjun's office, the heavy-coated door closed automatically behind him. Lin Xian blinked. He had only been in Zhao Yingjun's office for a few minutes. But coming out, it felt as though the outside world had undergone a sea change. The scale of the Rhine Cat IP development team had expanded, becoming the company's largest department. He had obtained full control over personnel and assessments, akin to a petty emperor. In terms of salary, he was now enjoying the treatment of a vice president, with stock option incentives each year. His personal office hadn't even warmed up before he was switched to an even larger one, equipped with a safe. Not to mention the potential earnings from the magical chemical substances, licensing fee, and sales profit. The upgrade is too fast. Lin Xian rubbed his neck and walked toward the elevator. The elevator opened on the 20th floor, and Lin Xian quickly found his new office. The space was triple the size of his previous office, with an additional rest area partition, but it hadn't been equipped yet with a bed or clothes rack. In the office area, there was a large coffee table, a long sofa, 2 bookshelves, some green plants, a luxurious wooden desk, a new desktop computer, and a new laptop. Every aspect was much more upscale than his 17th floor office. Lin Xian spent some time moving his personal items from his 17th floor office, which made the spacious office feel a bit more lived in. Lying in the comfortable executive chair, Lin Xian closed his eyes. No more overtime and late nights. Tonight, I can finally enter the dream and crack open that safe. Previously, by inquiring with the staff of the safe company, Lin Xian learned that safes could be forcefully opened using an oxygen acetylene cutting torch. Naturally, the same applied to the safe in the dream. He opened his computer and started searching for relevant information. The online encyclopedia stated, an oxygen acetylene cutting torch is a high-temperature gas cutting method extensively used in various industrial fields. It's primarily used for the rapid cutting of irregular steel products, such as steel coils, steel ingots, and steel frames, among other steel items that are not easy to secure. Its principle is very simple. First, 2 cylinders of high-pressure liquefied gas are required. One is liquefied acetylene. The other is liquid oxygen, both of which are the main combustion materials for the cutting torch. The 2 liquefied gases are connected to a high-pressure spray gun via hoses, and after adjusting to the proper pressure and gas output ratio, they are ignited to produce a roaring, intensely spouting flame long knife. The shape is similar to the flame of a windproof lighter that is commonly seen, only the length is dozens of times longer. At the heart of the high-speed jetting flame, the temperature reaches 3,000 degrees Celsius. This temperature far exceeds the melting point of steel, 1,500 degrees Celsius, and can easily melt steel into molten steel, effectively completing the cutting task. Lin Xian searched for videos of safe cutting on video websites, and without exception, they all use the oxygen acetylene cutting torch to do it. Upon contact with the safe, the high-speed, incandescent flame seems to enter tofu effortlessly. It blew out countless tiny, burning sparks of iron. It took only a matter of 10 seconds to cut through the entire safe. The molten steel at the cut edge flickered with a red glow, as if lamenting its impotence under the absolute high temperature. Lin Xian had seen that safe in the dream many times before. 80% of the paint had already flaked off. There were layers of rust inside. It was clearly quite old. If it could rust, then it was definitely made of steel, which meant its melting point wouldn't exceed 1500 degrees Celsius, so using an oxygen acetylene cutting torch to cut it would pose no problem at all. Lin Xian then looked up more information. The technology for this oxygen acetylene cutting torch was very mature and widely distributed. It could be freely purchased on any construction site, steel market, and even on online shopping platforms. In those small shops that made steel frame billboards by the roadside, it was almost a tool in every worker's hand. Since this item is so common, it should be easy to find in the dream as well, Lin Xian thought. Only then did Lin Xian remember that in his real life, he had seen this device countless times before. During primary school, as he and Gao Yang went to and from school, they would pass by a street full of advertising signs, where workers frequently used electric welding and oxygen acetylene cutting torches to weld the steel frames. Both devices were extremely bright when in use and would throw off scorching iron sparks, so the workers covered their entire faces with heavy-duty goggles. And Lin Xian and Gao Yang, who passed by, would often inadvertently glance at them, leading to dark spots in their vision for a long time afterward, similar to looking directly at the sun. Lin Xian turned off the computer. He began to consider the plan for entering the dream that night. Finding the equipment for the oxygen acetylene cutting torch in the dream shouldn't be a big issue, but the key is how to transport such heavy and complex stuff to the bank's vault. The 2 cylinders of liquefied gas were very heavy. It would take 2 people to carry just 1 cylinder, meaning at least 4 people were needed to carry out the operation. And it was not just about the 2 gas cylinders. There were also the gas hoses, spray gun, goggles. All in all, at least 5 or 6 people were needed to complete this complex task. 5 or 6 people, where do I find so many accomplices in the dream? Even if he counted Big Face Cat and CC, and they set aside past grievances to collaborate unprecedentedly along with himself, that still made only 3 people. Should I count Big Face Cat's 3 lackeys as well? Lin Xian thought of those 3 underlings who died as soon as they appeared. The dishonest Old 1, Old 2 who seduced the boss's wife, and Old 3 who wanted to betray the organization by double-crossing. Are these crouching tigers and hidden dragons reliable? Just thinking about Big Face Cat's motley crew of underlings made Lin Xian involuntarily frown, but there was no other choice right now. He had to take a gamble. To complete the plan, I must unite this group of scheming, ill-intentioned fellows and have them collaborate wholeheartedly, truly a major project. Lin Xian closed his eyes. He began to contemplate the violent safe-cracking plan that he would attempt in his dream tonight. 1. Find a way to persuade Big Face Cat and CC to put aside their past grievances, let go of their hostility, shake hands, and reach a consensus on cooperation. 2. Lead Big Face Cat and CC to acquire the equipment for an oxyacetylene torch, then load it onto a van and transport it to the target bank. 3. Stop Big Face Cat's plan to cleanse his family name and use his 3 henchmen as manual labor to move 2 canisters of liquefied high-pressure gas to the bank's warehouse. 4. Assemble the parts of the cutting torch together and perform the high-temperature cutting to successfully open the safe. This should be fairly solid logically. What the code is doesn't matter now. A 3000 degrees Celsius oxyacetylene torch is the absolute correct password. The long-lost routine of finishing work on time and going home. After a simple dinner and some time spent watching TV, Lin Xian prepared to enter his dream. Having navigated this dreamscape for over 20 years, he naturally knew where to find a construction material market and where the advertising outlets were. Locating an oxyacetylene torch would be a breeze. The only potential mistake lay in whether Big Face Cat and CC would cooperate honestly. Luckily, he had a god's eye view and plenty of bargaining chips for negotiating with the 2 of them. No big deal. After he finished washing up, he turned off the lights and lay down in bed. Let's go. Familiar summer winds brushed his face. It had been a long time since Lin Xian had entered a dream and felt this heat. His body instantly warmed up. He glanced at the electronic billboard next to him, August 28, 26, 24, 2142. The surrounding environment, the crowd, the scenery, everything was no different than usual. Lin Xian estimated that once Professor Su Yun's paper was published, human technology would inevitably advance by leaps and bounds. By then, the plaza in the dreamscape would surely undergo earth-shattering changes as well. Whether it was the level of technology, the surrounding architecture, people's lifestyles, or even the toys the kids on the plaza played with, it would all transform into a completely different scene. This unchanging dreamscape of 23 years is finally about to embrace a complete and drastic change. Will this plaza still exist then? What will the surrounding scenery turn into? The thought of soon saying goodbye to all this familiarity made Lin Xian feel somewhat reluctant to let go. And with this limited time left, let's crack open that safe. I'm quite curious about what's really hidden inside. Looking eastward, he saw two brothers who had thrown aside their masks and run off, shouting about Ultraman flying kicks and slides. Lin Xian walked up and picked up the Ultraman mask from the ground, putting it on his face. Then he approached the portly figure stepping out of the van, Big Face Cat. A face covered with Rhine cat mask and filled with horizontal flesh turned around. Smack. Lin Xian's right hand rested on his shoulder. As the masks drew close, he whispered, "Listen patiently. I have something very important to tell you." Fast on the van, Big Face Cat cursed loudly. That bitch actually dared to deceive me. He looked at Lin Xian wearing an Ultraman mask. "Brother, you know about my father and daughter, and about my 3 little brothers. I knew you were no ordinary person. I trust you." But he continued, "You said you could take me to tons and tons of gold bars. Is that really true? I'm not doubting you, brother. I'm just curious where in this city there could be so many gold bars." Just now, after Lin Xian stopped Big Face Cat in the square, he called him over to the van for a detailed chat. Given the dramatic difference in their intelligence, Lin Xian quickly gained Big Face Cat's trust by using his information advantage. The second step was to persuade Big Face Cat to put aside past grievances and join his own cooperative plan. Lin Xian nodded, looking at Big Face Cat. "Since I've told you so many secrets already, why would I lie to you about this? I know this city too well, including where the money is hidden. You see, there are people in this world whose riches cannot be kept in a bank, and even if you steal it right in front of them, they wouldn't dare to make a police call. Robbing this kind of money is the safest. Lin Xian glanced at his watch and shook his head. "It's just that we definitely don't have enough time today. I can only take you to rob it tomorrow." "Hey ya." Big Face Cat slapped Lin Xian on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "What's one day's difference, eh? Tomorrow it is, so what shall we do today?" Lin Xian pulled open the van door and jumped out. "Just wait here. I'll go call over the code expert. Remember our agreement. I'll take you to make money tomorrow, and the grudges between you and her will be wiped clean. Today, you two follow my orders." After getting out of Big Face Cat's van, Lin Xian closed the door. He adjusted the mask on his face. Lin Xian walked towards the other side of the square. Soon he spotted Cece's location. She was the same as always, no changes at all. Her oversized black trench coat, bulky bun, a figure as slender as a model's, and the Ultraman mask on her face serving as a covert sign for meeting up. Cece. Lin Xian walked straight up to her, long story short. "Our goal is the Samido open the bank vault with the safety deposit box labeled with Lin Xian. This is not a simple task. Your little computer can hack into the vault's password lock, but the safety deposit box uses an old-fashioned mechanical lock, which renders your expertise in electronic decryption utterly useless. We won't have enough time to open the safety deposit box before the main power is back on. Trust me, I know that vault and that safety deposit box better than you. I know how to open it, and I've already dealt with Big Face Cat. If you want to open that safety deposit box, join my team and let's cooperate." Cece looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled face, yet she patiently listened to him finish. Then she took a step back and sized up Lin Xian again from head to toe. "Do you know the combination to the safety deposit box?" "I don't," Lin Xian replied truthfully, "but opening the safety deposit box doesn't necessarily require the combination. I'm planning to steal a set of oxygen acetylene cutting torch, equipment from a construction materials market. Using its high-temperature flame to directly cut through the safety deposit box is both efficient and reliable, far more so than trying to crack the combination. So do you want to join us or not?" Lin Xian glanced at his watch, turned his wrist to show Cece the time. "Without you, we might spend a little extra time at the electronic door of the vault, but it's not like we can't use a C4 explosive to clear the way. We're short on time. I'll give you 30 seconds to decide." Cece fell silent, pondering for a while. "I have just one question." "Go ahead." Cece looked at Lin Xian. "You seem to know a lot of intelligence. Since your goal is also Lin Xian's safety deposit box, could you tell me how much you understand about Lin Xian?" Lin Xian shook his head. "There are many people named Lin Xian in this world. I'm not sure whether the Lin Xian written on the safety deposit box is the Lin Xian I know. Then what kind of person is the Lin Xian you know?" Cece stared at Lin Xian unwaveringly and asked softly, "I'm very curious. Why do you also want to open this safety deposit box? What is your purpose?" Lin Xian chuckled. "I don't have a purpose. I'm simply curious. On the contrary, you have been secretive, haven't you? Are you willing to exchange information? I will tell you about the Lin Xian I know, and you tell me your reason for wanting to open the safety deposit box. How about that?" As expected, Cece fell silent again. Lin Xian wasn't surprised. She's been incredibly stubborn about her unusual attitude towards herself and her purpose for opening the safety deposit box, refusing to reveal even a little bit of information. Lin Xian had long given up on prying open her mouth. He checked his watch, 5 seconds left. "I'm in," Cece answered directly, arms crossed, "but on the condition that you've truly dealt with Big Face Cade's no easy target." Lin Xian lowered his wrist, thumb pointing at the van parked on the roadside. "Pleasure doing business. Let's go, I'll take you to meet our teammates. With a huge advantage in intelligence, everything proceeded smoothly. Lin Xian pulled open the sliding door of the van's rear seat and invited Cici to seat herself first. Then he followed closely and sat in the back, pulling the sliding door closed from the inside. Bang! The rattling door closed, causing the whole vehicle to shake a few times. For a moment nobody spoke. The three least likely characters to sit together did just that, silently seated inside a van. Big Face Cat swallowed and observed the backseat through the van's rearview mirror. He saw two righteous, fierce-looking Ultramen staring straight ahead, and in the corner of the rearview mirror a Rhine cat whose face was squeezed between layers of flesh, distorted into a forced smile. This combination was too bizarre. Cough, cough. Big Face Cat coughed twice, turned around, and through the small holes in his mask, looked left and right at the twin Ultramen. Well, which one of you is going to hurry up and explain what's going on? Female Ultraman, you don't have to be so alert. Let's let bygones be bygones. The money issue the male Ultraman said he would help me with. Male Ultraman, didn't you say you were going to command tonight's operation? Start discussing the plan then. Lin Xian also straightened out his thoughts for what came next, and spoke up. Enough talk, let's get to work. Big Face Cat, head to the east side's building materials market first. We'll look there for an oxyacetylene cutting torch. If we don't find one there, we'll circle around to the southern advertising store. We need that device to cut open the safety deposit box. Roar. The van started and headed towards the building materials market. On the way, the three of them had no communication. Lin Xian was calm. He crossed his hands over his stomach, watching the evenly retreating streetlights ahead, reminiscent of passing time, like he was cycling through the same dream over and over. In that safety deposit box. What exactly was hidden inside? At last, the trio, after some searching, found the oxyacetylene cutting equipment in an advertising storefront. A cylinder of liquid acetylene and a cylinder of liquid oxygen. Lin Xian and Big Face Cat made 2 trips to finally load the 2 heavy liquefied gas cylinders onto the van. Meanwhile, Cici grabbed the gas hose and torch, and also stole 3 welding masks from the next door store to ensure a clear view of the flame during cutting and to prevent retinal burn. Got the lighter too, everything's all set, Lin Xian said. Lin Xian checked his watch, too much time had been delayed. Let's go to the bank, he announced. He, along with Big Face Cat and Cici, got back into the van, fastened their seatbelts. Everything went smoothly. Boom. The shaky van started once again. On the drive, Lin Xian specifically instructed Big Face Cat, Brother Lion, since there's no money in the bank vault anyway, don't rush to clean house and betray your own people. Spare those 3 underlings of yours, Lin Xian said. We 2 alone can't carry these 2 big cylinders. We have to rely on your little brothers to help transport them. Big Face Cat nodded, silently turning the steering wheel. I've already arranged everything, just trust me, Big Face Cat said. But don't tell them about the lack of money yet. Those 3 are only after profit. If they knew there was no money inside, they definitely wouldn't join us in this risk. Big Face Cat continued. You just focus on planning your strategy. I'll take care of those 3, Big Face Cat assured. Before long, the van arrived at the familiar bank entrance. Lin Xian looked at his watch. It was nearly 12. The equipment search had taken too much time. He opened the door, and 3 masked underlings were already waiting by the vehicle. 2 of the underlings were carrying the acetylene cylinders. Big Face Cat and another underling were carrying the oxygen cylinders. Lin Xian held the 3 welding masks in his left arm and the torch and hose in his right, while Cici, light on equipment, held a small computer for cracking passwords. The 6-person crew stood ready at the bank entrance. Go, Big Face Cat gestured expansively. The makeshift group of odds and ends marched imposingly into the bank. Smooth sailing all the way, the 6 made it to the door of the bank vault, gazing at the silver-colored password door shimmering with a dim light. The 3 masked men rubbed their hands together excitedly. After we pull off this job, I can go back home and get married. One of them said. Brother Lion, have you organized our escape? Are we staying in the country? Another asked. Are you 2 idiots? Whether it's gold bars or cash, we'd still need to launder it. But I've already found a way. I'll help you move the assets when the time comes, the third chimed in. Lin Xian watched the 3 underlings, amused yet dismayed, still thinking about the boss's wife. Each one with their own ulterior motives. Big Face Cat's team was too difficult to manage. But the blame was also on Big Face Cat, as the leader, for not setting a good example, leading by doing as one should, for if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Big Face Cat chuckled and stepped forward. He rubbed the face of the middle masked man and then put his arms around the shoulders of the other 2, bringing all 3 close together. You 3 have really suffered with me in this life. If there's a next life, let's not engage in such life-threatening business. Instead, we'll hang out carefree on the streets, not overthink everything, and just muddle through life, Big Face Cat said wistfully. Just like when we were young causing trouble, collecting protection money, being street punks was pretty good. The three younger brothers teared up, hugging their big brother tightly. Now go on, put those gas cylinders by the wall and stand them up. After we finish this job, we'll celebrate properly. Big Face Cat laughed heartily as he pushed them toward the wall. The good days are still ahead of us. Ha 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 ha, bang, bang, bang. In the moment the three underlings turned around. Big Face Cat instantly drew his gun from his waist and fired 3 shots in a row at the heads of the 3 men. Thud, thud, thud. As 3 sprays of blood burst forth, 3 silent bodies fell straight to the ground, their gazes vacant, blood gushing out. Click, Cece took a step back and leaned forward, raising her gun and pointing it at Big Face Cat, her entire body tensed and her eyes vigilant. Easy, relax a little. Big Face Cat spun the gun and slid it back into his waist. He then tore off the mask on his face and threw it on the ground, pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette case, clinched it between his lips. After lighting it with a lighter, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Every family has its rules. I was just teaching my little brothers a lesson. It doesn't affect our plans. Cece hadn't completely let down her guard. She just lowered the muzzle a bit and turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand. It's okay, Cece, go crack the passcode door. It's tough to judge family affairs fairly. His cleaning of the house doesn't concern us. Cece stayed put, not saying anything. After a few seconds, she too holstered her gun, picked up a small computer, and went to crack the passcode door. Lin Xian watched Big Face Cat, who was engulfed in smoke and clouds, kick the corpse at his foot to the side. Have you always been this ruthless, or did it start after something happened to your daughter? I can't remember. Big Face Cat, biting the cigarette butt, grinned. But I indeed wasn't like this when I was young. They too weren't like this when they were young. He gestured at the 3 bodies on the ground side, and with a cloud of dense smoke coming out, we used to be in the same village, all good brothers. They followed me, and even though we might not have done many good deeds, at least their hearts weren't bad. But after stepping out into the world, people's hearts change, and the team becomes hard to manage. When there's no money, everyone's a good brother, but once there's money, they all get greedy, each playing their own game. However, Big Face Cat paused and looked at Lin Xian to continue. Maybe you're right. If my daughter hadn't died, I probably wouldn't have ended up like this. If my daughter were still alive, I definitely wouldn't be doing these acts of killing and arson, risking my head. I would have wanted to live a few more years, to cut a somewhat respectable figure, to say a word or two at my daughter's parents' meeting. But there are not so many ifs. My life has turned out like this, and it can't be changed. As long as I can avenge my daughter, I will die with no regrets. Lin Xian looked at Big Face Cat as he stamped out his cigarette butt, remaining silent. Life can change. When Professor Su Yun publishes his paper, and the hibernation technology is launched hundreds of years ahead of time, both the present and the future trajectory will undergo monumental changes, under the influence of the space-time butterfly effect. Not just the life of Big Face Cat, the lives of CC, of every person in the plaza of the future 600 years from now, the entire dream world will be revitalized, transformed into something completely different from the present. Would Big Face Cat still be a desperado then? Would CC still be obsessed with cracking the safe? Would the Otter brothers still be dueling on the plaza as usual? Everything is an unknown, but everything will ultimately change. Beep beep, the passcode door made 2 crisp sounds. Then with a click, the light on the password lock turned from red to green, and the heavy silver passcode door swung open. CC turned her head and looked at the doors open. CC successfully cracked the password door and led the way in. Big Face Cat, dragging a can of acetylene, followed her inside. Lin Xian was the last to enter the bank vault. Upon seeing the gleaming, brand new and mirror-smooth bank vaults that lined the walls, he was instantly dumbfounded on the spot. What happened? Why has it changed? The vaults he had seen before were old and peeling, covered in rust, but now they looked as if they were newly made. He quickly approached the vault with his name on it, touching its material. Smooth and bright, cold and hard. Using the spray gun, he scratched at it forcefully a few times, and not a single mark was left. Thud, Lin Xian punched the vault. In his mind, he abruptly recalled the words spoken by Professor Su Yun. You see, during my research, I inadvertently came up with a byproduct, which I've already sent to friends at the Aerospace Research Institute, and they've confirmed the same results. It's a hafnium compound, a completely new substance. This compound can be used to create a hafnium alloy, with high hardness and resistance to corrosion and high temperatures. It might have some applications in the field of aerospace. Lin Xian, if you don't mind, I'd like to publish the experimental data on this hafnium alloy. Although I'm not sure of its use, it could certainly promote the development of certain technologies. Clang. Lin Xian bowed his head and threw his face shield and spray gun on the ground. We've been played. CC and Big Face Cat heard this and turned their puzzled faces toward him. What do you mean we've been played? Who has played us? Lin Xian raised his hand and pointed at the nameplate on the vault with a name on it, Lin Xian. He shook his head and laughed helplessly. We've been played by Lin Xian. Big Face Cat and CC looked at each other, completely unable to understand what Lin Xian was talking about. But at this moment, Lin Xian had already figured out the cause of this temporal flux and the space-time butterfly effect. Temporal flux is uncontrollable. Lin Xian suddenly realized this. His actions could indeed rewrite the future, but such changes would not always yield the desired positive feedback. Sometimes, as now, it was like lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own foot, turning a future that would have been advantageous into one that was detrimental. The brand new vault in front of him. There was no doubt it was the result of his own actions 600 years in the past that had caused the temporal flux. Lin Xian was certain. On previous visits to this bank vault, the vaults embedded in the walls were definitely made of steel, and they were very old. The paint was nearly all peeled off, and the interior was speckled with rust, clearly of at least a century old. If not for regular storage and maintenance, protected from the elements, they could well be classed as unearthed relics. But because of Lin Xian's intervention in history, it led to Professor Su Yun discovering an entirely new compound while researching hibernation pod, filling liquid a novel type of hafnium alloy. Lin Xian didn't know the specific properties of this alloy, but Professor Su Yun said it was resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, had high hardness, and could be used in aerospace. It must be an extremely advanced material indeed. Furthermore, a few days ago in the news reports, the Aerospace Research Institute of China confirmed they had received samples from Su Yun. The fact that the institute would issue a statement about it was enough to indicate that the performance of the new type of hafnium alloy was truly outstanding. Therefore, it goes without saying. If the patent for this material were truly to be made freely available, then in addition to aerospace, there would likely be some specific industries that could use this material. So, when seeing the gleaming, brand new vaults in the bank vault, Lin Xian immediately realized this deeply unsettling logic. The stone he had inadvertently thrown into the sky 600 years ago had landed 600 years later, hitting his foot with precision. Although Lin Xian had never actually seen the hafnium alloy that Professor Su Yun spoke about, the current situation was likely as he had imagined. But why did only the new hafnium alloy cause temporal flux, while the simultaneously successful hibernation pod filling liquid did not cause a corresponding temporal flux? What was wrong? Hey, stop spacing out. Hand me the cutting torch. Big Face Cat had already brought in the oxygen cylinder as well, picking up the spray gun and hose that Lin Xian had thrown on the ground and starting to connect them. CC was also puzzled and approached Lin Xian. What did you mean by that? Weren't you just confidently saying this high-temperature cutting torch can generate a temperature of 3,000 degrees, enough to melt any metal? Lin Xian didn't know how to explain it. If it's about melting steel, that's definitely possible, as the melting point of steel is only 1,500 degrees. But I'm not certain what the melting point of this material is if it's greater than 3,000 degrees. Lin Xian scratched his head, feeling very annoyed at being played, especially by himself. Truly frustrating. Sigh. Over there, Big Face Cat had already connected the cutting torch, ignited the flame, and the torch began to spray out a yellow fire. Big Face Cat kept twisting the pressure knob, gradually turning the flame into a sharp blue. I've seen this before. You have to adjust the flame to blue and have a white center appear in the flame. Only the temperature at the center can reach 3,000 degrees and is hot enough to cut through steel. CC stopped talking to Lin Xian, removed his Ultraman mask, picked up a welding mask, and placed it over his face. Big Face Cat continuously adjusted the ratios of acetylene and oxygen being expelled. The flame became sharper as it rapidly jetted out. Finally, within the inner flame, a pencil-sized core of flame emerged. We did it. Big Face Cat chuckled, taking the welding mask that CC handed over and putting it over his eyes to directly gaze at the incandescent flame core. Where should we start cutting? CC pointed at the safe beside them. Let's start from here. I'm not sure what's inside the safe. We better start cutting from the side bit by bit, in case we accidentally burn something important inside. Okay, stand back a bit. Big Face Cat held the welding mask in one hand and the torch steadily in the other, moving closer to the adjacent safe. Woom 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 woom. The acetylene torch, at a staggering 3,000 degrees Celsius, asserted its dominance. The white-hot core pressed against the external shell of the safe. Woom 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 woom. The fierce flames continued to scorch. The temperature of the entire room seemed to have gone up several degrees. However, the kind of intense scene with sparks flying everywhere that Lin Xian had seen in the video did not occur. All was calm, only the whooshing of the torch flame as it continued scorching the safe. As time ticked away second by second, Big Face Cat's hand began to waver. Curious, he moved the torch away, lifted the mask, and looked at the unscathed safe, which hadn't reacted in the slightest. Did something go wrong here? Tui. He spat directly onto the safe. Sizzle. The spit instantly turned into steam under the high temperature, dispersing into the air. This indicated that the safe's temperature had indeed reached 3,000 degrees, but it was still nowhere near its melting point, not even hinting at melting. What kind of material is this? Big Face Cat exclaimed. Is this the outer shell of a spaceship? Lin Xian silently nodded. This might be one of the few things you've guessed correctly, by the way. I want to ask, are the safes you usually encounter on the outside this heat resistant? Definitely not. Big Face Cat looked shocked. I've seen plenty of safes, but never one that can withstand heat like this. Lin Xian pondered with his chin in his hand. It seemed that the previous speculation was somewhat off. Even after a temporal flux, the majority of safes wouldn't use this kind of spacecraft outer shell grade material because it's entirely unnecessary. So what's so special about the safes in this bank vault? Why use such an impressive material to forge them? Lin Xian wasn't clear on the cost issues of this new titanium alloy, but it seemed very expensive. Ordinary safes couldn't possibly afford such material, which is why Big Face Cat and CC also found it surprising. CC, paying no attention to the other two, snatched the torch. Let me try. Then, again the sound of the roaring, heating flames. But no matter how much they scorched, no matter what angle or position they tried, the silvery bright safe stood immovable like an ancient artifact, without even the slightest hint of color change. This is freakin' spooky. Annoyed, Big Face Cat loaded his handgun and, finding an angle that wouldn't cause a ricochet, fired 2 shots at the other safes. Upon closer inspection, similarly, not a single scratch had appeared, smooth as ever. This thing is too damn hard. Clang. CC threw down the torch and mask in her hand and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with a sigh. All 3 of them realized it. There was no hope. I'm sorry, I owe both of you an apology. Lin Xian took the initiative to admit his mistake. It's my fault, however. CC shook her head. Her gaze through the Ultraman mask held no blame as she looked at Lin Xian. This isn't your fault. I can tell you also really wanted to open this safe, we just didn't succeed, that's all. Hearing CC say this, Lin Xian was quite surprised. He thought CC would be as before, glaring at him, calling him a liar. This was the first time she had spoken to him so politely. It seemed that her approval rating of him was relatively high this time. Lin Xian took off the mask from his face and looked at CC. As it stands, there's no chance of violent destruction to open the safe. The only way is to guess the right password. There are many things I can't explain to you clearly, but I do know more than you, have more opportunities, and am closer to the correct answer. So CC, can we share some information? Lin Xian stepped forward, looking at CC. Our goal is the same, to open this safe. I can answer your previous questions, telling you about the Lin Xian I know, but in return, afterward. Can you tell me why you want to open this safe? Or any clues, information, or hints about it would be useful. Just give me some key hints and clues, perhaps I can really figure out the password. Under Lin Xian's gaze, CC slowly turned her head, watching Lin Xian through the Ultraman mask. After a pause of about 15 seconds. Finally, she nodded, all right. The attitude of CC left Lin Xian somewhat astonished. This was probably the best, most patient, and most communicative she had ever been towards him in all of their interactions. Maybe it had something to do with the plot that had transpired between the two of them. In their previous encounters, they were either enemies or each harbored ulterior motives, or they simply bickered and quarreled, making it difficult to have such a calm exchange. But this time, everyone's identity was different. Because of a common goal, everyone banded together. Even if they ultimately failed to open the safe, they had truly gained CC's trust. That's why she was willing to exchange information with him for the first time ever. Okay, I'll go first, said Lin Xian as he leaned against the unheated safe, gradually recounting the Lin Xian he knew. In reality, he was just introducing himself, beginning from graduation from university and moving on to his day-to-day work just as if he were in a job interview, but just as he had barely started to tell his tale. All right, you don't need to continue, CC interrupted, shaking her head. The Lin Xian you know shouldn't be the same person as the owner of the safe. Why? Lin Xian didn't understand. He had indeed doubted it before, suspecting that this safe was not his at all. But as much as he doubted deep down, he still held onto a sliver of hope. What if this safe was one he stored in 2032, or perhaps in 2042? Logically speaking, it was possible. Because it was still 2022 for him, a time before he would have had the chance to store anything in the safe. He naturally didn't know the password. But unexpectedly, CC directly concluded that this Lin Xian was not, that Lin Xian it couldn't be him. Because it's too ordinary, CC sighed. Actually, I don't know what the real Lin Xian should be like. I don't know any Lin Xian at all, but my intuition, it definitely isn't the ordinary Lin Xian you know. All right then, Lin Xian spread his hands. Since you don't want to listen, I won't talk about it. Now it's your turn to answer my questions, right? CC nodded and also leaned against the safe. I don't even know where to start, but ever since I was young, my memories have been a mess. I can't describe the feeling. It's as if there are many memories in my mind that don't belong to me, yet they are experiences from my life. It's like the life of another me in another world. Is it a dream? Asked Lin Xian. Cece shook her head. It's not a dream, of that I'm certain. Even though these memories are fragmented and vague, just a series of disconnected snippets, I'm sure they aren't dreams. Does it feel like a parallel universe? Lin Xian asked again. Cece was silent for a moment, then nodded ambiguously. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, it's a feeling hard to explain. I've seen doctors, and they say it's a delusional disorder, possibly multiple personality disorder. But those fragmented memories, they just feel too real. I have a hard time believing they're just fabricated fantasies, so I wanted to come here to verify. She turned around, pointing to the safe with Lin Xian's name on it. Among those fragmented memories, there is a middle-aged man that I'm certain I've never seen before and absolutely do not know, with really long, messy hair and an exaggerated beard. Middle-aged man, long hair, large beard. The image of a wild, eccentric uncle surfaced in Lin Xian's mind. In the memory fragments, that person told me that he left something for me in this safe, and said, click, a crisp sound of an electrical circuit connecting. Woo-ah, 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 piercing alarms started blaring all around. Crap, the main power is back on, and it's triggered the automatic alarm. Big Face Cat, who had been listening intently, leapt up as if electrocuted. We have to run fast. Cece quickly stood up, grabbed her mask, and turned to leave. No, no, no. Lin Xian, who detested being left hanging, hurriedly grabbed Cece. Finish what you were saying. Finish it, then we run. We won't miss this last line. Cece turned back to look at Lin Xian. That person said, if you want to know all about the past and the truth, go open that safe. In the memory fragment, he was supposed to tell me the password, but for some reason he never did. I'm not sure if it's because the memory fragment isn't complete. Woo-ah, 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 woo-ah. Amongst the blaring alarms, Cece shook off Lin Xian's hand and turned away. Ah, and one more thing. She turned back, smiling uncharacteristically. Her eyes seemed to bloom like pear blossoms, eyes curving into charming crescents and faint dimples peeking out from the corners of her mouth. That man's voice, it's quite similar to yours. That's why I was willing to cooperate with you today, otherwise I wouldn't have come with you at all. Boom, boom, boom. The scorching white light arrived punctually, burning away everything in sight. Clang, 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 clang. The biting cold wind struck the windows. In a corner of the bedroom, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He threw back the covers and sat up in bed, recalling what Cece had said in his dream, although he hadn't opened the safe in this dream. He had made significant discoveries elsewhere. He put on his slippers and got up. Lin Xian went to his desk and turned on the desk lamp. This dream brought in substantial information. I must sort out my thoughts properly. He picked up a water pen. While the memories from the dream were still vivid, Lin Xian wrote down his recent findings on a piece of white paper. 1. Temporal flux is uncontrollable. Although this point seems simple and straightforward, hardly worth writing down, Lin Xian had indeed suffered a setback because of it. He had always believed that using future resources to alter reality and rewrite the future would always benefit him and lead the future in a positive direction. But that wasn't the case. Changes in the future are uncontrollable. It's quite possible to end up worse off, ultimately shooting oneself in the foot. He took this lesson to heart. In the future, when attempting to alter reality or rewrite the future, he would definitely need to consider the pros and cons more carefully. 2. When does temporal flux occur? A point of no return is needed. Lin Xian understood why the new hafnium alloy and the hibernation pod filling liquid, although both were Professor Su Yun's breakthroughs, only the new hafnium alloy triggered the space-time butterfly effect, while the hibernation pod filling liquid did not. The reason lies in a very simple concept. Spilled water cannot be retrieved. With the new hafnium alloy, Su Yun had already sent samples and data to China's Aerospace Research Institute. From that moment on, no one could prevent this product from spreading into various industries around the world. Even if China's Aerospace Research Institute decided to keep it to themselves, over the span of 600 years, the material would inevitably leak and transition from aerospace to civilian use. Therefore, from that point in time, the new hafnium alloy became spilled water that could no longer be retrieved, hence the temporal flux occurred as scheduled. But the hibernation pod filling liquid was different. The research findings were not yet published and were still in a Schrodinger's cat state, with only Su Yun holding the sole copy of the paper. There were many ways to prevent its publication. Even Lin Xian himself could casually speak to Su Yun and persuade him to change the method of publication. Lin Xian believed Su Yun would consider his opinion to some extent if he insisted. After all, Su Yun had indeed asked for his opinion, and in this respect, Su Yun still genuinely respected him. Moreover, Su Yun's paper was not yet fully organized, and everything was still uncertain. Therefore, for the time being, the hibernation pod filling liquid hadn't been spilled yet and still had the potential to be altered, so it hadn't triggered any temporal flux. Temporal flux needs a point of no return. Interesting. I thought it would be a real-time change. Lin Xian somehow felt that there must be other rules or laws in the details of temporal flux. 3CC's mind contains memories that don't belong to her. This is hard to explain at the moment. Lin Xian had also experienced similar dream confusions, so he could somewhat understand it. He wasn't sure if CC genuinely had delusional disorder or a split personality. Her memories were not complete, just fragmented and unconnected pieces. And CC was risking opening the safe precisely to prove whether those were delusions or real memories. This point is quite similar to my previous attempts to validate dreams, all for the sake of a truth and answer. For the long-haired, bearded middle-aged man in CC's memory fragments, his voice is very similar to mine. This piece of information was crucial. No wonder CC didn't kill me many times before, and she had this mysterious trust in me. It must be due to the voice that made her curious about me. Lin Xian nodded. This cleared up his previous doubts. CC didn't know him and hadn't seen him before. But his voice was similar to that of the man in her memory fragments, which explained her abnormal attitude toward him. Could that strange uncle be me? Lin Xian couldn't help but consider this possibility. Mainly because the dream had ended too abruptly, he hadn't had the chance to ask CC for more details, which could have helped him make a judgment. But at the moment, Lin Xian felt the likelihood wasn't very high. First of all, CC and I live in completely different eras. In a normal timeline, we would never meet in our lifetimes, or even across several lifetimes. Secondly, there are many people with similar voices. I even find hers oddly familiar. Plus, CC's memory fragments might not be reliable. Lastly, and most decisively, Lin Xian touched his clean-shaven chin, his brow slightly furrowed. I would absolutely never grow long hair and a beard. Absolutely not. Putting everything else aside, just the fact of having long hair and a beard was something Lin Xian absolutely couldn't accept. Could it be that the safe isn't actually mine? Lin Xian rested his chin in his hand and pondered. After so many attempts, he truly had tried every 8-digit password he could think of. All the meaningful dates, the dream sequence time 26,240,828, numbers like 42, he had tried them all, even inputting them in reverse or jumbled order, ensuring that no possibility with dates was overlooked. Passwords are such things. People don't set combinations they themselves can't remember. Especially with passwords made up solely of numbers, there has to be a special significance. If that safe really isn't mine but belongs to someone else with the same name Lin Xian, then I'll never be able to guess the password in this lifetime. Lin Xian yawned widely. Days of consecutive overtime and staying up late had led to an exhaustion not easily remedied by a day or two of sleep. Just now, Lin Xian had forced himself to sit up to sort out his thoughts. The moment he stopped, drowsiness surged like a flood, and his eyelids became too heavy to lift. I should sleep first. I'll try to slack off and think about it when I'm at work tomorrow. The next day, he went to work on time, doing his usual tasks. The whole company was permeated with a festive atmosphere, akin to the New Year celebrations. After the successful launch of the Rhine product line, MX Company's various businesses had seen explosive growth, and everyone's salaries were raised accordingly, naturally resulting in a time of prosperity and happiness. These last few days, everyone had light workloads and were looking forward to the celebration banquet to be held at Victoria Hall on Saturday night. Victoria Hall was one of the top banquet venues in Donghai City, and that one of held significant weight, definitely being in the top 3. Zhao Yingjun had booked the entire hall, inviting all employees of the Rhine project to participate in this lavish celebration banquet. The gesture was admirable, but it was also within expectations. Just with the pre-sales of the Rhine brand's debut moisturizer, MX Company had already surpassed its goals for the first quarter of 2023, and this was before New Year's Day, effectively reaching next year's first quarter targets, a feat that could only be described as fierce. And Lin Xian, dubbed father of the Rhine cat, had briefly become an internet sensation, but such attention was fleeting. Next to the adorable Rhine cat, who Lin Xian didn't matter at all, and no one paid attention, just as no one knows the designer of Hello Kitty. He took the elevator. Lin Xian pressed the button for the 20th floor. The logistics department had completely tidied up his new office. The elevator doors opened. This floor was much quieter than the previous 17th floor. It was generally only visited by subordinates reporting to the vice presidents, walking into his own office. He was satisfied with the high-end decorations and layout, especially the generous space with many more amenities for hosting guests. There were coffee machines, tea stations, potted plants, and more arranged nicely. The rest area also now included a bed, with its high-quality mattress still wrapped in plastic, emitting a scent that was possibly formaldehyde. Better to air it out a bit more. Lin Xian fully opened the window in the rest area, then closed the door to the room, and settled into his brand new executive chair. Nice. The leather-backed executive chair, more comfortable than any ergonomic chair he'd had before, was so cozy that he almost fell asleep as soon as he reclined, truly a slacker's dream, after familiarizing himself with his new gadgets. Lin Xian sat up straight, twirling a pen, and thought about the dream from yesterday. Sometimes he wondered, was he overcomplicating things? If that safe really wasn't his, if CC was truly just a figment of split personality disorder, then maybe none of this had anything to do with him at all, and he was just an outsider stirring the pot. This was logically possible. But there was one clue that Lin Xian found strange and couldn't ignore: CC's voice. I've definitely heard it somewhere before my voice. CC has also heard it in memory fragments. Are these two incidents really just coincidental? Lin Xian couldn't convince himself. If only one person felt the voice was familiar, it would be one thing, but now both sides felt the voice was very familiar, and things definitely weren't that simple. Actually, it wasn't so bad on CC's end. At least she could accurately know what the middle-aged, bearded man who had the same voice as hers looked like. As for himself, he didn't remember at all when, where, or from whom he had heard CC's voice. Where on earth did I hear CC's voice? Lin Xian closed his eyes, picked up a pencil, and spun it. His mind conjured the last scene from his dream yesterday, where CC unexpectedly turned around and smiled. He had thought this indifferent and ferocious female assassin would never smile, but to his surprise, when she smiled, it was actually quite sweet. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, adorable, and there were even two small dimples showing, which surprisingly quite fit Lin Xian's aesthetic. The pencil between Lin Xian's fingertips stopped spinning, as if possessed. He set the pencil tip upright and started sketching on a piece of A4 paper on his desk. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. He began with the contours of the face, the clear and bright jawline, and the small, rounded, oval face, the strands of hair beside the ears, the long eyelashes, the corners of the mouth lifted in a smile, the curved, crescent eyes filled with laughter, the two small dimples on the cheeks, faintly visible. The details continually evolved on the paper. The image of CC with a backward glance and a smile started to become clear. As Lin Xian sketched, he marveled at how his skills hadn't diminished. His level of sketching was still so high. Back in the college entrance examination, he pursued an art-specific admission and ranked among the top in the province in sketching. It was hard to say whether it was talent or effort. Anyway, at that time, Lin Xian was so determined to improve his sketching skills that he would study in the studio during the day and find a place to practice even in his dreams at night, truly forsaking sleep and food for his art. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Lin Xian's sketch was being completed. The girl on the paper had her hair tied neatly behind her head, eyes shaped like crescent moons with a perfectly placed teardrop mole beside them, the delicate face paired with a charm contributing smile, lively and adorable. This sketch, so meticulously drawn by Lin Xian, looked as if it could rival a black and white photograph, and even appeared more three-dimensional than the photo itself. Bang. The door to the office was pushed open. Lin Xian, take this invitation to the celebration banquet to Professor Su Yun. Lin Xian looked up in bewilderment. He saw it was Zhao Yingjun. No wonder she was the only one bold enough to enter anyone's office without knocking. Oh, all right. Lin Xian stood up and took the red invitation. Zhao Yingjun looked down. She glanced at the sketch on the desk and nodded. You drew it really well. It's almost identical to her. Lin Xian took a step back and looked at Zhao Yingjun. You know who I drew? Zhao Yingjun looked up. Are you joking, Lin Xian? In the entire Donghai business circle, who doesn't know who she is? She pointed at the paper with the girl whose smile was as blooming as a flower. Isn't the girl you drew Chu Shan's daughter? Chu Ainking. This is Chu Shan's daughter. Lin Xian couldn't believe it. Zhao Yingjun looked at Lin Xian as if he was an idiot. What's so surprising about that? Didn't you draw it yourself? True, I did the drawing, but I'm certain I didn't draw Chu Shan's daughter. Lin Xian waved his hand in denial, not wanting any confusion. I don't even know Chu Shan's daughter. Never even met her. Today is the first time I'm hearing her name from you. Zhao Yingjun narrowed her eyes, looking at Lin Xian suspiciously for a moment. Eventually she lowered her head, snorted softly, and chuckled. All right, then I misunderstood. She tapped the invitation in Lin Xian's hand and instructed, this is the invitation for the celebration banquet on Saturday night. You should deliver it to Professor Su Yun later. It's best to ask if Professor Su Yun wants to come. If he decides to, we will arrange a dedicated car and driver for him. Lin Xian nodded and looked at the invitation in his hand. It was quite high-end, with the MX company logo printed on the back. Okay, I'll deliver it to him in a while. Zhao Yingjun turned to leave, but then she paused. Additionally, she turned her head, looking at Lin Xian. Although I don't promote office romances, there are indeed quite a few nice girls in our company. If you really plan on dating, you might consider someone more realistic. Lin Xian was speechless, so Zhao Yingjun thought he had a crush on Chu Shan's daughter. He hastily folded the piece of sketch paper and stuffed it into the black notebook on the desk. I really didn't mean it that way, President Zhao. I just did a random sketch, thinking it's been a long time since I last drew, just to practice. If you think the two of them look alike, then it's purely a coincidence. Zhao Yingjin didn't say anything else, she just nodded with her eyes closed. All right, work hard, Lin Xian. She gave Lin Xian a final look, walked out of the office, and closed the door behind her. Alas. Lin Xian sat on the sofa, covering his forehead. Although Zhao Yingjin had said work hard, Lin Xian when she left, the implication in her eyes clearly added don't get caught up in impractical thoughts. Do they really look that much alike? Lin Xian found it hard to believe. He was 100% sure he had never seen Chu Shan's daughter. Oh, the only time was some time ago when he glimpsed a girl from afar at the school gate, but because of the angle, the girl was always facing away, so apart from her bouncy and full high ponytail, he essentially saw nothing clear. They're not identical twins, how could they possibly look exactly the same? CC and that what's her name, Chu Anking, are separated by 600 years and dozens of generations in their lifetimes. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. He considered the possibility of the hibernation pod. But in the future world where CC exists, there's no such thing as a hibernation pod logically. Chu Shan's daughter couldn't have traveled in a hibernation pod to arrive 600 years later. Before he renamed Keek Cat to Rhine Cat in his dreams, there was no Rhine Cat at all, only Keek Cat. So even if Professor Su Yun invents the hibernation pod tomorrow, that still wouldn't explain why CC appeared in the dream yesterday. The butterfly effect caused by temporal flux can't occur in the future before the temporal flux. But nothing is absolute. Let's confirm it first and then draw a conclusion, he said. Whether he sought confirmation from CC or from Chu Shan's daughter, Lin Xian felt that the matter was not that simple. Perhaps those memories that CC referred to as not her own and fragmented were the key to unlocking the answer. He stood up, picked up the invitation meant for Professor Su Yun. This celebration invitation wasn't sealed with wax and could be easily opened. Lin Xian unfolded the folded page. Inside was a formulaic invitation, with Professor Su Yun's name at the beginning, followed by the time and place of the celebration marked in bold. The day after tomorrow at 8:30 in the evening, at Victoria Hall in Donghai City. Better hurry up and deliver this to Professor Su Yun. It's hard to say whether he will attend or not, he thought. He took a taxi to East Sea University. Because of Su Yun's rise to fame, the guard post no longer allowed outsiders to enter freely, especially journalists and media, who were strictly prohibited from entry, probably to avoid disturbing Professor Su Yun's work. After entering the laboratory building, Lin Xian arrived at Professor Su Yun's laboratory, but Su Yun was not there. Only after calling did he find out that Su Yun was at the hospital with his daughter. Lin Xian looked at the invitation in his hand. He felt that it would be impolite and less formal to talk about it over the phone. It would be better to make another trip and personally deliver it. And when he thought about it, it made sense. Su Yun had already achieved success and had completed the research on the hibernation pod filling liquid. There was indeed no need to stay in the lab every day. With the time available, it was only right to spend more time with his daughter in a vegetative state. Lin Xian took another taxi to the Donghai University-affiliated hospital and entered Su Yi's ward. The ward was very clean. Su Yun was performing muscle-stretching exercises on Su Yi while happily chatting with his daughter, talking about his research achievements, telling her that they would soon have the first generation of simple hibernation pods and that she would be able to hibernate into the future for treatment and wake up to lead her own life. Seeing Lin Xian come in, Su Yun greeted him with a beaming smile and beckoned him over. Then, holding his daughter's hand, he smiled and said, "Yi, when you wake up, stand up and begin a new life. Daddy might not be here anymore. You should remember to visit brother Lin Xian. Or when you wake up from hibernation, you might have to call him Uncle Lin Xian." With that, both Su Yun and Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. It all depended on how long Su Yi chose to hibernate. If she went into hibernation for 50 or 60 years before being thawed for treatment by then, she might as well call Lin Xian grandpa. If she chose to hibernate for 200 or 300 years before thawing, she might need to burn some paper money for Lin Xian. Teacher Su, in fact, you could choose to hibernate with Su Yi, so in the future when Yi wakes up, you could still live happily together, Lin Xian suggested. However, Su Yun gently shook his head with a tender smile. Actually, there's something that I haven't yet disclosed to the world. But you can't cover fire with paper, and once my paper is completed and made public, scientists and research institutes will sooner or later find out. He looked up at Lin Xian, his eyes somewhat sorrowful. Do you know what is the biggest side effect of hibernation? Lin Xian shook his head. Hibernation has side effects. Science fiction movies never mentioned them. In their setting, hibernation is a very relaxed affair. Just sleep for a few hundred years, a few thousand years, tens of thousands of years, and then it was over. After Teacher Su said so, Lin Xian realized this blind spot. They say that all medicines have their poison, What medicine and treatment method doesn't have some side effects? Not to mention hibernation, such a complex human project, it couldn't possibly be without any side effects. I don't know, Teacher Sue. Lin Xian answered truthfully, does hibernation have other side effects? Are they related to bodily functions? Professor Su Yun shook his head. He extended his index finger, tapped his own head. The biggest side effect is that due to the long-term inactivity of brain signals, it can cause varying degrees of memory loss. Actually, in terms of bodily functions, hibernation won't have any side effects. Even if there is a certain amount of muscle atrophy, it can be recovered through exercise. But the damage to brain memory is something that cannot be avoided whatsoever. The current theory of hibernation can indeed slow down various physiological reactions by dozens or hundreds of times, but the principle of brain memory is very complex. It is a vague retrieval pattern maintained by neural signal stimulation. I won't tell you too much about the complexities, Lin Xian. In short, the longer the hibernation, the more memory will be lost. Of course, the actual situation will vary slightly from person to person, but if the duration of hibernation exceeds 20 years, there's a high probability of losing all memories. Lin Xian nodded. Memory loss as a side effect does sound quite plausible. Professor Su Yun stroked his daughter's withered arm, speaking with a gentle smile. Actually, it's all right if Yingjun forgets me. Even if she forgets me completely, she will start her brand new life. Whether or not she remembers me, her old father, doesn't matter. But I don't want to forget her, I don't want to forget Yingjun. Yingjun was only lively and boisterous during her childhood years, and my memories of her are only that little bit. These memories, I'm not willing to lose even a bit of them. Moreover, if memory is lost, does it also mean that emotions will disappear? If after waking up, Yingjun and I become strangers, without any feelings, I think that would be a very terrifying thing. Professor Su Yun looked at Lin Xian with a slight smile, so I won't go into hibernation. I will live to the last second of my life, cherishing the memories of Yingjun, and use every last second of my life to research a better hibernation pod for her. So Lin Xian, if you're still around when Yingjun wakes up in the future, I will trouble you to take a little extra care of this child. Lin Xian reflexively waved his hands. No, no, no. He couldn't bear such a responsibility. Teacher Su, I think you don't need to be so pessimistic. Lin Xian consoled. No one can predict the development of science and technology. Who knows, one day they might solve the problem of memory loss. You should pay more attention to your health. What father doesn't want to watch his daughter grow up? Professor Su Yun smiled but said nothing more. Did you come here for a reason, Lin Xian? Lin Xian nodded. He took out the invitation and explained his intention. Saturday night, the day after tomorrow night. MX Company will hold a grand celebration banquet and would like to invite Professor Su Yun to attend. Lin Xian originally thought Professor Su Yun would definitely decline. However, sure, Professor Su Yun cheerfully agreed. He patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. It's been a long time since I've had such a happy and relaxing time on that day. Let's have a couple of drinks. Unexpectedly smooth. Evening. Lin Xian had originally planned to seek out CC in his dreams to confirm whether her memory fragments contained any memories of this era, and to ask if the name Chu Anking meant anything to her. But several mid-level managers at the company insisted on taking Lin Xian out for dinner and drinks. He couldn't refuse their enthusiasm, and ended up playing until the early hours before going home. The next morning, upon arriving at the company, Lin Xian reported to Zhao Yingjun that Professor Su Yun would be attending the celebration. Zhao Yingjun smiled as if she had expected it. It was indeed the right choice to have you deliver the invitation. If it had been us, Professor Su Yun might not have given us the honor. I don't have any clout either, Lin Xian responded frankly. It's just that Professor Su Yun's been in good spirits lately, so perhaps he just wants to relax a bit. Zhao Yingjun bent over and pulled out 4 or 5 red invitations from the drawer below. Some people won't be able to make it to the celebration, so you can take these extra invitations. If you have any relatives, classmates, or friends, you can invite them to join. Lin Xian only took one. I just need one. I only have one friend in Donghai City. He had previously told Gao Yang, let's not forget each other when we rise to riches. He couldn't leave out Gao Yang, a glutton from such a lavish banquet dinner. Is the celebration just for our company members, besides Professor Su Yun? Zhao Yingjun nodded. This is essentially an internal event for our company. I haven't invited anyone else, fearing it might inhibit everyone's ability to relax. However, this morning a bigwig proactively asked to join, saying he wanted to come and offer his congratulations in person. Who? Lin Xian asked curiously. Someone you know. Zhao Yingjun smiled. Chu Shan. Lin Xian was quite surprised. Chu Shan is coming. I never imagined he would take the initiative to come and congratulate us. What are you thinking, Lin Xian? Of course it's not us. Zhao Yingjun tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Chu Shan wouldn't care about our small business and minor success. He's mainly coming to congratulate Professor Su Yun. I've told you before, for all these years, it has been Chu Shan alone who's been supporting Su Yun. Plus, he's someone who's extremely passionate about scientific endeavors. I suspect he decided to come and personally congratulate Professor Su-yun after learning he would be attending our celebration. But he certainly won't stay for long. Chu Shan is a man of culture and stature. He'll probably just make a congratulatory speech, say hello, meet Professor Su-yun, and then leave without staying for the meal. So that's how it is. Chu Shan was coming for Professor Su-yun, which made everything reasonable. His admiration and respect for scientists were well known. Chu Shan was probably even happier than Su-yun himself for the latter's achievements. It goes without saying, this MX company's celebration could be considered a gathering of the illustrious. Having Professor Su-yun attend was already an honor, and it was even more unexpected that Chu Shan would come to celebrate in person. The prestige of our celebration is indeed quite high, with the two highest status individuals in Donghai City attending, Lin Xian said with a laugh. Zhao Yingjun didn't speak, just looked at Lin Xian with a hesitant expression. This made Lin Xian feel uncomfortable. Was there a fly on his face? What is it, President Zhao? Zhao Yingjun smiled meaningfully and continued, your comment isn't wrong, our celebration does have a high value. Remember what I told you last time at the science fundraising dinner? Whenever Chu Shan attends important banquets, he brings along his precious daughter, almost like he's showing her off as if afraid no one would know he has such a beautiful daughter. So, she looked up at Lin Xian. Chu Shan isn't coming alone this time. He said he'll bring his daughter with him. Chu Anking. Is Chu Anking coming too? Lin Xian felt like gathering for a round of mahjong. A small celebration, yet it seemed everyone was making their way over. Traditionally, a gentleman bringing his family to a banquet was the ultimate expression of etiquette, showing deep respect for the occasion. It wasn't strange that Chu Shan would bring his daughter along. And besides, Lin Xian was indeed curious, were Cici and Chu Anking, these two girls, really identical, as Zhao Yingjun had claimed? The answer would naturally be revealed at tomorrow night's celebration. Afterward, Lin Xian left Zhao Yingjun's office to get back to work. After work in the afternoon, he went to the usual diner to meet up with Gao Yang. The other party took off his down jacket, his face full of anticipation as he looked at Lin Xian. Really, my good brother. You're inviting me to dine at Victoria Hall. The buffet there is usually so damn expensive. Lin Xian chuckled. He picked up the red invitation and waved it. My good brother. Gao Yang grabbed the invitation with a flick of his hand, flipping it open with a grin. He kept muttering how great it was. His mouth was almost drooling. I'm really curious to see what sort of delicacies the upper class eats to dare charge such exorbitant prices. By the way, Lin Xian, we've both been busy recently, and I haven't had the chance to ask about your visit to the psychologist. Gao Yang stuffed the invitation into his pocket and looked at Lin Xian. Did you confirm it afterward? Did you take off the girl's mask? Lin Xian put down his chopsticks. He nodded, confirmed. Dr. Liu was right. My dream was just a pure fabrication, nothing serious. I haven't been concerned about it at all. If you hadn't brought it up today, I would have forgotten about it myself. He was lying. It wasn't that he intended to deceive Gao Yang, it's just. Now that it had been confirmed the dreams were a real vision of the future, such supernatural phenomena and abilities were unsafe to share widely, unsafe in various senses. That's good to hear, haha, a false alarm. Gao Yang picked up his glass, laughed heartily, and clinked glasses with Lin Xian, downing his drink. It's also good you've got one less thing to worry about. Long time no see. Both had plenty to catch up on, and naturally they weren't going to just eat and run. After a full meal and drinks, they went to their usual bar and played for a couple of hours, not getting home until the early morning. Another day too late for dreams. Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror, his mouth full of toothpaste foam. Tomorrow there's the celebration. No time for dreams again, but no matter, CC and Big Face Cat can't run away. Since it was Saturday the next day, he could just sleep in until noon and then get ready for the celebration banquet. The next day the temperature dropped sharply. Snowflakes began to fall, growing thicker and dressing the international metropolis in a layer of glistening jade. December 31, 2022, Saturday. In the last day of 2022, Donghai City saw a long-missed snowfall. A rich snow heralds a fruitful year, welcoming the brand new year. Creak. Lin Xian pushed open the window that hadn't been opened for a long time. He reached out, feeling the cool touch of snowflakes falling on his fingertips. Those thin snowflakes. They were like ice crystal, slowly melting into water on Lin Xian's fingertips. He looked up at the city blanketed in silver. It's snowing. Unlike the north, in Donghai City, snow was not a common occurrence, especially a heavy snow like today's. The so-called heavy snow was only relative to previous years. In fact, even though it had been falling from morning till dusk without stopping, it only accumulated a thin layer on the ground. With one step, it turned into gray slush, mixing with the snowmelt beneath, slowly dissolving into the flow of pedestrians and vehicles. Winter days are short. By the time Lin Xian had finished getting ready and left around 7 p.m., the sky outside was nearly pitch black. He arrived at Victoria Hall. It was much warmer once he went inside. By Lin Xian's standards, this hall looked even more luxurious than the one where Chu Shan had held his dinner party. That one had an air of agedness. But it's hard to define what makes something feel upscale. Perhaps that sense of being old-fashioned is what the upper class deems most noble. In the middle of the hall, there was a small stage, with buffet tables and chairs similarly arranged along the outer edge, though food and beverages had not yet been served. If one were to mention the most eye-catching decoration in the hall, it would naturally be the large and small Rhine cat dolls placed all around. Be it on the stairs, in the corners, on the tables, or even at the gift area, there were lots of Rhine cat dolls. Many of them were new models, extra cute. Lin Xian glanced at his watch. It was almost 8:30. Today's celebration started so late because the date was special. It was the last day of 2022. The majority of the company's employees were young people without families, so they decided to go ahead and celebrate the new year here too. Those who came today were all here for the countdown to midnight. There was no need to have dinner too early. Lin Xian, Professor Su Yun is about to arrive. Come with me to the entrance to welcome him, Zhao Yingzhen called out to Lin Xian as she came out of the inner hall. Lin Xian nodded and followed Zhao Yingzhen's pace. As always, she exuded a commanding presence, dressed in a dark red haute couture gown, appearing like a tall wine glass. Her red gem earrings shimmered bright red with every step she took in her high heels. How is Professor Su Yun coming here? He's taking a cab, Zhao Yingzhen replied with a hint of resignation. I had arranged for someone to pick him up, but he didn't want to make a fuss, especially since there are many media reporters camped outside the school. So he insisted on taking a cab. All right, that's his style. The two walked out of the hall and onto the steps, where the temperature dropped sharply. Two professional attendants immediately opened black umbrellas to shield them from the falling snow. Zhao Yingzhen checked her watch, rubbing her arms. He should be here soon. I called him just now and he had already reached the previous intersection. She smiled at Lin Xian in Donghai City. Aside from Chu Shan, you're probably the only one who can invite Professor Su Yun to such a banquet. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm also a member of MX Company. Doing this is my duty. A taxi appeared from around the corner of the entrance, heading towards the steps. It was probably Professor Su Yun arriving. Zhao Yingzhen and Lin Xian stepped out from under the umbrella. Once the taxi stopped, Lin Xian opened the door for Professor Su. Teacher Su, you've arrived. Professor Su Yun chuckled and shook hands with Lin Xian, then with Zhao Yingzhen. You're too polite, Professor Su. Zhao Yingzhen responded with a polite smile. It's our honor to have you. Please come in, Professor Su. It's cold outside, let's head inside. Professor Su Yun was in a good mood today. He even dressed up, wearing a sharp suit. He stamped his feet on the red carpet, shaking off the sludge from his shoes, and proceeded into the banquet hall with Zhao Yingzhen. Lin Xian followed behind, glancing back at the departing taxi and the wheel tracks gradually being filled in by the heavy snow. He felt something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Lin Xian, turning around, he saw that Zhao Yingzhen and Professor Su Yun were both waiting for him. Come inside, Zhao Yingzhen said with a smile, pointing at the cheering and clapping crowd in the hall. The banquet is about to begin. Professor Su Yun's arrival took the atmosphere at the venue to its zenith. With the protagonist here, the celebration banquet could naturally begin. Zhao Yingzhen had originally planned to have Professor Su Yun say a few words, but he declined. So Zhao Yingzhen went straight to the stage and delivered the opening speech, recounting the impressive sales and achievements of the new Rhine brand and thanking every employee of the company for their hard work. After Zhao Yingzhen finished this sentence, the hall erupted once again in warm applause. All eyes instinctively turned towards Lin Xian, filled with recognition and admiration. Everyone was clear in their minds. Without Lin Xian, how could there be a celebration banquet like today's? Whether it was the design of the Rhine cat or securing the authorization from Professor Su Yun, Lin Xian's contributions to MX Company were there for all to see. The whole company now regarded Lin Xian as a vice president. In fact, during the recent personnel adjustments, many expressed indignation on Lin Xian's behalf, feeling that Zhao Yingzhen's promotion of Lin Xian had been too conservative and that he should have been promoted directly to the position of vice president. As the applause faded, Zhao Yingzhen stretched out an arm towards Lin Xian. Now, please welcome group leader Lin Xian to the stage to deliver the New Year's greetings to everyone. Amid the applause and cheers, Lin Xian walked on stage with a smile and took the microphone. It is precisely because each of us has done our job well that our new Rhine brand has been able to have such a successful launch and achieve such success. Therefore, each of us is a hero of today's celebration. 2022 is coming to an end, and in this year. When Lin Xian finished the final New Year's speech, the entire hall burst into unprecedented enthusiastic applause. It was a manifestation of everyone's admiration and respect for the youngest group leader, the most promising young man in the company. Next, it was time for the dinner banquet. Countless delicacies, fine wines, and desserts were served by the waiting staff, and arranged in an orderly fashion on the long tables on both sides. Abalone and lobster, at Victoria Hall's dinner, could only be considered entry-level appetizers. The names of the top-tier ingredients prepared by world-renowned chefs were unfamiliar to many, but they emitted an enticing aroma that greatly stimulated the appetite. Although Professor Su-yun wasn't accustomed to such gatherings, happiness is indeed contagious, especially after a few glasses of wine, and with Su-yun also feeling a sense of relief having completed his research, he quickly assimilated into the joyous atmosphere and shared many stories from his youth with Lin Xian. The meal had not long started when Gao Yang finally arrived, fashionably late. Rispy, after hurriedly greeting Lin Xian, Gao Yang immediately rushed to start devouring the lobster. He had long planned the optimal route for eating at a buffet, ensuring to use every inch of space in his stomach efficiently to savor the ultimate taste experience. Can I sneak away with 2 bottles of red wine? While holding a lobster claw, Gao Yang leaned in to ask Lin Xian in a low voice. You can if you pretend you don't know me, Lin Xian answered truthfully, just don't rat me out if you get caught. But I've just told your company's receptionist that we're good buddies. Gao Yang nibbling on lobster meat, we even added each other on WeChat, but she seemed more interested in you, even asking if you have a girlfriend. Then just keep it discreet and don't embarrass me. Just then, group leader Wang from the marketing department came running up and said to Zhao Yingjun next to him, President Zhao, Chairman Chu Shan's car has arrived. It just entered the gate. His voice was loud. The men and women nearby quieted down instantly upon hearing Chu Shan's name. Within Donghai City, Chu Shan's name was known to all, a frequent presence in the news, but the number of people who had a chance to see him in person was extremely small, especially for ordinary people. Perhaps they would never even have the chance to brush past him in their entire lives. Thus, everyone conscientiously cleared the middle path, eagerly anticipating Chu Shan's arrival, wanting to catch a glimpse of the real person. Finally, the doors of the venue were pushed open halfway by the waiters. A hearty and deep laugh came in first. Ha 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 ha, congratulations. Congratulations to everyone. Happy New Year. Dressed in a white suit, Chu Shan's tall and broad figure was even more upright and powerful. He clasped his fists and blessed the crowds on both sides with a smile bright as the sun, joy spreading across his face, taking steps toward the center of the hall, and behind him. A delicate figure also waved her hand, politely smiling and nodding to the people on both sides. She was dressed in a beige tulle gown, her fluffy chestnut brown hair tightly coiled behind her head, leaving the girl's tender neck and jawline exposed, with exquisite craftsmanship. Beyond her pearly teeth and rosy lips, there was no other makeup. This natural beauty required only a smile like a spring breeze to surpass all the heavy makeup and artificial adornment. She followed behind her father, alternately waving and smiling at the crowd. Her beautiful eyes curved into charming crescents, and the dimples by her mouth appeared like fleeting glimpses, delighting all who saw her. And the beauty mark by her left eye added the perfect touch, enhancing her already radiant appearance with another hint of allure. For a moment, Lin Xian held his breath, disbelieving his own eyes. CC. That was unmistakably CC. The same hair color and style, the same curved eyes, the same expression and posture, the same glance and smile, the same slender cuteness, even the same dimples and beauty mark. He finally understood. Why Zhao Yingjun, after only one glance at the sketch of CC, blurted out that the drawing was of Chu Anqing. Because the two girls looked so alike. No, not alike, not similar in spirit, but truly identical. The Chu Anqing walking toward him and the CC who smiled back in the dream were indistinguishably alike. What on earth was going on? How could there be two people as similar as if they were copied and pasted in the world, especially separated by 600 years of time and space? For a moment, a mix of noises tangled confusingly in Lin Xian's mind. Mr. Lin, are you certain that you can distinguish between reality and dreams? CC, just call me CC. The person in your painting is not Chu Shan's daughter Chu Anqing. Liar. Do you know what's the biggest side effect of hibernation? By then, you won't be able to tell dreams from reality at all. The bright lights in the hall shone down. Lin Xian's vision was a bit dazed. Gazing at the approaching smile, his eyes met hers, and Chu Anqing waved to him, revealing a sweet smile. Lin Xian looked at that sweet and agreeable smile, and it was hard to discern between it and the smiling face of Cici from his last dream. But the eye contact with Chu Anqing was fleeting, and she continued to wave and smile at other people around. Lin Xian began to breathe. In that case, it seemed that Chu Anqing was not familiar with him at all, one might even say completely a stranger. There wasn't a single hint of special recognition in her eyes when she looked at him, just the polite and elegant demeanor from before, same as she would show to any guest in the hall. However, the degree of similarity that was copy-pasted made Lin Xian somewhat question his previous speculations. He wasn't given any extra time to ponder as Chu Shan, smiling cheerfully, led Chu Anking through the crowd and walked up to him. Zhao Yingjin stepped forward first. Chu Shan seemed to be in a great mood and chuckled as he replied, "Not at all, not at all. It's just the bad weather that caused traffic delays, so I apologize for being late." Zhao Yingjin then turned to look at Chu Anking. "Anking, long time no see. How is college life treating you?" Chu Anking giggled, her eyes curving into crescent moons, her features blooming with pear blossoms. Chu Shan looked at his daughter with eyes full of indulgence, then raised his head to look at Lin Xian. "This young man has an impressive appearance. He must also be a capable and reliable part of your company, right?" Zhao Yingjin smiled and nodded her head. "Mr. Chu, you flatter us. This is the creator of Rhinecat, the youngest department head in our company, Lin Xian." As it happens, Lin Xian is also a talented graduate who just finished his studies at East Sea University this fall, and is an alumnus of both Professor Su Yun and Anking. It is truly fate that brings us together today. Upon hearing that Lin Xian was a student who had graduated from East Sea University, a flash of recognition crossed Chu Shan's eyes, and the smile he gave Lin Xian also warmed considerably. "Just graduated this year, young man. Which college did you belong to?" "College of Art and Design," Lin Xian answered truthfully. "Then it is indeed fate." Chu Shan laughed heartily. Anking is also in the dance major at the College of Art and Design. She's loved dance since she was a child and even performed at the freshman welcome event. "Dad," with a girlish voice, Chu Anking looked at Chu Shan reproachfully. "There's no need to bring up such a trivial matter." Having said that, she looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Hello, Senior Lin Xian. I'm a freshman this year. My name is Chu Anking." Lin Xian smiled and nodded, "Hello, hello." After exchanging a few courtesies with Chu Shan, Zhao Yingjin led Chu Anking straight to Professor Su Yun, with Zhao Yingjin and Lin Xian holding wine glasses trailing behind. Professor Su Yun was visibly excited to see his benefactor. He set down his wine glass and came over, clasping Chu Shan's hand tightly. "Professor Su, congratulations. After waiting for so long, your research has finally borne fruit." Chu Shan was the first to offer his congratulations. Looking at Chu Shan with eyes full of gratitude, Professor Su Yun said. Chu Shan waved his hand. "Your achievements today are the greatest contribution to science, society, and the country. My modest help is not worth mentioning. Once again, congratulations, Professor Su. I wish you further breakthroughs in the field of hibernation technology and an early realization of your dreams. Come, let's drink to that." He took a glass of red wine from a passing waiter and clinked glasses with Su Yun. After putting down the wine glass, Chu Shan, still chuckling, pulled Chu Anking to his side and patted her shoulder as he introduced her to Professor Su. "Professor Su, this is my daughter Anking, whom you've met a long time ago." "Hello, Teacher Su," Chu Anking greeted with a beaming smile and a bow. Professor Su nodded and looked at Chu Anking, remarking, "The last time I saw Anking was several years ago, when she was still a high school student. It's amazing how time flies, and now she's in university." "Mr. Chu, it's my fault for being so focused on my research. I wasn't there to help look after Anking when she started school." Chu Shan shook his head and chuckled. "How could a trivial matter like going to school interfere with your research? That would be missing the forest for the trees. If you plan on conducting research at East Sea University in the future, there will naturally be plenty of opportunities to meet." And Qing has been performing exceptionally well at school. Not only did she give a speech as the freshman representative at the military training opening ceremony, but at the welcome party she also. "Dad," Chu Anking immediately called a halt, her face slightly flushed. "Why do you keep talking about this to everyone, going on and on?" Chu Shan laughed it off and started making small talk with Professor Su Yun. Military training opening ceremony, freshman representative speech. Lin Xian caught these two key phrases, so that's it. It's no wonder he had always felt that CC's voice was familiar. He must have heard it somewhere before. He had also felt that Chu Anking's voice was strangely familiar, but he just couldn't recall where he had heard it. Because before today, he had indeed never spoken to Chu Anking. Now the mystery had been unveiled. It was none other than at this year's autumn military training opening ceremony for first-year students at East Sea University that he heard it. At the beginning of September, Lin Xian had returned to his alma mater to consult with the counselor about his records. As he passed by the drill ground, he just happened to encounter the military training opening ceremony rally, with a crowd of freshmen in military attire filling the field. He had just stood there joining in the excitement, casually watching and listening. And at that time, the one who happened to be speaking as the freshman representative must have been Chu Anking. And for that reason, Lin Xian had heard her voice through the loudspeakers, but since he heard the voice without seeing the person, he didn't make a lasting impression and had never connected to this clue. This is even stranger. Lin Xian swirled his glass. Looking at the situation now, it wasn't just that CC and Chu Anking were identical in appearance and stature, even their voices and intonations were indistinguishable. Furthermore, their ages also seemed to match perfectly, both appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. To say they are not the same person, even Lin Xian himself couldn't believe such a coincidence. Although from the perspective of temporal logic, this wasn't something the yet-to-be-invented hibernation pod could explain, not even 600 years later. But there must be other reasons, which would need further verification before drawing conclusions. In any case, it was best to enter a dream as soon as possible and go find CC. Chu Shan and Professor Su Yun were deep in animated conversation, toasting each other as if they planned to chat for a while. Zhao Yingjun looked towards Chu Anking and Qing. Shall we go over there for a stroll? Have some snacks? Sure. As the two prepared to leave, Zhao Yingjun turned back and looked at Lin Xian. Why don't you join us, Lin Xian? It will give Mr. Chu and Teacher Su some time to talk. Since Yuan and Qing graduated from the same school and college, as a senior, you should share some experiences with your junior. Lin Xian nodded. He couldn't get a word in with Chu Shan and Professor Su Yun, and just standing there wasn't less awkward. He'd been wanting to slip away. He followed behind the two young women. Given the height difference, he was able to look down upon Chu Anking's fair neck and soft shoulders. Her gown was off-shoulder, revealing spotless, jade-like skin without reserve. Lin Xian noticed a shallow indent about the size of a 50-cent coin on the delicate skin of Chu Anking's left upper arm, presumably the only flaw on her otherwise flawless skin. But that couldn't be helped. That shallow indent was a scar left from receiving the BCG vaccine in childhood. For most people, it wasn't noticeable, almost invisible. But due to individual physique, some people's BCG vaccine scars were very obvious, visible at a glance. This kind of scar resulting from a vaccine received in one's later years might be the most precise anti-counterfeiting mark. Senior Lin Xian. Chu Anking turned around, her eyes brimming with smiles as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian came to his senses and offered a polite smile. What is it, Miss Chu? Just call me in Qing. Chu Anking's gaze was clear. I just remembered. She looked up at Lin Xian, blinking her eyes. I've seen you before. Met before, Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. In theory, there shouldn't have been any intersection between their life trajectories. Even if they were both studying at the same university, Lin Xian had graduated in July of this year, while Chu Anking only started her studies in September, representing a perfect case of ships passing in the night. Before today, the closest they had been to each other was probably the distance between the presidential platform and the drill grounds fence during the military training opening ceremony. Lin Xian couldn't think of where else they might have met. Have we met before? Lin Xian asked. Where was it? It's not in reality, Chu Anking said with a slight smile. In our dance class, the teacher often showed us recordings of performances by seniors from the past years, all taken during various school anniversary celebrations. Before each performance, there was a host who would introduce it, and one male host appeared quite often. The moment I saw you just now, I felt you looked familiar, and your voice was very familiar too. Now I remember, that host was you, wasn't it? Senior Lin Xian, when you were at school, did you often host various anniversary events? I have a good memory. I usually don't get it wrong. So that's how they had met. Yes, that must have been me. Lin Xian explained with a smile. During my 4 years at East Sea University, I did often host various campus events. I was fortunate that my teachers took an interest in nurturing me, giving me so many opportunities to practice. You're too modest, senior. Once the conversation started, they found it easy to chat. About the school, teachers, campus anecdotes, gossip, the topic seemed endless. As they were talking, Lin Xian felt a little dazed. It seemed like the person he was talking to wasn't Chu Anking. It was CC. That night in his dream, they had leaned against the safe, chatting like old friends. To CC, Lin Xian might have been just a temporary team member cobbled together at random. But to Lin Xian, he had already spent many repeated moments with CC, so calling them old friends wasn't an exaggeration. Now chatting with Chu Anking as seniors and juniors, he felt the same ease and lack of barriers. This truly amazed him. Was this wealthy young lady just naturally outgoing, or had he started to treat her as a shadow of CC? He couldn't figure it out, but indeed, talking with her felt very natural. Until Lin Xian happened to look up and saw Zhao Yingjun's motherly gaze, her ant-like smile spreading as she watched them. Lin Xian quickly suppressed the corners of his mouth. Looking left and right, he noticed the many Rhine cat dolls scattered around. There are lots of Rhine cat dolls over there, Anking. Do you want to pick some to take home? Really, can I? Chu Anking looked around with interest at the various Rhine cats. I see there are many designs that haven't been released yet. Of course you can. Zhao Yingjun also leaned in with a smile. Anking, take a look at what you like, and I'll have someone take them to the car for you. Hee, then I'll just take you up on your generous offer. Chu Anking took Zhao Yingjun's hand and started to walk towards the outer area. I've always liked the Rhine cat, but out of the 7 models released initially, there was one that I could never find. Watching the two walk away, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked to the other side. Professor Su Yun and Chu Shan were still deeply engaged in conversation. There's probably nothing I need to be involved in here. Lin Xian no longer paid attention to the situation here and went to find Gao Yang, who was indulging in the feast. Chu Shan and Chu Anqing didn't stay too long. Chu Anqing, upon Zhao Yingjin's invitation, took part in the lottery, winning a large Rhine cat doll and then left with Chu Shan. After the Chu father and daughter left, the dinner party moved into its next phase. Everyone settled down, eating while watching the performances as they awaited the new year. As the midnight chimes rang out and everyone counted down, the year 2022 ended just like that. A new year, a new atmosphere. Professor Su Yun raised a glass. I wish everyone's dreams come true in 2023, and that all goes smoothly. The people nearby followed suit, raising their glasses to wish each other a happy new year. After some idle chatter, Professor Su Yun prepared to leave early. You young people have plenty of energy, you can keep on having fun. I, an old comrade, won't accompany you any longer, I need to go back and rest. He didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits. So instead of leaving through the main hall, he quietly exited through the back door of the guild hall and arrived at a small road without traffic. Teacher Su, we've arranged for someone to take you home, don't rush off yet. Lin Xian tried in every way to stop him, but Su Yun insisted on not troubling them anymore and wanted to take a taxi himself. He pointed to a taxi parked beside the alley. Look, there's a taxi right there. I can just take it. It's not too much trouble for you all, and taking a taxi is so convenient. Su Yun patted Lin Xian on the shoulder, not wanting him to come out and be exposed to the snow. Go back, Lin Xian, don't worry about me. I'm very happy tonight. In the new year, I wish us all more and more happiness. Seeing that Lin Xian was beyond persuasion, he gave a slight smile. Please be extra careful on the road, and take it slow for safety. Su Yun waved his hand and walked over to the taxi by the road. The front door didn't open. The back door didn't open either. At that moment, the glass of the front passenger seat rolled down, and the taxi driver called out, "The doors on the right are broken. Get in from the left side, please." Su Yun didn't think much of it. He walked around the back of the taxi, heading toward the road. Thud, 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 thud. Behind him, Zhao Yingjin was jogging out holding several gifts. She had just gone to fetch the New Year's presents prepared for Professor Su Yun. She looked helplessly at Lin Xian. Professor Su Yun still insists on taking a taxi. Lin Xian sighed, yes, it's already this late. As if by reflex, he lifted his left wrist to look at his watch, 42. Lin Xian paused for a moment. Boom! A loud roar and crash sound came from ahead. A black sedan suddenly appeared out of the dark night. The insane speed of the car sent Professor Su Yun flying high up into the air. He flew far, more than a dozen meters away. Thump! He landed heavily on the ground, motionless. Teacher Su, Professor Su Yun. Lin Xian and Zhao Yingjin cried out in shock. Zhao Yingjin, wearing high heels, ran toward Professor Su Yun. Lin Xian looked at the driver in the taxi by the roadside. Mouth mask, hat, sunglasses, fully covered. It was the same person who had driven Professor Su Yun here. Get out, vroom whir. Before Lin Xian could get any closer, the black sedan and the taxi both sped off with screeching tires, flinging the muddy snow from the ground and quickly disappeared around the corner of the road. Lin Xian quickly ran toward Su Yun. Teacher Su. He felt a surge of sadness, his vision blurred. A ghastly gash stretched from Su Yun's head to his abdomen. His split skull was utterly lifeless, and blood poured out from his body in large gushes. Teacher Su. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse. The spilling blood stained the white snow a spreading crimson. Su Yun's pupils were dilated, not a breath of life. Teacher Su, the stench of blood in the air made Lin Xian's scalp tense. The bizarre sensation of being drawn out of the surrounding world came over him again, with a strong ringing in his ears drowning out all other sounds, even though he had experienced countless bloody scenes in dreams. But when a familiar person died before his eyes and the torn body lay lifeless in front of him, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel panicked and disturbed. This was reality. There would be no cycles of reincarnation here, no rewinding of time. The dead would not be standing there smiling the next day. This sloppy yet earnest man. He had finally seen hope for his daughter's awakening, but before he could feel any joy, he had tragically left this world. Hospital. Lin Xian and Zhao Yingjin were sitting on chairs outside the emergency room, frowning with no communication between them. Bang! The door to the emergency surgery room burst open, and a doctor wearing a mask and surgical attire stepped out. Doctor, how is Professor Su Yun? Lin Xian and Zhao Yingjin hurriedly got up to greet him, but the doctor closed his eyes and shook his head. He pulled out a document and read to them. The victim's injuries were too severe, with skull fracture, exposure of cranial and thoracic cavities, extensive deep wounds, and excessive blood loss. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was already confirmed dead at the scene. He took out a form and looked back and forth at the two. Which one of you is a family member? Please sign here. Lin Xian shook his head. Doctor, neither of us is his family. Professor Su Yun's parents died of illness when he was young. His wife also died from amniotic fluid embolism, and his only relative. His daughter has been in a vegetative state for many years, lying in Donghai University-affiliated hospital. Then who are you? I am teacher Su's student, Lin Xian said. The doctor sighed. A student won't do. All right then, contact the school and have a school leader come over to sign. Half an hour later, the police and the vice-chancellor of East Sea University arrived together. What, how did this happen? The vice-chancellor looked distressed, angry, and sad, his hands shaking so much he could hardly speak. The doctor led him away to handle various procedures. 3 police officers approached, and the leading officer saluted Lin Xian and Zhao Yingjun. Hello, comrade. We need to make a brief note. We want to understand the situation at the time of the incident. Afterwards. Zhao Yingjun and Lin Xian conveyed the circumstances as they happened. Lin Xian emphasized the odd details. The taxi driver was wearing a mask, sunglasses, it was very abnormal. The right door of the taxi wouldn't open at all, and the reason Professor Su Yun ran into the middle of the road was that the driver had him get in from the left side. Then a black Audi suddenly charged out and hit Professor Su Yun, sending him flying. The drivers of both vehicles didn't get out, but immediately sped away from the scene. I didn't see the license plate of the Audi, but the taxi's plate ended in 76. Oh, and Professor Su Yun arrived at the dinner in that taxi. You can check the surveillance. Zhao Yingjun confirmed what Lin Xian said. He answered some more details about the banquet, and the 3 police officers closed their notebooks, instructing, comrades, based on the clues you've provided, this traffic incident doesn't seem to be a simple hit and run. But we do need evidence for our investigation to conclude the nature of the traffic accident. We'll need further inquiry, so please take the police brief as the final word on the outcome. Professor Su Yun was a public figure, and we will clear this up as soon as possible. Here is my contact information. Both of you please leave yours. If you think of any more details later, feel free to contact me. The police bid farewell to the two and went to find the person in charge at the hospital. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A trolley covered with a white sheet was pushed out of the emergency room. It moved through the corridor, gliding towards the morgue's cold storage on the other side. Lin Xian witnessed this scene. His heart ached tremendously. He was deeply self-reproachful. If he hadn't personally gone to invite Professor Su Yun to the celebration banquet, would he have still come? If he had insisted on having the company driver take Professor Su Yun home, would the accident have still happened? If he hadn't helped him, hadn't copied the data from his dream for him, letting him struggle with his research without any breakthroughs for a lifetime, would he have been tragically murdered in the street at the peak of his success? Lin Xian knew that his face must look awful at the moment. Zhao Yingjun patted his shoulder, consoling him. Lin Xian, don't be too hard on yourself. This incident has nothing to do with you. She clearly saw through Lin Xian's inner thoughts. When I said earlier that Professor Su Yun came because of you, I was partly joking. Even if you hadn't delivered the invitation, I would have definitely gone to deliver it myself. Professor Su Yun's death, no matter the reason, has nothing to do with you. No one wants such things to happen. She pointed towards the parked Alfa Romeo business van outside. Get in, I'll have the driver take you home first. Lin Xian shook his head. You go ahead, President Zhao. I want to stay here a little longer. Zhao Yingjun sighed deeply and turned around. Take a few days off work, rest well at home. I'll go to the hospital during the day and arrange things for Su Yi. Tab 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 tab. She walked out of the hospital's glass doors in her high heels. The electric door of the Alfa Romeo opened. She climbed in, and the car drove off into the distance. Cold wind blew in through the gaps in the glass doors. The temperature suddenly dropped a few degrees. Lin Xian, without a coat, felt not even a trace of the chill. Lin Xian, there you are. The glass door was pushed open again. Gao Yang hurried over, let out a sigh, and sat down on the chair next to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, don't be so sad. It's making me feel miserable too. Professor Su Yun's sudden passing is indeed very tragic, but no one can do anything about accidents like a car crash. Lin Xian shook his head. This was no accident. By now, he had completely figured it out. Professor Su Yun's death was most likely related to his own interference with reality, his rewriting of the future. If he had not meddled with the course of history, Su Yun would have remained an inconsequential scientist, a laughable academic and academic clown for his entire life, never achieving anything of significance. No one would have a reason to kill such an insignificant person. But now, with Lin Xian's help, Su Yun had cracked the formula for the hibernation pod filling liquid centuries ahead of time, and he was about to share it with the world free of charge. Under such circumstances, the reasons and motives for killing him were far too many. Adding to that, the cab driver's strange behavior and disguise. This was a murder. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. A carefully planned murder. Gao Yang patted Lin Xian on the back in a panic. Don't blame yourself here anymore. The police officers will definitely catch the murderer, so don't worry about it. Just wait quietly for the results. Lin Xian lifted his head but said nothing. Gao Yang didn't know much, so naturally he couldn't make accurate judgments, but Lin Xian didn't plan on telling him too much either. He had a hunch that this was an extremely dangerous path, and he didn't want to drag Gao Yang down with him. "Let's go, Lin Xian. If you stay here any longer, you'll catch a cold." Gao Yang pulled Lin Xian up and patted the dirt off him. "Shall we go home?" "Yeah." Gao Yang called a cab to take Lin Xian to the bottom of his apartment building, and still feeling uneasy, he insisted on accompanying Lin Xian all the way to his front door. "Lin Xian, are you feeling a bit better?" "Hey, really, stop blaming yourself." Inviting Professor Su Yun to the celebration banquet was a kind gesture. You have to pull yourself together. If you really want to do something, then perk up and try to recall the details of the crime scene, like the license plate number and features of the driver, to help the police find the murderer sooner. Avenge Professor Su Yun. Lin Xian nodded. On the way home, he had figured it out. Just like Gao Yang said, the words may be rough, but the reasoning wasn't. Instead of regretting what couldn't be changed, it's better to turn grief into strength and make an effort to do something for Professor Su Yun. Find the murderer who killed him and the black hand behind it and bring them to justice. In this respect, he knew more than the police and was closer to the truth, able to find many clues the police might not realize. "It's okay, don't worry about me, I'm feeling much better." "All right, then I'm off." Gao Yang waved goodbye and reminded Lin Xian to rest early. Lin Xian didn't go to sleep. He had no trace of sleepiness. Who exactly killed Su Yun? Lin Xian cleaned himself up, put on his warm pajamas, and sat at his desk to contemplate. Conventionally, those pharmaceutical companies and capitalists who feared the success of the hibernation pod research were the most suspicious. Su Yun's research results and the hibernation pod that would be released in the future would greatly harm their economic interests. But it's not that simple. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't think so. Capitalists are greedy, that's true, but they are not fools. Killing Su Yun at this critical juncture made no sense. Lin Xian remembered something Big Face Cat had once said: "Even though I may not look it, my father was a very famous mathematician who even won a Fields Medal. At that time I was working outside, and my daughter usually stayed at my father's place. One night she suddenly got a fever and convulsions, and my father ran with her to the hospital. But then there was a car accident, and a big truck just rolled right over the two of them. Their target was only to kill my father. My daughter was collateral damage. I don't know why my father was just a nerd. He never provoked anyone. This is a very mysterious organization, so mysterious that you can't find any trace of its existence. I've been investigating for so long, but apart from a name, I couldn't find anything." Lin Xian turned on the desk lamp as if he had caught some key points. Mathematician, midnight, death by car accident, compared to Su Yun. Scientist, 42, death by car accident. The person, the time, the event, the three elements are strikingly similar. Is this really just a coincidence? The time 42 is also strange. Is it accidental or intentional? If it's intentional, what would be the purpose? If it's intentional, how did they ensure that Su Yun died precisely at this time? Lin Xian pondered for a long time, finding it difficult to make a determination. The reason was, he could not be sure whether what Big Face Cat said was true or false. Just as he could deceive Big Face Cat could also deceive him. Given Big Face Cat's personality and character, it was hard to ensure that he wasn't spouting nonsense to fool him. Of course, there was also the possibility he was telling the truth. This was quite awkward, causing Lin Xian's reasoning to be stuck here, unable to advance. If Big Face Cat is just bluffing to fool me, then all of this, naturally, would be overthinking on my part. But if what Big Face Cat said is true, it's very likely. The death of Su Yun, like the death of Big Face Cat's father, was the work of the same killer or organization. Lin Xian wasn't sure if the Genius Club was the direct murderer, but at the very least, this organization was inextricably linked to the deaths of Su Yun and Big Face Cat's father. So the key to everything still lies with Big Face Cat. We also need to see if the information he provided is true or false. Only then will it make sense to continue our reasoning. The most pressing task at hand is to find Big Face Cat in the dream world and verify whether what he said is true or false. Looking outside the window, daylight had broken and the residential area had come to life. Even though Lin Xian had not slept all night, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Let's go to the company. Staying at home will just lead to useless speculation. It's better to sleep early tonight and look for Big Face Cat in my dreams. He went downstairs. He bought some simple breakfast. Lin Xian arrived at the subway station. On the electronic screens in the waiting area, the morning news was reporting on Professor Su Yun's accidental death, but hardly anyone around seemed to pay attention to it. Everyone was still busy living their lives day after day. It can't be helped. Most people are quite indifferent to the development of science. That is true in the dream world's future as well. No one cares about how science is developing, why science isn't advancing, which scientist passed away today, or who received the Nobel Prize. People are more concerned with prices, wages, life. Even celebrity gossip is more of a talking point than the death of the greatest scientists. It has always been this way. Lin Xian entered the subway, holding onto a handrail, feeling the weight of history and his own insignificance in the river of time. Even after arriving at the company, the colleagues felt regret and sighed over Professor Su Yun's death, but that was all. The buzz around Ryan's new products and the upcoming bonuses and salary increases quickly diluted this sadness. In the evening, Lin Xian finished his dinner early and lay on the bed. He checked the clock. 2135. This was the perfect time. Falling asleep and entering a dream, he could catch Big Face Cat at the square just right. I need to find a way to extract the truth from Big Face Cat about whether the information he provided about the Genius Club is reliable or not, if what Big Face Cat said was true. The Genius Club really did kill his father. Cat Dad was indeed a Fields Medal winning mathematician. And the time of death in the car accident was also approximately correct. Click, Lin Xian turned on the bathroom light, then there's at least a vague direction as to who the real murderer behind Professor Su Yun's death might be. Since Big Face Cat could find out the name of the Genius Club, it means that organization must be related to his father's death. At the very least, there is a connection. After pushing through his drowsiness and finishing his washing up, Lin Xian flopped onto the bed, turned off the lights to sleep. Few familiar summer breeze, familiar dry heat, familiar chirping of cicadas. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Everything in the dream world was as usual. Ultraman flying kick, Ultraman elbow strike. On the square, two brothers playing Ultraman were getting further and further away and their Ultraman masks had fallen to the ground. Lin Xian stepped forward, picked up the mask and put it on his face. Then he turned around. He walked towards the plump man getting out of the van, Big Face Cat. The man with a Rhine cat mask and a round face turned around. Ah. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. Every time they met, he had to reiterate the story, and he really didn't want to say a single word anymore. What do you want? How do you know my name? Big Face Cat looked at Lin Xian warily, his hand reaching towards his waist. Smack! Lin Xian grabbed his chubby hand. I hope this is the last time I have to repeat myself. You listen carefully. Fast in the van, Big Face Cat angrily slapped the steering wheel. That bitch actually dared to deceive me. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian. Brother, you told me all this, and you also knew about my 3 little brothers. I just knew you were no ordinary person. I can trust you. However, you said you could take me to find tons and tons of gold bricks. Is that really true? I'm not doubting you, brother. I'm just curious where in this city could there be so many gold bricks? Lin Xian nodded, stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction for Big Face Cat, signaling him to drive straight to the end of this road leading out of the city. Of course it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. Because we both have a common goal, the thing we ultimately want is the same. Are you talking about money? No. Lin Xian shook his head. Getting money is just the first step. My ultimate goal after getting the money is the same as yours. I also want to get an invitation to. Big Face Cat looked shocked. Could it be? You also want to get an invitation to? That's right, Lin Xian said decisively. I also need an invitation to the Tianzhou Club. Big Face Cat spat it out. The van skidded to a stop at the side of the road. What kind of messed up crap is that? Big Face Cat snorted disdainfully. What I want is an invitation to the Genius Club. Genius. What the hell is this Tianzhou Club nonsense? Lin Xian smiled. I just misspoke for a moment. What are you so worked up about? I know even about your father's death. How could I not know the name of this club? You know about my father too. Lin Xian stared intently into Big Face Cat's eyes, trying to capture any slight change, probing. Of course I do. Your father was a physicist, but he was run over by the Genius Club's limousine. Bullshit. Big Face Cat watched Lin Xian warily. My father was a mathematician, a Fields Medal winning mathematician, and he was hit by a truck, not a limousine. Come on, brother, are you reliable or not? Your intel is all wrong. Lin Xian was unfazed. Your daughter is dead too. Upon hearing daughter, Big Face Cat's expression instantly turned stern, half doubting as he looked at Lin Xian with a complex gaze. You also know about my daughter. Yep. Lin Xian nodded. Your father was taking your daughter to school in the morning when they were run over by a truck. Go to hell with school. Big Face Cat couldn't take it anymore and burst out cursing. They were both hit and killed in the middle of the night. Now I see you're just a scam artist. I can't believe I fell for your nonsense. What the hell is your purpose for luring me here? I swear I'll shoot. Big Face Cat was furious. His hand went to his waist to pull a gun but found nothing. Where's my gun? Here it is. Lin Xian twirled the gun in his right hand, looking at Big Face Cat. Sorry, Brother Lion, it seems I misjudged you. You're a lot more honest than I thought. Everything you said before didn't deceive me at all. It's my mistake for suspecting an honorable man. I didn't even know you before, but I'm straightforward and never deceive others. Big Face Cat animated and spitting as he spoke. Others may deceive me, but I never deceive anyone. At this point, Lin Xian was satisfied. Almost there. The answer was already clear. His earlier deliberate provision of incorrect information, nonsensical and mismatched, was to lure Big Face Cat into speaking to deceive him. The aim was to verify the truthfulness of Big Face Cat's previous statements about the Genius Club and the murder of the father and daughter. His thought process went like this. If Big Face Cat's previously declared information regarding the Genius Club was all fabricated, then today's Big Face Cat wouldn't retain those memories and naturally wouldn't be able to recall how he fabricated it in the previous dream. If any detail Big Face Cat spoke of today differed from what he had said in the previous dream, then one could immediately conclude he was lying. But if, in such a leading situation, Big Face Cat still repeated the same story without a single detail amiss, that would prove that Big Face Cat hadn't lied. Everything he said before about the Genius Club and his father's murder was the truth. Speak up, I'm asking you a question. Big Face Cat cursed while turning the steering wheel, ready to make a U-turn. Lin Xian snapped back to reality. Click, he cocked his pistol and pointed towards the luxurious manor ahead. Pull over to the side, we'll walk the rest. What for? Big Face Cat quickly applied the brakes, taking you to rob money. Lin Xian opened the passenger side door and jumped from the vehicle. Looking at the villa by the lake, Brother Lion, how much money can there be in a bank vault? Forget that. The truly rich don't dare keep their money in banks. He turned around with a smile, facing the astounded Big Face Cat. Today, I'll let you witness what it means to be richer than nations. Stop, 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 stop. Hold on, hold on. Big Face Cat took a brisk step forward, grabbed Lin Xian's arm and pounded his own head. My brain can't keep up. Slow down, slow down. Stand here and explain everything clearly, otherwise I won't follow you. At this moment, Big Face Cat was clearly brain overloaded and couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's pace at all. All right, come here, I'll explain it to you. Lin Xian pulled Big Face Cat behind a wall and pointed to the villa by the lake. See that villa over there? I see it. Who's the richest in this city? That's gotta be Li Cheng. Big Face Cat answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. He's not just the richest in this city, even in the whole country, he's up there. No, you're wrong. Lin Xian looked at Big Face Cat. His publicly known wealth is indeed notable nationwide, but if you include his hidden assets, he could be among the wealthiest in the world. Li Cheng is not as clean as he appears. Behind the scenes, he's involved in vile and inhumane activities that are so severe even the death penalty would be too lenient. Big Face Cat was shocked. Damn it, the bastard. He dares do those vile things. That's inhuman. A scumbag. No wonder he's so rich, made his fortune so quickly. He's dealing in crimes that could get you executed. How could he not be rich? Lin Xian nodded. Such a vast amount of dirty money, he definitely wouldn't dare deposit in a bank. Although the gold bars hidden in this villa are just the tip of the iceberg of his wealth, they're enough to fill your van. And you don't have to worry about this money after robbing it. Not only does he dare not call the police, he wouldn't even dare utter a word. Lin Xian pointed to a black car in front of the villa. Li Cheng usually has lots of bodyguards, but when he has secret trysts with this mistress, he only brings his most trusted driver. This mistress is also his accomplice, vicious and ruthless, and has committed many beastly acts. The two of them have kept this underground relationship for many years. Therefore, we only need to deal with that driver and control Li Cheng and the mistress. The rest, you're free to rob whatever you want. Big Face Cat snapped his fingers. Got it. Sound logic. Little brother, you're pretty skilled. Yeah, I used to come here often, treated it like an ATM. So are we robbing from the rich to give to the poor today? Righting wrongs for the people. Big Face Cat laughed gleefully. This feels damn good. Sometimes I dream I'm a great hero of the people, full of chivalry and thrilling. Lin Xian waved grandly. Tonight you don't need to find thrills in dreams. We're playing with reality. Lin Xian carried the gun and strode forward. Hey, just strutting around like that. Big Face Cat was shocked into contortion but still obediently followed. Lin Xian walked up to the black sedan. Bang, there was no time to see any motion of drawing and aiming the gun, it was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian's miraculously accurate gunfire had already shattered the car's glass and blown the driver's head off. Holy shit, what kind of shooting is that? Big Face Cat exclaimed. The driver died without knowing how, with a blank look in his eyes. Next, whoosh. Lin Xian tossed the handgun to Big Face Cat. Then he opened the car door and pulled a black handgun from the driver's waist. Up to the second floor. The villa was enormous, but Lin Xian, familiar with the place, turned left and right, arriving at the door of a bedroom. Bang, he kicked open the door. Eek, who's there? A man and a woman on the bed panicked. Don't move, Lin Xian commanded with his gun aimed at the two. After a long time, Big Face Cat tore up the bedsheet, binding the two tightly. Lin Xian, sitting on the edge of the bed, Brother Lion, just bring the van over. The garage, the cellar, the wine cellar, the underground pool, they're all filled with gold bars, bundles of cash, jewels. When you've moved them, call me, I'll be here guarding them. If there's a safe or password-protected cabinet or something, come ask for the code. Alrighty. Big Face Cat picked up a set of keys from the table and scampered downstairs. Lin Xian sat on the bed, glancing at his watch. It was only 12 o'clock. Tonight's mission was already complete, so he'd just wait here with Big Face Cat until 42. Although Lin Xian knew that however many gold bars Big Face Cat moved, it would be in vain because the world would end on schedule in 42 minutes. But avenging his daughter was Big Face Cat's lifelong obsession. Let him enjoy the process, nevertheless. With nothing better to do, Lin Xian began to survey the room's decor. The bedroom was large, and the decoration was extremely luxurious. In the corner of the room, on a large desk, there were several standing frames with photographs of Li Cheng alongside various world-class celebrities. Lin Xian was very familiar with this old old friend Li Cheng he had been visiting for over 20 years, had seen these photographs many years ago. There certainly were many big shots in them. Lin Xian vaguely remembered that the most prominent photograph was of Li Cheng with a world-class leader, truly heavyweight. World-class stars and athletes were plentiful as well. Many of the people Lin Xian had seen on the covers of bookstore magazines could be found in photographs in Li Cheng's home, even including the world's first. Lin Xian stopped thinking. He narrowed his eyes and slowly rose from the bed. Then he quickly walked over to Li Cheng's desk and began to search among the frames. He suddenly remembered. There was one photo that was very odd. He hadn't thought much of it before because at that time he had no idea about the Genius Club, but now. Found it. Lin Xian picked up a frame, staring at the photograph inside. In the photo, Li Cheng looked serious, sitting upright in a chair. He raised his right hand to eyebrow level, extended his index finger, and pointed straight to the sky, eerie and arrogant. This gesture. Lin Xian remembered the seal on the Genius Club's invitation. The seal stamped on the wax. That enigmatic gesture was exactly the same as the one in this photo of Li Cheng. The cool air from the air conditioner slipped in through the legs of his trousers. Lin Xian slowly turned back to look at Li Cheng, who was tied up and kneeling on the ground, while Big Face Cat's words echoed around him. Rumor has it, only the top-tier rich, the most extreme geniuses, the most powerful big shots can receive an invitation from this club. Bang! Lin Xian smashed the photo frame onto the bench in front of Li Cheng, cocking the gun. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. Please, I beg you, I'll agree to anything. Don't kill me. Li Cheng's face turned deathly pale as he wildly twisted his body to beg for mercy, his pupils shaking rapidly in terror. I just want to know one thing, said Lin Xian calmly. Li Cheng nodded furiously. I will talk. I'll say anything. Lin Xian squatted down, staring into his eyes. Tell me, what exactly is the Genius Club? What club? Li Cheng was stunned. Genius Club. Genius what? Bang. Ah. Lin Xian fired directly. Li Cheng screamed in fright, however. Li Cheng realized he hadn't been shot. His pupils trembling, he looked to the side. He saw. His mistress had somehow broken free from her bindings, a bloody hole gaping in the back of her head. Her body slumped lifelessly over the nightstand, and from the half-open drawer of the nightstand, the silver grip of a handgun was visible. Lin Xian pressed the scorching barrel of the gun against Li Cheng's forehead. It was burning hot, but faced with this merciless killer, Li Cheng dared not move an inch. I'm not messing with you. I really haven't heard of this club you're talking about. She tried to grab the gun herself after she broke free. It's got nothing to do with me. I have been honest. I'll tell you whatever you ask. Take whatever you want. Now Li Cheng understood as well. Just now, his mistress somehow had untangled the bedsheet that was binding her hands and rushed for the gun in the nightstand, attempting to fight back. But she could never have anticipated. The thug across from her had way too quick and accurate a shooting technique. She couldn't see any movement of raising the gun to aim. He didn't even spare it a glance, but instantly shot her in the head. Genius Club, right? Let me think. Li Cheng's head was covered in sweat, dripping down. With his hands tied behind his back, he couldn't wipe the sweat away, nor did he dare to, so he just kept his head raised motionless, his mind racing through his memories. His face contorted in pain as he kept muttering. Finally, with tears welling up in his eyes, he opened them. I really can't think of anything. I've truly never heard of this club. I indeed have joined many clubs, all kinds, but this one you mentioned, I truly have no recollection. I'm really not lying to you. I am truly scared to death. I'm already in this state. Why would I lie to you? Still pretending. Lin Xian sneered intentionally. Sick of living, are you? This photo is concrete evidence of the Genius Club. What? Li Cheng was completely befuddled, squinting seriously at the photo. This I really don't know what you're talking about. Li Cheng burst into desperate tears. I don't know what you're trying to say or ask. Can you give me a hint? If I really knew what you're asking about, I would definitely tell you. Li Cheng, I'm giving you one last chance to explain, Lin Xian said. He pointed to the picture frame, at Li Cheng's right hand pointing straight up to the sky. What does this gesture mean? That's just a very common photo pose. Li Cheng's face was a picture of misery, snot and tears mingling together as he struggled to defend himself. I'm really wronged, big brother. I truly am. There's a head for every debt and a debtor for every grievance. If I really offended you, I would accept my death at your hands. But this is a true miscarriage of justice. I really don't know anything about that so-called genius club. Lin Xian stared at him intently. He was very familiar with Li Cheng, having had many dealings with him. Indeed, he was someone who dearly loved life and feared death. His mistress truly loved him, often performing heroic rescues for him, but Li Cheng never once thought of reciprocating, always faithfully following the principle husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they must fly separately. So, getting information out of Li Cheng's mouth was actually quite easy. As long as his life felt threatened, he would be as obedient as the Tmall genie, answering whatever was asked and even rushing to respond. Such a man, so desperate to cling to life and so fearful of death. If he says he doesn't know, then he probably really doesn't know. Li Cheng suddenly had a revelation. I remember now. It's a whole set of photos. A very famous international photographer took them especially for me. It's a full set. An entire photo album. Do you want to see it? It's just over there in the wardrobe. You'll see it as soon as you open the bottom drawer. I'm telling you the truth. He was truly scared out of his wits, gasping for air and wildly gesturing towards the wardrobe on the other side of the room. Lin Xian walked over to the wardrobe, pulled out the drawer, and found the photo album Li Cheng was talking about. It was luxurious, adorned with gold thread and silver lines, and the first page had an indecipherable signature. He flipped through it. Page by page, all photos of Li Cheng posing with a tycoon pose. Li Cheng hadn't lied. The photos in the album were part of the same set as the one in the frame, with identical clothing, background, and lighting. There were seated photos, standing ones, all very formal. Some with arms crossed, hands in pockets, some standing erect, and indeed there was that one with the index finger pointed up at the sky. Professional portraits, costume tests, glamour shots. Lin Xian didn't know what to call these types of photos, but essentially they were those things, the kind everyone in sales has in their WeChat moments, those glam shots. Lin Xian turned to the page where the index finger pointed to the sky. Indeed. You look at the whole set of photos, this one doesn't seem strange anymore. It's just a very common photo pose. What do you expect to find out by asking like this? At that moment, Big Face Cat, covered in dust, came in from outside. Let me do it. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive shots to Li Cheng's thigh. Li Cheng's screams echoed through the entire estate as the carpet turned red in an instant. Will you talk or not? Big Face Cat pointed the gun barrel at Li Cheng's forehead. I woo 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 wah, I really don't know. Woo woo ah, I really don't know anything about the Genius Club, never even heard of it. Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, another shot, and the white sheets burst into a spray of red fireworks as the world fell silent. Brother, he really didn't know. Lin Xian nodded. He understood Li Cheng better than Big Face Cat. Still not talking even now meant he definitely didn't know. Big Face Cat looked at Lin Xian and shrugged. You want to ask him about the Genius Club? That's not going to be easy to investigate. I've been looking for so long and have only uncovered a name. Moreover, all these years I haven't found out anything else. Are you certain it was the Genius Club who killed your father? Lin Xian asked Big Face Cat. What have you found out? I only found this name. Big Face Cat looked down at the head-shot Li Cheng, grinding his teeth. If they hadn't killed him, why would I have come across their name? You think I, Brother Lion, would deceive you? Hey, let's not chat about this anymore, brother. We better hurry and go. We can talk about it in detail later. If the cops come, we won't be able to leave. Big Face Cat kicked over Li Cheng's corpse, spat, and urged Lin Xian to go downstairs. You're quite an interesting guy. Lin Xian followed, smiling at Big Face Cat. Sometimes you're really simple, sometimes quite loyal, and sometimes you're truly vicious and brutal. Hey, Big Face Cat stood righteously. People like Li Cheng deserve death. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Big Face Cat said angrily, when you hear about the things he's done, even a man with a daughter like me can't even bear listening. Beast, he deserves to be crushed by a road roller. If you someday have a daughter, you'll feel exactly as I do, wishing you could kill him several times over. Clang, in the villa's courtyard, Big Face Cat slammed the van door shut, looking inside at the gold bricks, jewelry, and cash stuffed to the brim. I should have aired up the tires before coming. Look, the tires are flat. This guy is really loaded. I couldn't even haul it all away in a truck. Here, this is for you. Whoosh. Lin Xian caught the object Big Face Cat tossed to him. It was a very large, heart-shaped blue gemstone, crystal clear and extremely beautiful. You shouldn't have come all this way for nothing. Big Face Cat laughed and said, this thing might be worth more than this entire truckload of gold. It's just not easy to sell, but you take it, give it to your girlfriend or something. After speaking, he walked around the van packed to the brim, took the driver's seat, and started the vehicle. Are you sure you don't want to get in, little brother? No need, Lin Xian shook his head. Time was almost up. In 2 more minutes, a white light would destroy everything. Getting on the van didn't matter anymore. Besides, Big Face Cat had stuffed the van so full, he wouldn't be able to fit in without the ability to shrink his bones. I'll still give it to you. Lin Xian threw the sapphire back through the window. I don't need this. Hey, you're really polite, brother. You're making me feel embarrassed. Big Face Cat watched Lin Xian with a grin. I don't know if there will ever be a chance to see you again. If there is, I'll have to invite you to my place for dinner. You've got to try my sister-in-law's cooking. Heh heh. Lin Xian was also amused by Big Face Cat's words. What's the specialty dish from your sister-in-law? Dumplings, man. Really delicious stuff. The two men looked at each other and laughed for a long time. But will there be a future? Probably not. This is a world without tomorrows. These are dumplings they will never get to eat. I'm off, little brother. Go ahead, Lin Xian waved. Roar. The heavy van started, revving powerfully, with the tires beginning to slowly inch forward. Hey, Lin Xian yelled. Huh. Big Face Cat stepped on the brake, popped his head out from the driver's window and looked back at Lin Xian. What's up, little brother? Lin Xian slipped his hand into his pocket. I want to ask you one last thing. I hope you won't mind. Hey, we're beyond formalities. Just ask. The midnight cicadas cried desolately, while there was silence in the courtyard's pond with its gentle stream. Lin Xian looked at Big Face Cat. Do you still remember the exact time when your father and daughter were hit and killed? The smile on Big Face Cat's face solidified, turning gloomy. He pulled out a cigarette and clamped it in his mouth. He lit it. Slowly, he exhaled a puff of white smoke. After a long time, I've seen the surveillance footage from the intersection. His voice trembled as he choked up, watched it many times. He bit hard on the cigarette, so the time the accident happened, the time they died, I'll never forget it. I remember every minute and every second. Blowing out a swirl of smoke, Big Face Cat looked down at his watch. It was about this time now. Lin Xian lifted his wristwatch, and Big Face Cat's voice came at the same time, 42:42. Booms, boom, boom. The thunderous white light arrived, burning everything to ashes. On the bed in the corner of the bedroom, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Lin Xian rose from the bed and turned on the light. Then he went to the bathroom to wash his face. I didn't expect. Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror. It's actually 42. As anticipated, it also made sense. He dried his face and returned to the bedroom, sitting at the desk to think, twirling a pen in his hand. This time, the dream had yielded the greatest harvest to date, bringing clarity to all the clues and thoughts. First, the clarification of true and false information. It is now certain. What Big Face Cat said about his mathematician father and daughter being killed by a truck at 42 could be confirmed as true, and the rumor that only the top-tier wealthy, the most extreme geniuses, and the most powerful figures receive invitations to the Genius Club was identified as false. Lin Xian's thoughts became agile. With these two pieces of information verified as true or false, many truths can be deduced. He turned on the desk lamp. He took out a sheet of A4 paper and wrote. Deduced truths 1. The death of Professor Su Yun must be related to the Genius Club. Lin Xian felt that there was no way the Genius Club could be unrelated to the deaths of Su Yun and Big Face Cat's father. Otherwise, Big Face Cat wouldn't have inexplicably come across the name of the Genius Club. Lin Xian had previously searched online, unable to find any information related to the Genius Club. Among the jumbled search results, there were game settings, and even films and TV shows with the same name, but it was obvious that those were not what Big Face Cat referred to as the Genius Club. In the recent dream, Big Face Cat was desperate to escape, and despite Lin Xian asking him several times how he found the name, Big Face Cat insisted they would discuss it later as escaping was more important. It seemed this guy felt he had the money in hand and was in a hurry to make a clean getaway. But no matter what, the death of Big Face Cat's father must be related to the Genius Club. There was no question about it. So, a mathematician killed by a truck at 42, a scientist killed by a car at 42. Even though the two incidents span a temporal gap of 600 years, the coincidence of the victims' professions and the time of death strongly suggests the same perpetrator. Therefore, Su Yun's death likely cannot be separated from the Genius Club either. The question now is, what exactly is this relationship? Did the Genius Club instruct the murderer to kill? Or was it some other reason that made Big Face Cat link the Genius Club's name to the killer? Although Big Face Cat was certain the Genius Club killed his father, Lin Xian thought it was still necessary to maintain some skepticism, as there was no definitive proof. A person bent on revenge sometimes clings to a clue like a lifeline, convincing themselves of its truth, so Big Face Cat's analysis might not be rational enough, and there was one more thing he couldn't understand. The killers try to disguise the murder of the scientist as a car accident, yet insist on having the accident occur at 42. Lin Xian couldn't fathom it. What's the purpose? Why arrange for the accident at such an exact, rounded-off time if it's meant to look accidental? Isn't this a contradictory arrangement? I can't help feeling this is a kind of arrogance, as if it's meant to show off to someone. Lin Xian didn't understand, but this timing was indeed very strange, identical to when his dream ended. 42. What is it? What does it mean? What significance does it hold? Actually, that's not even the most incomprehensible part. Lin Xian spun his pen. How could they ensure that they killed exactly at 42? That was too bizarre. Were they lying in wait every day, killing at 42 if possible, and waiting for the next day if not? Or was there an accomplice involved, making sure the timing was strictly controlled at 42? Lin Xian felt his thoughts were drifting further away. The time 42 was unusual, but without any leads, further speculation was impossible. Lin Xian continued to write, jotting down the second deduction in his notebook too. The qualifications for joining the Genius Club are not solely based on wealth and status, there must be other necessary conditions. Actually, that makes more sense. Lin Xian had doubted that rumor countless times before. It said that only the top-tier billionaires, the most extreme geniuses, and the most influential powerhouses were eligible to join the Genius Club. To be honest, that is neither genius nor realistic. Although the threshold mentioned in the rumor seems high from the perspective of the long river of history, that threshold is ludicrously low. Every year there are new billionaires, new power brokers, and new Nobel Prize winners. If invitations were sent out based on that standard, it would probably mean sending out dozens or hundreds each year, and the Genius Club would have to have at least several thousand members. A massive organization that sends out frequent invitations and has thousands of members could absolutely not remain hidden in the mists of history without leaving a trace. It just isn't possible. Perhaps it could be thought of like this. Wealth, status, reputation, intelligence, these are merely the basic qualifications for joining the Genius Club, but they are not decisive. Those who receive an invitation from the Genius Club must possess some key ability, some mysterious reason. Looking at the 600-year-long stretch of history, perhaps only a handful of people, a dozen or so, actually meet the standards for membership. That's why the organization can remain so covertly hidden in the shadows, without leaving any trace. The members of the Genius Club must be very few, otherwise, in more than 600 years, it surely would have been exposed long ago. With this line of thinking, many things became more reasonable, and Zhao Yingzhen receiving an invitation could also be clearly explained. If we were to follow the logic of the previous rumors, since even Zhao Yingzhen could receive an invitation, how could successful people like Chu Shan and the wealthy Li Cheng not qualify? However, the fact is Li Cheng had no knowledge of the Genius Club whatsoever. As for Chu Shan, Lin Xian wasn't certain, but he felt that Chu Shan was also very likely not a member of the Genius Club. But then again, that Zhao Yingzhen. Thinking of his impressively spirited and naturally beautiful female supervisor, Lin Xian pondered, what virtues and capabilities does she have? What special characteristics that she could receive an invitation to the Genius Club? At that thought, Lin Xian once again picked up the pen and wrote the third deduction in his notebook, 3. Zhao Yingzhen indeed received an invitation from the Genius Club, but whether she has joined or participated in this murder remains unclear. In fact, this outcome had already been considered before, but Lin Xian had not delved deep into it. The reason being that previously, all the intelligence regarding the Genius Club was not clear enough, hard to distinguish between true and false, full of contradictions, and therefore impossible to accurately ascertain. But now it was different. Although 99 of the mysteries of the Genius Club still lay submerged beneath the surface, at least one of the information had come to light. And it was this precious one that allowed Lin Xian to deduce the 3 crucial clues within his notebook, Zhao Yingzhen. He stared at that name in the third deduction, a name too familiar to be more so. Why did she receive the invitation? Lin Xian rested his chin in his hand and thought. There must be some special reason that the mysterious and exclusive organization of the Genius Club recognized Zhao Yingzhen. Upon closer consideration, Zhao Yingzhen, that woman, was indeed quite mysterious. It's true that Lin Xian had dealt with her quite a bit, but if he were asked what he knew about this woman, he would have to say he knew nothing at all. Apart from her age and name, he knew nothing else. To his surprise, Lin Xian found that he was so unfamiliar with Zhao Yingzhen. To clarify the cause and truth of Su Yun's death, and to further pinpoint the purpose and nature of the Genius Club, there is only one way. He pulled open a drawer. From the very back, he pinched the wax seal block bearing the emblem of the Genius Club. The round wax block under the lamplight showed a sinister crystal red hue, like blood, like a setting sun. What exactly does that invitation to the Genius Club say? What is the content? What is the location of the meeting? What time is the meeting? What is the purpose of the club? Gazing at the hand on the wax seal reaching straight toward the sky, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I must find a way to see that invitation. Currently, although there is no concrete evidence to prove that the Genius Club is definitely the murderer of Big Face Cat's father and Su Yun, but based on the known intelligence, it has the greatest suspicion and is most likely the black hand behind the scenes. After all, the Genius Club is a known organization that has spanned 600 years if it has remained true to its original mission for 600 years and used the same methods to cause the deaths of Big Face Cat's father and Su Yun. It would be logically reasonable. So Lin Xian decided to play it safe. First, assume the Genius Club is the black hand behind all this, and build the reasoning and investigation on this basis. If the Genius Club indeed are just caught in the crossfire, innocent, contradictions will surely be unearthed during the investigation, and they will naturally be exonerated. Actually, a temporary misunderstanding is not a big deal. After all, the fact that someone murdered Su Yun and Cat Dad is true. The existence of a murderer is certain, it's merely a question of what they're called. With that as a foundation, the invitation to the Genius Club in the drawer of Zhao Yingzhen's office becomes the only clue to further the investigation and the only breakthrough point, no matter whether Zhao Yingzhen has joined the Genius Club or participated in murdering Su Yun. As long as one can see the content of that invitation, one might be able to follow the trail and find all the answers. There's no choice but to do so. Lin Xian carefully placed the wax block back in the drawer, cautiously hiding it. He began to plan. How could he take a peek at the content of that invitation without exposing his intentions or alerting Zhao Yingzhen? His own safety and secrecy had to be his primary consideration. Since the Genius Club might be Su Yun's killer if his motives were exposed, and Zhao Yingzhen realized he intended to investigate the Genius Club, the odds were more likely to be against him. If Zhao Yingzhen had not joined the Genius Club, that would be a different story. But if she had already become a member, then any exposure of his actions would be akin to gifting oneself to the enemy. So I must investigate all this with utmost caution and leave no trace behind. Lin Xian stood up. He fetched a large baking tray from the kitchen. Then he crumpled the paper where he had jotted down his deductions, placed it in the tray, and set it alight with a lighter. The flames danced, casting Lin Xian's shadow eerily on the wall, and that wasn't all. Lin Xian opened the drawer and put all the previously written deductions, plans, and anything else related to the dreams in the Genius Club into the baking tray to burn. He watched until they turned to black ash. Then he flushed it down the toilet. Accompanying Zhao as one would accompany a tiger, one must be extremely cautious. Looking at the current situation, he should be safe. Professor Su Yun always thought that the manuscript was of unknown origin and possibly even dangerous, so he was fearful it might bring trouble to him, and he protected himself very well. None of the research materials had Lin Xian's name on them, and the original manuscript was destroyed. He also never told anyone about the manuscript, nor did he mention the relationship between the two. Lin Xian didn't know whether Su Yun did this intentionally or unintentionally, but he certainly showed care, and indeed, he had protected Lin Xian in this matter. The only two private contacts between them were Lin Xian's visits to the lab to deliver manuscripts to Su Yun. If he had been exposed back then, he probably would have met the same gruesome end in the streets as Su Yun. I must be really careful in the future. If I wasn't exposed this time, then it's really just good luck. To get Zhao Yingzhen to tell me the password, I probably need enough trust from her. But with what right? Lin Xian laughed at himself. What merits and abilities did he possess for Zhao Yingzhen to trust him enough to reveal the password? At the very least, they would need to have a very close relationship, wouldn't they? Charming a female boss like this is an unrealistic thought, not to mention Zhao Yingzhen, the workaholic who has eyes only for her career. By comparison, it might be easier to earn her trust. Let's take it slow. Lin Xian tidied up and prepared for bed. Lying in bed, he browsed the latest news about Su Yun on his smartphone again. Donghai City officials have announced that a memorial service for Professor Su Yun will be held tomorrow morning at Donghai Funeral Home. China Aerospace Research expresses its deep condolences for Professor Su Yun and now, in accordance with his last wishes, has made public all the data on the new hafnium alloy. East Sea University is currently receiving and sorting through Su Yun's research data, as well as his unfinished papers, and will publish them to the world in subsequent moves, following Su Yun's last wishes. Fortunately, although Su Yun is dead, his research findings have still been preserved. According to his plans, the first-generation hibernation pods should appear in about 2 or 3 years. By then, Su Yi will be able to live in a hibernation pod and be sent to the future for treatment. That's somewhat of a silver lining amongst the multitude of bad news. Lin Xian turned off his phone and stared at the ceiling. He had thought that if the Genius Club really killed Su Yun, then they would certainly also tamper with Su Yun's unpublished papers. If they were scared of the success of hibernation technology research, why didn't they stop the publication of the papers? For example, burning Su Yun's lab, stealing his computer. But after careful thought, Lin Xian felt that the real goals of the Genius Club were not so easy to guess. Not only Su Yun. In fact, for academician Gao Wen and Dr. Michelson, although it isn't known if they were murdered, Their research results were also successfully published without any hindrance. Everything went smoothly. This means the murderers, assuming it's the Genius Club, only disguised the deaths of the scientists as accidental and didn't interfere with their research results, which was quite surprising. Lin Xian closed his eyes to think. If he put himself in the shoes of the Genius Club, the purpose of only killing people, yet not destroying research results, seemed only to have one explanation. Concealment. Lin Xian opened his eyes. If what he suspected was true, then the Genius Club's goal had indeed been achieved. Just imagine. If someone now set fire to Su Yun's lab or found a way to stop the publication of her paper, everyone would see that it was a conspiracy, a premeditated murder. The actions and objectives would be too obvious, no one could fail to guess. Even if such incidents happened more frequently, the existence of the Genius Club could not remain hidden. Everyone would start to take notice of them. But now it was different. Su Yun was dead, but her research results would be published as scheduled, and not many people would think in the direction of a conspiracy theory. As a result, the Genius Club could continue to hide in the mists of history in the current era. It was very likely that no one but himself was aware of their existence. Lin Xian sighed. Hopefully the police will catch the criminals soon. Maybe we can find out something from them. He went back to bed and continued to sleep. The next day, as soon as he went to work, Lin Xian was called to Zhao Yingjin's office, where the head of the finance team was also present. Lin Xian, this is the authorization fee and the bill for the first batch of product sales commissions, President Zhao said. Please check them. Zhao Yingjin pushed 2 forms across the desk. Lin Xian picked them up for a closer look. One was a lump sum authorization fee of 26 million paid off at once. The other was a sales commission of 15 million. Lin Xian looked at the trailing zeros, somewhat surprised. The authorization fee was the price previously set by MX Company for Su Yun, which Lin Xian knew about. But the fact that the sales commission had exceeded 10 million was unexpected. Sales from the moisturizing cream presale livestream a few days ago had been that. You won't actually receive this much. The head of finance pointed to the figure of 15 million, explaining, this income is taxable. We will withhold and remit the personal income tax for this sales commission for you, then transfer it to your bank account. However, the 26 million from the authorization fee will be deposited directly into your account, and you'll need to declare it on the personal income tax app in March of this year. The sales commission is indeed a lot, mainly because the pre-order numbers at our release event were frightening. It will probably take 2 or 3 months to clear them all. Once the market stabilizes, the commissions might not be as high, but it will be a steady income. Lin Xian, you're already financially independent. After the finance chief finished explaining, he looked at Lin Xian with a smile. When the various toys and licensed products of Rhine Cat are released, your income will be incalculable. You could retire already. Retire. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand when he heard that word. It's too early to retire. I still want to make progress. Progress was a pretense. What he really wanted to see was that invitation from the Genius Club. He couldn't just blurt that out, though. What if Zhao Yingjin stopped giving him work? How would he then get close to her, gain her trust, and find a way to get the office password? Lin Xian, go and get ready. Zhao Yingjin stood up, waved them away. This morning is Professor Su Yun's memorial service. All the company executives will go together, and you'll come with us. Go change into appropriate clothes and wait for my signal. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as Zhao Yingjin picked up her coat and turned around, the sleeves swept the pile of documents on the desk, scattering papers all over the floor. A familiar scene indeed. All 3 of them bent down to pick up the documents and place them neatly back on the desk. Lin Xian took a few extra looks, but alas, there were no treasures to be found this time. President Zhao, aren't you considering hiring a secretary? The head of finance laughed. Find a secretary to organize your files, clean your office, and so on. You won't have to do everything yourself, and it could save you a lot of time. If you're really not comfortable with hiring someone from outside, you could promote one from our long-standing employees. After working together for so long, you must have someone reliable. After hearing this, Zhao Yingjin chuckled. Forget it. Once bitten, twice shy. I've become afraid. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I'm going to change clothes. Bang, the heavy password-protected door closed, and Lin Xian rode the elevator down with the head of the finance team. Indeed, Lin Xian thought that becoming Zhao Yingjin's secretary would certainly be the safest and most convenient way to see the Genius Club invitation, to investigate the Genius Club, although Lin Xian didn't really want a secretary's job. It was undeniable. A secretary would often have to enter and exit her office, and would definitely be informed of the password for the door. And although the secretary might not monitor Zhao Yingjin 24 hours a day, they would certainly be aware of her various schedules, actions, and phone calls, not to the point of knowing every detail, but at least they could understand the patterns and recognize any unusual behavior. And these unusual actions and details might well be related to the Genius Club. Anyway, to continue investigating the Genius Club and to follow the vine to the melon, getting closer to Zhao Yingzhen was definitely the better approach. Sis, I'm really curious and I want to ask. Lin Xian looked down at the finance team leader in the elevator. I'm new to the company, so I'm not really sure what you just mentioned means. What exactly did President Zhao go through before? Why is she so resistant to hiring a secretary? The head of the finance department, also one of the veterans at MX Company, had been with Zhao Yingzhen since the beginning of his business venture. In fact, the vast majority of vice presidents and mid-level executives were veterans of the company, considering that MX Company is quite young and it's rare for someone like Lin Xian, who joined only a few months ago, to get promoted so rapidly. Ah, that matter. The head of the finance department lowered his head and chuckled. Actually, we don't know the specifics either. When the company was founded, President Zhao had a young secretary who had also just graduated from university, a very capable girl, and President Zhao liked and trusted her very much. But then something happened. President Zhao suddenly fired the secretary, and he was very angry at that time, so he didn't dare to ask much. Afterwards, she changed her office door to one with a combination lock, keeping the code to herself, and up to now, she has shown no interest in hiring another secretary. We guess privately, maybe the girl did something to let down President Zhao. Could it be stealing trade secrets, embezzling company funds, or some other privacy leak involving President Zhao? That we don't know anyway. The result is what you see. President Zhao would rather her office be messy and dusty, cleaning it herself, rather than hire a new secretary. We've tried to persuade her, but to no avail. Ding. The elevator doors opened on the 17th floor, and Lin Xian realized he had forgotten to press the elevator button. After the head of the finance department exited the elevator, he pressed for the 20th floor to return to his own office. He twirled his pen in thought. If he could find a way to become Zhao Yingzhen's secretary, it would be a fantastic method to safely and efficiently conduct his investigation into the Genius Club. But for the time being, Zhao Yingzhen had a severe distrust of others and showed no intention of hiring a secretary. So, after going in circles, it's back to square one. I still need to figure out a way to gain Zhao Yingzhen's trust gradually. Half an hour later, Zhao Yingzhen, 3 vice presidents, and Lin Xian got into an Alfa Romeo business van and headed to the Donghai City funeral home. As soon as they got out of the car, Lin Xian looked at a group of fashionably dressed young people at the entrance of the funeral home, both men and women, each holding a beautifully covered book. What's this all about? A funeral home, trendy youths, a best-selling book, Su Yun's memorial service. These elements seemed completely mismatched. What are they doing over there? One of the vice presidents also noticed this odd spectacle. To say that these young people were here for the memorial service, but they didn't look like it at all. To say they were there to chase celebrities, but this was a funeral home. What star could they possibly be chasing? Unless. Lin Xian thought of a possibility. He walked over and got a little closer. Now he could see clearly. The book held by these young people was the same one, entitled Broken Bridge, a very famous mystery novel. Lin Xian had read the book in college and found it thrilling. He heard it was later adapted into a Hollywood movie, featuring a star-studded cast, seeing these book fans waiting here with expectant eyes. Without a doubt, they must be waiting for the author of this book. But as Lin Xian remembered, the author of the book seemed to be a quite young man. When Lin Xian read the novel, the cover had the promotion China's genius mystery novelist, though Lin Xian hadn't paid attention to the author's name, only remembering the book's title. Oh, these must be the fans of Jai Lin. I guess they're waiting for Jai Lin here, said another vice president nearby. Jai Lin, that must be the name of the book's author. Lin Xian turned to look at the vice president. Have you also read his book? I haven't read the book. The vice president smiled and continued, but Jai Lin is not just a best-selling author. You might not have followed entertainment news recently, but the Hollywood movie adapted from his original novel, Broken Bridge, received several Oscar nominations, and he himself was also nominated for the Oscar for Best Screenplay and is very likely to win. Jai Lin's commercial value is quite high, and he has good relationships with various Oscar-nominated directors. He has a broad network, only he's usually very low profile, doesn't make public appearances often, and even has others accept awards on his behalf at various ceremonies. He's seldom active in China. I really don't know why he traveled so far to attend Su Yun's memorial service. This time it seems they're from completely different circles. So that's how it is. Although Lin Xian wasn't a stranger to Professor Su Yun, he actually knew very little about his private life, and had never heard him mention a fondness for mystery novels or a friendship with a writer of such books. But since this well-known screenwriter and brilliant mystery novelist had specifically come back to China to attend Su Yun's memorial service, presumably the two must have had a good private relationship. What kind of relationship it was, he couldn't figure out. It could have been relatives, mentor and student, or something like that. Keep up, Lin Xian, it's our turn. Hearing Zhao Yingzhen's urging, Lin Xian turned his head and walked into the funeral parlor. The five of them arrived at the chapel of the memorial service where wreaths were placed all around. In the very center of the chapel, there was a gray photograph of Su Yun from when he was alive. The man in the photo had a brilliant smile and was dressed very neatly. Lin Xian didn't know when the photograph was taken, but it was obviously quite old. It wasn't just that the man in the photo looked young. Lin Xian was very clear in his heart it had been many years since Professor Su Yun had smiled so genuinely. He had always lived amid criticism and negation. After finally achieving success and fame after 30 years, instead of flowers and applause, what awaited him was a chapel with wreaths. It was lamentable. Once, following the vice president and Zhao Yingzhen in front of him, Lin Xian lowered his head in deep mourning. He had watched the news that morning. The two murderers who had hit and killed Su Yun were still being pursued, and the authorities were actively gathering clues from the public. Let alone catching the culprits. Up to now, they hadn't even found the two cars involved. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. This surprised Lin Xian and also made him question the capabilities of the Donghai City police force. In a modern city like Donghai, where cameras are everywhere, how could they not find two cars? It was unbelievable. Twice. Lin Xian glanced at the gray photo of Su Yun's hearty laugh, then bent over and bowed his head again. Toward Su Yun and Su Yi, he actually felt quite guilty inside. Although everyone said that it wasn't his responsibility, it wasn't his fault, he knew very well in his heart. The death of Su Yun was inextricably linked to his own actions in altering the future. That butterfly of time and space, dancing elegantly its flapping wings, changed the world, rewrote the future, and also altered Su Yun's fate. Lin Xian didn't know what he could do for Su Yun or how he could help. Perhaps the only thing he could do was to try to find Su Yun's murderers and bring them to justice. Then he would look after Su Yi more, ensuring that she could enter the hibernation pod as scheduled. That was all. 3 times. Lin Xian closed his eyes and bent over once more. But just then the quiet group of Jai Lin's fans waiting outside suddenly started chattering excitedly, filled with exhilaration. Separated by just one door, mournful music played inside Su Yun's chapel. But outside it was a completely different scene of cheering and jubilation. Lin Xian frowned and turned around. He saw an electric door of a black van open. A young man with slightly curly hair, a vacant look in his eyes, very pale skin, and looking somewhat listless, poked his head out. He and Lin Xian's gazes met, half-open eyes, staring straight at Lin Xian.